And I told you guys, Monday's my favorite day of the week. It sets the tone for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If your Monday's rough, it's going to be a long week, folks. If your Monday's booming like mine was, it's going to be a great week. And yesterday, I should say, starting at 4:30 with the Knicks and the Sixers, and then you get the Lakers and the Nuggets, and you get the Giants beating the Mets in the opener of a 3-game series. What a sports night. I'm here for it. Jamal Murray, game winner. Cash money, Dante DiVincenzo. Boy, I missed that guy. What a 3 by him. The Knicks come back, score 8 points in 27 seconds. Playoff basketball injected into my veins. The Lakers are bitching and moaning about referees and calls. You're up 20. And this is why we can't stand the Lakers. I got the Barkley sound. We'll send it to you.
Look how excited he is.
Barkley said it yesterday in the pregame show. The Lakers always find a way to throw somebody under the bus. They can never take accountability for their own actions. And that's why I don't want LeBron around here, because all they do, despite being up 20 and rolling, getting any shot that they want, anything, blew a 20-point lead. And the first thing they want to say is the referees and the league is too physical. We don't know what's going on. Well, injected all into my veins. Laker tears, Sixer tears, and New York Met tears. What a day, Monday. Monday was booming, Shasky. Oh, I'm so fired up for this show today. We got draft talk, too. Oh, and the Lakers lose.
They were up 74-55 midway through the third quarter. They were up 89-81 with 5 minutes to go. I mean, it's just the LeBron missed free throw. I mean, everything loomed large in that game.
I gotta
LeBron James, fourth quarter, by the way.
He was in God mode. He was in God mode.
Look, I know we joke and we go back and forth, and I understand. Look, we all know what comes with LeBron. There's a ton of baggage. I mean, the guy's got more baggage than a United baggage claim. All right, we understand all that. But God, he's incredible. He's still a top 5 player in the world.
He's really, really good.
Come on.
Come on. So before that fourth quarter, I said, because AD was cooking, right? We'll get to Anthony Davis. We'll get to him in just a second. We got John Lynch, who spoke yesterday about Brendan Aiyuk. Rumors are swirling left and right. We're picking apart words on what John Lynch said, and we'll see what happens with Brendan Aiyuk. But we got a lot going on with the 49ers. And just as a Warrior fan, not watching with any stress, and sitting back as an observer of the game of basketball. And last night was a reason why I fell in love with the NBA. That's why I fell in love with the NBA. That was real playoff basketball. That's the basketball we all been waiting for. And so LeBron in the fourth quarter, look, he was flirting with a triple-double, but he wasn't scoring. His fourth quarter was incredible. The 2 threes, the dunk, the N1, the dunk over steal. Jamal Murray on the fast break, dunk, steal, boom. He barely got up, but he got it up there. He blocked Murray multiple times, blocked his dunk attempt early. In the first quarter, he had a pass like he was Wes Unseld, throws it 94 feet to Anthony Davis for a dunk. I mean, but his fourth quarter, I was like, damn, this guy's damn near 40. And I thought the Lakers were going to win the game.
We all did.
And then Jamal Murray hits 2 yes shots, but this is
unbelievable.
Murray, for some reason, maybe it's off. Maybe I'm off with this comp. But he reminds me so much of Dwayne Wade with the way he moves as a combo guard, the handle. Now, he's got more range than Dwayne Wade from the three-point line, no doubt about it.
He doesn't jump anywhere near.
He doesn't jump like Dwayne Wade, but the handles and the body movements, and I don't know, man. The guy's a stud. I can't believe he's never made an all-star game. What a shot to give the Nuggets, and as they show championship grit, and Jokic taking Anthony Davis to the block. Took him to the weight room.
They were allowing so much physicality on his backups. It reminded me of backyard basketball. Did it not?
It was physical.
Well, and then he did the spin move on AD. It was just sealing him off. AD leaves his feet, and boom, he gets the and one, over and over again. The other thing is, is anyone going to stop ball on the Jamal Murray pick and rolls at the top of the key? How many times did he knife into the lane? How many?
Over and over.
And no one's going to guard him?
Well, that two-man game is just impossible to stop right now.
Well, it's also because you have Michael Porter Jr. stretching the floor. So you have to honor the three-point shooters.
And Gordon is slashing to the basket, but not only that.
Did you think he was out of bounds?
Jokic, who?
Gordon on that play, on that tip play?
That's close. It was close. But You got to let him play.
I couldn't
you
tell.
Let him play. I couldn't really tell. I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. But that two-man game between...
Could you put on a better uniform?
No, forget
that
the uniform.
jersey was terrible.
Oh, I love those uniforms.
The 5-2-8-0.
Yeah, I love those. The Mile High City.
Those are the ugliest uniforms in the league. That's saying something.
No. Those are some nice uniforms. But the two-man game between Jokic and Murray...
No. That's gone too far.
It's the most unstoppable two-man game I've seen probably since, you had KD and Steph. You've had LeBron and AD. You've had LeBron and Kyrie. You've had some great two-man games. But I always go back to Stockton and Malone as the pinnacle for the two-man game in my lifetime. Stockton, Malone, pick and roll all day. You knew what was coming. You couldn't stop it. Malone either pulls up for the 16-foot midi or he goes to the lane and he elbows you in the face while getting that one at the rim. What Jokic and Murray does, I don't know how you stop it. Do you blitz it? Do you trap it? I don't know what you do because it's damn near unstoppable. Jokic gets to switch, and he just bodies you down on the block. He just plays bully balls like we're in the hood, and he's like, yo, watch out. Weight room, homie. It just punks AD in the fourth quarter.
I love Stockton and Malone. Don't get me wrong. John Stockton shorts like my dad in the 1980s. I think I'm taking Dwayne Wade and LeBron James or Kobe and Gasol, Kobe and Shaq over them. But I hear what you're saying in terms of the synergy.
Dude, their two-man game has been unstoppable for 3 straight years.
No doubt.
2 straight years.
But it's also because of the stretch floor. So, like, when I look at Stockton and Malone, you had Hornacek out on the edge, right? And Hornacek was a knockdown shooter. The guy was lethal. I think he would have been even better in this particular era because we have a premium on shooting a three-point shot. But when you have KCP, when you have Gordon, when you have Michael Porter Jr., Michael Porter Jr. on how many teams is a first or second option? How many?
He may be a second option on some bad teams.
No, I agree.
I hear you.
But when you're the third, fourth option.
Well, he's a third, fourth option.
That's what I'm saying.
He's all he's doing is a shooter.
It's a plethora of depth.
No doubt.
That's
what you need to get behind.
Absolutely. And so, dude, they've got an unstoppable team, and every one of those guys is in their prime. And when I look at Gordon just loves doing all the dirty work. You just chalk him up for 12 and a grimy 10 every night.
He was a great addition for them. Getting him from Orlando,
great call.
It's perfect for him. That Denver crowd.
He accepted the role, too.
No doubt he accepted the role. You know what? I started to see him grow late in that series against the Golden State Warriors a couple seasons ago in the first round. First 3 games, he's trying to do too much. He's getting punked. He's getting bullied. And as you know, he figured something out. Even though they lost that series at 5, I saw him start to play tougher, start to use his strength, start to get to the rack. And actually, Darrell and I, we saw him after the game. He was walking right through Thrive City. And he was just like, look, man, I'm just going to be at home. I'm be in the weight room. I'm working on my game. And you know what? Aaron Gordon from San Jose, Archbishop Mitty, he's our own guy. He's our Bay Area son. He has grown up, and now he's an NBA champion, and he's playing a role. What a save there. To get it to Michael Porter Jr. on the three-point shot. What a wild sequence. What a wild fourth quarter that was in Denver. And then you had a wild fourth quarter in Madison Square Garden.
I thought that was even more wild than the Laker game. Because
it was wild.
To me, I'm looking at that one, and I'm just saying that inbound play is going to live in infamy.
Well, here's Mike Breen on MSG Network with the call on Dante DiVincenzo's game-winning three-pointer.
8 on the 24. DiVincenzo, corner to Brunson. Sidestep, three-pointer. Shot. It's good! Took the bounce and went in. 2-point game. Ball knocked loose. And Maxey gets knocked down. Hart takes it away. Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a 3. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining.
What a wild sequence. We're going to break it all down here from the beginning where Maxey gets the ball stolen. There's no timeouts called. Philly's losing it. Maybe he gets fouled, but it was just all kind of buffoonery going on in that last sequence. It was the reverse Reggie Miller. It was just, they did reverse it. 8 points in 27 seconds. Maybe there was the curse of Reggie Miller that they finally lifted, but what a comeback for the New York Knicks. As Embiid is running up and down the court with one leg.
How about Maxey?
Cutting it out. Maxey's a star. Maxey's a star.
He hit some shots in that fourth quarter down the stretch. Some of them step-back threes were ridiculous.
I'm not going to lie. That's who Jordan Poole was a couple of years ago.
They're a little different, though.
Little different, but impact.
I get
the impact.
The youthful exuberance and the fearlessness to take those shots.
Exactly.
I think that people don't understand when you get into these series, is sometimes guys like, throughout the regular season, they'll take that shot. And then they pass it up in key moments. Maxey was fearless yesterday.
Yep.
And then Kyle Lowry, He's one of my all-time. I can't stand watching players. Like, if I had a top 5 of guys who drive me insane when I watch them, it's Kyle Lowry. He crashes into everyone. He tackled Jalen Brunson to start that entire wild sequence. Just tackled him. And they didn't call anything. And then he's inbounding the ball, okay? He's inbounding the ball by Hartenstein, by the way. No one talks about him. I'm not here to say he's some like unbelievable difference maker. He's perfect on that Knicks team. The guy gets rebounds. He could knock it down a shot when needed. He's a rugged player. I like Hartenstein. But they're inbounding the ball. And they run the weakest little screen for Maxey, and he's getting double teamed. Kyle Lowry's running baseline because it's a made basket. And then you have Batum, a career 83% free throw shooter, and Tobias Harris, a career 85% free throw shooter, making $40 million a year, not wanting to come to the ball on the inbound at all, as Maxey is getting double teamed. Someone have the wherewithal to call timeout. Somebody run to the ball. Make yourself open. V-cut. Do something.
Well, I thought Kyle Lowry, being the veteran that he is, and being the guy that has won a championship, there's been a lot of playoff wars. How do you not just call timeout for Kyle Lowry? Just call the timeout. Don't rely on Nick Nurse to do it. And officials not looking at him. They're looking at the court. They're looking at the players on the court. They're looking at the ball. Kyle Lowry has to call a timeout. You cannot make that pass with the player like Tyrese Maxey going towards the sideline where you're going to get trapped in the corner and you make it a held ball or whatnot. You cannot do that.
But Bonte, when you're not guarding the inbounder, that means one guy's going to get double teamed in that situation.
That's why Kyle Lowry has to call the timeout.
I hear you, but the other two players on the court, not named Embiid, they literally have their backs turned at points and not even trying to get themselves open.
No doubt.
I'm with you. Yes, timeout originally, but guys have to flash to the ball.
They do got to flash to the ball, but at the same time, Lowry's running to the right, looking at Maxey the whole damn time.
You're right.
He wasn't looking around. His awareness wasn't around. There's no other. But Lowry, call the timeout.
No, I'm with you.
Call the timeout. He inbounds it, and all hell breaks loose. And now anything's possible to happen.
But the second that Maxey's getting double teamed, one of the other two players, again, if they were like 30% free throw shooters, 60%, I'll listen to that. Batum's an 83% free throw shooter, and Tobias Harris is a max player who's an 85% career free throw shooter. Like, someone's got to move. They literally don't move.
Yeah,
you're unguarded.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that one. I put it on Lowry. I'll put it on Lowry. He's a veteran in that situation.
It's true.
They brought him there for that situation. They brought him there to be a veteran presence as a point guard. You've got to call the timeout. You cannot inbound that basketball and throw it into play. And then you blow it there, and you waste
We lost the championship.
Listen, that was because of injuries.
I know, but he played out of his mind.
As Fitz says, throw an asterisk next to it.
No, they deserve credit. They played great.
I'm right with Fitz.
I disagree.
They know what time it was. They know what time it was. We were at all. We were on all those games.
Give them respect.
Forget them.
Don't you hate when people say like Kyrie got hurt and Kevin Love got hurt?
They do it anyway. They give the Warriors all 3 championships.
I give Toronto a lot of credit for that.
It's good for them.
And Kyle Lowry, one of the worst playoff performers of all time until that particular playoff run.
He was okay. He was more VanVleet. And Kawhi,
even Powell killed us.
Yeah, I know. Powell killed him a couple, or not Powell, Marc Gasol. Look, man, the Sixers blow it, and I just saw a stat up there where the Sixers are 0-14 when they're down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series.
Oof.
And you saw Joel Embiid, who's limping around there. He had a generational performance. Embiid and Maxey, I mean, you talk about putting the team on their back. Embiid couldn't run.
He's getting massaged on the sideline.
Dude.
As the game is going on.
He's not going to last in these playoffs. No. He's just not. So you feel so bad for him because he's given everything he got. And I was listening to DeMarcus Cousins yesterday. I saw a clip with him and Rachel Nichols. But DeMarcus was basically saying, like, look, he's got to lose some weight. You cannot continue to play at 280 and 300 pounds. He noted that Tim Duncan slimmed down. So when I kind of looked back at Tim Duncan, I was like, wow, he did kind of slim down as he got older to keep that weight off, to keep those injuries off, because the more weight he keeps on and you're playing up and down, like next year for Embiid, my plan would be you're not playing any back-to-backs. The back end of a back-to-back on the front end, you're missing one of the 2 games.
But it does feel like he has these freak crashes in the lane because he's so big. I don't know.
Well, he got hurt with Embiid. He got hurt with Kuminga looking for a loose ball. Fell on his leg.
It's random. I mean, isn't it?
So I mean,
I hear you on the back-to-back. So, but
yeah, I got to find a way to preserve him. I got to find a way to get him to the playoffs healthy.
I just play him 50 games. Like I'm trying to do like 50 games. Right. It's all about the playoffs.
All about the playoffs.
But it's difficult because if you find yourself in the play-in, now you're playing a bunch of games impacted in a short amount of time. I mean, they were in the play-in. You know, like. You got to have a decent enough regular season. It's just such a catch-22.
There's always
and this goes back to the 65-game minimum, which you brought up yesterday, B, where it's like a guy like Embiid clearly has leg issues. So you're telling him he has to play the 65 games?
Well, that's
it's easier
rule.
said than done.
It's a dumb rule. It never fails. Why the Warriors A-side boogie? Mohammed on YouTube. Remember we had Joe Lacob in? We had Joe Lacob in, and the first two calls, Horace in Texas, asking about who, DeMarcus Cousins? And then we had the next caller call about Dwight Howard. It's like, sorry, Joe. We thought we had better calls. Joel Embiid. Here's Joel Embiid after the game.
He's such a great player.
I mean, everybody on the floor was trying to call a timeout, myself included, Nico, coach on the sideline, but they didn't give it to us. But, forget about the timeout. There's a bunch of fouls. That's, like I said, that's unacceptable.
How do you try to bounce back as you guys head home and try to turn this thing around?
We should be 2-0, so, we're good. We're going to win this series. We going to win this.
I ain't mad at that. We good. We going to win this series, homie. You better win game 3 in Philadelphia. You better win game 3.
The Jalen Brunson 3 hitting front iron and going in.
That was just
kind of tells you everything. That's just one of those situations. But here's the thing, and this is where I would say to Joel, you are one of the most physical players in the league. And rightfully, you're humongous. You play with one of the biggest hacks on the planet. His name is Kyle Lowry. I don't want to hear about anything when it comes to flopping. And he tackled Jalen Brunson.
Well, I mean, he flopped with 13 seconds left when DiVincenzo hit the 3. If you watch him flopping out of bounds, it's like, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, I get triggered by him.
No, I mean, he's whatever. He's almost done. But it was a great night of NBA basketball.
Incredible.
The Giants get the win. And you know what? Keaton Winn, I thought he pitched well all season. He's been solid. He's kept the Giants in the game. His record didn't reflect it. Kept the Giants in the game again yesterday, limiting the Mets to 1 run. I mean, hey, let's see if the Giants can win on Web Day today. Web Day. Let's see if they can win today on Web Day and start a winning streak here and get rolling. But overall, a solid win. I know you got your issues with right field. That's going to sort itself out. I'm not going to freak out about it, but Nick Ahmed at shortstop, he's making it hard for Luciano to come up. And you know what? I'm here for that.
Have you heard anyone bring up the name Brandon Crawford?
No, nobody was.
No, but I'm saying, he is replacing a legend. Let's call it what it is. Now, maybe not of the legendary status of a Klay Thompson or a Steph Curry or something like that, but Brandon Crawford is the greatest defensive shortstop in Giants history. Now, I don't know how people weigh these things, because offense is always more sexy than defense.
That's what I'm saying.
But and the last couple of years he fizzled out. But let's call it what it was. I mean, he had a magical 2021 season.
Giants fans were ready to move on from Crawford.
No, I'm with you. I mean, but Nick Ahmed was kind of I feel like Giants fans would be ready for the pitchforks. He's been way better than advertised.
No, he's been really good.
It's early, but he's been really good.
A big knock there to kind of bust this game open to get the Giants on the board, 2-0 there. I mean, a nice little single center field, 0-2. I thought Jung-Hoo Lee had a good 2-strike at bat.
Did you like that?
Later in the
nice.
in the game to get it runners on. You had multiple runners on, and next thing you know, you go up 4-0. Conforto gets a jack yesterday. It's an all-around clean win for the Giants. Now, I know Camilo Doval gives up a run in the ninth inning, but that's what happens when you put a closer in a non-save situation.
Exactly.
It always happens like that. But the Giants did win 5-1 over the New York Mets. Now tonight's a great matchup. Severino versus Logan Webb. Should be a duel down at Oracle Park.
Severino, it's just the injuries have just done it in his career. I mean, the guy has unbelievable talent, and this is why he's not a Yankee. I also, I think it's pretty obvious to me. I don't know if they're going to trade him. I don't know if they'd ever trade him or he'd entertain a trade to San Francisco. But dear God, how good. And look, Lamont Wade's been awesome, period. This isn't a Lamont Wade question. How good would Pete Alonso look in a Giants uniform? He hit a ball off his shoe tops yesterday, down the line effortlessly. I mean, that right-handed power plays. I don't care what ballpark it's in. Get me the polar bear. I want him playing in Crow to Craw, a.k.a. Oracle Park.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Pete Alonso needs to be a Giant. If that guy's available, they need to make a deal for him.
Well, I was just looking at this video that I just got sent to me. The Jokic brothers punched a fan yesterday in Denver, Colorado.
What?
The Jokic brothers were going wild there as Jamal
Were they in
Murray.
Fila sweatsuits?
No, one of them was in the Joker jersey. The other one's in the black T-shirt with the gold chain.
Oh, black T-shirt guy. Watch out for him.
Well, that's the Jokic brother. black T-shirt guy.
Just ask the Morris twins.
I mean, wow.
you.
I'm looking at this fight right now. A lot of things going on in the NBA. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. They open at First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. The Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got a lot going on here. I'll show you. Oh, wow. We got 3 guests today. Did not even know we had 3 guests today. It just happens like that. It's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Safeway. Our guest list, your phone calls. What a Monday in sports, in the sports world. How can you not love sports? The hell was Fedoni and the Lakers?
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Signature Farm.
Maxey to Embiid to tie the game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, that was Kate Scott. Kate Scott, our old friend, our sister from another mother. On the final cause, the Sixers go down 0-2.
Who are you rooting for in this one?
Sixers, Knicks?
Yeah.
I smoke with Mike, though.
I picked the Knicks in 7 because my belief was Embiid's not going to be able to make it through.
No, I didn't say who you picked. I'm saying who you're rooting for.
I'm indifferent.
I'm rooting for the Knicks. I want Knicks fans to be happy. My boy Jamie Dimon is a diehard Knicks fan. I want him to be happy.
Oh, that's cool.
They've been miserable. Honestly, Knicks fans have been miserable.
I know they've
forever.
been miserable, but so what? I don't care. Let them be miserable.
Why?
Because they overrate
you
New
love
York.
the Yankees.
I don't love the Yankees. I don't respect the Yankees.
No, the difference.
It's a difference. I respect the Yankees. I do like Madison Square Garden. I got flashbacks to the 90s yesterday with the Oregon playing, with Spike Lee sitting courtside.
All the legends.
The defensive chant. You had Sprewell, you had Starks, you had Tim Thomas, you had Carmelo Anthony. I do love the Garden.
Come on.
The Garden, the backdrop was everything. But I got no dog in the fight. I'm watching these playoffs stress-free.
Yeah, see, I'm going against Philly. I'll let them know. They know. They know where we're at.
Philly's going to lose. I'm not worried about them losing. They're not going anywhere. Not with it be like that.
But the hard part for me is like, and this is the same thing I say with like the Eagles. Like I can't stand the fans. But I'll tell you this. I love watching Embiid. I love watching Maxey. Yeah. Now, I think Tobias Harris is grossly overpaid.
Oh, he is.
Grossly overpaid.
Well, they're going to move off him in the offseason. And they'll have somebody.
Who's taking him?
No, they could move off him. Like, contract. I think he's a free agent after
Is he? I thought he signed a $180 million deal.
There's like an option. He's playing his last game.
I'll stand down.
So they got a lot of money coming in, and they're going to be in the sweepstakes for a Malik Monk, for a Klay Thompson.
Well, they need another
for
shooter.
A big boy.
Yeah, they need a shooter.
He's an unrestricted free agent after this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Finally, that albatross is done.
And they're going to have a lot of money to spend. Now, I don't know if Klay Thompson likes the cold in Philadelphia. He's a West Coast guy.
Nick Nurse.
But there is Embiid and Maxey could create a lot of good looks for you.
What did you think of Nick Nurse's look yesterday with the double chains? And
well, he's always got the NN hat, the Nick Nurse hat.
Yeah,
he's been having that since Toronto in the NBA Finals in 2019.
You shouldn't have your own logo monogram.
Oh, okay, Spinoni. Here we go. The Cheeks. Oh, is this Nick Nurse? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry. Got derailed there, but here's Nick Nurse.
Oh, okay.
After the game.
Obviously, they score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me. Went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started. And, yeah, I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get his attention. But I needed a timeout there to advance it. Would have been good, but couldn't get it. There was no time to talk about it. Matt, you can ask him if you want to. See if he saw me calling time out. I just watched the film just to make sure. And I'm clearly calling time out. I didn't see if he looked at me in the film, but I could see me clearly calling time out twice.
So that's Nick Nurse. They didn't get the timeout there.
Cry me a river.
You blow a 5-point lead with 20 seconds. You're up.
He's full of baloney.
And then you got the announcers, Jinx. How about
what
this?
about Kyle Lowry, the 20-year veteran, understanding the situation?
No, he doesn't understand the situation because he's into his own head.
Am I
he's
wrong?
worried about flopping.
Guy played at Villanova like in the 90s.
But how about this on the Sixers broadcast? They're up 5.
Is this radio or TV?
TV. They're up 5. And listen to the confidence. They were already lighting their cigars.
No, they weren't.
We'd love to, but the goal is not having home court advantage to getting home court advantage by winning one of the 2 games on the road. Job done. Let's head down to the Turnpike.
Lowry splits them. Stay tuned. Post-game live. It's going to be fun. Runs and pushing off. No whistle.
Oh, no.
Kate Scott.
The Kate kiss of death.
Suchi mate, thanks for the correction.
Oh, my
Sister
God.
from another Mr. Kate Scott.
Our
sister from another Mr. Kate Scott.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard it either. That's why I always say that either.
Zucci, you're the man.
Hey, listen.
You sent me some great things on Instagram, too.
Hey, listen. Kate and them, they were lighting it up in Philadelphia. They were feeling so good. And I felt good for them.
Kate.
I felt good for them to gut that out, to come back and take the lead at Madison Square Garden. And they had led damn near the entire game and lose in that fashion. And then you got Embiid saying, we're going to win this series. I don't know, brother. I don't know, man. I don't know. They haven't got a good Brunson game yet.
So when they go back to Philly, I want to see like Jahlil Okafor and Nerlens Noel and all of the, the blueprint, the tanking team. I want them
Sam
all
Hinkie?
Yeah, exactly. I want them
Simmons?
all to be front row.
Want Ben Simmons?
I want Ben Simmons there sipping
Brett
wine.
Brown?
Yeah, exactly.
You want Jim O'Brien?
Exactly.
You want
Michael Carter-Williams?
Michael Carter-Williams.
Carter-Williams. Oh, my God.
He
I haven't thought about him in forever.
He did win Rookie of the Year.
Well, who else?
That's
win
incredible.
It that
He did?
He won Rookie of the Year.
I don't even remember that.
He won Rookie of the Year.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody sees it, I mean, geez,
That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
It is fun. I will say, look, we were on top for so long. There is a small part of me that is now enjoying watching from afar and just being able to laugh and lick into the tears.
You get the love of the game back.
100%.
The purity of the game.
How much fun was it to watch the Lakers Nuggets with zero? Like, I was rooting against the Lakers, but I was also sitting there watching the King, and I was going, God, the King still got it. I'm not talking about Bonte Hill. No. I meant LeBron.
Well, Anthony Davis after the game. This is a nice little walk-off.
Can you take us through that last play, just what happened, what unfolded, what was, I don't know if you were screened or what happened on that last play?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Thanks for the play-by-play, LeBron.
That little clank was him
Anthony
shooting.
Davis. Anthony Davis.
Oh,
Anthony
dude,
Davis.
Stop it.
That clank was LeBron's 3 at the end of that game.
You wouldn't even have won. You wouldn't even be close in that game.
Don't be Skip Bayless.
Yeah, come on.
Are you guys serious?
You got the D-Lo game.
Yes, they lost. There you go.
And
the biggest shot of the game, he missed it. What do you want from me?
Why are they wearing yellow on the road?
He was wide open.
Why are they wearing yellow on the road? It drives me.
I hate it too. I was talking about that yesterday.
The Nuggets were in blue.
Yeah.
I know.
The blue and purple contrast with black. Or black, whatever it was.
It's gross. Go back to the home whites.
The Nuggets jerseys were horrible.
Oh, I love the Nuggets jerseys. I did love them. I'm not going to lie. I like those
Let's put a mathematic equation on there after. There's 4 digits.
It's the altitude.
No, I'm well aware of what 5,280 is. I mean, is this guy serious?
If you read the poll yesterday,
you got to be more cultured to know about these jerseys, all right?
Aiyuk had a quote in that story where players say they need to do something about the altitude. I'd be dog tired. And when you first get into the arena, the first thing it says, welcome to the Mile High City.
They had
5,280 feet of elevation.
They had it underneath the free throw line forever on the court. And now the Broncos have it on their helmets as well. I'm just saying, on the jersey on the front, it looks terrible. You look like a marathon runner.
Worst jersey, the Nuggets one or the new Bronco ones?
Oh, the new Bronco ones are so bad.
The Bronco ones are terrible. These Nugget jerseys are okay. I like these Nugget jerseys.
Yeah, you stand alone on that one.
Yeah, I like this jersey. This jersey was good. It was a good jersey. And the shot was even better. Oh, my gosh. Let me know when you get LeBron James moping and whining at the end of the game. They're all the Lakers, dude. Charles Barkley, I got to play this out. This guy, the Lakers, they never cease to amaze me. I actually had a lot of respect for them during that game. I was like, wow, Lakers playing well. They're executing. AD's playing like a man.
Like he has a respect meter? Like it's a video game? And it fills up as the game goes.
You were rooting against them the whole time.
I was just sitting back
waiting for the
watching
Kings'
good
demise.
basketball. I was watching saying, how are the Nuggets going to do this? Because even when they went down 20 and the crowd was dead, I said, they're not out of this. They're not out of this. And Christian Brown, this white boy could go. This guy was at Kansas, won a national championship. He's a role player. He's the same dude.
Yes, he's a great
I like
role
this guy.
player.
He's a nice role player.
Yeah.
He's a perfect piece for a championship team. He came in.
He's a
and he
TJ
flipped that
McConnell
game.
type to me.
He flipped that
perfect
game.
off the bench.
Dude, he flipped that game.
Perfect off the bench.
Second quarter. First, the end of the third quarter, they go into the fourth quarter down 10. I said, oh, the Lakers are in trouble. And despite LeBron going God mode in the fourth quarter, where he was going crazy. I mean, I was like, wow, this guy's 39 years old, still doing this. No, I don't want the Warriors. I don't want them. No, that's not what was going on in my head. What was going on in my head was, how are Jokic and Murray going to do this? How's Mike Malone going to get this team to defend at a high level? KCP, the plays was being made. I was just sitting back and enjoying the game. Even when LeBron was making threes, I was like, oh. KCP ducking over Torian Prince. Oh,
look, I know
Jamal Murray. Oh,
there's not a lot of moves out there to be made, and I'm telling you right now, pair up Curry and LeBron. I'm here for it. We're all here for it. You are so full of cap, it's not even funny.
Why am I full of cap?
Because everyone would take LeBron in a heartbeat right now. They can say whatever they want. They will take that fourth quarter. He showed you he could still pull back and be one of the top 2 or 3 players in the league at any given moment.
And he's still going to lose in the first round.
Because the team around them isn't good enough. And the Warriors are at home. They will get to the playoffs with LeBron and Curry. Absolutely.
Okay, great. We'll lose in the first round.
It's better than being the 10 or 11 seed, paying $400 million for your team.
The bar is dropped so far.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
You got to recalibrate.
All right. Sure. It's coming up in a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got Giants. We got so much stuff to get into, man. All right, it's a buffet. Buffet. What do you want? Fried chicken? You want the ice cream sundae? You want the Sizzler special? The Sizzler special, I should say. Whatever you want. 888-957-9570 is the number.
The Lakers stink. Somebody has to say it.
Hey, it's Willard for La Garza.
course, it's a heartbreaking game. You don't ever want to lose in that fashion. I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D-Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What the f*** do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
LeBron James, after the Lakers blow a 20-point lead in Game 2 of their first-round series.
That's tough.
That is tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. They lose to the Denver Nuggets on the walk-off, fadeaway, baseline jumper over Anthony Davis, Jamal Murray. What a special. He was awful. He was 3 of 16 at one point. And just turns it around, keeps shooting. But, of course, the L.A. Lakers, they can't accept defeat. It's always got to be somebody else's fault.
Well, I think Warrior fans at times have not been able to accept defeat.
Stop this, the Lakers. Stop throwing it. We're nothing like Laker fans.
Well, I'm watching all those games last
Don't
night.
put us in that category.
And there was also Cleveland and Orlando going on, and that was like a 10 to 15 point disparity all games.
Yeah,
so
it's the NBA TV game.
Yeah, well, it's great because like on YouTube TV they have this little quad box multi-view, and so I was watching all the games all at once. I'm going back and forth, and then I had to go team mute because I had the LJ in my hand and he was exhausted. So I'm watching all these games, and my number one takeaway, obviously the NBA is on fire right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the Warriors are a lot farther away than I thought, than I wanted to admit, and it's hard to swallow that. And take it down the gullet, if you will, but you almost have to have that truth serum. You got to. I feel like the Warriors are farther than most people want to admit. And I saw you put out a tweet, and we had kind of talked about this yesterday. They're not one player isn't saving the day. No, they're not one player away. They're like about 2 or 3 layers of moves away. I don't know if it's 2. I don't know if it's 4. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Well, but they're like multiple moves away from even being back in the playoffs, I feel like.
Well, we're going to get Scott Osler on at 9 o'clock. Scott Osler from the San Francisco Chronicle. He wrote a story, and it was crazy. So we have a show call. Shasky, myself, Lupman, we're all talking about the show today. And, what are we going to discuss? Or what are some topics? Or thinking about the Warriors, right? And Scott Osler literally comes out with an article that was straight out of our show call. And his article is headlined, and we'll get to Coach Vallejo because he wants to talk about the state of the Warriors. Coach Hank.
Yeah, I want to hear Coach's perspective.
Scott Osler writes, why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable. And the unthinkable is trading away number 30, Wardell Stephen Curry. And what we're going to do is not advocate to trade Stephen Curry. But when you sit back and watch these Western Conference playoffs, and I'm seeing OKC with Jalen Williams and SGA and Chet. Chet hasn't even hit a weight room yet. I mean,
he's scratching the surface on what he could become.
The T-Wolves are not going anywhere, folks. Not with Anthony Edwards.
I think Anthony Edwards is scratching the surface on what he could become.
You got the Luka and Kyrie problem in Dallas, and Luka will always be in the conversation.
Luka looks like a guy who's going to surpass. It's going to be Jokic and Luka when it's all said and done as the greatest European players of all time. I didn't think would happen with the Dirk career that we saw.
We saw the Pelicans.
Yeah,
we see the talent they have,
and that's yeah.
All right, we see them. We know them.
Yeah.
Steve Ballmer is going to spend a lot of money. The Clippers with the new arena are going to always try to be in the mix with LA, the limelight. People will go.
It'll be a destination. That's for sure.
And they've always been able to attract free agents.
You're right.
The Sacramento Kings. What are they going to do?
I still think they're in the mix.
They still might be. You still have Fox. You still have empty calories. Empty calories is good for some regular season wins, though.
And they did knock us off. So I'm just going to keep quiet and swallow it. And then you just got to take your poison.
It bothers me.
We didn't even talk about the champs yet. Denver.
I mean, they're in their prime.
They're in their prime.
If you told me they had a 5-year window from here, I'm not even talking about going back. From here, I'd be like, yeah, probably.
They're rolling.
I'm not saying they're going to win it every year. I'm saying they're
in the mix.
Top of the top.
You got Jokic.
Yeah.
You got Jokic going 2020. He's gone 2020, I think, 4 times since 2020 playoff. I don't know. I lost count.
And everybody seems to be financially locked in.
Yeah. They're loaded. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
It bothers me.
So, I guess the question is, are the Warriors closer to rebuilding than they are to being a championship contender? And if so, where does that leave Stephen Curry? Where does that leave Stephen Curry? Now, Personally, I want to see Steph retire as a Golden State Warrior.
I think everyone does.
I would ride it out with them no matter what. They win 15, 20 games. They win 30 games. They miss the playoffs again. I'll ride with Stephen Curry. I am.
I mean,
but
I think the 99% of the fans listening are going to do the same.
But we are, and something that we brought up in January on the show, and I said, Shasker, we're not there yet, but we may be becoming closer to having a conversation about rebuilding and thinking about life after Stephen Curry. That is the reality in the Western Conference. I don't know what moves the Warriors can make. Bringing Clay back, it would be great to have the big three here, but it's not good enough to win in the West right now. It's just, it was proven. It was proven. Now, if Draymond Green doesn't get suspended for 17, 18 games, okay, maybe you're in the 5 seed and maybe we're having a different conversation, but we're not. And they're going to be a year older. It just feels like. And now we're only a few days into the playoffs, but it does feel like the Warriors are a lot farther away from a championship and a lot closer to rebuilding.
Not knowing what he would want, right? Because there's this huge thing, like, when you say rebuild, it's like, well, in the NBA, you risk alienating that superstar. Very few people want to do the Joey Votto, the Derek Jeter. I'm using baseball as an example because it's a little more prevalent. The Todd Helton. You're a career Rocky. You're a career.
Gwynn,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, in the NBA, it's really Dirk, Duncan, Kobe in the last how many years?
Yep.
Before that, Reggie Miller.
Yep.
Right? Like, I mean,
Jordan went to the Wizards after retiring.
You know?
It's kind of crazy.
But so I guess what I'm going at is, like, I think the NBA is very different, and I put the NFL closer to the NBA, and like the stars don't always finish up on their teams. Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, like Tom Brady, go right down the list. Peyton Manning, all the greats, Aaron Rodgers now, Brett Favre, they've all switched teams. The NBA is really difficult to play in one uniform. So when you say rebuild, you risk alienating Steph Curry.
Yep. He doesn't want to be part of a rebuild. He wants to win. Scott Osler, he writes this, and we were discussing this yesterday. The Golden State Warriors are at a crisis point. If you watch the beginning of the playoffs over the weekend, you surely notice that the league's top teams are getting younger, quicker, more springier. In that landscape, the Warriors' core three, Clay, Curry, Draymond, might hold steady for another season or so, but holding steady is like treading water in an Olympic 400-meter style freestyle relay. The Warriors say they will consider all options, except, of course, trading Curry. Why would you consider trading one of the great athletes and people in the history of the world? Well, there will be 2 reasons to consider this nuclear point. If team owner Joe Lacob and his front office thinkers see trading Curry as the best option for avoiding a bleak and embarrassing future for the Warriors, if Curry embraces and endorses the idea for the good of the Warriors and for himself, if another team will offer the Warriors a bounty of draft picks and prospects in exchange for Curry, thus just starting a necessary team overhaul, the Warriors should at least consider the offer and present it to Stephen Curry. And so it's all about maximizing the window of Stephen Curry. What if there's no options this offseason to do that?
This is all about like risk assessment. But the reality, and I hate admitting this, I wasn't ready to admit this, but the reality is today, they're significantly closer to rebuilding than they are contending.
No doubt.
And I know no one wants to hear that, but it's the reality. And you can say, well, Joe, while you have Steph Curry, you're always in the mix. No, you're not. You've missed 3 out of the last 5 playoffs. Now, you won a championship in that time period, and I'm not going to say that's an outlier. That's the bonus championship. But the stars aligned for you, and you made the most of it. It was a magical run. But to think you're going to strike magic again and lightning's going to strike again, like, probably not. Look at how bloated the contracts are. Look at how difficult it is to move some of those contracts. Look how difficult it is to utilize the very few assets that you have. Like,
you look at their assets.
They need a miracle trade, and I don't think that miracle trade is happening.
Well, you look at the assets they have. 2nd-round pick in this upcoming draft, 53 overall. You got a 1st-round pick in 2025, 2nd-round pick in 2026. That's right, just 1 pick in 2025. You get 3 picks in 2026. You get your own 1st-round pick. 2027, 2028. But it's bleak right now when it comes to draft picks. It's bleak. And then we talk about the luxury tax and what Lacob has to do. Now, let me be clear, though. And I have found this out over the weekend through sources with the Golden State Warriors. that Joe Lacob, he understands that maybe he may have to slash the payroll. But Joe Lacob is still that guy. And this is what I heard over the weekend. And I believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'll believe it. If there's a deal out there to make, and if there's an opportunity to win and get a big-time player, Lacob has no problem paying the tax once again. That's where his mindset is at. It's championship first. It's winning first. But if we can't succeed in that avenue and get a player here that can take us over the top, then yes, we could slash payroll. But there's no doubt, Joe Lacob, if there's a deal out there, he's going to be tempted to take it. He's going to be tempted to make a bold move.
But can't we agree, you and I, like forget what Lacob says, because we all believe he's going to try to be bold. I mean, the guy's been bold at every step of the turn. Every step of the turn. There's not one singular trade that I think catapults them back to the top. See, to me, it's like there's a layer of moves that need to happen. Now, it starts with a huge domino. Yeah. We all agree. Like, it would start with a huge domino. Like, who is that difference maker to start things?
Don't know. Don't even know who's available.
Let's say I throw some names. Let me just throw some names at you. Okay, they make the crazy trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. How much better are they?
They're a lot better.
5, 10 games?
They're a lot better. They're a lot better.
But you're also giving up stuff to get them.
You're giving up a lot there. But what you're banking on when you bring in a Giannis is that you're going to get some players to come play alongside Giannis and Steph Curry. Because you get the third and fourth and fifth options who say, you know what, we're going to get wide open shots playing alongside Steph and Giannis. We'll play the easiest basketball of our career because of Giannis and Steph. So I always bake that into the equation. Somebody that we don't know is going to be on our radar who's going to fit right in if you do make that move. Now, you do have to give them a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
You're giving up JK, you're giving up Moody, you're giving up picks, you're giving up a lot.
You're probably giving up one of these guys. Either it's a sign and trade with Clay, it's Wiggins, it's Draymond Green. Like,
you're giving up a lot.
If you look at the salary that Giannis commands, you're going to have to staple one of those guys to it.
You're giving up a lot. There's no doubt.
Now, let's say if it's Embiid. Now, like I look at Embiid, and similar to Giannis, which I don't think people really want to have the conversation on, you have to bake in. You're giving up a lot to get that guy, and his availability is questionable. You're better with them. I'm not denying. But those guys get hurt a lot.
They get hurt, but not only that, why would Embiid want to leave Philadelphia? He's got Tyrese Maxey.
With an open slot,
who's just now entering his prime.
Yes.
You got Tobias Harris about to walk. They're not going to re-sign him.
No.
And they're going to have a boatload of money. So Embiid can say, I could stay here.
And you're beloved.
And if I win in Philadelphia,
you're a king.
That elevates me to another level.
Yeah.
Not hopping on another bandwagon to another team, to another culture. So I don't know what star is going to be available. I don't even think Giannis is going to be available.
Does Paul George do it?
Milwaukee knows that if they trade Giannis, they're basically cooked. And does Paul George do it for the Warriors? He doesn't do it for me, Shaska.
Like, if I just swapped out Wiggins, Moody, let's say you keep Kuminga, Wiggins, Moody, picks, whatever. Maybe it's GP2. Are they're the 4 seed?
Are they?
I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't know what they are with Paul George.
You're very down on the Paul George acquisition.
I like Paul George. I
don't think he's enough of a difference maker.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he the same defender?
He's old too.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't watched a lot of Paul George this season. Now the series, watching game one. And seeing him against Dallas, I was like, wow, that's impressive. But it was the James Harden show. And it was his Zubac show. He was third fiddle.
Yeah.
Hell, he may have been fourth fiddle because I thought Westbrook's energy off the bench really elevated the Clippers in that game one. So I don't know about Paul George. I don't know if it does anything to me. Does it do something for you? It doesn't. It's just a name right now. It's a name.
I've never been a huge Paul George guy. I've always thought he was just a little overrated by the average fan. But I guess when we do this exercise, I just think that people think that the core 3 or even just Steph and Draymond are X. They're like 85% of what X was.
Yeah.
They're not, 100, 110% of what they used to be. They're a tick down. And now they're going to be even a tick down from that. And you're bringing somebody in and you're getting rid of stuff. You don't have a whole lot right now. I mean, when you were fully together this year, you were somewhere between 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah.
Sometimes 11, right? Like, that's where you were this year. So you add Paul George, but you're giving up a lot. And then
I don't know.
I don't think you're making up the gap, I guess is where I'm saying.
Yeah, let's go to the state of, let's go to Coach Vallejo.
To do the legal.
Let's go to Coach Vallejo. We'll get to the legal. Coach, He wants to talk about the state of the Golden State Warriors. What up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. And this is kind of my year-end take on the Warriors. And I got 3 bullet points. And Shasky actually hit on one, that the Warriors are closer to the bottom of the league than the top. They're in the bottom third right now.
Exactly.
And at their current pace, they're not going to get any better. However, I think what could help the Warriors is, even if they somewhat run back the same team, to promote the young players. Let the young players start. I would bring Draymond and Clay both off the bench, okay? Now, they could play 25, 30 minutes, but I would not have them in my starting lineup. The league is younger, faster, and more athletic, as you both have said. Now, I remember, Bonte, you once said, and, you and I, we agree on a lot of things, but the starter thing, it actually means a lot more to athletes than what you realize, because ever since you're in Little League, it's something about hearing your name in that starting lineup, okay? And no coach wants any player that doesn't desire to be a starter. I mean, every middle reliever in baseball thinks he should be a starter or the closer. So you want players that want to be a starter. I never want a player that wants to accept sitting on the bench. And lastly, I'm disappointed in Steve Kerr, because when it ever comes to Kuminga, it's what Kuminga doesn't do. And I wish he would treat Kuminga the way he treats other people. He treats Trace, what Trace brings to the game, what Paz brings to the game. With Kuminga, he needs to improve on this. He needs to do that. Kuminga was hardly the problem with the Warriors this year. The problem was Draymond starting, number one. He was the biggest problem of the team. Steph and all those turnovers, as great as Steph is, he was a problem for the team. Kuminga wasn't the problem. And I'm tired of Kuminga and Moody being the whipping boys of the Golden State Warriors. And so I'd like to hear your comments, guys, and thanks for listening to me.
Anytime, Coach. Now, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. And shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. All right, when it comes to starting and benching, sure, players care. But if you're winning, they care less and less and less, because they know they're going to get minutes. Now, in terms of Kuminga and Moody, I do think he's right on that. We always hear about what they can't do. Well, what can they do? I know Kuminga can get to the free throw line. I know Kuminga can hit that 10-foot midi. I know Kuminga is the most athletic player on this basketball team. Yeah, but I know he's raw and scratching the surface, but Coach is right on that. We never highlight what they do well.
Because I think that the infrastructure of the organization, there's a hierarchy. I mean, you've used this analogy over and over. At the other place, you were considered a board op, and they couldn't get it out of their head that you could be on air. And I think that the Warriors at times struggle with that guy's a star. He'll always be a star. You're a young player. You're always going to be a young player. And I'm not saying that things can't change. It's just they've been reluctant to elevate their own.
But
like promoting from within is something that a lot of companies have a difficult time with.
I hear you, but to Coach's point, they prop up Pods and TJD, and they deserve credit.
That I don't understand.
Kuminga
I get
and Moody have never got that type of love. It feels like they never get that type of love. Pods could do no wrong.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Pods
that
could
I
do
don't
no
have
wrong.
an answer for.
Why
do you think that is?
I have no idea. I have no idea why. I don't know how these things work. I don't know where these narratives get created from. I really don't.
No.
But I was like, let's uplift our young players. That's been my biggest issue with the Warriors the last couple of years. We know about our core three. They're great. They're champions. It all begins with them and it ends with them. But these youngsters can help extend careers. Kuminga, like James Worthy, helped extend the career of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson. I know these are great players. I'm just throwing examples out there.
I know.
Young players.
The number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, but Kuminga's a number 7 overall pick.
Yeah, but he wasn't as polished as James
he
Worthy
wasn't.
coming in.
He wasn't. But
and that
he's the same pick as Stephen Curry.
I know, but
he's a lottery pick. We're talking about Pods, who's a 19th pick. All I'm saying is They don't prop these guys up, and these young guys can help extend your career. That's why Jordan Poole is here.
I know, but
he's here to extend your career.
Doesn't there feel like, at least with Moody and Kuminga, there's a pecking order, and it does feel like they're always going to be viewed as like the little brothers on the hierarchy chain.
But they get less love than Pods and TJD. They're rookies.
I can't explain the Pods.
These guys have been here for 3 years.
I think TJD's different because he plays a position that there's not a lot of depth at, where like Looney is egoless. I think the 2 and the 3, they were financially committed severely to Clay and Wiggins, on top of feeling the debt of what they did during championship runs. So I think that those situations were different. Now, Pods starting over Clay, I don't have an answer for that.
I'm just saying, Pod's got a lot. Like, he got a lot of love, right? We just always highlight. We just always highlight what Kuminga and Moody, what they don't do, and we don't highlight what they do. And we highlight the hell out of TJD, and I love Trace. Trace is my guy. They deserve all the credit, and I'm not trying to say, hey, Trace and Pods don't deserve this, but you rarely hear what they don't do well, as opposed to Kuminga and Moody. And there's other situations, not just James Worthy. I was just going back to story guys.
Yeah, I know. It's just
but Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard's a great example. With San Antonio, help Kobe Bryant helped extend a career with all those great Laker teams, being a young Kobe, coming straight out of high school.
Eddie
these
Jones.
guys, Eddie Jones, got rid of Eddie Jones.
Freaking
was really good.
So much.
But that's the problem. That's the problem with these young guys. You get them in there, they can help extend Draymond, Clay, and Steph.
That's the perplexing thing, is that I don't know what the reasoning is.
I don't know.
I think most people don't. But let's also be honest here.
But one thing I am knowing right now is that we may be closer to trading away a Stephen Curry than building a contender around Stephen Curry.
Yeah, and
we may be closer to being on the bottom of the Western Conference.
But that's where you might have to take a step back to take a step forward.
You may have to.
And this is the hard part.
That's the reality.
People aren't ready to take any steps back. They think that you should always plow forward. And playing Moody and Kuminga heavy minutes, you are essentially going to run the risk at the beginning of the year where you build a big deficit in the win-loss record.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
All right, Coach Hall coming up on the other side. Coach Hall, 888-957-9570. If you want to chime in on this conversation. Are the Warriors farther away from a championship being a championship contender, I should say? Or are the Warriors closer to trading away Stephen Curry than building a contender around him? What do you think as you watch the playoffs? Boy, the West is deep. The West is deep. I don't know what the Warriors are going to do here. Let's talk about it, though. 888-957-9570 is a number that will be brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Yeah, I know you're big time.
Man, 7:18 already. This morning's flying by. Morning's flying by as we're talking playoffs. We get to the Giants at some point. Big win for them against the Mets. Logan Webb today as he continues his Cy Young Award journey. He's been pitching. He's been the best pitcher in the National League to start the season. But Keaton Winn, congrats to him. He needs a lot more love. Keaton Winn has been pitching well for the Giants. And if he's your number 5 starter, I'm not mad at that. He's the perfect 5th starter. Hell, he could be elevated to 4th. Right now, he's throwing the ball well. Harrison's getting his game right. Just got to fix Blake Snell, but the Giants get a big win yesterday. They're right in the race. They're 2 games back at the Dodgers. They're fine. They're fine in NL West, so no reason to panic about the Giants right now.
Yeah, I like where the Giants are at right now. Just in general, I feel like the team is coming around. It's a big series for them because the Mets started off in a big hole, then they went on a little run. And the Giants just need to stabilize things. You know, during this long home stretch, you've already played a lot of games against the NL West. So this is an opportunity to get fat and happy off some of the other teams.
Yeah.
I got a couple shout-outs. Do you mind if we do this before we get back into the Warriors?
Sure, go ahead.
First one. Billy and the guys over at Atco Pest Control had a golf tournament yesterday that I participated in. I'm not sure if you saw it on the 95.7 The Game website, but or the, I guess, Twitter page. Who does websites these days? I mean, Jesus. Instagram, Guru hitting the ceremonial tee shot.
He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy.
Couple things. First and foremost.
Oh.
I get that Guru is the rat, a.k.a. rat on the table, pest control guy. Steiny, put your money where your mouth is. Why aren't you doing it too? Like, why is Goo being the one who has to walk the plank? What's going on here? Aren't you guys boys?
Recovering from the hip injury, the surgery. Why are you looking at me like that?
What hip?
Yeah, hip surgery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Steiny did a few months back.
Oh.
Now, he may or may not be practicing and golfing elsewhere.
Interesting. Well, I thought, like, why didn't Steiny hit a golf shot? I mean, like, it's just one shot. Who cares where it goes? I hit a zillion balls out of bounds yesterday, over and over and over and over again. Played with the boss, the big boss man, Ethan. I played with Kieran's husband, some of the people here at the station. We had a really good time. I had never played that course, Stone Tree, and I got a really bad sunburn on my legs, even though I put a lot of sunscreen on. But it was a great day. So shout out Billy at Atco Pest Control and all the people out there. It was really cool. You know who I did see out there?
Who's that?
Stretch Lab.
Oh, they were out there?
They were out there.
Really?
And we get to the 1 tee, and, you know, like, you're in a scramble, so it can get slow. But when it's your time to hit, you got to hit. Who do you think got a stretch from our crew?
Matt Hagan.
Yes. How did you know?
Because why wouldn't you take advantage of that? Matter of fact, I need to hit the Stretch Lab now. I got to make an appointment for this week. Got to go see your chiropractor, too. Those stretches help. Oh, man, you start feeling your hips pop, shoulders pop, back pop. Oh, so good.
His whole body was sore yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting up there. It's good up there.
Crack. Good time, though. I had a great time. Stone Tree, beautiful course. Little narrow.
Well, Zucci Man is saying that Steiny played golf the day before.
Really?
Interesting.
You've never played golf with Steiny, huh?
No.
That surprises me.
I've seen him from like 5 holes over. I've never played with him.
How come?
I don't know. He's more of an East Bay golfer, and he like plans his out, and my timing doesn't work with his planning, and so, you know, whatever. I'm a first thing in the morning golfer. I got to get it in and get it out and get back to the house. He's a like, let's go in the afternoon and then have some cocktails and linger and hang, and, you know, we're just 2 different types of golfers.
This is just top 12, Lubman. Top 12. I don't see the Dubs on this list here.
One more shout out while you're filibustering over there.
Go ahead. Shout out everybody. Go ahead. Make it the shout out segment.
You ready to unload on me?
Well, my boy Brent wanted me to tell you that baby LJ has spent more time in the Fillmore than Bonte Hill over the last decade because we've been at Kimball Park left and right every single week for baseball. And last week, I told you...
LJ's been in the film room, you said?
No, the Fillmore.
Oh, Fillmore. He has been. I haven't been in the Mo in a long time.
Yeah.
Been a long time. Trust me, anybody, and I say this with all due respect, Everybody who's moved out the hood, who's moved out the ghetto, has no word I'm looking for. We don't really move back. We move out so we can stay out.
Doug, we're playing on the baseball diamond at Kimball.
I hear it, but still, I grew up there. I don't need to see Kimball no more.
So we're playing Cathedral last week. Dave Fleming's son was on the diamond, and I'm walking to the restrooms, and I ran into this guy, Damian Crosby. Great guy. I didn't know him, but local city boy. I believe his wife went to SH and he went to SI, or maybe it was vice versa, and I apologize if I'm messing that up. But he says, and this is his exact words, he texted me, I really appreciate you taking the time out to coach and all this stuff. I know how much this city means to you, and you give back a ton. You're a real one. Tell Bonte the same. We love listening to your show. We're generally in the car every single morning. I would love if you could shout out my son Jackson every day. It would make his year. He wants to call in one day, and he wants to know if we want to hoop, Bonte, at San Quentin. He goes out there. He brings a crew to go hoop with some of the prisoners out there. It would mean a lot to them. And I told him, yeah, I would love to do that. He's going to send us some forms. They got an over 40 squad. Told him I'd sub in for a couple, hurt myself, and sub myself right back on out. But I just want to shout out Damian. He said some really, really, really nice things about us in the show, and his boys listen every single day. His youngest son is going to go to Reardon this year. He's more of a hooper. He's becoming more of a baseball player. Kid can play baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, his kid made plays out in center field. So shout out Damian. He said some really lovely things that hit me in my soul.
There you go. Shout out Damian. A little shameless shout outs early this week.
Yeah, I had to get it in.
Torres 707, J Torres 707. Ponte sounds like Uncle Elroy from next Friday. They got the big house and moved to Rancho Cucamonga. Yeah, we're not moving back to the hood, baby. We've been there, done that.
Yeah, I know you're big time.
No, it's not about being big time. You know,
I'm just well-rounded.
Why do you think every rapper's making millions of dollars a day going to live in the hood? No, not doing that. Get the hell out. Well, we're going to help the hood. We're going to do what we can to uplift the hood, but we're going to do it from afar. Not living there no more, man. I love Fillmore. Boy, some hard days out there, man. Some long days. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What up, Coach Hall?
I wanted to chime in on this conversation. I think Paul George would definitely be a plug-in piece. I think he's an upgrade from Wiggins, and maybe a notch and a half below KD. Because this season showed me that we just had too many unproductive players on a nightly basis. Like, think about how much of a struggle it was to find another 20-point scorer until Kuminga came on. And I think Kuminga, it would unlock Kuminga having Paul George. That's the young guy's favorite player. It's like looking in the mirror. He's long, he could D up. He got a smooth J. So I think if you do that and look at like a player like Kai Jones, who's trying to get his life, seem like he got it together now. He's 7 feet. He's young. And veterans might want to come and play with us. And I think that could be a move that could, maybe get us in the top 4, but also set up Kuminga.
Warrior fans, and thanks for the call, Coach Hall. Are the Warriors of Paul George away from being back in championship contention? I don't believe they are. Not with just Paul George. And how do you get Paul George? Who's moving? Who's going? Who's coming? I don't know.
Is that big enough of a swing to close the gap?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay,
not in my opinion.
Do you think?
I like Paul.
What do you think the general consensus is, though?
I actually like Paul George.
Yeah.
He's like 34 years old, though. He's sneakily old.
No, but do you think Warrior fans think that that's a big enough swing?
I don't know
to close the gap.
I would love to hear from Warrior fans on that. I haven't really tapped in on social media when it comes to Warrior fans and what they do want. I just kind of been on social media just to talk about the playoffs. Just like enjoy basketball. Just try to be positive. But I don't know if Warrior fans think that Paul George is the answer to closing the gap to get back to championship contention. Paul George, let's see.
He's an upgrade over Wiggins.
He is. He's 6'8", 220. Obviously, he averaged 22.5, 5 and 3 this year. He's 33 years old. He'll be 34 by the time next season rolls around. He turns 34 May 2nd. I don't know.
I'll take him over Wiggins. But I come back to the same.
But how are you getting Paul George?
Well, that's the question. What are you giving up? And then what other moves are you going to make? Because again, you need to make other moves.
You need to make more.
I think Warrior fans think it's like, just swap Wiggins out. Make a slight upgrade, and you'll close the gap. I don't subscribe to that.
41% from 3, 47% from the floor. 90% for the free throws, Paul George. He had a very solid season, played 74 games this year. So the raw data looks good for Paul George. It does. It looks really, really good. I don't know if that's enough. Do Warrior fans think that's enough? 888-957-9570. Again, we're going to have Scott Osler on at 9 o'clock. Scott Osler, 9 o'clock, because he wrote an article in the Chronicle. Basically applies something we were talking about on our show call here as I pull it up. Here it is. The headline is, why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable. Trading Stephen Curry. Do the Warriors need to consider trading Stephen Curry? Warrior fans, when you look at the landscape of the Golden State Warriors. Now, I don't mind running it back in this sense. Not running it back with the entire team. I think there needs to be changes. You can't finish in 10th place, losing a play-in game, and run back the same squad and say, well, Draymond missed 17 games. That's going to make it up. No. You're a year older. Teams are going to get better. Minnesota will be better. OKC will be better. All right? San Antonio will be better. Ja Morant's coming back from Memphis. Don't forget, they were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference in back-to-back seasons. All right? They will be better. Houston will be better. Portland, laugh if you want to, they will be better. How do the Warriors get better? They're going to be less athletic. They're already at an athletic disadvantage this season. So is it just playing Steph and starting Moody and Kuminga and see what you got there and then push it off the rebuild for another season? Do you want to go through that? Or do you want substantial changes now? Because that's what we're facing here. Now, I do believe the Warriors are closer to the bottom of the West than they are to the top of the West. I truly believe that. Especially after watching the first weekend of the playoffs, just thinking, boy, like everybody saying, oh, man, we could have beat OKC. You can't. New Orleans has guys who could defend at the point of attack on the wings. The Warriors don't have enough of that.
I mean, we saw the Warriors versus New Orleans, and then New Orleans blitzkrieged them. Did they not?
They did.
It was basically a second quarter, and then the fourth quarter was all Pelicans.
What do? Our poll question today. Are the Warriors closer to contending with Stephen Curry or trading Stephen Curry? And 72% of the vote says they're closer to contending with Steph.
Ugh. That feels like fool's gold.
Well, that's how I am, though. I listen, we talk about trading Steph, which I don't feel comfortable talking about. Because we're not talking about that. We're just basically discussing whether or not they're closer to being a contender with Stephen Curry. But as he's 36 years old, and as we're hitting the last chapter of this run for the Golden State Warriors, and right now we're sitting at home watching the playoffs and not actually participating in the playoffs, this is the conversation I was scared to have. But this is the conversation that's been looming for a year and a half now.
I got a text message that I think is relevant to this conversation. I'm never trading Curry. I'd rather swing big, give us one more Curry playoff moment for the last chapter of his career, even if it isn't enough for us to be a true contender. For example, last year, Game 7 against Sac was a great moment, even though it was round 1. I think a lot of fans feel that way. And as much as I hear him on that, I actually am probably going to go, and this is the unpopular thing. I'm not saying you trade Steph Curry, but to me, they need to make a variety of moves, and I think they need to bottom out their roster financially, and they need to hollow this thing out. And what I would start with is either I'm allowing Klay Thompson to walk this year, but I think Steph can stay, but I think you need to move the two other guys. I think they need to figure out a way to either allow them to leave, move Draymond. The Draymond contract just put them up against it. And I think that we are chasing this false equivalency and this false hope of trying to be a contender. And the reality is your quickest path to contending is to bottom out just a little.
It is. Now, here's the other flip side, though. It's easier said than done. We're talking about the best player in franchise history. We're talking about a guy that the minute you move him, if you do move him, business for the Golden State Warriors. Now, they'll still have concerts. They'll still have comedy acts.
Oh, there's a huge financial blow.
But the financial blow, not having Stephen Curry, the season ticket holders, the merchandise, the jersey sales, the ratings on television, the national television games, the gates. You're losing a lot with Stephen Curry. He means more than basketball. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about an iconic global figure in Steph. And so part of me and this is against my whole philosophy in sports, pro sports, and how you run a team and business or whatnot. But I am leaning towards like just riding it out with Steph, no matter how bad it looks.
Yeah, no, but
over the end.
So you're saying just continue to throw hundreds of millions of dollars away in luxury tax money.
You got to slash payroll somehow, some way.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you got to slash payroll.
You're kind of stuck in
because if you slash payroll, you're not going to be a contender. The only way for this team to be a contender is to have this bloated payroll right now. It's the position they're in.
When's the inflection point for Steph feeling frustrated though?
Right.
Like you're slashing payroll.
That's what I'm saying.
You're slashing payroll. You get what I'm going? But here's what I would say to Steph. How many other teams can even afford $200 million in luxury tax bills?
Not many.
What we're doing is very unprecedented for you, and we've done it for a while.
But if a team feels like they're in championship contention, they'll take the blow for a year. They'll take the blow and then blow it all up. They'll have no problem doing that. If you're the Warriors and you got that most iconic figure in your franchise.
But what about the
number 30? And so I think a lot of fans, I'll be interested. Would you rather ride down the ship, right with Steph Curry through this thing out, and it may be some dark days, or would you actually consider being okay with trading him? I think this is difficult for a lot of fans.
So let me ask you this.
It's difficult for me.
Well, no one wants to trade him. Let's operate on that. Like it's like Bonds at the end. No one wanted to trade Bonds. You're not getting rid of Bonds. And Curry is infinitely more beloved just universally than Barry Bonds, right? But you put him in the same category in terms of excellence, right? Is the relationship between Steph and the organization, i.e. Joe Lacob, have they built up enough goodwill over the last 6, 7, 8 years? Like, Steph, we've done right by you at every single turn. We understand your career is only so long, and you have to maximize yourself, and you have your own prerogatives. Haven't I done right by you at every turn? Haven't I kept every guy that you've wanted? Come with us down this journey for a year or two. And if after a year or two, something isn't to your liking, and it really still is extremely bleak, and we're showing zero hope, then we can cross that bridge.
What if Steph says, I want to stay no matter what?
Yeah, if he says I want to stay no matter what, to me, then answer solved. Then I would go all in on the rebuild immediately. That's my preference, is to go all in on the rebuild if that, Zion deal doesn't materialize.
That might be it.
Because right now they don't have a lot of assets, and right now they don't have a lot of runway for young players to come in and actually do something. They don't have draft picks.
See, I think a lot of Warrior
they don't
fans,
have financial flexibility.
I think a lot of Warrior fans
aren't going to agree
myself.
With me. Yeah,
like myself. I'm just going to ride with Steph. I got to keep this guy in a Warrior uniform.
Well,
I know it's sacrilegious, but like Bonds, the last few years of Bonds was ugly.
Yeah, but it led you to the water of Tim Lincecum.
Exactly. So that's why I'm rolling with Steph. Where I'm like, look, man, I'd rather bottom out with Steph and Curry. He may not like it, but I had a hard time. Like, this is the thing, too. If you trade Steph and Curry, there's a segment of fans that will never, ever forgive Joe Lacob for that. He will get heat no matter what. Unless, of course, they win a championship and it leaves the eight. But they may be far away from a championship. You trade Steph and Curry, your Q rating goes all the way down.
For sure.
And everybody's going to say Steph helped build that Chase Center.
Of course.
Steph did this.
Well, they're going to say that no matter what.
No matter what. So, but Joe Lacob, this is a tough situation for Joe Lacob and Dunleavy. Because your name's on this if you have to even entertain this conversation. And I don't think they're entertaining it right now, but Scott Osler is going to join us at 9 o'clock because he wrote the article about it, and we're actually discussing this on the show call because as I'm watching the Western Conference, you guys know I love me some basketball. I'm not going to lie, last night it was tough to watch the Giants because those games were electric. Ernie Johnson came out inside the NBA and said, it's the most riveting doubleheader he's ever been part of at TNT. He doesn't think they've had a doubleheader like that. Both games going down to the wire like that with those crowds, those fan bases going crazy, and the Laker brand, the Sixers, the Knicks. What a day for the NBA. But boy, I'm watching the Warriors, and I'm thinking about this team and what we watched. You just think about the games. They struggled with Detroit.
They lost to the Spurs.
There was times they were down to the Portland Trailblazers. That's the Kuminga game where he was out of the rotation. They had to say, hey, Kuminga, come save us. And he saved the Warriors. And they won that basketball game. They struggled with some of the they were up 5 at the half against Charlotte, for crying out loud. I think they are closer to the bottom of the standings than they are to the top right now.
Yeah, but I don't think he's as naive as everyone thinks. Like, I know he wants to win. Of course, all these guys want to win, especially when you're at the level of what he's at. But I don't think he's so naive that he doesn't understand that, like, it's cyclical. And right now, the Warriors cycle had reached its pinnacle, and it's completely come down. And they kind of need a retinker here.
Like a retinker or a rebuild?
Well, I think a retinker is a rebuild. A reload is different to me.
Right. Because reloading is reloading for a championship. And that's what happens when you bring in a Paul George. That's my definition. When you say reload, I'm thinking, okay, you're reloading with some big boys.
Yeah, I don't think a Paul George trade alone is enough. Like, they need bigger, more significant
we don't
moves.
even know if Paul George is going to be available.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I mean, we're speculating.
We're speculating on all these guys. We don't know who's going to be available.
Like, I look at, there's two different examples, right? There's the Bulls, which everyone cites, like, they've been terrible since Jordan left. Yeah, you're accurate, you know? And then there's teams like the Green Bay Packers who moved off Aaron Rodgers, and a year and a half later, I think we all view the Green Bay situation way different than we did when they left. Like, when they left, everyone's like, they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. They're going to be awful. Well, they hit on a lot of draft picks, and football's very different. I don't think it's a fair comparison. People can go to OKC. They moved Paul George, and within 4 years are loaded. Right. Now, they've nailed a lot of picks. They did more than just move Paul George. They really, really bottomed out. But there's lots of examples in sports where teams have moved off seminal players, superstar players, and figured out some sort of a reload to set themselves up. Now, this is unique because it's Steph Curry. I'm not saying you trade Steph Curry. I'm saying I'd trade everything around him and reset it.
Well, here's the deal. Next year, the All-Star Game's coming here. It's going to be the Steph Curry All-Star Game. It's going to be his, crown jewel. He's going to be spotlighted.
He better
elevated.
not do what Barry did, not participate in the home run derby. He better participate in the three-point shootout.
He will. It's already done. Him, Sabrina, Caitlin Clark, Clay. Now, if Clay's in another uniform, that'd be interesting. I still think you bring Clay back to Shea Center and show him some love there.
Next question.
I also think maybe you bring Dave Dollar, who's from Oakland. This is a Bay Area All-Star game, not just San Francisco. There's going to be a lot of things happening in Oakland, California, a lot of things happening in the South Bay. So I think you bring Dame Dollar, you bring another player in, and you have a little 3-on-3. But it will be the Steph Curry All-Star game. And then after that, where are the Warriors at? Where are the Warriors going to be at by this time, by the All-Star break next year? Where are they going to be at as a team, as a franchise? They may be closer to having this conversation by the time the All-Star game comes around. And then after the All-Star game is done, and now you're thinking, okay, now we really have to think about the future. Because you can't trade Steph before the All-Star, obviously.
No, but look, let's start with the setting. Nobody wants to trade Steph Curry. The question is he okay with changing things around him? Remind me, what was it like for Dirk at the end? What was it like for Kobe at the end? What was it like for Tim Duncan at the end? Tim Duncan's team was more competitive, I think, than the other two.
Because they had Kawhi.
Yeah.
They had Kawhi. Dallas didn't really have that young stud.
At all.
And then Lakers didn't have that young stud.
No, but how frustrated was Kobe, and how acutely aware of his situation was he the final years? I don't know. I don't remember.
Part of it was on Kobe.
Oh no, he was aware. Remember, he would go on Jimmy Kimmel and they would show celebrating after a win, and it was their third win of the season, and Kobe's just blank staring we're celebrating about that? Really? Yeah. After our fifth win?
No, he also cursed out Mitch Kupchak after practice, going at him because Mitch, this is all you got? Really? These dudes? Yeah, come on, man. These dudes are clowns.
Did he threaten leaving?
Never.
No. Okay, that was
because that's also post Achilles. No one I think was taking him, and he realized he realized his own basketball mortality was.
He threatened to leave earlier in his career.
Yeah,
the whole Chicago thing and the Clippers thing, and he was like,
I might go to Philly,
Memphis.
I might go to Memphis.
He threatened the Lakers a couple times.
Like he was going to go to the Memphis.
Jerry West was over there.
So what are you going to do with Steph? Where are the Warriors at? The state of the Golden State Warriors right now.
I just don't think Warrior fans are ready to concede that they're. I think the majority of Warrior fans are not ready to concede that they're closer to the bottom than they are to the top.
No, I think I don't know, because I'm watching the West, man. These teams are here. How do you get more athletic? How do you get bigger? How do you get quicker? How do you get more athletic? Barkley was right. The only thing about getting old is that you just get older. And that's not good in the NBA.
Unless you're LeBron.
Right? Well, LeBron. And even LeBron has some moments yesterday where you could see the age got him. Some missed layups. He barely got up on the dunk over Jamal Murray. I mean, seriously.
That was your takeaway on that play where he stripped Jamal Murray, went coast to coast and yammed?
I mean, look at the verticality on that play.
It doesn't matter.
He barely got up and dunked.
Did he score?
All I'm saying is he's showing his age, Shasky.
Oh, well, I mean,
not about scoring. Get the guys,
top 5
get the jockstrap out of your mouth for a second here. He's a great player, for crying out loud. He's in God mode in the fourth quarter. But Jesus Christ, dude, the guy barely got out. Watch the play. Watch him getting up on the layup. You can't tell me he didn't show his age at times. He's even getting older. All these guys are getting older. You can't get older and win in the NBA.
No doubt, but I'm just saying, like, he's defied mortality. He's unbelievable.
Gene in Oakland, what's happening? Gene, what's up, Gene?
Good morning, fellas. So whether Curry leaves or Curry stays, it's going to be up to Curry himself. They're not going to trade him. I mean, he's part of he's the dynasty. I mean, he's the leader of the dynasty. So towards that end, I mean, we got to see what's he's going to be seeing. What's ahead? If this team keeps flipping up, then you got to ask the question, maybe, what's more important to him, winning that 5th ring or finishing out his career with the Warriors, no matter how bad they might be? So I'm going to put my bet on him wanting that 5th ring. So I think they need to build around him, and we need a legitimate number 2. Frankly, I would keep Wiggins. I think he's a legitimate number 3, and he's worth the $26 million we pay him. But it may mean moving some of our young guys in order to not only have another shot, but in order to satisfy Curry, so he decides to stay.
I wonder what is going through his head. Yeah. I wonder where he's at.
He said in his interview presser, Shasky, he just wants to win.
Yeah.
He just wants to win. So what is that avenue to winning? I do think Joe Lacob's going to be very aggressive this offseason, exhausting all options. He does not want to sit courtside and watch a team win 40 games. He does not want to sit courtside and watch his team come to 10th place.
The owner wants to keep winning forever?
Yeah, he wants to keep winning forever. So but I mean, it sounds like generic, but
no, he does.
In this situation, he doesn't want to take a step back.
No.
Some owners may say, you know what? I had a decade, 4 championships, 6 finals appearances. We got a new shiny building. We got the All-Star game here. We got March Madness here. We're good if we reset for 3 years and reload or rebuild or whatever words you want to use. But Joe Lacob never wants to do that.
I think the difference in this situation is because of how penal the luxury tax is and where they are financially, they're in a really tough spot because all of that is true, but it has to pencil. So, like, it's one thing if you're just making payroll and you're rolling along and all those things, but they have serious financial elements and dominoes when you don't get into the playoffs, when you don't go deep, and you're not getting record-breaking money on a nightly basis because of these playoff home games. It doesn't pencil, and so then having that crazy luxury bill, it sounds easy to just pay off, but it's a lot harder. I mean, there's a lot of teams throughout the history of sports that have been unwilling and unable to finance their own roster and have had to sell pieces off. Florida Marlins come to mind. The Dodgers, when they had the other manager, the other owner before they had this one, the guy who had the parking lots. There's lots of different places you could point to. Jerry Reinsdorf started selling off players because he couldn't afford them.
I wonder, with Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Is it too premature to have this conversation? Is it premature to have, we talk about the crossroads of Golden State Warriors, and we're talking about a franchise icon here. Just thinking about it. What is life going to be without Steph Curry? I've never even brought myself to that point because I don't want to think about life without Steph Curry. He makes all our lives better. He makes them more enjoyable. Makes our basketball viewing much more enjoyable. But the fact is, and the reality is that the Warriors may not be 1 or 2 moves away from a championship. They may be multiple moves. It may take multiple things to do. And that may mean trading some of the youngsters. It may trade Wiggins, letting Clay walk. I just don't know where they're going to start. Knowing the payroll is where it's at. Knowing they don't have picks in the future. Knowing that you're getting older here. They don't even know who Moses Moody is going into his 4th season. It's just, this is a tough spot to be in. And so the reality is, what are you going to do here? What is a move that's going to make it in? When does Steph Curry just say, you know what? We got to make something shake. Maybe send me to Charlotte for my last 2 years. I don't know. He's always talked about going to play at home. I know it sounds crazy, but he's always talked about it. That's why I brought it up.
He'd be in the playoffs if he went to Charlotte right now. Guaranteed they'd be in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Well, the one thing I keep thinking about, and everyone's like, well, they'll be better next year, and they would have been in this seed if this, and this happened. And they're not wrong when you play that game. But what if that's his last play-in game? Like the play-in games were his last playoff game. I would be shocked.
Yeah, I would be shocked too.
But Kobe played his last playoff game, I believe, at 34.
Yeah, he didn't make the playoffs, those last 5 years?
34 years old?
In the year that the Lakers last made that playoffs, he was hurt.
Yep.
Remember, they got one and done against the Spurs.
Yeah, but he didn't play in that.
No, because he tore his Achilles. Against the
Warriors and then hit the free throw.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then walked off.
God, he was amazing that year, too, putting the team on his back.
He was amazing in that game.
He was unbelievable.
I mean, yeah.
I did have Kobe one year in fantasy basketball. And I was disappointed when he did score 38. Remember that year where he was just like dropping 40 every game? It was like 40, 50, 60. It was like, damn. Literally carrying my... He was like the only player on my team that year. Led me to the playoffs and lost. But the reality sucks, doesn't it? Just having this conversation.
How do you guys think
I say this to my wife all the time when I look at my finances.
No.
The reality sucks, doesn't it?
Well, that sucks
had
too.
A really good couple years.
No. The IRS sucks.
I don't know, Joe.
IRS didn't hit me too hard this year. I was happy about that. No, but the reality that the Warriors are not in the playoffs, because although we're watching without any stress, I am jealous of these teams being in the playoffs. I was sitting on the couch watching doubleheaders. I'm like, the last decade I've been covering playoff games for crying out loud.
But in the words of Steve Kerr, that's not real.
It's not the real NBA.
That's not the real NBA. And
but is this the real NBA? Wow. It's just, I'm wrapping my head around the reality that Draymond's getting older. Clay may be gone. Chris Paul sounds like he's not going to be back. Can you build around JK? There's a lot of pressure on JK going into next season now, especially if you do move off the big three. Because as Charles Barkley said with the Lakers, there's always a scapegoat. Well, we have our own scapegoats with our fan base. We point the finger at certain players and certain coaches all the time. That's what we do in sports these days.
Who's the player that's good enough that you're pairing up with Steph Curry to where you believe it catapults them back, not considering the minor moves that would be made around it?
Is JK a player?
No.
Is he somebody on your team? He's not there yet?
No, I'm talking about the player you're acquiring. Is it Zion?
Yeah, in this hypothetical, it could be Zion, could be Giannis, could be Embiid.
Yeah, we're playing the hypothetical game.
But I don't know if it's Zion because he can't stay healthy.
I'm not 100% convinced Steph and Giannis solves everything.
Another guy that can't stay healthy.
It's not that, right? You know, Embiid and Steph. Like, it would be great. It would be awesome. But I think you need way more than that.
Yeah, I do. It's so... The variables, there's too many variables to even think about what team you could possibly roster. Who's going to be available as a 3-and-D guy? Who's going to be available as just a spot-up three-point shooter? Who's going to be available as a backup point guard? Are you willing to give the keys to Podge right now as a full-time backup point guard? That's what we're talking about here, folks.
If you put him as a backup point guard, okay. But to be alongside Curry to start games, like, to me, they have some defensive issues. I don't think he's a good enough perimeter defender to offset Curry's weaknesses in those areas. Curry's going to become... stagnant on defense, or he's going to tick down? What do you think over the next couple of years? He's going to tick down a little. Yeah, he's older. I mean, that's just, it's natural. So you're going to have to get a young thoroughbred out on that perimeter to play opposite him. That's the number one thing. Yeah. And then I start going around the league. How many of those guys exist? Then how many of those guys that exist are available in trade?
Exactly.
That you can legitimately go swing on.
And you need some bigs. And you need some bigs. Because let's be real, if you want to get back to the mountaintop, you're going through Denver. First and foremost, and they got a Jokic problem. They have Aaron Gordon, and they have Michael Porter Jr., and they have Jamal Murray. And then you have to go through Minnesota, and they have Kathmandu, and they've got the Stifle Tower, and they got Nasri, and they got Anthony Edwards. Then if you want to look at OKC, Chet Holmgren's going to hit a weight room. They have Jalen Williams, and they have SGA, and they have Josh Giddey, who's a big guard. Then you got the Clippers with all their versatility. You got Luka, who's a big boy. I mean, you got to get bigger. You need a wing. You need like 4 players.
But this is where I go back to, and you're asking about all the different things. To me, I would have the legitimate conversation with Steph. You're sitting down and you're saying, look, this is the blueprint over the next couple of years. I get it. You're going to be frustrated. But by year 3, we will be where Oklahoma City, like that's just, you're selling him on something like this. We'll be in that zone of where these younger teams are, the Pelicans, Oklahoma City. And that's an egregious one because they were awesome this year. And you'll be that sixth man off the bench or that third scorer on that team, and you can have your Jason Terry-like run with that team in the playoffs. You could still get there and be a big, big part of it, right? Just because, and I think everyone's vision of Steph competing for the next one is he's A1, A2, right? Or whatever, A1, 1B. What if he's like, again, you're James Posey off the bench. I'm just Jason Terry off the bench. You're Ray Allen off the bench. What if he's in that role where he's already excelled at points in his career coming off the bench?
Yeah, but he's not there yet. He's not Jason Terry yet.
I mean, I think we're closer to that than him carrying this team with a bunch of moves around it. And he's your number one that we're banking on.
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm not saying he's. That's a little crazy.
Well, he's better than all of those players to start with.
No doubt. He's still I'm
saying a version.
He's still a top 10 player in this league.
If there's one guy that I think
But he did average. He did struggle post All-Star break.
Yeah, but if there's one guy I'm betting on who can age gracefully, play well with others, and play well off the bench if his role does change, it would be someone like Steph Curry.
Yeah, it would be, but we're not there yet with Steph. We're not there. Like the bench talk. Let's pause that.
I'm projecting down the line.
I hear you. 3 years from now, maybe 2 years down.
Like everyone's talking about, like win a fifth in the next year or two. That doesn't feel plausible.
No, it doesn't.
I'm trying to win the fifth.
But also with this cat,
3 years down the line.
With this cat, when we say something about Giannis, you're probably going to be back in the luxury tax. And I know Joe Lacob, he'd be willing to do that for Giannis, no doubt about it. For the right move, he'd be willing to do that for. But now you're into the repeater tax. Now you're into the second apron. Now you're into all those.
Now your ancillary moves outside of Giannis are very difficult. You can't attach first-round picks. You lose first-round picks.
There you go. Second apron, first apron.
But this goes back to the money, and I'm telling you, man, if I was running things, and I know no one wants to hear this, I would have the hard conversation with Steph. You're going to make $65 million in a couple of years per year. We have to hollow this out financially and reset. We need a cupboard of draft picks.
So you're asking Steph
to take one on the chin for a year or two. Yeah. And you might alienate him.
Get to the calls in just a second. On the other side, Samita, BPA, hang tight. We'll get there. Let's go to the injury report right now. After missing the Clippers Game 1 win against the Mavericks, Kawhi Leonard's listed as questionable for tonight's game with knee inflammation. Clippers went through a walkthrough yesterday. Kawhi did participate, though the practice did not include any serious physical contact, so it's unknown just how ready Kawhi will be when tip-off comes around tonight. Game 2 of that series tonight, Mavericks and Clippers. Clippers blew out the Mavericks in game number 1. I'm expecting the Mavericks to bounce back, but Clippers, man, that pick and roll between Zubac and Harden really did the Mavericks in. Gafford didn't have an impact. Lively didn't have an impact. Let's see if the Mavericks can bounce back as Kyrie was visibly frustrated for the Dallas Mavericks. Should be a good game, too. Also, you got the Suns and the T-Wolves in game 2. That's going to be a lot of fun. These playoffs are hot right now. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help big injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls as we talk about the Warriors situation, the state of the Warriors. Also, we haven't touched on the draft much today. We'll get to that. We got the Giants. We got a lot going on here on the roast on a Tuesday morning.
Does your heart long to wander, to discover the deep secrets of coral reefs?
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It is draft week. It is draft week for in the NFL. We'll get to the NFL draft in a little bit here. Yes. And tomorrow we'll have some fun, man. We'll get everybody's draft crushes. Your draft crush this year. Who would you want in that red and gold? Who do you want the Niners to trade for in the NFL draft? As a first round will begin on Thursday. Cannot wait for that. Brandon Aiyuk. We got some sound from TJ Houshmandzadeh on Brandon Aiyuk. We got some factoids about Brandon Aiyuk. John Lynch spoke yesterday about Brandon Aiyuk, so we will get to the 49ers. We've been talking heavy NBA with the state of the Golden State Warriors. I do want to transition at some point. But here's the reality with Steph Curry, man. Like, you try to trade him, you're never going to get your proper return for that.
Of course.
You just don't get value back that you think is going to help you rebuild. Most likely, if you do move them, you're going to move them to a contender. Those picks are going to be low picks in the first round, second round. So I don't know. I've kind of talked myself into is just like, you know what? Only if Steph wants to trade. If he wants to be traded, then I appease him. But other than that, I'm riding with Steph till the wheels fall off. I just can't imagine trading him and the blowback that this organization would get for trading a guy like that. Like the Giants just ended up riding with Barry Bonds, and it wasn't pretty at the end. They had the home run chase, obviously. But boy.
I mean, one of the seminal Giants trades of all time, and he was nowhere near where Steph Curry is. But obviously you go back and you go the baby bull trade in the 60s to free up first base for Willie McCovey so he's not out there playing left field. And the other one was Matt Williams, to Cleveland for what would end up being Jeff Kent. And
that's great.
And in between that, you had the Kevin Mitchell deal, which was to a lesser degree. But it's not on this level. No. And in Warrior Land, I mean, there's been a million trades. The one that most people remember is the one that sparked the dynasty, which was the Bogut for Monte Ellis trade. And I know Ekpe was a part of that deal as well. And at the time, it felt as big as Steph, even though it's nowhere near it. But I'm saying at the time, Warrior fans could not envision a future without Monte Ellis.
Yep. Whoa. Yes.
It wasn't just the Monte trade. But my point being is that people loved Monte.
But it wasn't.
He traded for a guy with a microfracture injury who was out cold.
But it's not on this level.
No. We're talking. Of course.
Yeah, we're talking
Joe Montana. Yeah.
And even he was traded to Kansas City, even though Eddie DeBartolo had made him sick. It made him sick. He even tried to walk it back, say, "No, Joe, we're not trading you. What do you want?" Like he didn't want to do it. Felt sick. And some Niner fans still haven't forgiven Eddie D for trading away Joe Montana. Let's get to the lines here. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos, last week's caller of the week. She's trying to repeat. She's trying to go back to back. What's up, Samita?
Can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay, great. First of all, thrilled to be caller of the week last week. That was amazing. I didn't know that, so I called in this morning. Couple of points. So for the Warriors, I don't think you can trade Steph. I think you have to be open to it if that's something that makes sense for the organization. Because I think what we're coming up against is, are we Warriors fans or are we Steph Curry fans? Because those are not necessarily always going to be the same thing. And so if that's what makes sense for the organization, then yeah, I think I would be open to it. But I think one thing that you got to take into account is that Steph adds a lot of non-basketball value to the organization and to the town. Okay. Secondly, I'm watching those games yesterday. I'm watching Dante DiVincenzo, and I'm thinking, we let this guy go?
I know.
We let this guy go?
But real quick, I'll let you finish. They couldn't afford him because he took a mid-level deal. Now you don't even have that mid-level deal. Like, you couldn't afford him because of where your finances were.
Exactly. That's my point, is that we got to clear the decks of some of these really burdensome contracts because we're letting guys like this get away. He's a young guy. He plays with a lot of passion and heart. He's a great fit for us. I was flummoxed when he left. I knew it was a financial decision, but then you got to stop telling me that, we're trying to make a run for it. I'm like, well, are you though? Because we're letting guys like that go. So that's one thing. Second thing was, I watched that Lakers game yesterday, and my boyfriend's a big Lakers fan, and I told him, I said, y'all lost a 20-point lead and lost by 2? I said, well, you trying to be the Warriors now? Because that's a classic Warriors move from the season. And, I don't see the Warriors playing at the level of basketball that I saw yesterday, even in the Eastern Conference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see them doing that without some major moves.
Nah, you're right, Samita. Good call there. Good call. Dante DiVincenzo's interesting because I wanted him back. I did. I thought he played well. But once you brought back GP2 in a trade, it basically was the end of Dante DiVincenzo's tenure with the Golden State Warriors. And look, I know the finances were jacked up, but if they really wanted Dante, I believe they could have kept Dante. Now, Dante's an East Coast guy. I think he wanted to be home. Remember that road trip last year with the Golden State Warriors? He traveled with his dad traveled with the Warriors, started in Milwaukee. Delaware, somewhere around there, went to Villanova.
Vermont or something.
Villanova. He's an East Coast guy, so it probably would have been tough to keep him. Anyway, and Steph Curry obviously had the conversation with him. It was like, dude, go back home, dude, if you need to. But if they didn't, trade for GP2,
it would have
made things interesting. It would have cost them.
I mean, 1.8 is like, so when where they were at the time, so whatever his deal was, I don't even know what he got. Would he get $15 million?
I think he got 40. Did he get 4 years, 40? Did he get 50? He got paid.
No, I thought it was like $15 million a year. I could be wrong, but I thought it was around $15 million.
With the Knicks, right?
Yes. I thought it was 50. It would have been 1.8 that, meaning you
with the tax.
Because of the tax, right? So I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot.
But if you move things around, like you make a decision on Draymond.
Well,
and
I personally believe that the straw that's going to break their back financially was the contract that they gave Draymond Green.
4-year, $46 million deal guaguaranteed.
4 year, 46, so it's like 11 and some
11
change.
11
That's actually a lot more reasonable than I thought.
Great for Dante.
Yeah. But he's a high energy player that does a lot of winning in the margins that don't show up in the box score. He's just a good player. I like him. He's a guy that makes a lot of hockey assists. He's a guy that gets great tempo, big rebounder.
Did you see him shoot the three this year?
Yeah. Well, that started with the Warriors where his three-point shooting really improved.
This year, for the New York Knicks, he shot 40% from three. He made over 3 threes a game. Averaged 15.5 points a game, 3 assists, 4 rebounds, and he's healthy. That's the biggest thing. He's been healthy. With Milwaukee, he wasn't healthy. When he won that championship, he was hurt. He couldn't get his 3-point shot rolling. When he started in Milwaukee, it was 26%, 33%, 37%, 34%. Then he got to the Warriors, and he figured it out. He got around Steph and Clay and JP. Even Jordan Poole, give him some credit. He was cool with Jordan Poole. And he shot 40% last year with the Dubs, 39.7, but I'm going to round up. I'm going to give him that credit. And he shot 40% again. So DiVincenzo at $11.5 million per year. That seems like one hell of a bargain.
But again, where the Warriors put themselves financially is they were so up against it.
They were against it.
It didn't make a lot of sense.
They were against it. And then when you trade for GP2,
yes, redundancy.
It's a redundancy there with
and you
GP2.
thought Moody would take a step.
You did think.
And then you drafted Pajemski. And Pajemski, I don't think he's the same player as DiVincenzo, but I could see where people would see they bring a lot to the table.
You know what? This is why Moody and Kuminga are important. DiVincenzo, a lot of people gave up on DiVincenzo. Hell, Milwaukee gave up on DiVincenzo when he was 25 years old.
Yeah.
They traded him to Sacramento.
I always liked him off the bench.
I loved him coming out of Villanova. I liked him more than Brunson. Now, Brunson's turned out, I did.
I'm one of my favorite players.
Brunson's good.
Not then.
I don't know.
I just think he's maximized his talent.
He has, but he's a high volume guy. Like, they've won those games despite him. Hart's been unbelievable for the Knicks. Hartenstein's been good, but Embiid can't move and keep him off the offensive glass because of that knee. His knee's jacked up, so he can't box out. DiVincenzo is a player, man. Let's go to.
But I think B, what happens is that when I look at the Warriors as a whole, they've made the choice to roll with the older, expensive guys, and that has side effects. And one of the side effects is these ancillary pieces like a Dante DiVincenzo become unattainable because of your finances.
They do. By the way, Draymond Green's calling for Kevin Durant to guard Anthony Edwards for the rest of the series. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
My brothers, my fratellos, I've really taken about a week to just digest everything, and I was shocked. We're only down 4 points at halftime against our stepbrothers that we just stomp on, and we could not just turn it on any longer. So there has to be major changes, but specifically about this issue. There is immense value of keeping Steph Curry There's no way you can let this guy go. He's a man of faith. He's an amazing father, amazing husband. Every single time he says the right word at the podium. And oh, by the way, he's the second best point guard in the history of the league. And if he ever gets 5, he'll be number 1 passing Magic. He cannot be gone. Now, everyone else, everyone else, I'm open for discussion. You have to get rid of Wiggins, even if you get pennies on the dollar. He is not a winning player. Klay Thompson, I love him, brothers. But for the last 2 years, he hasn't shown up when it matters the most. In the Hollywood, L.A. area, and last week, 0 points.
Yeah.
I mean, we need... Here's the thing, then. Here's the thing. Kuminga is really our only asset. And I like Kuminga, but one of the things Don Nelson's right about, you're not going to win championships with young players.
Yep.
Okay? Potts is nice, TJD is nice, Moody's nice, and even Kuminga's nice. But they're not going to get us there in the next 2 to 3 years. We need to get a Paul George type of player that's available and put him next to Curry and go from there. So that's that. I mean, what do you guys think, man?
I think we're in a world of trouble right now. That's what I think. I just think, the reality is kind of setting in, man. I'm trying to be a real one here. Now, I'm eager. I can't wait to see what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob does to retool. I really, this offseason is the most fascinating offseason for a Bay Area team, I think, in over 20 years. I truly do. You got iconic players, guys who've helped you win 4 championships. The big 3 may not be the big 3 next year. One may be gone in Klay Thompson. He may be gone. A lot of you may just get your wish because you think he's going to take a discount. He got another thing coming. But I just, with the finances, with the youngsters, with Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD, Curry, there's this bridge. Wiggins, you got that contract. He's got 3 years left with $80 million. 3 years and $80 million. Draymond's got 3 for 77.
That deal.
And by the way, it's actually 2 years in a player option, but you better believe both these players are opting into those deals. No doubt.
The Draymond Green contract, because of where they were with finances and then where they had put themselves with the Jordan Poole contract, the Draymond Green contract, I'm telling you, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. In a vacuum, you want Draymond. In a vacuum, $25 million doesn't seem that bad. But when you do the math, and it's like an algebra equation, just put it on paper, start to write it out. My Vigan Rasmus's somewhere driving around on his way to Reardon right now saying, Joe, you're not very good in math anymore. But I'm telling you, you put it down on paper, and it put them up to where now this Klay Thompson thing, like once he hits us, hypothetically, if someone offers him 35, I just don't think the Warriors can afford, because of the assets being frozen, to give him 35.
I don't know.
They have zero flexibility.
I don't know if he's going to get 35, but if you think he's just going to get 15, you got another thing coming. By the way, I just want to make it clear. Shasky, nor myself, are advocating for trading Stephen Curry.
No.
Okay, we're going to talk.
We're saying they're closer.
We're going to talk to Justin Turbiddy. He does Sirius XM NBA radio with Eddie Johnson. He's going to join us in 15 minutes. We got Scott Osler at 9 o'clock who wrote an article saying the Warriors may have to come to reality. They may have to think about trading Stephen Curry. We're not saying that, but Scott Osler just wrote why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable. Trading Steph. We're there. But no way. I'm saying here, I'm Bonte Hill. I'm going to put my name on this right now for you. 916. It's City Mobile text line to everybody out there. I, Bonte Hill, would rather suffer and lose with Stephen Curry than trade him away. That's just who I am.
Yeah, but would he?
But
the question we're asking is,
would he do it?
Yeah.
And are they closer to contending, or are they closer to being at the bottom of the West? That's it. I will not trade Stephen Curry. I, as a fan, do not want to trade Steph. I want to put that on wax there before you guys start twisting our words out there in the internet. Let's go to BPA. BPA, Brian and Palo Alto, what's up?
Morning, guys. Hey, I had a really good idea for the Warriors, I think. You want to hear it out? It's get Steph some help.
How do you do that, BPA? How do you do that? How do you do that?
Okay. So, look, every single if you're a contending team right now, you are up against, luxury tax, repeater tax, okay? And so it's just an unavoidable reality.
Yeah,
so
but not this. But wait, 1 second. Not this.
No. They're do you know what their active cap space committed for next year? Do you know where that ranks in the NBA?
Yeah, okay.
With Clay expiring and CP3, obviously they're not going to bring him back at 30. It's like 12th in the NBA. So there's a bunch of other teams that have more committed, multiple max contracts. The Lakers have 3 max contracts. And so every other superstar in the league, their organization would bend over backwards to get their star player some help, a second option, maybe two second options. And for the Warriors, they just would, the narrative seems to be, let's do anything but give Steph what he needs. And by the way, Scott Osler, come on, man. There was a time when, that's just clickbait, man. Talk about people past their prime. That's a right.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair. Come on.
Get the flush.
Come on. That's not fair.
The guy's going to lead the year to the flush. Come on, man. Disrespect our guest, dude. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, like BPA, you will be flushed.
Let's
Brought
be
to you by
factually
Flowing
correct.
Water Plumbing and Drain.
D'Lo is not a max contract. D'Lo's less than a max.
Damn.
So the Lakers do not have 3 max.
I'm ready to. Yeah, I'm ready to suffer with Steph. That's where I'm at. I'll tell Scott that too. We're not going to disrespect Scott Osler.
I like that.
BPA.
Suffer with Steph.
You know what? Suffer with Steph. Listen, and it's not a bad thing. It's if we lose, I'd rather lose. I'm going down with Steph. I'm fighting with Curry.
By the way, I don't know what he's looking at. It's the Timberwolves and the Warriors, the top two, that are minus 100 when it comes to salary cap projections for next year.
It's April.
I don't know what he.
Listen. It's April 23rd. BPA,
I'm looking at Spotrac.
Call us back in May. Seriously, call us back in May. Take a play off. And what I mean by taking a play off, take a week off. And even on Twitter, just don't even at me right now. Just stop. I see your tweets every day. BPA, you got to chill.
I'm not scared.
You got to relax. Got to relax a little bit. You're out of control. I get it. We're losing. Everybody's losing their brains. We're not used to this with the Golden State Warriors. Oh, my God, we're out of the playoffs. Crazy. Our pets' heads are falling off. But let's tone it down a little bit. Come on, man. KC in San Jose, what's happening? What up, KC?
Hey, guys. So I think this is where, leadership comes into play. Is Lacob and Dunleavy, are they capable of making the tough decisions? So I'm with you. Go down with Steph, but Steph only. Everybody else
there you go.
Is on the table, because I think with this team, and look, obviously I don't know the details, but like with Clay and Draymond, just working in that culture, that I'm not saying it's toxic, but that hierarchy thing has seeped through where it's just making it harder for us to develop guys. So Steph stays. Bye, Clay. Thank you. You had a great season. You had a good season last year. Yeah, you struggled in the playoffs. So the entirety, I'm not going to take it away from an 0-for-10 game. But Dre, Clay, Wiggins, everybody has to be in the table. Steph stays. Everybody else got to go. That's how you rebuild. And it's not a full rebuild, obviously. If OKC comes and says, hey, all our first round, all the picks that they have, you can have them for Steph in the offseason. You have to consider it. But that being said, Steph says, everybody else, rebuild. Gotta go.
I wonder who, because everyone, trade this guy, trade that guy. You
gotta go.
You do this, and you're like, well, who wants these guys?
Right.
Like, let's go start with Draymond Green.
Right.
Because I do believe, this is my feeling. People can disagree. Draymond Green, the domino of bringing him back, there was the emotional element, there was the locker room element, there was the availability element, there was the minutes on the floor element where it seeps away from others. There's the lack of tolerance for others in the workforce, and then there was the financial component of bringing him back. All to me, net negative. It was a net negative. As much as he does bring good things to the table, to me, when I calculate everything and I plus minus it, to me it was a negative.
Yep. Who
in the league is absorbing Draymond Green's contract, even if you staple something of desire to that? I have a hard time finding a trade partner.
We said the same thing last year about Jordan Poole. We've said the same thing about CP3 for numerous years. Shasky, you know my line. There's always a sucker in the NBA. Wiggins, they thought his trade was untradeable. His contract, Minnesota, how are you going to move off of Wiggins?
Is Wiggins less desirable today than he was the day the Warriors got him?
I don't know. That's a great point. Probably.
This is his worst season ever, so probably.
Yeah, probably.
Isn't that crazy?
This is where, and he was averaging 19.
And they squeezed the lemon for every drop.
They did. They got a championship out of it.
That's crazy.
They got a championship out of it. But there's always a team willing to take, like Chris Paul. I remember when he was in OKC and he left the bubble, right? And he had like 200. I think he had like a $45 million, $50 million contract per year. I remember people coming down my road on Twitter about this because he was talking. He's like,
wait a minute.
You know,
people coming down your road on Twitter?
Yeah. But
this must have been a first.
No, yeah, it happens every day. But Chris Paul was talking after they lost in the bubble with OKC. And I was like, oh, he's God. He's angling for a trade. And people were like, oh, you can't trade that contract. You can't do it.
It's been traded like 7 times.
Two weeks later, OKC was like, hold my beer. Send him to the Phoenix. Like, NBA trades happen. No matter what the contract is.
Teams are tanking left and right. They will take on bad contracts because they know they are going to lose.
Yep. They do not care. All right.
Look at the Washington Wizards.
I'm watching LeBron last night. It sure felt like he had 1 foot out the door. Just in general, the way he views it, his teammates. What?
Come on, man. He has 1 foot out the door.
He's so frustrated with everyone on that team.
No, he's frustrated with the referees.
Yeah, that's why he was sticking up for D'Lo yesterday because he thought he did get smacked in the face, and they said marginal contact. That's the one I just don't
they
get.
Did get slapped, but it was a Scott Foster game. Scott Foster tried to take over the game.
We deemed it marginal. I was like, that still means he got hit in the face.
Like LeBron, like just 1 foot out the door. LeBron's always pulling something.
I'm getting the same vibes at the end of Cleveland.
Okay.
Do you think he's like at age 39 heading to his 40th birthday, he's going to go to a 4th team?
No,
like, that's what I'm trying. Like
something is going to happen.
Well, yeah, they're going to get like Trae Young or something.
Oh,
that's what
they're. He's got a $50 million player option.
Oh, he'll get 50.
And they'll move Austin Reeves and D'Lo and bring in somebody else.
Austin Reeves, the man who was the savior.
Austin was invisible yesterday.
It's a sophomore slump.
Invisible. All right, let's get to the lines here. Man, we got damn lines are packed. They love talking. We knew this would hit. Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening?
Hi, Larry.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen here, I was going to call you about the games last night, but when I hear this stuff about trading Steph Curry, my mom always told me, if you ain't got common sense, you ain't got nothing. Leave Curry alone, get rid of the troublemaker, Draymond Green. And look, Thompson, thank you for being here. You did a great, you won 4 championships with us, but you ain't not the same Thompson, that were after the knee surgery. I don't know what more to say there, but the trade, they hear somebody talking about trading Steph Curry. Can we all say, remember what was that trade they did with the Warriors sent the center over to Boston, they ended up with a champion. Robert Parrish,
yeah, you're taking it back.
And look what we, and look what we got for that J.B. Carroll, who couldn't even hold water.
Just barely cares. Just barely cares. Yeah. We know.
Wasn't it also the draft pick for McHale, too?
Yeah, Kevin McHale, too, out of Minnesota. So they set Boston up.
A great trade. Just sparked the dynasty.
About that.
Hey, Larry in the city. There's a great article by Bill Simmons.
Oh, it's one of the
60 Ways to Alienate a Fan Base about to go to St. Warriors.
Last good thing Bill Simmons did.
It was unbelievable.
How many years ago was that?
That was a long time ago.
That was like 18 employers ago.
But you know what? Bill Simmons made it. I can't rip him.
Of course he did.
He built Ringer. He built Grantland. Bill Simmons is paid.
No doubt.
We would all love to be Bill Simmons
all
right now.
mail it in team.
Hey, we would love to be Bill Simmons. He actually had a really good podcast preview of the OKC Warriors series, which really, I was like, man, people need to listen to this because OKC is going to be a problem.
That was 8 years ago.
So what? He's still doing his thing. I'm not going to hate on Bill Simmons. He getting paid, baby. I work for the Ringer. You better believe it. Justin Turbity, NBA Sirius XM Radio. Hey, we about that bag life, right? Brought to you by Pacific Coast Turbite.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
Knicks right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a day. So just got a call. Had to make a correction here because Dante DiVincenzo signed last year to the mid-level exception.
Yes.
Mid-level exception, right?
I said that, I think.
But the Warriors could only offer up to $7 million because of the mid-level exception process there. So
I mean, it was like when they had DeMarcus, you could only give him a 20% raise
a certain amount.
if you wanted it to retain him.
So he went to go get his money. He got his money. But he loved it here. There's no doubt. I remember my in-laws. They saw him down there, and they took a picture with him, and he was chatting it up with them. And apparently when Dante was here with the Knicks, when the Knicks won wire to wire, the game I took them on mother to, and we're sitting right behind the Knicks bench. He went down to the Warriors locker room, hugged everybody. So he was a good Warrior, man. To see him thrive, he's a good dude, really good guy. To see him, the Milwaukee days were rough for him. They were rough. There's no other way to put it. He just couldn't find his footing, injuries, couldn't find his three-point shot, but he found it. Now he's a key piece with the New York Knicks. All right, let's go to Justin Turbine, our main man, Sirius XM Radio with Eddie Johnson. I know he's enjoying the playoffs. I wonder if Eddie's enjoying the playoffs so far with the Phoenix Suns. Justin, man, long time no talk. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the Morning Roast again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I mean, today's about the easiest day you could possibly have to do a show, right after what we saw last night.
Oh, my God. Was that one of the best double headers? Because we do want to talk some dubs here, and we're having a Steph Curry conversation, but Knicks, Sixers, Lakers, Nuggets coming back from 20. I mean, Ernie Johnson started inside the NBA. He opened inside the NBA by saying, that's the greatest doubleheader I think I've ever been a part of here at the station. What about you? And it's just the first round, but I can't recall a doubleheader like that.
Well, I'm not even sure I can recall like one game, and I know you guys are spoiled out there with all the great games the Warriors played over the years, but we sometimes, I think, go postseasons without having like one game like we saw last night, and we actually had two of them. So, yeah, I can't recall in all my years seeing two on the same night that were as good as that.
Can we geek out for just a second? So it's like the reverse Reggie Miller Garden moment last night where they score a zillion points in a small amount of span. That inbound play, for the life of me, I don't understand. Bonte has been screaming, call the timeout. I agree with him, call the timeout. But once you start running baseline and that first guy is getting double teamed and they're not guarding the inbounder, you have an 85% free throw shooter in Tobias Harris, an 84% free throw shooter in Batum, and neither of them is looking for the ball. They're not cutting to the ball. They're not V-cutting. They're not moving. For the life of me, the entire sequence, I can't get over it, and they're going to have to wear that forever. That's one of the worst inbound plays I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hear about it. And they did it in both games, right? You blew a 20-point lead in L.A. with the Lakers in Denver, but they're blaming the officials afterwards.
Yeah.
Same thing in Philadelphia. It's like, you had a 5-point lead with 30 seconds left, and you had timeouts to use. So, and Kyle Lowry's the one that inbounded the basketball as well. Like, that's a veteran. It's not just all on the head coach and Nick Nurse is claiming he called the timeout. Like, Lowry should know in that spot that you call a timeout and you settle things down. It's like it's reminiscent of maybe going all the way back to 1987 where Isaiah Thomas is another veteran, smart player, and Isaiah throws the ball into Bird. Now, Bird had to make a great play there, but with this one, it was almost like they just fumbled it. Nobody even had to make a great play. It was all on Philadelphia to kind of just, dribble, to just stumble around with the basketball and give them an opportunity. And then on top of that, you get the offensive rebound. So they didn't do their job on multiple fronts.
I mean, Lowry flopped on the final DiVincenzo 3 after not calling it. I was just like, call the timeout, Lowry. You've been in that position. Maxi's running to the corner. He's going to get trapped. Call the timeout. But what do you make of the officials? Because now we're hearing everybody. My boy Kyle Draper does a pre- and post-game show for the Sacramento Kings. He was saying that the NBA is unwatchable because of all the physicality. You had LeBron James crying last night. D'Angelo Russell crying last night. And that's the Lakers' way. They never take accountability. They were up 20, but they've always got to throw somebody up under the bus. And then you got the Sixers complaining about the referees. But how do you think the officials are doing? Because I like this physicality. This is bringing me back to the 90s. There were too many, Justin, 140, 137 games. It was too just up and down. You pick up basketball. Give me some physicality. These are the damn playoffs. Let's get tough. Let's get rough. And now these guys are complaining about it. But what is your takeaway with the officials and the way they're officiating these games?
Draper and the media is complaining about it. Like, I could see the players complaining about it a little bit, but like, I think the diehard fan absolutely loves this. And I loved it dating back to like maybe the All-Star break in the regular season where it changed a little bit, because when you get more physicality, it makes you feel like the guys care a little bit more.
At least that's from my perspective. And, you love like some of the high scoring, but we don't need all the games to be that way. So I prefer the physicality, and I'd rather watch a playoff game where they're allowed, maybe they miss a call or two, but they're allowing stuff compared to where it's just one whistle after another and guys getting to the free throw line. That's not the type of basketball I want to watch. So I absolutely love the fact that these officials are swallowing the whistle and allowing a lot of extra physicality.
Bonte and I have been talking about this morning, especially after a weekend of games, last night's games. Boy, it feels like the Warriors are far away. I mean, really far away. Where do you view them in the hierarchy of the NBA and in the Western Conference?
Yeah, I mean, the plus is you have still one of the top 5 to 10 players in the sport, and I would say, 5 to 7, maybe even higher than that. So that's not many things many teams have. So you still have that piece. Now, obviously, he's a little bit older, and you got to make difficult decisions. And I also don't know what you could use in order to put pieces around him. Because, I would go the route of maybe the Celtics there in 2013, and I've heard other people bring this up, and even Memphis did it with Mike Conley and Gasol, where they blew it up and they were able to get assets in return and then make a quick bounce back. Boston, as a result of that trade, is competing for championships now and will for the foreseeable future. But Clay, even if you were to deal him, he's a free agent. I'm not sure you get much. Draymond, nobody's going to want. Andrew Wiggins, to me, doesn't really hold much value. I don't know what you guys think they could get for Andrew Wiggins. I don't think it's much. You might even have to attach an asset to it. So really the only piece that you have is Steph. So you have that piece that you need to win a championship. I'm just not sure that you have any of the other pieces, unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels like they're a lot farther than contending with the Denver Nuggets, the Minnesota T-Wolves, the OKCs of the world, because the Grizzlies, the Spurs, the Rockets, they're coming. They're coming in the rear. Wemby's a problem here. What do you think about Clay, though? Where do you think he's playing next season, Justin? Because I don't know if the Warriors are going to try to bring back the big three. You didn't make the playoffs this year. You think Clay's actually moving on? What are you hearing out there?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he wants to stay from everybody that I talk to, and I'd love to see him stay because I do miss that about the league, right? Guys just staying together, for their full careers. I loved it when the big three in Boston did it with Bird, McHale, and Parrish. You like to see these guys retire together, even if it costs you maybe one championship. But I don't know what the feeling is for like you guys as fans. Would it be worth like maybe one less championship if it was just Steph staying and you had to get rid of Clay and Draymond? Like, I almost like the idea of, hey, one less championship, but they play their entire careers in one uniform. I think Clay would probably be better off from a basketball perspective going just to like get a fresh start and clear his head, because he'll be viewed as a completely different player. Like maybe a place like Orlando would be nice for him with an up-and-coming team, and you see they can't shoot. So he'd get plenty of playing time, and he'd be their main guy down there, essentially, for buckets. So, I'd like to see him stay, but, I think for the benefit of, like, maybe his mental health, probably better moving on.
Justin, I mean, it's been a wild ride with Klay Thompson on these phone lines, and it is mixed feelings. I hate kicking a 4-time champ down. I'm a Klay stan. I thought he played well since the All-Star break, shooting 41% from three and 45% from the floor. The Orlando thing has been out there for so long. They could get him, or what about Philadelphia? They need shooting. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, that's another place. I think their first target's going to be Paul George. Let me just also say that I love Klay Thompson. Like in dealing with all the athletes, and this is like typically when you get sick of the champions, right? A team that's on top. I never got sick of Golden State just because the organization's complete class across the board, including like Steph and Clay, who I think are the easiest two superstars to deal with. So I never could root against them, even though they kept having success. And I don't know if people out there are blaming Clay for missing the postseason. Like I said it on my show, it's not his fault. It's Draymond's fault because he's the guy that missed 15 to 20 games. And if he didn't miss 15 to 20 games, you guys would have been the top 6 seed. So to me, like I'm pointing the finger at Draymond for 2 consecutive seasons for sabotaging basically the year.
Wow. Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, we just went through this with Jordan Poole where you see flashes and sustainability over like a month or 2 months or whatever of excellent play. But, man, having to jump up and pay the guy $30 million a year after what ended up happening to Jordan Poole, I know it's not even fair to do that to Kuminga, to do the transitive property thing, but I would have a difficult time paying him $30 million. And I understand there's a business aspect. Would you pay him $30 million a year, or would you move him if you were the Warriors to get something back?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, if you're going to go with Steph and keep him, then you're going to have to move him if the goal is to compete, because he might be a nice player, but he's not ready to compete for champions. Is he a number 2 on a championship, a number 3? I don't think so. I mean, look what you saw from Denver last night. Is he capable of even doing what Aaron Gordon's doing? And Gordon's probably their 4th guy behind Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and I don't think he is. And plus, as great as Steph is, and certainly a top, 10 to 12 player in the history of the sport, as of right now, is he Jokic? Jokic is a better player than him right now, so you're going to have your number 1 guy in Steph, who's not as good as Denver's number 1 guy. Then you're going to have your number 2 guy or 3 guy in Kuminga, who really won't even be the 4th guy on Denver, and that's who you're competing against for a championship. So I would say you probably, don't want to give him that money, but you also got to see what you can get for him. You don't want to give him up for free. Yeah. And they got a lot of bad, again, the Draymond contract to me is bad, only because nobody else would take him. And then the Wiggins contract is bad because nobody's going to want him. Do you want a 3rd contract that really you can't get rid of?
Wow, you're speaking nothing but facts here. Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA Radio with Eddie Johnson, our main man, Eddie Johnson. We'll get him on the show soon as the Suns have a big game tonight in Minnesota. They're trying to avoid an 0-2 series deficit here. LeBron James, because my guy across from me. And look, there was a time I really loved LeBron James. There was a time I did, and then I didn't. And I want no parts of LeBron James. But with that Warriors and Lakers rumored trade came out, proposal, whatever. The Warriors are looking at LeBron James, and Lakers said no, or blah, blah, blah. Do you see an avenue where LeBron James would join forces with Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors? And if so, how successful would that be? Because I don't think that's still enough for a championship to get through the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, it could work only because of Steph, I think. I mean, and I've always said this, he's the most unselfish player maybe in NBA history because he allows Durant to come into his team. I think Steph's a better player than Durant, and he allows him still to be called the best player in the sport and kind of get all the attention from the media. So, I think Steph could make it work. Now, can LeBron play in a system that Steph's been playing in where the ball just moves nonstop? LeBron's a great passer, but he doesn't make his teammates, in my estimation, necessarily that much better because there's a lot of ball pounding as well. He doesn't get the criticism that Harden or Luka does, and he certainly doesn't pound it as much as those guys, but he's still very ball dominant, and I think that takes away from some of his teammates. So I don't know if he'd fit into that system. He's smart enough where I'm sure he would adapt, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that. I mean, is that fun for you guys? Is that
Hell yeah! It's not fun for me, Justin.
Yes, it is.
I do the pre and post game show for the Warriors. I would wear it, and I'm sure the Warriors are not happy with me saying this right now, but I want to avoid that.
I disagree.
So that would be another podcast, and no, I got podcast-itis. No, I don't want to deal with that, Justin. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm the same. Listen, bottom line is, I love Steph because it's about basketball. I love Jokic right now because it's about basketball. Yep. It's not the extra stuff. You're hosting a post-game show for the Warriors for the last, and I guess you got Draymond there, so it hasn't been about basketball. But if you have Draymond and LeBron, it's never going to be about the actual game. It's never going to be about the sport.
Justin, you're on fire, man.
Let me just make it clear. Bonte speaks for himself and portions of the fan base.
I'm speaking for myself.
Not for me.
Yeah.
I'll take LeBron
for me too,
all
by
day.
The way, so there you go.
I'll take LeBron all day. All day.
Well, he's going to throw. If you're a Steph guy, he's going to throw Steph under the bus at some point because it can never be LeBron's fault.
No, it could never be LeBron's fault. Last night it was the referee's fault, not the fact that they blew a 20-point lead.
He was brilliant in the fourth quarter.
He was fine.
He was great. He was fantastic. I mean, that's the thing that's incredible is Anthony Davis also probably played, arguably the 2 best games of his career, certainly the best half of his career last night, and he still wasn't even the best big on the floor, which is insane.
Wow, Justin, good stuff. Man. We're gonna keep in touch during these playoffs because we're still tapping in, despite the Warriors not being in it for the first time in a long time. But man, what a night last night, Justin. Thanks for the time as always, brother.
All right, thanks for having me on, fellas.
Good stuff.
Anytime. Sirius XM NBA Radio with Eddie Johnson. He's one of my favorites.
Love his voice.
That is a go-to show. He's got a radio voice. Him and Eddie go at it. He doesn't back down either, man. These lines are lit up.
He was going at Draymond.
They're going at him.
See, I wish people inside this market would maybe take a step outside the market from time to time and just get a feel for how the rest of the country views players on our teams.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Send me that interview. I'm going to send it to some people here because a lot of people, there's some Justin Termini fans out there. They love when we bring them on. They love when we bring them on.
Family members?
Yeah, family members.
Very cool.
NBA fans. A lot of NBA fans. NBA fans are tapped in.
I just want everyone to know, remember that there's that meme that, I guess it's not a meme, it was like a video, that TikTok. I just flipped the switch, flip. You guys don't know what I'm talking about? when everybody was like a couple years ago.
I wasn't a big TikTok guy.
You didn't see it? Like Alex Rodriguez and J-Lo did it, I believe, when they were in the bathroom together. Maybe it was Ben Affleck.
Oh, when they flip light and they switch outfits. They still do that
Warrior
stuff.
fans hating on LeBron this morning. The second he comes to the Warriors, I just hit the switch. Boom, they're all going to flip into LeBron fans.
No, look, LeBron's a great player. He's a great player. He's awesome. He's one of the best ever. But if I had a choice, you're asking me if I had a choice, I don't want him.
I don't think there are any choices.
Right?
That's kind of the wheel.
But here's the deal.
Warriors.
Here's the deal. He's on his way to getting swept again by the Denver Nuggets.
That's not all because of him.
It's not all because of him, but that's his team. That's his team. And they've lost to the Nuggets how many straight times? 9, 10?
9. Yeah.
9 straight times. All I'm saying is, yeah, you could bring LeBron James in, and he's great. It's still not enough.
Oh, no,
we
agree with that.
And who's signing up to play with LeBron these days? Unless it's via trade.
I'll
He's
worry
thrown
about it
D'Lo under the bus. He's thrown Austin Reeves under the bus. He's thrown Darvin Ham under the bus. When he comes here, he'll throw Steph Curry under the bus. He'll throw Steve Kerr under the bus. Oh, please. He will find a way to throw somebody under the bus. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's who he is.
All right.
It's just a little bit of narcissism that I don't want to do.
We literally did this with Chris Paul.
You don't think that LeBron takes he always gets, media-wise, he gets crushed. Like from last night, like he had an incredible game, but he missed the shot and Jamal made it. He's going to get crushed.
Just because Skip Bayless is an idiot. He's an idiot.
Well, I know, but
he's an idiot. Come on.
But media-wise, we're talking about it now, throwing people under the bus. I don't think he did that yesterday. It was more so for the officials. He wasn't throwing D'Lo or Darvin Ham or anything like that.
He has the loser's limp. He has the loser's limp. Every now and then, like when things don't go his way, I freely admit that.
Listen to this. Y'all blew 20. So I watched the entire press conference.
You find me a good loser, I'll tell you that guy's a loser.
Well, listen. That is true.
Shout out to Vince Lombardi. That's your line.
Yeah, she'll be a loser. I'll show you a good loser.
I repackaged it.
Listen. Like, all right, so LeBron James comes here. How much better are the Warriors? Are they a top 5 seed in the West?
No, you have to make a variety of moves. It's the same thing I would say whether they got if I put Luka on the team or SGA or whatever, like there's other moves that still need to be made.
A lot of moves need to be made, but not only that.
Great start.
But LeBron James, I watched the entire press conference last night. That's why I went to bed late. I was watching all the pressers. Trying to watch inside the NBA.
Practicing post-game.
Inside the NBA.
We're waiting for the King to get to the podium right now. Molly, what'd you think of the King's performance tonight?
Inside the NBA. I can't get enough of it during the playoffs. I'm just going to ignore that. I'm steamrolling right past it. Because we're having a serious conversation. Because Shasky knows it. Hey, this is what he does. This is what Shasky does. This is what Shasky does when he's got nothing but LeBron. Listen, I watched the entire press conference.
LBJ all damn day.
For the LA Lakers. Listen, LeBron sat there and was short on every freaking question. Short, angry, simmering, blah, 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 blah. And then this happened.
Of course, it's a heartbreaking game. You don't ever want to lose in that fashion. I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What the do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. I'm sorry I didn't answer your question, but that like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knicks game too. What are we doing?
Hey, so LeBron, it's what he does.
It bothers me.
That's what he does. Tomorrow it'll be D'Lo's fault. The next day it'll be Austin Reeves' fault. How many coaches has he gotten fired?
It would be funny.
I mean, come on, man.
What's Curry's most free throw attempts average per game
Probably
in a
like
single
5
season?
or 6.
Yeah, he jumps up to like 13 a game.
Well, LeBron was crying after the game. Did you see him crying after the game? He asked the referees a question. You're not going to ask her? It's like, dude, the game's over.
He did it in the second quarter when he had a dunk and he thought someone sideswiped him, and then he literally turned to the referee and they're like, "All right, I have to blow the whistle. I have to do it."
Just shows that he cares.
I mean, you know,
right. We got Scott Osler coming up in 9 minutes. We got the lines jacked up here. Let's get to these callers, man. Hey, who knew the Warriors haven't played in a week? And all people want to talk around this market. We got the NFL draft coming up. We got Brandon Aiyuk rumors.
Got notes.
We got Giant stuff.
Right field production notes.
Yeah. And
what the Giants are doing in right field.
And nobody cares right now because we got a crisis.
I want to talk LED lights at Oracle.
Yeah, sure, you do.
Save it for the podcast.
Yeah, save it for the garlic fries and baseball.
If your internet works.
Garlic fries and baseball, guys.
What did I do wrong?
Started.
Let's go to let's get to my main man Brett in Casino Matrix.
They gave John Sterling an 84-inch television, and everyone was like, "That's worth $245 at Best Buy."
They gifted an 86-year-old man a TV.
Funny. And then what's he going to do? Put it in the car? How's he going to get into his house?
Casino Matrix could use another TV.
Give it to
Right,
me.
Brett? You guys could use an 84-inch TV.
We have mini TVs. Mini TVs.
I know.
Yeah.
A plethora?
Good morning.
A
Good morning,
plethora?
Brett. I love you, Brett. I need to come see you.
What's up?
I love you too, man. Hey, I didn't even say anything, but I'm happy about you and the baby, man. I'm really happy for you about that, brother.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
But is it me? Can I say something real quick? What is it with BPA? Is he like a bad ex-girlfriend and is always negative?
It's just.
I mean, like I picture this guy driving around like in an ice cream truck out front of like elementary school.
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
I mean, he's just.
Well, that's
Well, he's banned,
Yeah.
Brett. Brett, he's not calling back until May.
You put him in Alcatraz?
Yeah, he's in Alcatraz.
Yeah.
I'll put him in Alcatraz before. Did he start calling with fake voices and fake names?
I'm not
I can't
sure.
deal with this sometimes. I can't deal with him sometimes. It's just too much, Brett. It's too much negativity from the guy. Like the guy, like Brett, does the guy enjoy life? Like I wonder, like seriously, when I see his
kick
tweets,
out of him.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. Go
I
ahead,
like
Brett.
chaos.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
yeah. But the narrative is he needs a timeout. That's what he needs.
He needs a timeout.
So my take, sorry, boys. My take was, they keep saying about Draymond and how we can't survive with him or off the court, but it's like, well, we can't live without him either. It's like, how are we going to move Draymond if we're playing better with him on the court?
I know.
And I know all the intangibles that come with him, but I mean, man, Draymond makes me scratch my head, and I got homies that are just like Draymond. They're knuckleheads, but I still love them at the end of the day. And it's like, look, man, Draymond's got to be there. That's just the way I see it. But hey, guys, I wish you the best, and we'll talk soon. Okay?
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Brett. Thanks, Brett. Hey, that's he's a big enigma, right?
We've now turned into the Rome show where everyone is now ripping other callers. I'm here for it.
I'm here
Our
for it,
community they've got guns out for
The
everyone.
jungle is wild.
I'm here for it too.
Rome is burning.
I'm here for it too. Even the 408 or City Mobile text
Hi, I'm
line.
Jim Rome. Let me read from a script that one of my 17 producers wrote
Kyle
for me.
Brandt, producer extraordinaire.
Hey, say what you want about Jim Rome. Y'all talk about me hating on LeBron. You're talking about a Radio Hall of Famer who's got plenty of money.
We're just doing impressions of him.
I know. What are you talking
Y'all
about?
hating.
Everyone
Y'all
respects
lightweight
him.
hating. No, y'all be hating.
Impressions does not equal
y'all be
hate.
lightweight
What are you
hating.
talking about?
No, he threw a shot at him, saying it's 17 producers.
No, he
writing
admitted
the
it. He put it out on air that he doesn't do his own tweets. He literally reads from a script.
Oh boy.
Him and Cowherd.
Oh man.
I think that's when Colin Cowherd went at Dan Patrick because he had
Yes.
4 different
Yes.
sidekicks and everyone was defending Dan at that point.
Yeah, the Danettes.
The Danettes.
And now one of them spins off, and I wake up first thing in the morning and I hear him.
Yeah.
McLovin.
But he's Perloff?
Yeah, Andrew Perloff.
Yeah.
I don't know. 408 says I have a lot of Steiny in me. A lot of Steiny in me.
I mean, you guys
You
are
know,
very similar.
We tell the truth. Is what we do. Is what we do. We tell the truth. We
You're
tell
the
the truth.
magic 8-ball.
We
I
tell the
shake
truth.
the magic Bonte.
No
Tell
caps
me the
here.
truth.
No caps here. You getting it raw and uncut, baby. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Jimmy in Bayview. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
Great
up, Jimmy?
show. I just wanted to say about Joel Embiid real quick. Cry, Philly, cry. He'll never be the man. He's always whining. And the second thing about the Warriors is, with the new basically Warriors rule,
Yep.
the new repeater tax rule, the Warriors got to be under the second apron 2 of the next 4 years.
Yep.
So what I would do, I would actually trade. I think Philly would be interested in Andrew Wiggins and losing Tobias Harris. And the Warriors need a year where they just got to let their young kids grow, because whether they be trade assets or whether, they grow into something special, when you keep going for the fast money, a championship every year, you're putting off growing your own assets. So I think the Warriors are in for a kind of salary reset year. And with Clay, I don't think they're going to offer more than 2 years. For Clay's benefit, I think he needs to move on to Orlando is perfect. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, Orlando.
I think this caller clearly understands the finances of the Warriors, and it's a reasonable opinion.
And the Clay and Orlando thing has a lot of legs to it. I think they should go after Malik Monk and Clay.
That's
Orlando.
probably the easiest fan base to fall back on too. Not really known for their rabid fan base out in Orlando.
Nick Friedell's mother.
When
She's
you
a
said
diehard Magic
when you
fan.
guys were talking to Justin Termini, you can find that entire interview on a YouTube and download the Odyssey app.
I mean, that
find
feels-
it there. But also like Sixers, you guys brought up. I was like, oh, that fan base with Clay, it'd be Danny Green all over again. They're looking to crush him every single turn.
Yeah, I don't like him in Philly for that reason alone with the fans. That's a good point. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, I don't want him there.
Orlando is a much easier landing zone.
I could see Clay running down Broad Street, jogging in Broad Street.
Oh, I think they'd love him, but I do
Rocky
think
statue. But it is
there's a psychology
it is, yeah,
with Rocco.
No, it is. Orlando would be nice because it's quick
think
fight.
of what they did to Ben Simmons.
Think about Orlando, man. You got all that water, quick fights to the Bahamas on some off days. You know, you could do a lot of things
the
in
boat
Orlando.
would play in Orlando.
Yes, no doubt it would. No doubt it would. It's funny how that is coming to fruition. Orlando.
I believe he'd have to, going all the way around, he would have to. How would you get the boat there?
Panama Canal?
He would take it the whole way? You'd pay someone to take it.
No, you'd have to, yeah. You'd ship that
Did you
over.
get it on the truck?
I don't know.
Something?
No, you put it on a trailer.
Yeah, okay, I was going to ask. Yeah, I don't know enough about boats. Yeah.
You get to, but
That's a long drive.
Real quick before Scott Osler.
Use a camper.
Let's go to Maryland. Joseph in Maryland. All the way in Maryland. We're national today.
How y'all doing, man?
What's up, Joseph?
How y'all doing, man? I'm good.
What's going on?
So I was on Twitter, browsing, and I saw a tweet from you guys. I'm a lifetime Warriors fan. Are the Warriors better off moving from Steph? And I just had some opinions on that.
Spit them out.
I think absolutely not. I think he's still 36. He is on the end of his prime, but he's still averaging 27 points per game. He just led the league in threes again. We know that's what he's going to do. And, I know our salary's kind of tight right now. I think we got to get Chris Paul out of there. But, at the back end of the season, we were 27-12 after Draymond's suspension. Like, we can still win. I don't think we can win another championship, but I think we move a couple assets around. Jonathan Kuminga's kind of blossoming in front of our eyes. Like, he's still not, that guy, but, I still think we can make some noise in the West if we move, some players around.
All right, Joseph, good take. I respect it. A lot of people feel like that.
Do the legal.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Cave. Now, don't forget, we just got the email. We're going to have to tweak this on Thursday. Tweak it on Thursday. KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have decided to add the QR code on both pages. Go ahead, scan it. QR code right there. Xfinity mobile text line, and that leads us straight into Scott Osler. We're going to get to Austin, Alex, Big Dave, everybody out there. We're going to get to everybody. Trust me. And I don't even know if we're going to get to anything else because this is kind of taking off here. Scott Osler, longtime columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, good friend of the program, good friend of ours, wrote an article. And Scott, I got to say, Lutman dropped this article in our thread literally after our show call when we were discussing, we may have to have a discussion about Stephen Curry and whether it's best to not necessarily move on, but are the Warriors closer to contending with Steph, or are they closer to the bottom with Stephen Curry? And then next thing you know, we get your headline, why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable, trading Stephen Curry. Now, Scott, good morning to you. Thanks for spending some time with us. What led you to writing this column about Stephen Curry and thinking about that? What made this start to float in your brain? Because it was floating in ours.
Hey, Bonte and Shasky. Hey, good talking to you guys. And you owe me a debt because I saved you a lot of grief because I brought it up, and so you can be just the guy that's letting me air my opinion. And
this is exactly what I'm doing, Scott.
You're the meat shield, and we'll be Leonidas standing with the other 300 trying to take the arrows from the enemy.
Scott, I'm just laying it out for you to play it out. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. And by the way, I appreciate you guys flushing that caller earlier that said I was past my prime.
Oh yes.
I want that person to know I never had a prime, man. I skipped right. I went right from rising star to over the hill, man. I never had a prime.
I love it.
Yeah, he's bad. Whenever they disrespect our guests, especially you, Scott, who's a friend of the program and been great to us for over the years, he ain't coming back on the show until at least May. And he may not come on during May. He may have to take the whole summer off.
Give him a week off, yeah.
All right, give him a week off. Go ahead, Scott. Floor is yours.
Yeah, no. What you asked me what caused me to write that. I just thought it was an interesting topic. And, And a lot of it's only been a week, like you said, since the season ended. But a lot of the talk is we're kind of in a rut. It's gotten kind of stale. We're going over the same ground. Should we keep Clay? Should we not keep Clay? And it's all dancing around the one obvious thing that people should at least throw out on the table. Throw it out and discard it if you want, but it's worth talking about. And I was thinking, if I'm the owner of the team, if I'm Joe, and Steph comes to me and says, "Look, Joe, I know these are hard times. It's going to be a hard rebuild. I would like to be a Warrior forever, but if the opportunity comes up that you guys can launch a rebuild and you can get me to a team that's going to fight for a championship, I won't stand in the way of that." Then if I'm Joe, I start looking around. Why not?
Well, let's just say, like right now, because this is the conversation we were having literally before we even saw your article dropped. Are they closer to being a contender, even if they make some wild trade, right? Are they closer to being a contender or just embracing the rebuild? I think it's closer to embracing the rebuild than most fans want to admit.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. And in a weird way, Shasky, what you guys were talking about in the last segment is bringing in LeBron. And that I would never think I would be saying this, but I'd sign up for that. I'd sign up for a year or two of LeBron.
Of course you would, because the Chronicle will sell so many papers because of LeBron. It has nothing to do with basketball.
He's still amazing.
It has everything to do with content. Come on, Scott. Business would be booming. It would be booming.
It would. And you'd have to extend the games by about 10 minutes because you'd have, with Draymond and LeBron, you'd have two of the greatest crybabies in the history of the sport. So every foul would be a drama.
Man.
But it would be interesting. Think of the stuff LeBron could bring, man. If he's attacking the rim, how much would open up the outside? Come on.
I completely agree. Let me ask you this.
I agree with the way he plays. I just don't want to deal with it.
Him and Steph would make beautiful music together. You're kidding yourself.
Hey, what did they do? Lose in the first round or second round? First round or second round? Did they make a West Finals?
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
It's the Over the Hill gang. It's the Golden Boys.
Exactly.
When has the Over the Hill gang ever won something in the NBA? Honestly, I remember when the Rockets went back to back, and I was like, "Ooh, the Rockets made three-peat," and they got swept the next year by the Sonics, and it was like, "Oh, it's really over." Like they got old overnight. And the Warriors have had a great run for a decade. That's why I'm trying not to keep these guys running.
It's an unprecedented run.
It's all-time run. But at some point, age does catch up. And with the West being as loaded as it is, with all these young, so as you wrote in your article, it's getting faster, getting more athletic, springy, all these things. How did the Warriors do that by bringing in LeBron?
Yeah. And one thing about if you're kicking around the idea of trading Steph is if you're a real fan of Steph, you don't want to see the guy get embarrassed by having to play with guys who are faded and can't keep up and nobody can play defense and it just becomes a ragtag gym kind of game. You don't want to see Steph have to put up with that kind of stuff.
No. You've been around the industry and you've been watching sports your entire life. Like my dad, I can hear him like Willie Mays playing for the Mets, Joe Montana playing for the Chiefs, Jerry Rice in a Bronco uniform. I mean, we can go on and on. Ronnie Lott in a Jets uniform. I mean, come on. Some of these images in my head. But trading Steph, I actually think it'd be bigger than trading Joe Montana because at least you had the MVP at 92 before they even executed the trade. Steve was the MVP and only one guy can play quarterback. This would be the biggest trade of all time, right? In the Bay Area?
It would be the biggest trade of all time, without question. I don't think it's even close. But the one difference is that it would be a trade that the guy who gets traded away would sign off on. They would never trade Steph Curry. At least I hope they would never trade him without his blessing. They didn't come to Willie Mays and say, "Hey, Willie, is it okay if we trade you?" They just traded him. And some reader mentioned to me this morning on an email, probably the worst trade of all time, the coldest trade of all time. You have to be a history buff, and I'm sure you guys are, going back in baseball. 1956, the Dodgers traded Jackie Robinson to the Giants.
And then he refused to play.
He retired.
Yeah,
Jackie said, forget it, man.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite fun facts. Yeah, I love that.
I do love that.
So this would not be that. This would be... This is probably not going to happen. I'm surely not going to happen. But if they did trade Steph, it would be a mutual thing, for sure.
What's your take on
it would be a mutually amicable. It would be a loving and friendly parting of the way.
No doubt.
I hope it doesn't happen. By the way,
yeah, no, nobody wants it to happen.
I'm willing to put up with watching Steph having to play with a scuffling crew for 2 or 3 years, and until they rebuild a little bit, and then maybe it's too late. And even so, let's say that happens. Let's say Steph never wins again. Let's say they're out of the playoffs for the next 3 years, and I'm still good with that, Bonte, because like you said, man, what Steph has given us and what that team has given us, they can do whatever they want. They can ride with those guys for the next 10 years. If it's up to me, and I'm fine with that.
I'm with you, Scott, because if you do move them to the business aspect of everything, the ticket sales, the revenue, the jersey sales, the gear, everything, the ratings on television, the readership on the Chronicle, everything goes down its drain with Steph Curry if he does leave. What's your take on Klay Thompson? What do you think happens with Klay Thompson, Scott?
I think he goes. If I have to guess, I think he goes because they're going to set a price. I don't know if it's $27 million for 2 years or whatever, but it can't be like $35, $38 million for 3 or 4 years or anything like that. They just can't afford it. It would just rip the team apart financially, and they can't do that. And so I think they're going to make a price, and they're going to lay it out to Klay. And I don't, with Klay, it's going to be like with so many other players. It's not necessarily about the money. He doesn't need the money. People say, well, why can't he take a $10 million discount? Well, because it becomes a pride thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think his pride would allow him to do that. I think, and so. If I had to guess, I'd say he's probably gone. These guys can't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, of all the stories I want told, just in general, I think the Jordan Poole saga, to me, is one of the most fascinating. Kevin Durant's going to get all the headlines, and there's a whole ecosystem of ego regarding Draymond, Steph, KD, fan appreciation, rings being real and not real, and signing up with a team that you should have been able to beat. Like, there's so many elements of that, like the KD thing. But to me, the juicier one is Jordan Poole. This is the ascension of what I thought was going to be a potential superstar. And just to see it a year later, like, I have such buyer's remorse from that trade. Man, I don't know. Like, as a writer, do you think like that's the untold story you want told from this dynasty, or is there something else I'm missing?
No, I think it's an interesting story. There's something interesting I read yesterday in The Athletic. They did. I hate to pimp the opposition, but they did a nice thing. It's called the Anonymous NBA Players Poll.
Right.
You probably saw it. But one of the interesting things I thought in that was that the most overrated player. And I think Rudy Gobert was number 1, but I think Jordan Poole was number 2 or 3.
Yeah, he was 2.
So apparently the guys in the league think he's a bit of a fraud.
Yeah, he was number 2. He did end the year well. Since March 1st, he did average 22 and 6, shot 36% from 3, and 40, I want to say 43%, maybe 44% from the floor. I'll double check that. But he did end the season well. Hopefully he gets his game back because he was lost for at least a year and a half, JP there. So Scott Osler, his article in the Chronicle right now, really good. Give it a read. He's not advocating trading Stephen Curry. He's not doing that. He's not advocating that. But he did right. Why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable, and that's trading Stephen Curry. It's a fascinating article. It has been a fascinating topic here on the Morning Roast today. Scott, always thank you for the time. Hope the kids are well. Tell the wife we said hi.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate you having me on.
Anytime. Scott Osler,
the best.
Multi columnist with the San Francisco Chronicle. The fact that he was listening to her BPA get flushed just makes my day.
Oh, it made your day.
Take that, BPA.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, well, you be scared.
Now I'm envisioning him driving around in an ice cream truck, like that one caller said.
I mean, think about the...
What is he, like Big Worm?
We're going to get to Austin and Alex on the other side here because we got a break.
Right.
But think about BPA. The last few days he's been on the show.
Why does he get under your skin?
Oh, he does. He's condescending.
He's the Ruben Patterson to your Kobe.
Yeah, he's not a Bonte stopper. But like even last week, I had asked him a question. He goes, "What?" And I said, "Don't what me." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I forgot I was on radio for a second. It's like, who is this guy think he is?
What me?
We give you the platform. You guys entertain the guy. It's enough with the guy. I don't even know if he's a Warrior fan, crying out loud.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
Oh, my God. Imagine watching the basketball game with that guy. What a misery. He's just like watching negativity. The Warriors go down 2-0. Oh, that's it. Oh, you got to make that play.
I love watching that game with BPA.
Yeah, now I'm imagining.
I kind of want to watch a game with him, too.
Go ahead and tell me how it is. Tell me how miserable it is.
I'll send you lots of videos.
Heckling a referee like that fan behind Aaron Boone, getting Steve Kerr a technical when he didn't deserve it.
John Payne is the first base umpire. You saw him making that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pit. Got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Well, you know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear. There you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything. Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
I did not say anything, Hunter. Okay, I did not say a
Oh, man.
That's BPA, the Yankee version, sitting in the second row. One batter in. So good.
It'd be the most miserable 3 hours you guys ever spent in your life. You'd be saying, Bonte, you did have a point, like Guru.
Bonte did have
He did have a point. I can't get those 3 hours back. All
At
right.
least Bonte didn't win.
Austin and Alex. Hey, at least Guru didn't hit the ball squarely. He didn't explode. Good job, Guru. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls in. Maybe we'll get into a little Aiyuk. We got some John Lynch out. We got TJ Houshmandzadeh. We got Charles Barkley on the Lakers once again. Oh, the Lakers lose, and it makes me so happy.
I was rooting against Bonte.
It bothers me.
Murray makes a move. There's Allen. The Nuggets have won!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
The Lakers. Jamal Murray, game winner last night. Nuggets rally from a 20-point deficit. Lakers down 0-2 in that best of 7. Then it'll be the summer of LeBron. Where is he going to go? He'll hijack the offseason as always. Knicks, Sixers. That went down to the wire. What a great game that was. Playoffs are hot right now. Hot. Then I love Charles Barkley. Oh, I love me some Chuck. Not only because he's told me one day that I asked him the greatest question that's ever been asked. Don't even remember what the question was, but he made my day. Warriors lost to the Raptors later that
Charles,
night.
what are you eating today?
I was working that day. I remember that.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Hey, I did not care because later on that night we had Snoop and E40 on the set at NBC Sports, and I was like, Mama, I made it. I had a glass of yak. Warriors were down 3-1, and I didn't give a damn because I thought my career had reached its peak. It did. It's been all downhill from there. But Charles Barkley, last night, before the Lakers-Nuggets game, these are just, this is just gospel. And it's so true.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. One thing you can always count on with the Lakers, they're going to throw somebody under the bus when they lose. Going back to Russell Westbrook, going back to Frank Vogel, now I guess D'Angelo Russell. If that's not D'Angelo Russell's man right there, just for the record. But I just love the way they just blame. Listen, man, the Denver Nuggets are a better team than the Lakers. I didn't like the way they called D'Angelo out after game 1, but he gets scum going on when he goes to Denver. Kid's not trying to miss shots, but they're beating them in every aspect of the game, Ernie. They're not just beating them at D'Angelo's position. You know, I hope he has a good game, but the Nuggets right now, they just a better team than the Lakers. Has nothing to do with D'Angelo or Rui or whatever. The Denver Nuggets, man, they are a well-oiled machine.
Thank you, Chuck.
There's no one, though, who delivers the opinion the way Chuck does.
I love it.
Yeah, everyone does. So, like, I know Draymond, a lot of people think is going to be a great analysis, and I agree, but like the comparison to Charles Barkley is not an accurate one. He's better than Reggie Miller in terms of breaking down the game. That is Draymond Green, but Chuck is in a whole category by himself.
He is.
And anybody who tries to come the way Chuck comes at people and the way he did, like, he's just unique.
Right.
Like, no one can do his unicorn thing.
And I think people forget, and a lot of people don't understand. I get it. If you're younger, you didn't watch him play in his prime. Charles Barkley was a badass.
Charles Barkley, one of my favorite players of all time.
I think, I don't know what the stat line. You guys will look it up. Game 7, Seattle Supersonics at home. The guy, I think, goes for 44 and 24.
Was that when he was going after, it was him versus David Robinson for the scoring title in the final game of the year?
No, this was, I don't know if that was the season. It was his MVP year. His MVP year.
So that was 93 Phoenix Suns?
David Robinson went at it with who? Was it Charles Barkley or was it somebody else?
I thought it was Barkley, and he scored like 45 or 50 on the final
David Robinson
day of the year.
scored 71.
Oh, that was a different time. I'm talking about the end of the year. They were both going for the scoring title, and I believe both of them had humongous games on the same day.
He edged Shaquille O'Neal in 94.
There you go.
When David Robinson scored the 71 points.
So David did.
Clippers. David did. And Shaq, he beat Shaq. He edged Shaq for the scoring
Okay,
title.
I thought it was Barkley.
But I remember Barkley winning MVP, and he went at, now he had a game winner against David Robinson in the playoff series, Hemisphere Arena, when he pulled up from the top of the key.
A moment in time.
That was a moment. But Charles Barkley, I think in game 7 against Seattle, he dropped like 44-24. And I remember in that game as a kid, Sean Kemp, he drew Sean Kemp's 4th foul, and he looked at the camera and said, "That's 4." It was like, damn. And he dominated.
Rain Man?
Rain Man.
Spawn?
Rain Man. Barkley was a problem. He was a problem. Then you got the Sixers announcers.
Sean Kemp.
Think about
so whatever you
Philadelphia.
thought Blake Griffin was, Sean Kemp was way better.
So much better. And how about this?
Sean Kemp was so sick.
I wonder what 94 WIP is doing.
What are they doing?
Poor broadcast team. K. Scott.
You'd love to, but the goal is not having home court advantage to getting home court advantage by winning one of the 2 games on the road. Job done. Let's head down to the Turnpike.
Lowry splits them. Stay tuned. Post-game line is going to be fun. Runs and pushing off. No whistle.
NBC Sports, Philadelphia. I should text Tate. Tough one. Tough one for the Sixers. Tough one. I was actually rooting for Embiid and Maxey. Tough one. So the announcers' cheeks. Fitz would never do that. He would never do that. If I did that on the little look-ins, like, hey, I'm Bonte Hill in that fourth quarter hit, Fitz would check me on air on the spot. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You never know what could happen. Never know what could happen in the NBA. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, and then we'll get to Austin and Redwood City. Alex, what's happening?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Look, just to chime in on the question you guys posted earlier on the YouTube channel, I think right now, obviously, I think ideally they should try to keep Steph for as long as possible. But I think looking ahead to this offseason, the fan base has to get comfortable with the idea that the primary goal of this offseason is going to be shedding as much salary as possible, whether it's, moving on from Chris Paul, obviously, moving on from Wiggins, potentially moving on from Draymond Green, and maybe even potentially letting Clay walk in free agency. Now, as far as Wiggins and Green are concerned, if you're looking for potential trade partners for them, and I know they do have some difficult contracts to move, I'd look at Eastern Conference teams that, performed poorly in terms of defensive rating this year, but also were playoff contenders. So specifically looking at Atlanta, they were 27th in the league in defensive rating, but they were a play-in team, and they're in a situation right now where they're trying to do everything possible to keep Trae Young happy, and that includes trying to make deeper playoff runs. So they have a lot of room to improve defensively. So ideally, that's a good spot for Wiggins and or Draymond Green to land. Now, what you can get in return is probably going to be minimal, and that's something you also have to accept this offseason, is that if you are going to move off these contracts, the returns aren't going to be great. But another team I look at is the Indiana Pacers. If they're not able to bring back Siakam this offseason, that's a team that's probably going to be looking to improve defensively year over year, so Andrew Wiggins might be a good fit there as well.
Interesting point, Alex. Interesting point. By the way, I was looking up the Game 7. Eddie Johnson in that Game 7 had 34 points off the bench, 12-17 from the floor. Sean Kemp only 18 points in that game, fouled out, 8 rebounds. Charles Barkley, 12 of 20 from the floor, 19 of 22 from the free throw line, 44 points, 24 rebounds, 10 offensive rebounds. Come on, man. In a Game 7. Like, that's just sick. That's just sick. I mean, when we go box score watching, those are just sick numbers. Game 7.
In the hand check era.
In the hand check
See,
era.
that's the thing I don't think people understand. The freedom of movement in this last 20 years it's very different. It's easier to score now than ever.
No doubt.
In terms of not having somebody's hand on your hip at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the pace of play. I know in the 80s the pace of play was through the roof, but the 90s was not.
No, it wasn't.
It was very different.
It was nasty.
That Phoenix Suns team was so much fun. Dan the Man Marley, Danny Ainge, AC Green. I mean, they had some
on this
players.
team.
Who was on that team?
On this team was Barkley, Marley, Kevin Johnson.
Yeah, KJ.
Kevin Johnson, 22 points, 9 assists in that game. Tom Chambers.
Tom Chambers.
Tom Chambers,
he
17-6.
At the end of his career, more toward the end than he was the 80s when he was a
dunking all over Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge, 13 points off the bench. Oliver Miller.
Miller, the big man.
Mark West.
Yeah.
Of course, you had Richard Dumas.
Richard Dumas. Was Cedric Sabalas already gone?
I think he was already gone.
Okay.
Cedric was gone. I think he was a Laker by then. He ended up coming back. Boy, Frank Johnson.
AC Green wasn't on that team.
Nope, not on this team.
Wow.
The year later, I think he was.
They played 93. They played the Bulls, right?
Yep, I'm looking at.
So he might have been on that team.
No, he wasn't on. I'm looking at this team right now. This is the same team.
So when did AC go over there?
Probably the next year.
I loved AC Green.
He went there probably the next year.
He was just an underrated winning type of a player.
Yeah, this team, it was Barkley, Marley, Dumas, Johnson, Mark West, Oliver Miller, Danny Ainge, Frank Johnson, the backup point guard, and Tom Chambers. And Tom Chambers only saw 3 minutes in Game 1 against the Bulls. Wow. How did that happen? Jordan Pippen. Pippen 27-9 and 5 in Game 1. Man. Jordan 31-7 and 5 in Game 1 with 5 steals.
It's sad what's happened to Pippen because he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, let's just go to Austin and Redwood City. I don't want to touch Scottie Pippen right now.
You does Larsa.
There's a Diddy joke somewhere in here. I just don't know where to put it.
There's not a Diddy joke. There's a Jordan joke. Because Jordan's son said bye-bye to Larsa.
Oh, they're hanging out again.
Oh, they are?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the? Oh,
just
really?
at the beach this past weekend.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
It's such a weird
Love is in the air. Austin and Redwood City. Love is in the air.
Love is blind.
I was going to say,
what up, Austin?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, no, much. Just listen to you guys talk away, man. Hey, I just want to say this. Life without the big three, that'd be crazy. We already had life without the big three before. When Draymond and Clay went down, it was just Steph. man, that was tough to watch. And then Steph went down, the whole season went down after that. I just want to, and then if we do get life without Clay and Dre and it's just Steph, will Steph actually have to change his whole game and actually be a point guard? Who will he make better on the team? Because we've seen it before, and he didn't make no one else better when we didn't have the big three together. It was just Steph. So if we can get just one big and keep Draymond in check for a season or two, we'll be straight because we got people to put the ball in the bucket. We got rid of Jordan Poole. He could put the ball in the bucket. But if we get rid of Clay and Dre, we become weak. We become unphysical and mentally weak.
So we just basically become weak. Austin, what city? We just become weak. I like point guard, though. I like how he said point guard. I do like that.
I like how he usually ends the call with, that's all I got.
That's all I got.
It's so good.
It's like a walk-off. Or so always
Let's go. All right, we're going to Austin and Redwood City.
Not much. Oh, not much. Not much. I love Austin. I got to meet Austin one day. He sounds like a good kid. Good guy. Don't want to call him a kid. Could be older than me. Who knows?
It bothers me.
Speaking of Draymond, he's released a podcast.
Of course he has.
Show.
Absolutely incredible.
Who is he telling what to do?
And he's breaking down T-Wolves' Suns. Check this out.
Okay.
The Phoenix Suns are going to have to do is they're going to have to play KD on Anthony Edwards the entire series. That has to be his matchup. What Phoenix has to do is they have to rely on Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen. You're going to have to hit some shots. And they're going to have to rely on those guys to carry the load offensively. Because to ask Kevin to go try to lock up Anthony Edwards and then go carry the load on the offensive end in year 18, and they happening every night.
That's Draymond Green. What's your take on that?
Well, my take on that is it's easier said than done, number one. And number two, like, that's exhausting. What I've learned about NBA series is there's the best way to slow down a lethal opponent is, there might be one guy who does really well, but to throw different bodies at him to give somebody, a variety of 6 different fouls from different players. I like different body types. What made the Warriors so beautiful, and we forgot, the big three. Yeah, they had Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala who could also guard anyone, given what the options were. They had Harrison Barnes who could pretty much, at the time, could guard pretty much anyone. And then you had, when you brought in Kevin Durant, Kevin could guard anyone in the world. But you don't want him doing that because he's one of the few bucket getters. They've got the three scores, but he was dynamic the last game that they played offensively.
I agree with everything what you just said. Now I'll add to this. When it comes to great players like Anthony Edwards, you don't want to leave them one-on-one with the player all game long.
No.
You want to show the great ones multiple bodies, multiple schemes, multiple traps, doubles, triples.
Keep them guessing.
Guessing. Do you want KD for 3 straight possessions? All right, cool. Let's mix it up real quick. Get him to be uncomfortable where he's guessing. It's like, oh, wow, they're throwing longer defenders at me. Okay, here's a little Royce O'Neal. Okay, here's Devin Booker. You don't want to leave a great player seeing one-on-one all day. They will cook you all night long.
He's 36, too.
And he's 36, so I don't know about that one.
Well, and I find it ironic because, when was the last time Draymond locked up one guy for a whole series, just him? No one else guarded that guy while he was on the floor. That's like not how it works. We're going to do pick and rolls. Very few people actually hedge or fight through their pick and roll. Now everybody gives up the switch way easier. I don't know. I think it's easier said than done.
Justin Termody. He kind of described the Warriors season, and here's his takeaway of the Warriors season.
I don't know if people out there are blaming Clay for missing the postseason. Like I said it on my show, it's not his fault. It's Draymond's fault because he's the guy that missed 15 to 20 games. And if he didn't miss 15 to 20 games, you guys would have been the top 6 seed. So to me, I'm pointing the finger at Draymond for 2 consecutive seasons for sabotaging basically the year.
What did you think when you heard that?
It was just like, man, sounds like our show for the last couple of years. Like it's. If you've been following along on a daily basis, not just casually watching, it's impossible to talk about the Warriors and what's held them back without having Draymond being one of the first topics you get to.
It's always good to get out the bubble and get out of our Bay Area bubble because you hear the national perspective. And he works with Eddie Johnson. And Eddie Johnson does not hold back. We know Eddie very, very well. He's calling the Suns game tonight. And Justin Termini, I respect him. NBA Sirius XM Radio. That's how they view the Warriors situation. And we all thought, the first thing I thought about when they missed the playoffs, or even clinched a 10 seed, damn, could have been a top 6 seed. Because Draymond's that important to this team. He's that good to where they could have gone from a 10 seed to a 6 or 5 seed. And who knows what happens in the first round? I don't know. We may be talking about this team. We're in the middle of a series right now. We're talking about game 2. Whether the Warriors are up 1-0 or down 1-0. And it's easy to look at Draymond and say, and look, Draymond Green played exceptional basketball on the court. But the problem was he missed too much time. And it was self-inflicting wounds. And you hope he grows from it. You hope he learns from it. But this is 2 years in a row where we're talking about Draymond Green and what could have been for the Golden State Warriors. And that's tough. So with each conversation with the big three is so different. With Klay, it's like, maybe he needs a fresh start. Maybe he needs to move on and his money. With Draymond, it's like, damn, you got back issues and you got suspended for the Nurkic situation and the Gobert situation. And then the ejections as well. And then with Curry, it's like, do we want to keep Curry around? Or are you closer to contending with Stephen Curry? If you make all these different moves, what can you do with the cap?
So we had a caller calling earlier, B, and he was like, they really need Draymond. And see, I would argue that they've actually tailored their roster to accommodate Draymond, and it's limited how they've built the team around Steph Curry. Because off the rip, Draymond's got to have the ball at the top of the key. Yep. Off the rip that really we're at our best when he's at the 5, but he gets hurt and gets worn down, and he don't really like that.
Right.
But offensively, we don't love him at the 4 because he can't shoot.
Yep.
People only see the defense that he's bringing to the table, but they don't understand the complicated situations that it provides for building out the roster around him. And it just makes it very, very, very tricky to get the right combination of players on the floor with him to make the offense go.
Offensively, you are, this is why we talk about the 2 big lineup and the 1 big lineup, because you have 2 non-shooters on the floor. Now, Draymond, his IQ offensively is really, really good. But I want Draymond Green to shoot the 3. I want him to shoot it aggressively. I want him taking 7 to 8 threes a game. And it sounds crazy to say, right? But the percentages will back me up on that. Because when he does shoot that 3 and he's hitting shots, all of a sudden the defense has to honor you. And for the most part, to start a game, the defense is not going to honor him. They're going to leave him open. Now, some teams will press him. They disrupt his ball handling, disrupt the dribble handoffs and the split action and all that. But you do have to cater. You have to play a certain way when it's Draymond Green. Finishing at the rim, hitting the floater. It's a tough situation for Draymond in this offense here. So how do you evolve the offense with Draymond Green? Is he going to change in year 12, going into year 13? Is he going to all of a sudden start shooting the ball a lot more? Is he going to change his offensive game? I don't know. But that's kind of what needs to happen for this offense to take off, because you need bucket getters.
They just, again, they keep going back to what they used to be and what they were, and they're afraid to move forward. You might take a small step back before you take a leap forward. That's what happens in life. And I think that we're so worried about taking a step back on defense. Dog, what's the best part of the team right now? Let me ask you, what's the best element on the team?
Steph.
Okay. You didn't say offense or defense.
Steph.
Exactly. Let's hang our hat on something. At least before, we had explosive offense and you had elite defense. And then in 2022, I actually thought they were better defensively, but they were really good offensively as well. Right now, they don't hang their hat on anything. Yeah. So all these people are like, well, he's a great defender. Yeah, individually and as a help defender from time to time. But right now, this team needs an identity. They don't have an identity. Their identity is what they were 6-7 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Anymore.
No.
They're not that team
So
anymore.
they have to hang their hat on something. And if that's one thing that you're asking me, Joe, they need to find this offseason, pick an identity. Either we're going to be a grinded out defensive team that's going to muck things up, or we're going to be an explosive offensive team that's not going to play a lick of defense. Pick one, because you can't do both right now.
And then you got to get the players. And do you have the players right now in the system to do that, to have an explosive offense? Is Kuminga and Moody ready to step up?
Probably not early on, but you're going to have to take your lumps so that you're better, toward the end of the season.
Andrew Wiggins, can he reinvent himself if he is back?
I mean, what's the best stretch of offense we've seen from Andrew Wiggins?
He had a stretch before he missed 3 games.
How many games was that?
It was about a 16-game sample size.
Okay.
46% from 3, 53% from the floor, 15-5. And part of it,
15-5.
But part of it though, we laugh at 15-5. But part of it is Draymond has the ball at the top of the key, and he's looking for Steph.
No, I hear you,
the
but
ball's not popping.
But Bonte, like I did this dive when I was looking through the Clay numbers. Like, you know, he was in the top 55 of scoring, and he had almost 18 a game. You get down to 15. There's like 100 guys in the league. Literally 100 guys in the league that average 15.
But I do believe he can get to 18. I do believe he can get 18 point per game score, but the style of play where he doesn't touch the ball. How many times did we hear Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs? We can't go 4 to 5 possessions without letting Andrew Wiggins touch the ball. You know how this works in the NBA. How many NBA games have we watched over the years where that player gets iced out and he just like Tobias Harris? I'm not a big Tobias Harris fan whatsoever. But at the money he's making, he goes like 10 possessions without touching the rock at all. And I'm like, that's killing him.
Yeah, but he's ridiculously overpaid.
He is overpaid. No, I said that.
Overvalued.
I prefaced that whole analogy by saying he's overpaid. I'm not a fan.
Like, I put him in the
But
Wiggins
at the same time, when you get players running to 5-on-5, you know how it works at pickup. You're playing pickup basketball, the guy's ball hogging, you're not touching the ball. You're going to be less inclined to try hard. You're going to be less inclined to be aggressive offensively. And when you do get the ball, you're going to take a bad shot because you're like, I just want to touch it and shoot. Because I haven't shot in 4 or 5 possessions.
But I'm not prioritizing Wiggins.
I'm not either, but I'm saying if he's back.
I don't think his bag offensively warrants him getting looks at times.
No, but when you have that player and when you don't, and I get it. Like, yes, trust me, I'm Wiggins, he fell off. But at the same time, it's kind of understandable where it's like, wait, that guy has the ball. Now you got CP3. Clay needs his shots. Steph needs his shots. Kuminga needs his shots now. That's eating into my shots. Go 4 or 5 possessions? That's tough. Bless me. Had to cough. Thought you were going to. The one time I need him to talk, he doesn't talk. The one time I have to talk. Go figure. But no, seriously, when you don't touch the ball, how much does that, like Tobias Harris is not touching the ball? Guys, D'Lo all of a sudden is not touching the ball. Austin Reeves last night. You telling me he's not touching the ball? That doesn't affect his game? He's not even touching it, let alone shooting it.
Yeah, but I also think Austin Reeves, I don't know. Like, I don't think he's that great.
I don't think he's that great.
We've elevated
but you got to use these guys, especially early in the game. When you don't get these guys touches and they can become less aggressive, then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter they take a shot and you're like, why is he shooting it? Because he hasn't had a touch in 5 minutes. You got to let everybody touch it.
I hear you. I just think that Wiggins is probably the wrong vehicle to use for this argument. He's just too inconsistent in general to demand the rock.
He's inconsistent because he doesn't touch it. That's what I'm saying. Guys don't touch the basketball.
Yeah, but he can't create for others. He isn't the most consistent. Like, if you're describing what you're describing, then you need a knockdown 3-and-D guy, and he's just not that guy. He has enough athleticism to where he should be attacking the basket more, but then he goes up kind of like with the Euro soft stuff and throws it up. I mean, he is who he is. I mean, we got a great run out of him for a couple months. I just don't think he's ever going to be the type of player we want him to be.
I understand that, and I agree with that. But when you play on a basketball team, whether it's Wiggins, whether it's Austin Reeves, whether it's Tobias Harris, and the point I'm just trying to get at, when you don't touch the ball, guys become less interested and they become invisible. You got to get everybody involved in the game. And that's the thing with .5 basketball that happened during the heyday with the Warriors. Everybody was touching it. Everybody was getting a piece of the ball. Hey, the ball was even going down to the block, let Bogut pass it out, whatever. Let JaVale touch it here and there. Let Zaza touch it here and there and get him involved in some action instead of screen. Wiggins just out there running up and down, up and down, up and down. Nobody's looking at him. I saw the same thing with Austin Reeves yesterday.
I just feel like we're all just done with Wiggins.
Hey, yeah, of course we can be, but, you know, when you don't touch the ball, like Steve Kerr says, well, you get lost. You get lost. Spinoni, you watched Austin Reeves last night. I swear to God, Austin Reeves may not touch the ball for 10 minutes. Yeah, but what's he
making? $9 million a year?
More than that. Signed like 3 or 4 years, like $80 million.
Was it that much?
Yeah. So. He's not touching the ball.
Wow.
Tobias Harris is not touching the ball. Wow. These guys are not touching it.
Yeah, but he also can facilitate better than Wiggins.
So ball pounders will kill an offense. When you're pounding the ball, dribble, guys get uninterested. You got to touch it.
4 years, 50. So
4 years, 50.
So it was close 12. To what I was saying.
It's close, yeah.
Yeah, see?
But
9-11.
He is a guy that he needs to get his confidence going early, for sure.
I mean, he's making a third of what Wiggins is making.
But all I'm saying is, forget the money for a second. Tobias Harris, you could say Tobias Harris. All I'm saying is, when players don't touch the ball and they go multiple possessions without touching the ball, they become less and less of a factor, especially during the entirety of the game, and they become a non-factor. You look up and say, damn, Knicks guy played 24 minutes. Like it happened in the Knicks game. When the Knicks went wire to wire, I didn't even know Wiggins was playing. And he had like 15 minutes in the first half. I'm like, Wiggins is playing right now? Wasn't touching it. Wasn't touching it at all. And now I know we feel how we feel about Andrew Wiggins. My bigger point is when a player doesn't touch it and he goes up and down the floor and he's not a factor, not involved in the game plan, what do you expect from him? What do you expect from him? It's just like playing pickup at the Y. Guys ball hugging. It's like, oh, now I get the ball? You become disinterested.
Unless you're Kyle Korver. That was a joke. I was waiting on that one.
Was
Chuck Person. Like, no, there are guys that just light up. They stand in the corner and they wait for the 3 ball. Like that, what you're describing to me is that, and that's what the Warriors should be targeting, is a guy who just wants to stand on the perimeter, wait for the ball to come to him on a kick out, and just be a 3-and-D guy, which is what everyone in the league is looking for. Everyone in the league. Right?
Yeah, by the way, that was a cough, everybody. It was a cough.
What was a cough?
When I stopped, everybody thinks I cut a fart. No, I'll let you know if I cut a
Fartgate 2.0?
Trust me.
Well, you got 2 more left according to Gerber.
I'll talk during the fart. I had no problem with that. I had to sneeze. Let's go to Anthony to 209.
I love
Anthony to 209.
I
What's
didn't even
happening?
know that was a thing.
3 career farts in my 12
When
years
did
on
you
the
cough?
When you sat there and not say.
Oh, when I didn't talk?
Yeah, the first time in the show history, you didn't talk.
Well, you were waxing poetically
Was that
about
me?
Wiggins.
That was Jay. Call her Jay.
That's my favorite when someone calls, hey, we're going to go to Bill and Piedmont. Hey.
That's our demo right there.
It's Bill.
Anthony to 209, real quick. Anthony.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? Hey, who's posting on you guys' Twitter? What are we doing here? We're talking about moving Steph Curry.
We're not trading Steph Curry. What's the tweet say?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the tweet say? Can you read the tweet? Can you read the tweet, Anthony? For me?
I love how triggered you are. Good morning.
Should the Warriors be faced with the notion once considered impossible, trading Steph Curry, we get into the possibility now on the Morning Roast 957. What are we doing here?
We're basically.
What are you doing, dog? What are you doing here? That's what I want to know.
What am I doing?
Yeah, clearly you just walked up to the store looking for smoke. What do you got? You actually have an opinion or what?
Yeah, I got an opinion. Are we talking about Steph Curry, the one who put up the same numbers this year that he did in his MVP year? He doesn't show signs of aging. So what are we talking about? He has the most viewed finals of any player.
Anthony, let me just say something. And I want you to stay on the line. Don't flush him. Don't flush him. Please don't. Anthony, Bonte Hill, and I'll speak for Joe Shasky here. We're not saying trade Stephen Curry. We're not saying that at all. What we're saying is, are the Warriors closer to bottoming out in the Western Conference, or are they closer to contending with Steph?
Currently.
And if they're not, when do we have that conversation to ask Steph, what do you want to do here, bro? Like, that's it. We're not saying trade Stephen. I, to my core, do not want to trade Stephen Curry. I would rather lose 60 games with Steph Curry on my team than watch Steph Curry in another uniform, Anthony. So let's just get that straight before you call here, try to come empty the clip on us.
Hey, I'm from the 209. You know, I got that Diaz blood running through me. You know what I mean?
So you're from Stockton.
But regardless, no, from Modesto, right next door. You know, we're not quite as tough as them, but
hey, you got the movie. You got the movie Jakey Promoters.
Hey,
and they have the Field of Dreams right out there in Manteca.
Oh yeah, that's actually where I'm really from. But
so now we're getting Doug. Where are you from? You're all over the place.
Manteca and Modesto combo. I grew up in Manteca and I live in Modesto.
The toilet is starting to circle.
No. Let him talk. Let him finish. Let him finish.
You're not letting me get to my.
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony. Let him finish.
What I was trying to say.
Let him finish. Go ahead,
All
Anthony.
right. So, really, how from that championship season a couple years ago, how much worse are we, or is the West that much better? Because
combination of both.
Yeah, so, I mean, if the West is going to stay this good, I see how you can say we're close to bottoming out. But you can say Wiggins, this is the worst we've seen Wiggins in a Warriors uniform. If he plays how he did that year, what are we, 4 or 5? How many close games did we lose? 4, 5, 6?
Well, that's kind of the whole point of the exercise. I don't know if we're seeing that guy in this uniform again, Anthony. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Captain, that ship has sailed.
You know.
First team all denial there.
That just he went from I'm from the 209. I was like, oh, Stockton.
He changed his name to Sam and he tried to call in again on a different name. Doesn't know who he is.
He doesn't know
Anthony
where he's
and
from.
then John.
This is why the tweets. We got to be careful with the tweets. because people are going to see our tweets.
Vontae's been on this.
And they're going to say, oh, look at these jabronis in the morning. This is why they should fire him off the pregame. This is why Draymond yelled at him.
This is why you tune in and listen to the conversation.
You know, but people don't do that these days. They click on the headline and they think that's the story. How many times we judge a book by its cover without reading the damn book? That's Americans these days.
That's a they problem.
These young millennials or whatever the hell they are. What are these, Z or whatever?
Yeah, we're on like a different
millennials
alphabet.
definitely don't know how to use Twitter. And
how about an idiot just being an idiot? Whatever happened to those days?
It's called every day.
You know, my dad used to just come up and smack somebody in the back. You're being an idiot. Just smack you in the back of the head. You know, not malicious, didn't knock you out. This is what we did growing up.
How about this real quick before we get to Fast
Don't
Five?
be an idiot.
How about this?
That's a big ask.
How about this?
True.
John Lynch yesterday.
I was just with Mike Tomlin and, at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me, and so we're very close. And he's like, bro, what's going on? Like, I promise you, we got nothing, and nothing's going on there. We're actively talking with Brandon, trying to figure something out. And, I always talk, we have a good history of working with the guys we want to get done to get something done, and it takes two sides. So can we do that? We'll see. There's a number of different directions, that it could go, but we appreciate the heck out of Brandon and who he is as a player, and we want him to be a part of the Niners, so we're going to work towards making that a reality.
Did he give permission to Brandon Aiyuk to seek a trade?
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Ooh. Why wouldn't you just come and say no? I'm not saying that.
Downfall is near and it's coming hard.
No. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't it have been easier just saying no? Because they did that with DeForest Buckner, apparently. They said, hey, if you want to go seek a trade, go take a look, and, we'll figure if we can execute it. That didn't make me feel comfortable that they're keeping Aiyuk.
No, it didn't.
What do you think? See, here's what I don't understand. If you know the price tag and it's not going to move, Fast Five me.
No. That's gone too far.
Dude.
It bothers me.
Okay, so here's what I don't understand. Everyone kind of knows the price tag. It's over $25 million a year, right? It's about 50 to 60 million guaranteed when it comes to Aiyuk. We're not like 50 million off. You know what I mean? We kind of know where we're at. I don't understand what the holdup is. I would want to jump in front of T. Higgins because if he gets some crazy number, to me, you have to pay Aiyuk even more than what T. Higgins is getting because I think Aiyuk is better than T. Higgins. Devontae Smith laid the groundwork for what the deal is. We kind of know what it is. Either you're going to pay him or you're not. Now, I understand there's a negotiation and there's a yin-yang. I understand all that. I want him to practice with Purdy all offseason. I want him to be at the training facility all offseason to set the tone. I don't know.
Dick Wagner had an interesting tweet yesterday about, by the way, Texas just changed their uniforms. Interesting tweet about Brandon Aiyuk. New deal for Aiyuk would almost certainly mean minimal cap hits in the first couple of years. By the time those numbers spike in 2026, something we talked about yesterday, the following highly paid Niners would no longer be under contract, barring extensions. That's George Kittle, Travis Ward, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. They would also have opt-outs on big money deals for Trent Williams and Javon Hargrave that could save considerable room if needed. So I'll go back to my original point. You can still sign Aiyuk and keep everybody together and push things until next season. And then when you get to Brock Purdy contract decisions, then you can move off other guys. But I don't believe that you can afford Brandon Aiyuk right now for this team. You can do that. It's a matter of if they want to keep Brandon Aiyuk or not. So TJ Houshmandzadeh joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. And what did TJ say? Brandon Aiyuk wants to be a Niner. He said he had conversations with Brandon Aiyuk. So how much do we put in the stock what TJ Houshmandzadeh said? Said he talked to Aiyuk, and Aiyuk wants to remain a member of the 49ers. Go ahead, Spadoni.
Well, man, what else is there to say in regards to the Lakers being down 0-2? The series basically over. If they were going to be in that series, even try to win it, they'd probably win last night. But I'm going to give a shout out to Daryl the Guru Johnson. I talked about it this morning on a makeshift crossover on the pregame show with Joe Shasky, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Check us out. It's so hard to tee off in front of a bunch of people, especially if you haven't golfed a lot. So I give Goo a lot of kudos there. It is, I don't care if you've played your whole life. It's intimidating teeing off in front of a bunch of strangers. Hell, it could be my friends and family, and I don't want to chunk it or top the ball. I've topped the ball countless of times, just not paying attention just because of nerves. Shout out Guru.
I mean, heck, I could be teeing off in front of nobody and still have nerves. My final thought is, listen, no one wants to trade Stephen Curry, but sometimes in the world of sports, you're forced into situations that you don't want to be in. Now, that said, I would be against trading Stephen Curry simply because you look around at the league at what assets teams have to give up. To be honest, no one really has a package of draft picks that I look at and be like, yep, that's Steph Curry worthy. So right now, yeah, Steph, you're staying with the Warriors.
Hey, Sam, Bonte. Right field production for the Giants in 2024. Second to last in OPS, second to last in batting average, second to last in slugging, third to last in hits, second most strikeouts, 0 doubles, 1 home run. Both dead last.
It bothers me.
Not very good.
That's the right field production for the Giants. If they can get a little bit of production from right field, this is going to be an over 500 team.
And that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity Health. They're about to be 500, even with that right field production. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Evan Giddings next here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good day, everybody.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and
I'm all right.
I didn't say it.
You all right?
I'm fine.
I'm all right.
Oh.
Well,
Guru's not.
No. We miss you, Goo.
No Guru today. He's a little death in the family he's taken care of.
Yeah, RP Auntie.
Yes, absolutely. So no Goo today. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. And yeah, you see the games last night?
I sure did.
The NBA games?
Oh, actually, that was electric. Yeah, sorry, Spadone. That was an unbelievable fourth quarter in Denver. I was watching at the Napper Tandy on Van Ness and Mission.
Oh.
And there were a lot of people there that were not really invested in either side. They're watching the Giants game, got to win, whatever. So everyone was kind of struggling, hanging around, watching the game. And when Murray hit that shot, it was like, I thought it was a Nuggets bar. Dude, the people were, sorry, Spadone. People were electrified by what the Nuggets did last night. It was incredible.
No, it wasn't what the Nuggets did. It's what the Lakers did not do. They were all rooting against them. That's what it was.
Did I see, though, that I know there was some officiating, there was some crying about the officiating in both games. Did LeBron have a three that was wide open that could have put the game away, and then Murray hit the shot?
Yeah,
they would have went up by 3.
Okay.
Referees.
right. Yeah, would have.
Referees closed the rim, though. That's what happened.
Spadone, I don't like to take part in this kind of mockery. You know that, right? I just like to watch the games, and those are two
You're
great
even
teams.
keel, Stein. I appreciate you have no true allegiances. You're like the Shire in The Lord of the Rings.
Exactly.
Don't
like
give him
Talia
that.
Shire, who was also in Rocky. So she's in Lord of the Rings, and then
Also The Godfather.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
talk to me, Steiny.
I'm trying to think, how I want to bring this up.
There's only one way to do it.
Okay. So the Warriors have some moves to make this offseason. We're pretty sure that they gotta change the team. To what extent, we don't know. Is it a tweak here, a tweak there? Or is it an overhaul? Is it letting Clay walk? Is it seeing if you can move Draymond Green? And the idea of Steph Curry is now out there. And the one thing with us, since we talk about the Warriors every day during the season, we don't talk about Steph Curry as a trade piece very often. And here's the bottom line. The Warriors aren't going to trade Steph Curry. All right? I'd be shocked if they trade Steph Curry right now. But there's something that seems to be happening, whether it's Scott Osler here in the Bay, whether it's John Hollinger or The Athletic, is it feels like for the first time the topic of considering moving Steph has come up. And the way I look at it with Curry, and I'm trying to set this up because I'm not really sure where it's going to lead. But to me, Steph's not going anywhere right now. But if you're starting to consider how to make this team better, then maybe down the line it becomes more reasonable. Not right now. I don't think, to me, the Warriors have not considered trading Steph Curry. Okay, so if they start to consider trading Steph Curry, that still means we're probably 9 months to at least a year away from even doing something like that.
No, I agree. You can't do it, but the first step in anything is talking about it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that both a local, being Scott Osler, and a national, being John Hollinger, writer, both brought it up around the same time because everyone's looking at this roster. And Steiny, I mean, you guys have talked about it. Me and Goo did last week when you were out. There's just not many options for this team if you do want change. I mean, we've discussed how to shake this thing up. Do you bring Clay back? And I mean, at the end of the day, it's funny because at the deadline, Shams Charania brought up the fact that the only person who's safe on this roster that you can't trade is Steph Curry.
Right.
Well, naturally, and looking ahead, looking down the line is, well, if this team is no longer a playoff team, if they're no longer a contender, well, then everything has to be on the table in a sense, because that's generally what follows. Like, for example, they're not in the same category, and the championships are what makes this conversation kind of, a brick wall for a lot of people. But there are teams every single year that have to reconsider their place in the association, and they have to think about trading their star players or moving off of this guy or who not to extend. And when Steve Kerr said a few years ago that this is the real NBA, well, we're starting to see this is the real NBA offseason. That these are the choices that people will not necessarily make, but discuss. And before, this was a non-starter. This was off the table. This was taboo. This was, you do not talk about it. Right. But in 24 hours, we've seen two people bring it up. And I don't think that noise is going anywhere if the Warriors are in the same position this summer as they were next summer.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Scott Osler, respected columnist here in the Bay. He brought it up, but listen, we've gotten texts and we've gotten calls over the last 3 or 4 months from fans who think this team maybe is past its time of winning titles, and the best way to get back on track would be to move Steph Curry. I don't think we're there yet. We're also going to get into the NFL draft. We got Ricky Williams today at noon. One of the most dynamic running backs in the NFL. I looked at some of his numbers, man. He's still, he was considered a little bit of a disappointment, but he's still 29th all time in rushing yards and was part of one of the most historic trades in the NFL. So we're going to talk to
that's why you also got to go look at his college numbers. That's why sick. People believe that he might have left some on the table.
6,700 yards, I think, at Texas.
The dude was unbelievable. In fact, I want to ask him how much he thinks he could have made in NIL.
Oh, boy.
Dude, Ricky Williams.
You got to be careful about that because apparently his first contract wasn't
great.
No.
Come on, Ditka.
It wasn't a great contract.
It moved heaven and earth for him. He traded an entire draft for this guy. He could even give him a decent salary.
Well, hey, 49ers are going through it with Aiyuk right now. We'll find out we'll talk about Brandon Aiyuk too. Listen to some more what John Lynch has to say. The other thing as we bring up Steph Curry is, and I think it's a challenge with every player who's getting up there. But with Steph, I do think it's different, and that is this. How does a great player age? Because you've got to figure out a way for that great player to age within a winning environment. Like when Tim Duncan got to be 37, 38, 39, he was playing 25 minutes a night. And he had a certain role, and he didn't have to be the number one option. The one challenge I see with Steph right now is he's still the best player on the team. And it's not really even close. So if he's the best player on the team, but he's declining, but he's still playing at a really high level, it just complicates things. Like, how close are we till Steph starts to come off the bench, do you think? I don't think we're at least a year or two away.
Yeah, I don't think we're close to that.
We're not close to that. So, I look at Kobe Bryant.
In fact, if he plays for the Golden State Warriors, I don't think Steph is ever coming off the bench. Even if he's playing 25 minutes a night, you're going to hear his jersey announced. 30, Curry. He's not. I don't think that would happen.
I look at how Kobe Bryant went down to the Lakers. He didn't make the postseason in any of his last 4 years. One of those years he was hurt, but he didn't. The Warriors have to be very careful. I guess what I'm saying with Warrior fans is, is it fair to consider it? And here's what I'm thinking, because I don't think, look, nothing's happening right now, but to me, you call Steph Curry in, and it's Steph, and it's cooler heads prevailing. It's Steph sitting with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. And you start having a dialogue. And I think if you're Mike Dunleavy and you're Joe Lacob, you have to look at Steph and say, Steph, we can try. We can have the best intentions. We can try to make every move under the sun this offseason. We can go further into the tax if we have to. We can cost cut if we have to. We can try to get a big boy if he's out there. If he's not, we can go in another direction. We can bring Clay back. We can not bring Clay back. We can think about Draymond moving on. We cannot think about Draymond moving on. But you know what? The odds of us being a title contender next year, Steph, I mean, you see it. We see it. So what do we want to do here? I mean, I think that's the conversation that has to be had. And then you have to listen to what Steph Curry says. It's one thing when Steph tells the media, hey, I just want to win. All right, well, maybe that's going to mean we have to do some things that you don't want to do. And is that okay with you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's Curry's breaking point? I don't think we're even close to being there yet. And I think that's kind of the point of the articles or the conversation, the dialogue is, like, if Steph says he wants to retire a Warrior, you do everything to make that happen.
Right.
That's just the facts. Like, you have to do that. But the question I'm curious if people, I don't know, want to broach is, what does it mean to people to have a lifer? Because Duncan's I guess, the ideal lifer, which is, I think he made the playoffs each of the last 3 years of his career. At age 40, he was playing 25 minutes a night, but I think the team still got to the second round. They were 2 or 3 years removed from a championship. Like, that's the ideal route. But you take a look at Kobe Bryant. I don't think Kobe Bryant made the playoffs the last 3 or 4 years of his career.
Right.
Dirk Nowitzki, the other big lifer from our generation, did not make the playoffs his last 3 years in Dallas. And Dirk's got 1 championship. Kobe's got 5. Steph's got 4. Duncan's got 5. I mean, these are the guys that we're talking about in regards to one jersey beginning to end, and 1 out of the 3 and potentially 1 out of the 4 is the only one that went out on top.
Right.
And Duncan didn't even win in his final year. I mean, they still had a steady decline from winning the championship in 2014 to when Duncan eventually retired. And then the Spurs were left in, relegation land.
Right.
So how does Curry view this team, to me, is the question that he needs to ask himself this summer. And if it's still, if his allegiance is to the Warriors and to that building and to the brand, well, then by God, you got to make it happen. But if you're talking about the conversation between Dunleavy and Lacob and Curry and all the rest, and there's some semblance of, I'm not so sure, well, then I do think that these pieces or these things that are being written are not off. Like, these are the beginnings of conversations that are going to happen probably for the next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or 2 years.
Absolutely. And this is interesting from the YouTube chat. Baby brother, if I'm and I got the retort for you, baby brother. If I'm the owner and someone in the front office suggests that we look into possibly trading Steph, I'd fire them on the spot. Yeah, that's not what Joe Lacob does. And the fact of the matter is, I believe we have an owner here in Golden State that wants to know every single possibility under the sun. And I think I'm in the minority here, but I don't know. I think nothing's off the table for Joe Lacob. I don't think he wants to trade Steph Curry, but I absolutely positively believe that if Joe Lacob thought he could move Steph Curry and come out of it on the other side better in a shorter period of time than he could have imagined, in a better financial spot than he could have imagined, and at a better competitive spot than he could have imagined, I actually believe Joe Lacob would do that, because I think he is at his core a businessman. And yes, Steph puts butts in the seats, but Joe Lacob, in my mind, has a confidence about him that he thinks he's going to get somebody after. And I'm not saying he can't, but I think he thinks he's going to get another superstar after Steph leaves here, and they will win again. And it won't be as long as people think. And that's one of the reasons we love him, but it's also one of the reasons that I don't put anything past Joe Lacob in terms of what he might or might not do. Like, we can't talk about Joe Lacob being one of the biggest risk takers of any owner that we've seen in the Bay Area and then not think he won't do something bold. That's what we love about him. And that's another reason why I think this is a topic of conversation. And I do think there's something, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something about Steph being here before Joe Lacob that's, to me, the last thing for Joe Lacob to check off on his box. And I don't think he wants to start it right away, but it's going to be, can I win after Steph leaves? That's the last thing Joe Lacob has on his box.
But Lacob's also smart enough and understands basketball enough to realize that you do owe your franchise player whatever he wants. I mean, Lacob grew up, a Lakers fan? Or was it Celtics? Celtics. So, I apologize. But there are marquee players throughout the history of basketball that have been owed certain things that don't necessarily get to call the shots in regards to the roster, but they do get to dictate their future. Like Steph Curry gets to dictate his future with the Warriors, and that's why I don't think, for as much of a killer as you know him to be, and I guess I've started to learn, I don't think Lacob is someone that at this point is bringing up that subject with Steph unless it's brought up first. Like, I think that these reactions we're seeing today about should the Warriors consider it are just based on the avenues they have available to them, which it does appear if you trade Curry, you're moving into a full rebuild and you're trying to recoup a massive amount of draft picks and all the rest, and you're kickstarting this franchise from zero. But if you don't, how can you realistically improve it around Curry? And what we're starting to find is, at least right now, before July 1st, when everything opens up, there's not a lot that the Warriors can realistically do, either because players on their team don't have value, they're too old, they're overpriced, or they're too young, and they're not enough assets in regards to talent or young talent that can go fetch you something worth basically giving up your future for when your future already looks like it's a little bleak. So the conversation about Steph to me is as much about, yes, I mean, would Curry want to do this? What does he want? He said he wants to win. I think he wants to win in Golden State.
Sure.
I don't know if the Warriors believe that for the next 5 years, Curry's going to be, he'd be in his 40s, but for the next, 4 seasons, I would put him at 40. How many playoff appearances do you realistically think you can get Steph Curry? That's the question they got to ask themselves. And if they think that they can get 2 or 3, well, then maybe you do lean in on the last 4 years of Steph's greatness. I don't know.
And I'm looking at the Xfinity mobile text line, and this is 408. You don't sell your golden goose. Joe Lacob's not an idiot. A businessman won't get rid of Steph ever. Okay, that's a good point. I have a retort for every definitive statement, and it would be this. I thought Joe Lacob just wanted to win. I thought winning was the most important thing to Joe Lacob. If winning is the most important thing to Joe Lacob, then he believes that if you win, he'll sell out the building. The building will sell out if you win. So if Joe Lacob looks at this team and says, well, we're not really winning, yeah, the building sold out because of Steph, sure, I think he's got to start thinking, well, I guess we could still sell out the building as long as Steph's here. But what happens when Steph's not here? And you might have nothing in the cupboard. Then are you selling out? I don't know. I don't think so. But, I get it. He's a businessman, but he's also given no indication that he wants to do anything other than win at all costs. And maybe that makes Curry a casualty down the line.
I don't know about casualty, but I do think the 408's onto something. Yes, Joe wants to win, but he also understands where the Warriors are, who they are, the brand they have, and I do think that's valuable to him as well. The fact that they have Chase Center and they are seen as a marquee franchise. The reason why they're a marquee franchise, and Lacob has a big part to do with that, but it's because of Steph Curry. So in a way, I think you do set yourself up, unless you have another golden goose in your back pocket, or a golden goose you think is going to be that guy, I just don't see how you can make that move. Because if you're wrong, there are far more ramifications to me, Steiny. If the Warriors decide to, for example, trade Steph or move off of Clay or trade Dre, if they go somewhere else and win,
right,
and you're still stuck in mediocrity or worse, a lottery team for the foreseeable future, like that's worst case scenario. And that deflates your brand. That decreases what people believe the Golden State Warriors are, in my opinion. I would look at them differently. And the last place that Lacob wants to be is where they were when he bought the team, which was irrelevant.
Right. No, you're right. You're right about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, the bottom line is we're going to see it, and we're going to hear about it more and more. Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle, wrote about it today. Is it time to start thinking about maybe the unthinkable? It was in John Hollinger's story in The Athletic. And it's always under the caveat, well, they probably won't, but if they want to, they could. Meaning trade Steph Curry, or think about it. And what's striking me is we've gone from never in a million years to, well, it's something that they theoretically could consider. Well, my feeling is if you're just starting to consider something, it's still not going to happen for quite a while. But, I mean, I'm looking at this, and after taking in all the information, maybe the Warriors simply bring Clay back at a fair number. They let Chris Paul walk. They try to use their taxpayer mid-level for a backup point guard, and they come back next year and try to win 50 games and be in the top 5. And if that doesn't work, maybe next year at the trade deadline we're in a different spot. But it does feel like everybody's kind of throwing that out there about Steph Curry, and I think it's the longest of long shots. But I think the owner here in Golden State is just the kind of guy who has shown us that he's willing to roll the dice.
I mean, I also think, too, it's, why are people writing these things? Why are they suggesting that this could be a possibility? Why are they doing that? Excuse me. And to me, it's because there's not much else left. Like, there's not much else left to evaluate, to figure out how you can go up. The Warriors have been going down since they won the championship. Second round team, didn't make the playoffs this year. So how can you reverse course? Right. And an option has to be kickstarting or restarting this thing. I don't think that's the one they fall on. And in fact, we can talk about it on the other side. I do think that we're more likely to see the same version of this year's team with a couple of minor adjustments next season than not. And the reason is because I think of what was brought up today and written about today. Those are conversations and questions that people don't have answers to or don't want to have yet. But it's going to get louder and louder next season. And the Warriors, I mean, in a way, they have a lot of freedom because I think there's just options to move pieces to not. But they're also in the most bleak part of whatever you believe is left of this dynasty.
A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is it time to think about it? That's all. Just think about it. I think we're still a long way. But is there any way you would think about jumpstarting the Warriors' future with what some people think is the unthinkable? 888-957-9570.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kevin Harlan, TNT. Lakers got beat yesterday. Sixers took a 2-0 lead over, or Sixers lost.
Yeah, 2-0 Knicks. Well, but before we get into that, I want to give some credit to Joe Spadoni because it takes a big man to come back with that highlight when you watch your team lose on a walk-off, buzzer-beating shot. I'm sure it didn't feel good. I'm not going to lie, Spadoni, I watched the entirety of the game, but I know there was a blown lead, and I just want to tip my cap to you and say you're the bigger man today.
Appreciate it, Evan. Now,
does that mean anything?
It is what it is. I fully expected it.
Probably
no,
not.
it's nice of him to say it, but part of the job, I get paid to do that, so it's fine. I have to put my personal feelings aside for the audience sometimes when I'm in this role. So
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No, you don't. That's what you don't put aside.
I feel like I would be doing the listener a disservice if I do not play a highlight from one of the best games all season.
All right.
It was a pretty good game.
Warrior fans, you wish you could get beat at the buzzer in the first round. That's what you can do stuff like that.
I'll just say this. When the Warriors got eliminated, I didn't say anything. That's just all I'm going to say.
It was a Saturday.
That's true.
Lots of things to do. I mean, look, the weather's been fantastic. I guess not today, but a little hazy. But no, this weekend was fantastic. I mean, I don't know. It's just it is weird. Don't get me wrong. It is strange not watching the Warriors in the postseason or feeling like, okay, I got to lock in. Tuesday, Thursday, they're playing these days. But in a way, watching stress-free basketball. Sorry, Spadone. It ain't the worst thing in the world, to be honest.
I'm going to be honest with you.
What?
What are you eating?
Yeah,
I just finished the bagel.
Yeah, if you can see it in his teeth
toast
on YouTube and
I'm
Twitch.
going to have some poppy seeds in my teeth.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It sucks that the Warriors aren't in the playoffs. It sucks.
Trying to too upset about it, though.
I mean, look, you don't understand how I set my weeks up. Oh, Warriors play Tuesday and Friday.
That's true.
Okay, so where am I watching the game Tuesday? Well, I'll watch Tuesday at home with my daughter. Wednesday, I'll go out. Yeah, they F things up for me, too. Come in on a day like today, they may be at 1-1 against Oklahoma City. I don't get to hear Guru say, Steiny, they got a run in them.
That's true. The moment the Warriors lost, the thought did not run in my mind. Man, how's Matt Steinmetz feel about all this? It's tough.
Well, of course. I mean,
how's it going to affect Steiny's day-to-day life now?
This is where the fandom comes out. It's not necessarily a fan of these teams, but it's a fan of the experience surrounding them.
Absolutely.
I mean, you got to figure out which cafeteria you're going to be at. When you're going to watch the game with a friend, with family. We're going to be rooting on the. Well, I don't know about that part.
Here's the problem. The problem is,
I'll come watch Game 3 over at your house this week, Steiny.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
After the NFL draft.
The problem is that clearly
Steiny needs that.
A majority of a good percentage of the Warriors fan base has moved off the idea that they can win a title, at least next year. But not my partner. That's the problem.
Who, me?
No, Goo.
Oh.
Goo thinks.
Hey, get off the guy.
I mean, listen.
He's having a hard day.
That's true. In fact, I don't want. What was that for?
What was that one?
Oh, that was
He's addressing the ball.
Oh, boy.
He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on delay. Oh, boy.
Watching it from here, because I think we were watching the same angle. Like
right.
you were watching on the screen, and I was back here in the studio. I felt bad. I felt bad for the turf. Felt bad for the club.
It's tough to take that kind of divot with a driver.
Okay, so Jamal Murray took
bad for Guru a little bit.
Well, I kind of. I took so yesterday Jamal Murray's shot was tie game, walk off, whatever. But the shot before to tie the game with 29 seconds left, like there's a pressure that I think might even be more than the walk-off, because if you don't make that shot, the game's essentially over.
Right.
There is a ton of pressure in taking the first drive of any tournament. Like, at least as an amateur. I'm sure as a pro, you just get up there, you swing. But no, like if you're playing golf and you're starting a tournament like you had to do yesterday, there's a lot of pressure in that shot.
Yeah.
And, the first one didn't go well, but second one, got it off the tee, hit it over the water. At least as far as I could tell.
It was close. Let's put it that way. Here's the question. Here's the question I keep asking myself, and I did this a lot yesterday because again I think he's the most important person. But Joe Lacob, do you think this is enough for Joe Lacob? You ready? You re-sign Clay at a fair number. You let Chris Paul walk. You sign somebody to the mid-level.
Tyus Jones.
You think that's enough for Joe Lacob? I don't. And that's the one part where I disagree with a lot of some Warrior fans who think that Joe's overly worried about selling out the building like after this era is over. Because I think he's looking at it like, well, it's either over now or it's going to be over at the end of next year, or it's going to be over at the year after that. But it's going to be over. It's either over now or it's almost going to be over pretty soon. So I just don't, like, I do not think that Joe Lacob is going to be okay with the status quo, but there may not be, like, I think he's going to try to do a lot of different stuff, but I just don't know what's going to be out there.
Well, and that's why I don't think, is a non-playoff team good enough for Joe Lacob? No. But what's the best you can be? Like, I think that's also the question you have to ask is what's realistic? Like, how much better can you get between now and next season? If you think it's 5 games, 10 games, if there's a move out there that can get you into the 50-win category, well, then I think he's going to be open to doing anything to achieve that. I just don't think he, along with the rest of that front office, see anything out there that right now, at least, is good enough to just all of a sudden tear this thing down to the seams. And it's not about selling out the building. It's about remaining competitive. I mean, maybe they're also looking at this season and saying, well, 46 wins next year might be good enough for a top 6 seed. And then we get to host some playoff games and see if we can make a run. Like, I also, one of the reasons why I do think that fans, and a lot of ones that have called in lately, are not looking at this team like a title team is because we're starting to not hear the aggression or, I don't know, just sense of urgency from, example, Mike Dunleavy in his exit interview that indicate that they believe that they're a title team. The indication from the franchise itself is that we think we're a good team. We're going to try and be competitive, try and make a run here, see what we can do. I have heard nothing since the end of that season signing against the Sacramento Kings that indicates to me that those people in that building believe that they are all of a sudden going to transform back into a championship contender, especially watching what we've seen in the first round of these playoffs.
I tend to believe it. And again, and I know that they were good on the road, but there's no way this past season has been good enough for Joe Lacob. Like, there is no way he's okay with sitting at home when over half the league makes the postseason, and he's won 4 titles, and he's still got Steph Curry, that he's okay with this. And now, to me, again, the other thing is, don't forget, and because people think, oh, he's not okay with losing. Yes, he was. He was okay with losing when they traded Monte Ellis. Like, don't forget, like, Joe Lacob, when he says, oh, the goal's to always be competitive. The goal's to always be, yeah, that is the goal. But sometimes to be competitive, you might have to take a step backwards. And he was not afraid to do that at the beginning of the dynasty in 2012. He took a step back knowing that Monte Ellis was healthy, Andrew Bogut was hurt, and that they were going to lose. They were going to lose, but he did not want to lose a draft pick that turned into Harrison Barnes. And they tanked halfway through that season. So that's the other thing I don't put past him. If he's got to make a move like that, I'm not saying it would involve Steph Curry, but I'm telling you, he would just say, sometimes you got to take a step back to be competitive in more of a hurry. I don't think he's afraid of that particular scenario because he did it before. Now, he didn't do it when they had 4 titles, but doesn't that give him more wiggle room or more goodwill from the fans?
I think in one way you're kind of shackled a bit more by the championships because of the expectations and all the rest. But secondly, I also think those moves made sense. Like, it wasn't as if, I mean, you were trading a fan favorite, yes, in Monte Ellis, but how good were you really with him? Like, I think that's the other thing you have to consider too is that was not a place in the Warriors' history that was very bright. So whatever move you made, I mean, you had like ammunition to fall back on of, well, this previous front office made this trade. There was that bad trade. I mean, the franchise was accustomed to every trade that the Warriors made or most draft picks that they made just not panning out.
Right.
So in a way, there was a lot of freedom back then. And he pulled a lot of correct strings. And in fact, you brought this up in the Vine last week, and I thought it was interesting. Like, what's the best move that Joe Lacob has made? Because he's going to have to make a great move or a couple of great moves this offseason to get this thing back on track and back to where he wants it to be, which is contending for a title. The best move that I thought that he made was hiring Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, because I think those were 2 guys that at the time were a little unproven in their specific roles, and it took a lot of trust and it took a leap of faith, which is a big reason why the Warriors are in the position they are now. Not just those 2 people, but the leap of faith of trading Monte Ellis to clear room for Stephen Curry. The leap of faith, to take a step back, to tank, to assume that your front office is going to make the correct decisions to make it competitive. I think Lacob might also be looking at this offseason from that standpoint of, well, I put these people in positions of power for a reason. Maybe I also need to let them do their jobs.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors. The first week of the playoffs, or at least the first 4 or 5 days, to me has been pretty impressive. When you watch the playoffs, let me ask Warrior fans that, because I think that's where we got to start. When you've been watching these playoffs, do you see the Warriors as well? We belong. We're right there. We just had some things not go well for us, but we're right there. We could be with any of these teams. Maybe not the top half, but we're as good as the Lakers. We're as good as the New Orleans Pelicans. We can play with the Mavericks and the Clippers. Or do you look at the playoffs and say, you know what, we're further behind than I thought? The season ended. I was disappointed, but now I've seen the playoffs and realized we don't belong. We don't belong in the playoffs. We're not as good as these teams that are playing right now. Like, to me, this all begins with whatever Joe Lacob think, not what we think. What does Joe Lacob think is a realistic assessment of this team? And that to me is the inherent challenge that the Warriors have. Because I'll give them, they're not terrible. They won 46 games. They have some young pieces that are coming off really good starts to their career. They still have Steph Curry, but I think we got to get out of the notion that 2 or 3 really good moves get them back into the NBA Finals or as a title contender. Like, I do think that's holding the team back in a way. If that's the only, like, if your avenue is, well, bring it all back, or we need to make a few moves to get us right back to the title, like, what's in between that? Like, you can't even try to say, well, we're going to make a couple moves this year that we think will get us back to about 50 wins, and then maybe next year we'll have a little flexibility and we'll go try to get this guy, and then we're back in 2 years. Like, you can't even go about it under that timeline if you're still hell-bent on we've got to be a title contender next year. But what about 2 years?
Well, but in a way, I think the reason why they're in a spot now where we're talking about all these different decisions is because they don't have much flexibility, or financially speaking. Like, they have, 2 players that are owed 3 more years on their deals. It's Draymond and Wiggins. Neither of those 2 players, Draymond's probably has a better contract. Wiggins is not a good contract. Curry has, over $100 million left over 2 years. that's not something that, even if you wanted to, is easily movable. Klay Thompson's the easy, but like there aren't players right now on the team, I think, that allow them flexibility outside of Chris Paul. I think that was the understated part about that deal last offseason. It was geared for this summer. And I think that's the direction they're moving in. I think the Warriors are trying to remain competitive while also gaining flexibility so that if and when you decide that this thing is officially dead, not the dynasty, because I don't think you can look at them as a champion or dynastic team anymore, but just when you decide that it might be time for Curry to either retire or, I don't know, if you ask for a trade, God forbid, or you decide this offseason that Klay's no longer here, that you don't want, like when you decide that this thing, whatever the iteration of the Warriors is with the big three and Steve Kerr is officially dead, you cannot be in a place where you don't have a future to look towards. And that means draft picks, that means contracts, I think the Warriors are trying to figure out how to position themselves for the next couple of summers while still being competitive, not winning it all, but being a competitive team that could make a run. I think last year was probably the place that they're looking at as best case scenario, which is a team that dealt with a lot, that had ups and downs for certain players, but still managed to win a first round series and upset a 3 seed, get into the second round, maybe make some noise. Like that to me is the most realistic path or the best case scenario path for this team next season.
Yeah, and the other thing that, I've always thought about Steph Curry is don't take his kindness for weakness. And I mean, think about if we had another superstar here. Like James Harden would want out right now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he probably would have asked out.
Like he would want out right now after this year. The GM would be Daryl Morey, or the GM would be Mike Dunleavy, and James Harden would say, "Why don't you just move me? We can't. I don't have enough here, and you can get more for me than anybody else." Like the league does have a history of trading. I remember when the a little different circumstance, but Detroit had Grant Hill, and they finally moved him to Orlando, and they got Chucky Atkins and they got Ben Wallace, who nobody had heard of, and everybody thought we lost Grant Hill, and they ended up winning a title a couple years later. Nobody ever thought they'd trade Grant Hill and win a title, but they had some good pieces, and it, did they stumble into it? Yeah.
But again, also they weren't coming from a place. I mean,
yes,
they weren't coming from a place of championships. At least in recent memory, I know they won in the late '80s twice, but then there was a period that allowed you to get someone like Grant Hill because they were bad. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it is going to take a couple of down years, and maybe that is what's facing Golden State. I also think that's why people are talking about or considering the unthinkable, which is trading Stephen Curry, because the other part of it too is, Steiny, it would be much easier to trade a guy who's 36 than a guy who's 39. And to actually get something of worth in return to restart your franchise, to get a bevy of first-round picks or young, promising, talented players. Yeah, I don't think Curry's trade value is getting any higher. I think that's another reason why people are bringing it up.
I think you're right. Here's another reason why people are bringing it up. We always look at it this way, and it's this. Hey, Warrior fans, let's keep an eye on a team that falls apart in the postseason, and then we can go after their star. I look at it almost in another way. Like I look at, could there be an opportunity for something like this? All right, let's see who falls apart, and then let's see who might think they're Steph Curry away from winning it all. And listen, I mean, if Philly, let me just throw some crap out there. But if the Pelicans get beat in the first round, okay, and they're sitting there with McCollum and Zion, and they don't think Zion wants to be there, but they like Ingram, and they've got some good young pieces with Murphy the third. I mean, you put Steph Curry on the Pelicans, they're probably a title contender, right? For Zion Williamson.
I mean, if you're swapping best players, Perhaps. I mean, to me,
what if the Sixers, what if the Philadelphia 76ers flame out? They know they have to pay Tyrese Maxey monster money, but they just don't, they're just not ready to do it. You think they'd like to pair Curry with Embiid?
Yeah,
How would Maxey jumpstart the Warriors?
He'd be awesome.
Again, but that's the kind of trade, or that's the kind of move. Does something happen with the Timberwolves where they think they're a Steph Curry away rather than a Mike Conley? And then you start looking at those young pieces. Again, do I think it's going to happen? No, but it's just another way to look at things, E.
Well, look, everything's on the table, and it's interesting because we're talking about a team that doesn't have a first-round pick. Meanwhile, the 49ers do have a first-round pick for the first time since they traded for Trey Lance, and it's almost like the Warriors, I don't know, Steiny, like their immediate future it's fascinating and it's interesting, but you do have to weigh how much the wins and losses are going to also point you towards, I guess, like your view of the big three.
Right.
I mean, do you really want to see these three guys if they're not a playoff team? So, for example, I was going down some of the win totals for like Kobe, Dirk. Duncan, again, was the only one that kind of had it right, although he contributed to that by not taking very much money down the stretch of his career.
Right.
But Nowitzki, I think his last season was 26-win team, 33 wins the year before that. Like, do you really want to watch Steph Curry, with or without Clay and Draymond, play for a 35-win basketball team? Is that good enough for people? To your point, I'm not sure that's good enough for Lacob, but if Curry says he wants to retire here, that might be what you're looking at, and it's going to be about all the moments and reflections, and we're just going to be sitting up here wondering what the hell happened.
I mean, do Warrior fans ever ask themselves, why would Steph Curry want to stay here for the next 2 years?
Because he's loyal. Because he's not James Harden.
That's fair. But I think what if that's the only reason? Because he's loyal. But maybe he knows. Maybe he knows it's over here. I don't know. And if he does, why wouldn't he say, let's do everybody a favor? You know why? Because we can't ever envision him doing that, right?
I can't. That's where I think I'd like to believe that he's different. Like, I don't think Curry is looking around the league and saying, I want to go chase a title with that team. Maybe he does. I don't know. Well, I just don't view him like that.
No, and I don't either. But, I also didn't view him as a guy who would get so emotionally distraught during a game that he was, kind of despondent. I mean, the funny thing is we don't know exactly where Steph is right now with this team and how confident he feels moving forward. And to me, I guess that's the biggest part. Can we assume Steph's happy here right now?
I think we can.
Okay. Can we assume he wants to stay here? Does he, do we know if he thinks a title number 5 is within his realm here? I don't know.
He probably doesn't look at it as a certainty anymore like he used to. But I also think probably we're going to hear a lot about, they didn't think we could do it, coming off of 2021. And that's the reason why we are in the place we are, Steiny. But again, if Steph Curry wants to be a Golden State Warrior, he will be one. And I think there's 99% of the fan base that would welcome that.
I think you're right. As long as he wants to be here, I think he'll be here as long as he wants. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, it's a simple question. Would you even consider moving Steph Curry if you thought that you could fast track getting better more quickly than it looks like it's going to happen? 888-957-9570. Is that what forward-thinking franchises do? Or is that absolutely, positively the craziest thing you've heard today? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly.
And Maxey gets knocked down. Hart takes it away. Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Breen, MSG Network. Knicks with a big comeback against the Sixers last night.
Sixers got screwed, man. I mean, you see Josh Hart all over Tyrese Maxey. Nick Nurse calling for a timeout when he's got the ball.
Once that ball popped out, it was over.
Why did it pop out?
They were under pressure. It wasn't a good inbounds from Lowry.
Well,
like he put him in. Maxey did not do a good job of getting open.
I don't know if I like this level of physicality, Stein.
Well,
I mean, these guys are just getting away.
It would have benefited the Warriors in the playoffs.
These guys are getting away with murder.
No. The refs, God, if the Warriors could have just gotten into the playoffs with this officiating. You know what I'm sick of? Let me tell you what I'm sick of.
It's your floor.
I'm sick of this. Well, we got to try to get Steph a ring. Otherwise, we're wasting him. Like, you do realize, let's re-sign Clay. Let's let Chris Paul walk. Oh, let's see if we can tinker around the edges and move Andrew Wiggins for somebody. Oh, and that'll get us back into it. Like, this is like the old Metropolitan scene where this blue collar dude's in a room with a bunch of rich kids.
Okay.
And they said, "What do you want to do with your life?" And the guy goes, "I want to work with the less fortunate." And they said, "You are the less fortunate. Like, you are the less fortunate." It's like the Golden State Warriors right now are not a playoff team. They just wasted a year of Steph Curry's career. Like, I'm so sick of this. Well, we're wasting. You wasted 3 of the last 5 years. You didn't make the playoffs, but you just want to bring everybody back because you're close. Like, you can't have it both ways. If you want Steph to ride off into the sunset, he may have to do it on a 40-win team. Like, the idea that there's easy answers out there and they're one quick fix away is just ludicrous. And for everybody out there saying, well, just let's let him ride off into the sunset, this year didn't seem very enjoyable for most of the fans. Every time we came in and they lost, they were underachieving. Every time they came in, we thought they could make a run. It's like, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to just get back to being a championship team without some difficult moves. I mean, okay, let's bring Clay back.
So
and we'll be better next year. Okay.
Well, so is every year you don't win a championship wasted?
No, it's not wasted. But damn, they're the 18th best team in the league. How many teams have ever jumped from the 18th best team in the league to the best team in the league without, like, obtaining Shaquille O'Neal or Tim Duncan in the draft?
It's a great point. I don't know why people view, any year that we get to watch Steph as being wasted. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess when they were, like, when you have Durant and Clay in his prime and Draymond in his prime, then yes, like, you should expect to be competing for championships. And I mean, you want to win all you can. But I mean, okay, 888-957-9570. Do you think that this last year was a waste of Steph Curry? Do you think the last 2 years have been wasted on Stephen Curry? I don't know if I can say that they've been wasted, but maybe not maximized. And maybe that's where people kind of draw the line. Like, but at the same time, they paid the most exorbitant tax bill in the history of basketball. Like, so they're clearly trying. And maybe trying is just not good enough.
And this is the other thing. Did they waste Steph Curry? They did what he wanted. According to all the fans, they won a title. They re-signed Poole. They re-signed Wiggins. They won 44 games last year. We'll still re-sign Draymond Green. Okay? You won 46 games. Well, then go ahead and do it. Then re-sign Clay. Go ahead and re-sign Klay Thompson. And I don't know. You're going to magically be elevated into one of the best teams. I don't see it happening. You had unbelievable health this year. Are you going to have unbelievable health next year and the year after as these guys get older? Like, I'm just telling fans right now, you can kind of sit out there and say, well, we'll never do this, and you guys are idiots for talking about trading Curry. And by the way, nobody's talking about trading Steph Curry. It's just talking about at what point would you even consider it? And I'm just telling you all, Joe Lacob's already ahead of you guys on all this stuff. All this stuff. Because that's who Joe Lacob is. He's not okay with this. He's not. We can't talk about how competitive this guy is for 12 years since he's bought the team, and he's a riverboat gambler, and he'll push all his chips in, and then just think this is okay. I think he's going to try to do a lot of stuff. My question is, what happens when you can't?
Well, I'm just going through the Comcast Business text line right now, and from the 650, yes, last season was wasted, completely wasted, and they didn't play the youngsters near enough.
Well, let me
I don't know how you can do both. Like, how...
Who wasted the year? Who wasted the year? Joe Lacob? I don't think so. Did Mike Dunleavy waste the year? No.
This fish is stinking.
Wiggins was a reason the year was wasted. Draymond was a reason the year was wasted. Clay's first half of the season was a reason that the year was wasted. The only thing that got this year jump-started were the kids. So I don't know if you weren't ready to move on from Draymond last year. Are you ready to move on from Clay this year? I don't know. 888-957-9570. I'm trying to be solution-based here, but, yes, 650, the year was wasted, completely wasted.
And this is the Vets. The Vets wasted the year. That's also from the 650. I mean, look, if your team is going to be determined by your big boys, who are the big boys at the beginning of the year? I mean, this team looks totally different in game 83 in the play-in than it did from game 1. I mean, in fact, I think, look, the best case scenario, I think, Stein, is that you look at this year as a transition, and I don't know if they can necessarily transition off of particular players this offseason, but you need to transition, I don't know, just your philosophy or your approach to what this team is, because I agree. I think this team started to come around when they found a fusion of young and old, because the young players were able to push the older guys. They were able to make up for some of their fall off, and that to me has to be more of a priority from the beginning of next season. And that means you might lose some games due to youth and due to inexperience, but that has to be a sacrifice that they're willing to make, because I think we've seen what happens when you lean solely into your older core players, which is they're going to be great some nights, they're going to give us glimpses of the past, but overall, you can't rely on them to carry you to a 55-win season or even a 50-win season, it appears, over all 82. And I don't want to sit here next year and go through the conversations of, well, is Curry playing at the level that he used to? Is Clay back to where he needs to be? How's Draymond looking? Like, I know that they are the fabric of the Golden State Warriors, but to me, there has to be more empowerment of players that can improve. The big three, I love them to death, but I don't know how they get better. There are players on the Warriors right now that I think have the ability to get better. And maybe that's also a reason why someone like Andrew Wiggins is back next season, because the Warriors look at him and say, well, we can't move this contract for anything worth anything. And there's no way he could be possibly as bad as he was this season. I mean, maybe they're also, I don't know how they view their own roster right now, because there was so much inconsistency from your core members that I just feel like it makes it difficult to decide whether you're going to be all in or all out. And eventually you're stuck in the middle, which is where the Warriors were as the 18th best team in the league.
The year, you're absolutely right. The year was not wasted. Trace Jackson-Davis started as a rookie the second half of the season. They drafted a guy at 19, Brandon Pajemski, who looks like he's a rotation player. Kuminga took a step up. All right. Moody, at least by the end of the year, has people thinking he should have played more and maybe been given more of a role. That's the year. That's the reason the year wasn't wasted, because you finally, for the first time in 12 years, you have some young guys who can play rotational basketball for a 46-win team. I mean, was Steph Curry good enough the second half of the season to be a playoff team? I mean, I know we come down Clay's road, everybody's road, but it's like, you know what? Maybe if Steph plays the second half of the season like he played the first half, we do make the playoffs. So, again, the idea that the Warriors have been wasting Steph, I mean, it also the other reason I can't stand that is it implies that their front office thinks everything's just fine right now. And I guarantee you they don't think that. They don't think everything's fine right now.
I mean, I generally don't believe in wasted seasons. They're like the Warriors, I think, failed this year. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs. I think that's an abject failure. But, all right, was the San Francisco 49ers season a failure this year? They made second Super Bowl in 5 years, NFC Championship games. Was it a failure? Perhaps. Was it a wasted season? I don't think so. We found out that Brock Purdy's got staying power. You might find out that Brandon Aiyuk is, in fact, the franchise wide receiver you want to sign this summer. I mean, I just don't want to look at seasons as if they're wasted because a particular player has to achieve a certain level. And there's so much on the backs of all these guys. And actually, we're going to talk to someone who had to carry a franchise from day one. Ricky Williams is coming on at 12 o'clock as a former Heisman winner, great college football player, might have left some stuff on the table in the NFL, but for definitely non-football reasons, the guy was incredible when he toted the rock. So, like, I'm looking forward to getting into that as well as some of this Niner stuff, Steiny, because I don't know how people are looking at the Bay Area sports scene right now in regards to their teams, their place. I don't think that there is a team right now that is looking at their season or former season. I guess maybe the Giants. But even the Giants, I don't think, wasted the season because it allowed them to move off of Kapler and get a better guy in here that could do the job. It meant that the past failures of their offseason to acquire a big-name free agent, well, now it looks like they do have a couple of guys that are big-name free agents that want to come play here. Like, every season to me has a purpose so long as you use what, for example, the Warriors gave you to make an informed decision about your future. It's only a wasted season if in 2 years we look back and say, damn, well, they actually just, I mean, they basically just played and they didn't take anything away from it. They didn't learn from it.
Right. I mean, and I know this, I mean, this is easy to do, but you talk about the moves they make this offseason. You think it's not going to hinder them? Or not hinder them? You think it's not going to impact them down the line? I mean, why? Let me, like, and, you know, shame on me because Guru was talking about Wiseman the other day, and I was like, well, it doesn't really matter anymore. But why did the Warriors extend Wiggins? Why did they extend Wiggins after they won a title? He had another year left. Well, they did it because they liked what they had, and they thought he was going to be part of the core. They also had a decision to make on Jordan Poole. They paid him. Now they have the same decision. And here's the other thing that I think's, so you're going to get off Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Then you're going to re-sign Clay at a solid number.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to try to tinker with Wiggins. Okay.
Probably.
Then you're going to pay Kuminga.
Yeah.
Okay. So then next year, you're going to be in the same spot of having to get below the second apron if you don't want to go in, if you don't want to start that process again.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I just think that right now that's what they're looking at. That's what their roster says. If those are the decisions that they make, they'll be under the tax this year.
Yep.
And then the season after, they'll be back into the tax. And that's where you got to figure out, okay, do we want to continue to spend or do we not? Because I think Lacob said the priority is to be out of the tax for 2 of the next 4 years.
Yep.
So maybe it's a one-on, one-off type thing of we're going to be under this year, we're going to recalibrate, we're going to see if this team's got something worth investing in at the highest level that they did, for example, this year. But in a way, it's almost like, it feels like they might run it back just to see if this team can prove that they don't deserve to be completely broken or restructured.
Right. No, and here's the other thing that's kind of getting to me just a little bit is if you're gonna go ahead and say well, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, we win 5 more games. Okay. Well, what happens next year when Steph Curry plays 18 fewer games? Like, I get it. Draymond got suspended. But you really think you re-sign Clay for 2 or 3 more years, and those guys are just coming back for the next year or two playing 75 games apiece? Like, who would do that? Like, who would re-sign? Like, if I re-sign Clay, and I'm looking at Steph for 2 years, I'm looking at Draymond for 3 years, and I'm looking at Clay for 2 more years at least. You can't be a responsible general manager like Mike Dunleavy and not assume that they're going to miss a chunk of games. So if you know they're going to miss a chunk of games, how do we win 50 to 55 games so that we go in to the playoffs with a reasonable shot at it at 3 or 4?
I think that's why you have to empower your younger players.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily because you believe that they'll get you to a 50-win team, but I just don't think you have a choice. Again, all of this is because the Warriors don't have, right now, very many choices.
Yeah.
It's why people are talking about, again, the unthinkable. Scott Osler wrote today in the San Francisco Chronicle why the Warriors need to consider the unthinkable, which is trading Curry. John Hollinger brought it up as an option because the other option, it does appear, Stein, and it seems increasingly more clear to me, and I don't like it, but I also am not sure there's another avenue right now, is that the Warriors are going to look pretty much the same as last year with a couple tweaks, and then maybe at the deadline, they try and move off of Wiggins. Because right now, they have such low stock for too many of their players for other teams to give you something worth back. In a way, I mean, I don't know, but if you make the wrong trade, if you move off a particular player and you don't get anything back, like that might dig yourself an even deeper hole. And then you're not even competitive. You don't even look like the same team. And you look closer to the 2020 team that was a 15-win squad than at least the one last year that won 46 games.
Right. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in San Rafael. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
Doing well, thanks, guys. First, I want to answer the question you asked while I was waiting about the state of the teams in the Bay Area. So you got to discount the A's because they're leaving.
Fair.
The Giants feel like they're just treading water. I know they're trying to do things. I think Farhan holds them back. I think the Warriors, I'll get to them in a sec. The Niners are the belle of the ball, right? They didn't win the big game, but they're competitive every year. They're exciting, blah, blah, blah. The Warriors, I think, did the opposite of what everyone watched the Niners do through the Walsh years, which was Bill Walsh got rid of players a year before they started to decline. And everyone got mad, but it allowed for the team to build and stay great for 20 years or more. What the Warriors have done is they've hoped that these players that they had that were fantastic, they were magnificent. I'm 56. I started going to games in 73, so I saw a lot of bad basketball, and this has been magical for me as a fan. But the fact of the matter is, thanks for the drop. The fact of the matter is that Clay isn't what he used to be. They extended Wiggins, knowing that he had issues and hoping that he was going to change, and he has reverted to a worse player than he was when he was in Minnesota, in my opinion, as far as his attention to the game. The guy may have all kinds of issues and challenges, and my heart breaks for him, but this is about basketball and this is about the team, and you got to be harsh about that, and he hasn't been a contributor. The Warriors didn't do much in the way of building their team for quite some time, really the majority of Bob Myers' tenure after they became a contender. And it wasn't until Dunleavy came in that you saw them actually make really good draft picks. This last draft was the first knock-it-out-of-the-park draft that the Warriors had, and they didn't even have a high pick. So, anyway, that's my gripe, guys. I agree with you, Steiny. This is a tough spot for them to be in, and I don't see a way out.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm starting to think. Do you think this is plausible? Mike Dunleavy maybe wanted to move off of Draymond last year. Told Joe, let's think about moving off Draymond. Get some flexibility. See what we got this year without him. See what we can be. And Joe's like, Maybe Joe, what if Guru's right? Draymond talked him into it, meaning Lacob.
I don't know about Dunleavy, but I think that's a fair question to ask about Myers.
Yeah, I mean,
Myers might not have wanted to re-sign Draymond, and Joe Lacob said we're doing it.
Like, my point is all along, in the last 2 years, the Warriors have had moves that they've made that we just didn't think. Like, did they have to extend Wiggins?
They didn't have to do anything, but
I know. I'm sorry. I don't want to relitigate.
No, but if Wiggins
that's what we're going to be
doing. There's going to be revisionist history about every choice that's been made since the 2022 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
At the time, the Jordan Poole contract, some might have thought it was premature. Wasn't a bad market value. Andrew Wiggins took a pay cut at the time. People were heaping praise upon Golden State for being able to lock up two players that were either in their primes or young and budding and core members of their future. And then what happened? We know what happened. It's everything that they do is going to be based on the results in the win and loss column. That's why we're looking at these last two seasons, or some are defining it as wasted seasons. I think they can only be viewed as wasted seasons if they don't learn from the mistakes that they made. That's the only time you can look at it and say, well, they didn't do much there. I mean, God, they didn't learn anything.
And see, this is interesting. Wiggins was a great deal. Oh, really? Oh, Wiggins was a great deal. Okay. How's that working out for Kuminga? How's the Wiggins deal working out for Jonathan Kuminga? Y'all are pissed off that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play more. Well, he would if Wiggins wouldn't have been here. If they don't extend Wiggins, now they extended Wiggins, and now they found out a year and a half later that Wiggins can't play with their young player, Jonathan Kuminga. That now they need to split them up. I mean, what I'm saying is that the history's littered with stuff that you can second guess now, and they've got another 2 or 3 decisions now where they could pivot or they could continue going down a road. And at what point do you say it's time to pivot? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ricky Williams is coming up at noon. We're going to switch it up to some football. He's a Heisman Award winner, obviously in the College Football Hall of Fame. He's the number 5 overall selection in the 1999 draft. We're going to have some fun with the NFL draft coming up starting on Thursday. 49ers, first time they've had a first-round pick since Trey Lance 3 years ago. They have number 31. That's the pick the 49ers have. But on the other side, we'll take more of your Warriors calls, and then we'll talk to Ricky Williams. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
Say hello to spring at the California Academy of Sciences Spring in the Garden. See the massive animatronic insects, catch a puppet show, or make your own boat with Riveropolis all in one day.
on, Joe. Joe Lacob, wake up, man. He's too old.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're talking about our guy.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru taking care of a family matter.
Love you, Goo.
Coming up in a half hour, Ricky Williams, former Heisman Trophy winner, former New Orleans Saint, Miami Dolphin, and we're getting him on at noon with the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. 49ers with the number 31 pick.
You think anybody would trade? Well, number one, what the Saints traded to get Ricky Williams in general, but something that was such a heavy cost for a running back. Like running backs aren't even. Oh God,
not now.
Running backs aren't even taken in the first round. Nevertheless, traded up for.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Ricky Williams at noon. Here's the other thing I was thinking.
John Robinson was a top 10 pick last year.
Jahmyr
Gibbs, wasn't he top 15?
Texas, Georgia.
There you go.
Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Penn State. Your boy James.
We are.
Franklin.
You know,
I think a big season's coming for the Nittany Lions, Steiny.
They stink. They have one of the worst coaches in college football.
Well, they don't stink, but they just haven't won a title.
They just aren't very good.
Least creative offensive coach in football.
Tote the rock.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, we think about. And I don't want to just start out this way, but.
No, you should.
Okay, where the Warriors are right now. Did anybody think of this for a sec? All right, they won a title in 2022. Okay, and they made some moves that nobody really thinks much about. Except me. No, other people. What? Does everybody just out there think it's fine and dandy that the two guys you have on the team that are signed through 2027 are the two guys that most people want to move to look to move more than anybody else? I mean, people want to get off Wiggins. They signed him through 2027. People are now saying Draymond messed up the last 2 years. Well, he signed through 2027. Like, those were two moves that were made. Oh, yeah, you like them now? How do you like them? They were made, couldn't you say those moves were made because that's what Steph wanted?
I don't know if it's what Steph wanted, but I think that's naturally what happens.
Keep it all together.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I think that's what happens when you win. Players get paid more than they should be, or just receive contracts. I mean, the amount of guys that LeBron James has gotten paid is ridiculous. So, this just naturally happens. But it's interesting because before the break, we were talking about Poole and Wiggins specifically. They got signed on the same day,
right.
and I saw something in the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union about how Poole was the bad deal. Well, in a way, you could say Poole was the better deal than Wiggins because a year after, No one wanted Andrew Wiggins. At least one team wanted Jordan Poole. And what we've seen from Jordan Poole in his singular season in Washington is that he's far overpaid. He's not a great basketball player. And the fact you could acquire an expiring contract and get a player that at least helped you this season, that's a swing and a double to the gap or a triple in the alley by Mike Dunleavy Jr. Now this summer, you're right, everyone does. I don't particularly have any interest in seeing Wiggins on the team next year. I don't know how they're going to trade him.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason they might have not even moved him at the deadline is because they had player-for-player deals out there. They could have made a move, specifically with Dallas, I think was the hot one. They could have got off him at the deadline. They chose not to because there was nothing out there. And now it's to the point where you might have to attach something to get off of him.
Exactly. Jam's in Oakland. What's up, Jam? How you doing, man? What do you got for us, buddy? Jam on his keyboard.
Peanut butter and jam.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Those games were great last night. And looking at the Nuggets and comparing them to the Warriors, I mean, is there anybody that you would trade on the starting lineup? I kind of don't think so. Everybody they have is taller and younger. Obviously, Jokic is the best player in the world. I mean, I guess Curry's still better than Murray, but my point is that, I mean, that's the gold standard, right? That's what they're shooting for. And they are, sorry, Joe.
Oh, lost him.
Oh, you're back. We lost you for a sec, Matt. You said, sorry, Joe, and then we lost you.
Oh, they're light years from where the Nuggets are at. Literally light years. I mean, there's no KD, there's no Giannis, there's nothing that's going to get him there. So, I just feel that unless you want to go back to the days of Jason Caffey and, Witherspoon and that hideous era, they really need to think about moving everybody, and that includes Curry. I like Kuminga, but he doesn't really have any basketball instincts. He's still only 21. He could become an all-star, but that's 2 years at a minimum out. Curry will be gone. I just think cutting bait is the way to go. I don't think there's any chance at all there's going to field a serious contender next year. And if they're going to do this, there's that Russian saying, you can't jump off the cliff twice. So
I've never heard that one.
Maybe it's not Russian. I don't know. I just feel they need to do that. They need to move off of everybody and start over. They have no chance of being that kind of team again. Obviously, if Curry wants to stay, he's earned it.
No doubt. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
Who's he running away from?
He's on the lam.
They pulled over for that.
650, I'm all for on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm all for keeping the Warriors the way they are and adding through the draft. The reason is they were very close to being a playoff team, and they dramatically improved in the second half of the season. That tells me their young players are improving. I am not necessarily against that. The problem is they don't have a pick this year. And I get it. It's only one player.
And you're right. Yeah, it is technically top 4 protected. It's like 0.3% chance or whatever.
Is that what it is?
Or 3%. Yeah, but and that'd be awesome. But I think that next season just has to be about empowering their younger core. It has to be, because I just don't see the big three or whoever's on the team that was a focal point of their 2022 championship to now 3 seasons after being ones to carry them back to the promised land.
I'm with you. Now, the one thing I just thought of, would this be possible?
3.8%. Thank you, Brandon Aiyuk.
Because the one thing that I think is going to be a challenge just from a basketball perspective is if you re-sign Clay, you still have the core. And they're still the most important players on the team. Having said that about empowering the young players, could you possibly re-sign Clay and you just tell Draymond and Clay, you guys are coming off the bench next year. You're coming off the bench next year. You're coming off the bench.
Clay, yes. Dre, no.
Well, that's the part, Evan, where I'm with you, empowering the young players. But, how can you empower young players if Draymond Green is still on the team, let alone just even a little bit of a back seat coming off the bench?
Okay, so I guess this is how I'd put it. They have right now not a bevy of great wings, but they have a lot, right? You have... or forwards, I should say. You have, I kind of consider Klay Thompson more of a 3, like a small forward. So Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Andrew Wiggins. So the 5 guys. I think the decision is this offseason between Klay, Wiggins, and Draymond, you got to choose 2 of them. One has to go in order, if you do want to empower the younger players, and I think specifically the 2021 draft class, Kuminga and Moody, if you want to have them put themselves in the best possible position to grow and develop, you're going to have to move off of one of those 3 guys. Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green. You got to make a choice. Klay is obviously the most obvious one because you don't have to, you don't have to involve him in a trade, but a lot of people would rather see Wiggins go, or maybe even Draymond. I think Draymond's the least likely of the 3 to be moved. But if you do want to empower your younger players, and I think they should, you're going to have to make a hard choice between those three guys.
And there's something about moving off of just one of the big three that I'm not crazy about.
Yeah,
it's like you're dipping your toe into the water of change, but you don't want to jump all the way in. I'm not saying I want all three, but like I just wrote something down that would make me like that I would like this better than the alternative. Okay, here's what I don't want. Re-sign Klay Thompson. And next year, you're starting Curry, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Trace Jackson Davis. And Kuminga's coming off the bench. You're starting. Like, I would rather just commit, even with a re-signed Klay. We're starting Curry at 1. Moses, you're starting at 2. Moses Moody, you're at 2. You're going to start at 2. Or if Podziemski beats you out at 2, he'll play 1, and maybe Curry can play 2. Or that's our 3-guard rotation. Wiggins, Kuminga, too bad. They got to play together. They have to.
Okay.
We can't get rid of any of them. One's too young, and the other one nobody wants. So you have Curry, Moody, Wiggins, Kuminga, Trace Jackson Davis at center. Klay Thompson, if he's on the team, comes off the bench, and Draymond Green comes off the bench. He just comes off the bench. That way they don't have to. That way the veterans don't just dictate everything, and they just play whenever they're ready to play. I mean, I'd rather that than just knowing that those two guys are just going to be in the starting 5 and
Curry and Draymond, or
Klay and Draymond.
Klay and Draymond.
Like I think if Klay and Draymond are on the team, Steve's going to play him. He's going to start him.
You don't think that Klay Thompson would come back and start the season coming off the bench?
I don't know.
I feel like that has to be a part of the negotiations, is what his role is going to be.
Well, then I think that would be a way for the Warriors to want that number to be at 15-ish, and maybe he's not ready to do that yet. Like I do think if somebody says you can be our starting 2, he'll leave, wouldn't he?
Well, not if it's going to be for a bottom-feeding team. I mean, you look at take a look at Denver. I don't know. Like, Klay's not starting for that team.
No.
I don't know how many playoff teams, or maybe not playoff teams, but legitimate title contending teams. If Klay Thompson really does want to win a 5th title, he wants to win one for the thumb, like he said.
Right.
How many teams is he realistically starting on right now? Boston? No. Denver? No. OKC? No.
No, he's just not a fit there.
Minnesota? No.
Well, I mean, the team would be like the Orlando Magic, who they won 48 games. They think they're better than they are. Or what about Philly?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have Klay starting than Anthony Black, but that's also where the Orlando Magic
I hear you. JL's in the town. What's up, JL? How you doing, man?
Fellas, man. Love to be on the show, man, talking with you.
Sure.
Okay, I got a couple of things I want to say, man. I do not want to see Chris Paul go, but I understand the money situation. As for Draymond, I understand that contracts are ran different. In the NBA, can Draymond be put on a contract such as they do in the NFL? If you do this, you do not receive this. If you do too much of this, you will not receive that. That's what I'm curious about. That's the kind of contract Draymond needs to be on. If he wants to mess up, take money from him. I don't want to see him go because he is the general on that floor. He runs everything. He runs it.
I got to believe, and thanks for the call. Look, the Warriors voided Latrell Sprewell's contract when he choked PJ Carlesimo. The issue the Warriors have is they can't. Yeah, the next time he does something, they could probably penalize him, suspend him. Do they want to void the contract? You know, it'd be gutsy. I mean, he's got to do something. They can't just do it now. But I would have thought that when he signed the 4-year contract, he would have had to make a deal with Joe Lacob that he was going to be on his best behavior, and he wasn't. So, you know, that's like, there's to me a lot of things we don't know. I mean, I think it's within the realm of possibility that Joe Lacob could be done with Draymond Green. He might be. Now, I know every story's about how they need Draymond, but we don't know what kind of handshake agreement they had. If Joe Lacob feels betrayed, he feels betrayed. I don't know that he does or doesn't, but I can't imagine he's ecstatic about Draymond Green right now.
Probably not, but I also think the tone for the team would be a lot different if they were actually pissed. I mean, Steve Kerr went from saying what he did in Orlando was unforgivable to I was okay with it, like 2 months later.
And I believe the Warriors right now are doing what any smart team would do, and that's say we want Clay back. We can't envision Draymond not being here. Wiggins really got it going the second half. But I really think that they're open to anything.
They have to be.
Right.
Like, you have to be open to anything. Meanwhile, the Niners are a team that is trying to just fill a couple holes here and there because they probably feel like, not a Steph Curry away, but, they probably feel like they're a piece away from winning the Super Bowl.
How do you look at the NFL draft? Like, it's a first draft that the Niners have had a first-round pick, but it's not till 31.
Mm-hmm.
What's your excitement level?
For the draft?
Yeah. No, for the Niners draft.
Well, the Niners are an interesting team because, like, in a way, the draft is exciting, I think, because you're going to get new players in. Ideally, you're going to have some top-tier talent. Like, for example, last year, there wasn't much excitement around it because I don't think they even had a second-round pick. So they didn't take a guy until I think it was Jair Brown in the third round. That was their first pick, and he played some this year. But the Niners are so top-heavy, Steiny, that I think the draft is hard to get pumped about because there might be one player or two players that's going to realistically come in and challenge for a starting spot. And odds are, whatever position they take is probably not going to be expected to be a day one starter. So unlike, probably 25 or 20 teams in the NFL, the Niners are looking at their roster and saying, this first-round pick, we can not get cute with, but we don't have to take a position of need. We can just take the best player possible. I think it's very realistic that the Niners take a defensive lineman in the first round because even though they have a lot of great talent there, they have their most money invested on the D-line, maybe they're looking for a replacement for Eric Armstead. Maybe they're looking for some more depth because, a particular player's not going to be around for forever. I mean, they can look more ahead with their first-round pick than other teams can. And I think that's why it might be difficult to say, oh, my God, I can't wait to see who they're going to get at 31.
Here's what John Lynch said about the pick they have and how flexible they are or aren't.
I think 31 is an interesting spot. I think at the end of day one, teams are eager to go get someone. So I would imagine there'll be some calls, and we'll be open and flexible. We've done it both ways in a variety of ways and been successful doing some. And the big thing is just be prepared for every scenario. I think you have to be flexible. Human nature is to underestimate the uncertainty of a draft, and I think we try to account for that and the only way you do that is being prepared for everything.
So he thinks that they may get some calls at the end of that first round, and if something makes sense, they'll do it. He also said they could possibly move up. Take a listen.
We're not at 32 this year. We're slightly more than the last couple of years. I mean, so that's a good thing. But, I think that just speaks more to we have a high standard that we don't change, blow with the wind to try to put first round grades. But still, when we like players, we draft them. And I think we don't get beholden to, well, the league sees them here, so 22 is kind of where we're at, 22 first-round grades. We do have a high standard there that is up from the last couple of years, and so I think that's a good thing.
So he's talking about how many guys they have graded as first-round picks, 22.
That means you're probably not going to get one of those guys. And so maybe you do take the Belichickian approach, which is to just trade back into the second round, acquire some future capital, and give yourself more throws at the dartboard. I mean, that's also an option too, and I wouldn't be shocked if they traded back. I would be surprised if they traded up.
Yeah, more John Lynch. This is what he talked about in terms of the linemen and the versatility. This is kind of interesting.
I think it's good tackles. It's good linemen. And I the interesting thing with those linemen in this draft, we think a lot of them have flexibility to be tackles and or guards. And so that's nice that you take somebody with some versatility, I think. So that's, I think there are some options.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at what they're going to do with that first-round pick or with a couple of their picks, they don't have to draft for need. They can draft. I think they're going to draft for depth. Finding a guy on the line that can play inside and outside is not uncommon, but with the Niners, I mean, you have more bodies to put out there. And maybe they decided in the second season Spencer Burford's not someone they want to be reliant upon. Or Aaron Banks is someone that's coming up and they're going to have to extend him or not. Is this someone that could fill in at the guard position? You know, on the right side, is Colton McKivitz your long-term solution? They gave him a one-year deal to re-up. Is he going to be gone next year? You know, I just think the Niners are in a position where they can draft, yes, for someone that can help them now, but it's more about, this draft is more about their future than their present, in my opinion.
And to me, this year's draft is more about Brandon Aiyuk than the player they select. Not to say the player they select won't be a factor, but the first shoe could possibly drop on Brandon Aiyuk on Thursday during the draft. We'll find out a little more. If something happens Thursday, it does. But the 49ers obviously have that decision to make. And let me just ask you this before we play some of this sound later on in the show.
And, of course, we got Ricky Williams coming up in 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Former Heisman Trophy winner, Ricky Williams. What was the sense you got from John Lynch yesterday in terms of how he talked about Brandon Aiyuk? You know, when Klay Thompson talked at the end of the season, people noted, boy, he didn't sound like the Warrior for Life guy. Did John Lynch sound concerned or not concerned about Brandon Aiyuk's future as far as you're concerned?
I don't think he sounded concerned to me, but it didn't sound like they were close. I mean, I think this is something that's going to extend into the summer, which is also why I don't think he gets moved before draft night. If you were going to trade him, it probably would be before the draft or on draft night to replace him with a first round or whatever draft compensation you receive in that trade. But I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is going anywhere. And so in a way, I think John Lynch is basically just setting up the fact that our focus is on the draft. And then after that, our number one priority is to make sure that Brandon Aiyuk is under lock and key. And the number that they come to is going to be interesting to me because I think Aiyuk actually has a lot more ammunition than people are giving him credit for.
Who'll get more per year, Aiyuk or Klay Thompson?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I think it'll be about the same, actually.
I think it's going to be similar. Hey, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Coming up on the other side, we got Ricky Williams, former Heisman Trophy winner, College Football Hall of Fame, former number 5 overall selection in the 1999 draft. Ricky Williams on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are.
Head to Safeway this week for
a cobra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And I think we're going to have to push Ricky Williams back a day or so. We're hoping to get Ricky. But
Ricky ran.
Yes, he did. He did.
Did you get that? It's kind of like, the slogan, like "Run, Ricky, run."
Yeah. Right.
Come on.
Right.
Sure. That's the O'Neal special. Sure.
Yeah. I got you. What's up, Steiny? Talk to me, man.
49ers have the 31st pick in the draft on Thursday.
That they do.
First time they've had a first-round pick since Trey Lance.
It's just kind of weird to think about, right? Because they haven't needed a first-round pick. Maybe that's also why I guess there's not a ton of just bubbling excitement, at least that I'm feeling from fans. I could be wrong. And 888-957-9570 if you want to rebuttal that. But I think that, I don't know, because they've been so successful and because of the 7th round pick that they got 2 years ago, it's almost like it's made whoever they take in the draft just gravy on top, or, the cherry on top of the pie. Because, Steiny, all the players that we looked at 17, 18, 19, the Warners, the Kittles, Dre Greenlaw, Debo, Bosa, all those guys are mainstays in their formula right now.
Right.
They are the roster. They are the team. And they built wonderfully through the draft. But now it's just about sustaining that. And so might they find a gem at 31? Might they find a gem in the 5th round? Perhaps. But I don't know if we're going to know that for another year, because I don't know if there's a player that they have identified that they feel like is going to come in and challenge immediately for someone's spot, whether it's at the wide receiver position. It could be, the future running back behind McCaffrey. It could be, I don't know, someone to make up for Dre Greenlaw's absence after getting injured late in the postseason. It could be one of those players, but I don't think that all of a sudden we're going to find the rookie all-pro that's just going to come in and blow our socks off. And if that happens, that might be what ends up getting them over the top, because I think this team is going to be right back there in contention for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, let me ask 49er fans this at 888-957-9570. Brandon Aiyuk right now is dominating the offseason, and whether or not the 49ers are going to extend him. As a 49er fan, and I kind of want to throw it all in there with Bay Area sports fans, but I do think we've talked a lot about Klay Thompson, and we've talked a lot about Brandon Aiyuk, and I guess what I want to ask Bay Area fans is, are you worried that the 49ers won't have Brandon Aiyuk on the team next year? I mean, do you feel like the 49ers might not be able to pay Brandon Aiyuk the money he wants? Or do you feel like, some guys are making a big deal out of this. This is a normal negotiation. We saw it with Debo Samuel. We know that the 49ers have a history of paying the guys that they want here. They pay those guys that they want here. So this is all a normal part of the process. Or do you think it's a little dicier than we know? 888-957-9570. The other thing is I just, took a look at Aiyuk's draft.
Yeah.
So there were 8 wide receivers taken in the first 34 picks. And we'll go through some of them, but some of them don't have contract extensions. Some of them do. And some of them got paid and some of them haven't yet. So I'll go through some of that. But 49er fans, what's your anxiety level about Brandon Aiyuk? And I also kind of want to know if you're the kind of fan who gets really invested in, we got to have Aiyuk. He's our best receiver. We got to have Aiyuk. Or you're more of a fan who says, well, if we don't re-sign Aiyuk, that means that he wanted too much money, and I trust John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will figure out how we're still solid at the receiver position. And more importantly, losing Brandon Aiyuk is not going to mean we're going to all of a sudden win 7 games. We're still going to win 12 games. We're still going to be a Super Bowl contender. 888-957-9570.
Do they need Brandon Aiyuk as much as they need their quarterback? No. But I do think that Brandon Aiyuk is a major part of this 49ers team. And we even saw, whether it's unfair or not, we saw when Brock Purdy didn't have one of his weapons, how the rest of the offense suffered. Even sometimes Aiyuk was a cost of that. I think that Brandon Aiyuk this offseason has every right to demand to be paid $25 million a year. The question is, how many years do you want to give him? And I think the two guys you look at are A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Both of those players are making $25 million. Brandon Aiyuk right now, if he got 3 for 75, would be paid exactly what Devontae Smith got paid. I think he's got more of a right to ask for 4 years. Do the Niners want to give him that? I think they should, because I think they want to keep this band together. I think they have reason to believe that they can get back to the mountaintop and over this upcoming 2024 season. And Brandon Aiyuk is a part of that. He had 1,300 yards. He was a top 5 receiver last year as a second-team All-Pro. He can continue to do that, and he might even have room to get better. So I think Aiyuk is in a position where he wants to be a 49er. He just wants to get paid. And the Niners probably want to keep his value somewhere around Debo, which is $23 million. And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm not walking into that locker room or that training facility this offseason for anything less than $25 million a year.
That's a lot.
It is.
San Jose Jazz fan says on the YouTube chat, I have high anxiety over Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, what if he just gets caught in a little bit of a numbers game, which is what could happen to some Warrior players? Not to keep making that analogy, but what about if it's as simple as, look, we got McCaffrey, we got Debo Samuel, we're going to have to pay Purdy. They have to look at a way. I was listening to Dibbs and Willard yesterday, and Dibbs is saying that he thinks they might be far apart. Is there any way that the 49ers don't think? Let me get some of these numbers here for you.
Yeah.
All right. So here were the first round picks in Aiyuk's year. Henry Ruggs, obviously he's no factor.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy got a $58 million extension from the Browns.
Okay.
So that's $19.3 million a year annually. CeeDee Lamb, he's just going to come back on his 5th year.
I think that's a little different.
Okay, how so?
Because he's going to wait to see what Justin Jefferson gets this offseason from somebody, whether the Vikings decide to trade him and he gets signed or they offer him a contract extension. I think Justin Jefferson's going to reset the market. And CeeDee Lamb also wants to reset the market. Whether he will, I'm not too sure. But that's why I also think, Steiny, that the 25, it sounds like a lot of money, but with what the next biggest contract is going to be, in my opinion, 25 might seem like it's not too bad. I mean, there's a lot of receivers making mega money, and the names you're about to read, I think Aiyuk's either in that category or higher. Maybe not with Jefferson or Lamb, but you can make a case he's just as efficient of a wide receiver as CeeDee Lamb. He's just not featured as much.
Jalen Reagor, obviously, he's not in there. Let's say he's not in the class of those other receivers. He's with the Patriots. He just had a 1-year extension. Justin Jefferson is probably the cream of that group. He doesn't have a contract yet, but
he's in play his 5th year as of now.
Yes. Aiyuk doesn't have a T. Higgins. Now he's interesting because they franchise tagged him.
Yep.
But they were able to do that because he was a 2nd-round pick. And then Michael Pittman Jr. got 3 years at $70-ish million, 46 guaranteed. So he's at about 20, let's say 3-ish.
Yeah.
Is he comparable to Brandon Aiyuk?
I think Brandon Aiyuk's better than Michael Pittman. I think Brandon Aiyuk is better than DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf makes $24 million. I know they're not in the same class, but just these are the names that make that kind of money. And unless the wide receiver market is taking a dive in the near future, which it doesn't appear that it is, it might max out at some point. But right now, the highest earner per year is Tyreek Hill at $30 million. I think Justin Jefferson's probably going to reset that at some point, either this year or next. And so everyone else is just basically waiting for that to come down. And the Niners might be too.
Right. Here's John Lynch from yesterday on the timing of when these things may happen.
I think that's important. I think there is, human nature is that deadlines force these things, but, I think you can always learn from situations, and you'd be a fool not to. I'd like to have our business tidied up at a little, those things, they ran the course they needed to. And I'm proud of our record of getting the guys we want to get done. But I'm right there with everyone else. I'd sure like it to happen sooner.
So he was obviously talking about Nick Bosa, who took a little while into the preseason. I think Deebo Samuel missed some training camp before he ended up signing a couple years back. So what John Lynch is saying there is ideally it happens sooner rather than later, but no guarantees about that.
And here, Steiny and Evan, real quick, not to cut you off, Steiny.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport, the latest on the Aiyuk 49ers contract, talked this via the Insiders on NFL Network.
I would say this pretty confidently. Whatever the 49ers will pay Brandon Aiyuk, who they really, really like as a player who they developed all the way through, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a team that's willing to pay him more. That's actually not really the question. The question really is, does Brandon Aiyuk want to stay in San Francisco with a team that's awesome and will probably be very good for a long time? Are they going to pay him the most in the NFL? Maybe not. They got a good team. They want to keep it together. But would it be enough to keep him? I'm kind of with you. I'm leaning more as of right now of him potentially staying, but this story has not yet been written fully.
How much of this do you think is about his role? And that was Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. How much of this do you think is about his role?
Some of it. I still just think it's about the money. Like he's got enough statistics from last year to prove that whether he gets the ball or doesn't get the ball, he's still really, really good. So the role could be part of it, but I also think Aiyuk's looking around and like, okay, what am I going to get 100 receptions? Are my targets going to go from what a $140 to 200 in one season?
Right.
I mean, this just isn't a team that throws the ball that much, and I don't think they operate optimally when they do throw the ball as much as a team like Dallas, who throws a whole hell of a lot to CeeDee Lamb, or someone even like Minnesota, who has to throw the ball to Justin Jefferson.
I mean, that's the thing that I look at with the San Francisco 49ers is how do you delineate kind of their pecking order? And if McCaffrey's their most important player, obviously Aiyuk can get paid more than him because he's a receiver. But how do you balance Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk, and who's more valuable, who deserves to be paid more? Should Brandon Aiyuk make more or less than Deebo Samuel?
I think he should make more.
Why?
Well, number one, because it's 2 years later and the market goes up. Number two, because I think he's a better wide receiver. Okay, I think he's just more productive.
My question is, there's only one team, I think, that's got two receivers making big, big money, and that's the Eagles, right?
Yes.
So do the 49ers... Well, here's the other thing. They don't necessarily have to pay Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. They can give Aiyuk a contract and then move off one of them in a year, and technically they will not have paid both guys big money because Aiyuk's contract won't kick in for another year. What do you think is the holdup between the 49ers simply finding a number with Aiyuk that they know they can, let's say, live with, even if it's a little high, and then just know they're going to have to deal with it in a year? But we got to give this team the best chance to win a Super Bowl.
I think that's how they are operating, which is, we'll figure it out when we have to figure it out. They got off of Eric Armstead this offseason because they had to figure it out. I mean, they brought in Javon Hargrave last offseason. That was something that was a win-now move. They gave him a lot of money. We'll figure it out later. I mean, yes, they do have to be, I guess, a little more economic, knowing that Brock Purdy's also going to get paid a lot of money, but that isn't until 2 years down the road. I don't know. I think that the 49ers can operate in a place of just leaning all in on the now. I mean, we're talking about wasted seasons and earlier, not maximizing particular players on the Warriors, but the Niners almost like I think they do have to lean in now. I do think they have to keep this together, because if you allow Aiyuk to move or he gets traded or I don't know, he's not on the team next year. Right. Can you really say you're as good as you were last season?
Well,
and last year wasn't good enough because he got beat.
In a vacuum, no. You won't be able to say that. But I don't know. Can Purdy improve? Can they improve at other positions? Like, that's the one thing that, you know, I got to allow for the possibility that, and I kind of feel this way about Klay Thompson. I think, and I don't, but I'll use the gurus, it's above my pay grade. Like, I think the Warriors can lose, you know, Klay Thompson can walk, and I think they can be better next year, depending on who replaces him. I think because of what will happen at the other positions around the 2 spot. So, yes, I think it's within the realm of possibility that the 49ers could, you know, lose Aiyuk or trade Aiyuk or not, not extend him this year and be better. But you got to get 80% of an Aiyuk, and then you have to fill in with other positions on the team becoming better. And I don't know if they're comfortable with that. Let's go to Frank. Frank's in Marin. What's up, Frank? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? I'm not like a Niner fan and stuff, but if you look at like the Kansas City Chiefs and how they throw a guy like Rashid Rice into the system, a rookie, and then when you go, this guy told me many years ago, when you go and pay that kind of money for somebody, then that takes away your team from winning. I don't think Aiyuk is that great of a wide receiver. Oh, you say his stats or this and that. If they were so good, they would have beat the Chiefs. And the reason they don't beat the Chiefs, I want everybody to know in the Bay Area, is because Kyle Shanahan can't win the big game. His arrogance, he won't step down. He's just going to take all the money. It's just not fair to the fans. This has been going on for 5 years, dude.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that next year.
You know what, Frank? I think he's right.
What do you got, Spadone?
I'm calling for Kyle Shanahan to step down. I'm calling for Kyle Shanahan to step down. He's only had 4 winning seasons in 7 years. He's only made 2 Super Bowls. You gonna jump in there, Spadone?
I'd just say Steve Spagnuolo did punk him twice, to the caller's point. Can't win the big one, guys. It's tough.
It is tough. It really is. The other thing that I thought was interesting...
There's never been a shorter period of time to never win a big one than in today's world.
By the way, you see what the Chiefs did today?
They probably made...
Speaking of extensions...
Go ahead.
Andy Reid, their head coach, the GM, Brett Veach, and then their president, Mark Donovan, were all extended after they won the Super Bowl. I just thought it was interesting that the Niners, for example, gave out extensions to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch when I believe they had multiple years left before the season last year.
They also didn't announce it, which I thought was interesting.
Well, that was, I think, because they were negotiating with Bosa. But you're right. Yeah, they didn't announce it when they did it.
It is pretty unbelievable, real quick.
Yeah.
Just going back to that Super Bowl that Frank brought up, only 6 targets, 3 receptions, 49 yards for him in that game.
For
a guy that prides himself on his route running ability and going up against the sticky coverage of that Steve Spagnuolo defense in Kansas City, not being able to gain a lot of separation there, that does give me slight pause. Like, if we're talking about the best of the best and getting this guy paid, you got to show up in the big games, right? And Debo not doing it too, that does give me a little bit of, maybe we should look at, potentially moving off of him and getting younger and shoring up some space salary-wise.
So the question I have is, he's not as good as CeeDee Lamb.
No shame in that.
He's not as good as Justin Jefferson.
No.
You probably think he's better than T. Higgins.
I think he is.
He's better than Pittman.
I think he is.
And he's better than Judy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm kind of with Spadone. I wonder if the 49ers think that he's better than those guys or if he's just kind of in that group.
Well, if he was better than Justin Jefferson, they would have to pay him $35 million.
No. I mean, I wonder if the Niners concede or say, "Oh no, Brandon Aiyuk's better than Judy." I mean, I know fans, we will because of the numbers, but
well, and also, I mean, if you just watch him play, like Jerry Jeudy has trouble catching the ball sometimes. So that's him specifically. I don't know, just saying. But it's interesting because like if you go through that Super Bowl, like the Niners' leading receiver was Christian McCaffrey. I mean, yes, Steve Spagnuolo dialed up a great defense, but it wasn't as if the number one option for Kansas City, to our caller's point, Rashee Rice, just tore the game up. Like I think he had, looking at it right now, he had 6 catches for 39 yards.
Who was this?
Rashee Rice.
Okay.
The
sure.
Spectacular rookie that emerged last year for the Chiefs. I mean, there wasn't as if there was a player in that game outside of Travis Kelce, who's a first ballot Hall of Famer, that did a ton of damage in that game. So, yes, is Brandon Aiyuk, he's not Justin Jefferson. He might not be CeeDee Lamb. He's obviously not, Travis. He's not a Hall of Famer, but that doesn't mean that he isn't still a very good wide receiver. And the going rate these days for very good wide receivers is about $250 million. So, unless, I mean, this is what you could do if we're talking about first-round picks. You could take a wide receiver there.
Sure.
Not anticipating that they're going to start immediately, keep Aiyuk, and then figure out what you're going to do between him and Debo, knowing you have the heir apparent in the building. Or maybe he just becomes your third wide receiver and you lean in more on being a pass-happy offense than a run-first offense like they were and have been.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, McCaffrey's their most important weapon, and they're paying another guy $24 million in Debo Samuel, and they're going to have to pay the quarterback at some point. So I see the dilemma, but the one thing that I think is, I don't know if it's clear, but if Aiyuk thinks he's a $25 million a year receiver and the Niners think he's a $25 million receiver, it should be relatively easy. They come at 25. All right, so 25 is what? You think 25 is too much for the 49ers? Or do you think 25 is not enough for Aiyuk?
No, I think it would be a spot for them both. I think the Niners are just notorious for trying to get the better end of whatever deal that they're involved in. I mean, look, we saw Nick Bosa reset the market. They're not afraid to hand out a albatross contract or pay players that they need to pay.
I agree. But I think when John Lynch, and this is what I think a lot of management people do, when they say, we have a history of you have a history of the guys you really, really want. Like it was obvious that Bosa wasn't going to go anywhere. I don't think it's obvious that they're afraid of Aiyuk not be like they. I understand being afraid of not having Nick Bosa on the team, but are they as afraid of not having Aiyuk on the team? Do they really think they're one Brandon Aiyuk not being here away from not contending? Like that, those are, to me, the questions they have to ask. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Brandon Aiyuk, he's going to be the 49er player the next couple days that is talked about the most. And my question to 49er fans is simple. I mean, are you getting nervous that he may not be part of this team's future, or is this just business as usual? Are you alarmed by some of the numbers that he put up in the postseason? And do you think that's something that, maybe the 49ers are considering as they move forward here, either with or without Brandon Aiyuk? 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Hey, Bay Area, find your fill at Jack's Restaurant. As a brother-owned and operated establishment, Jack's Restaurant has always believed in making great food and
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Come on.
Gotta fix the camera.
We got the draft in 48 hours or close to.
I'll tell you what, when a texter texts in and it's on the money,
yeah,
I go with it. And the 650 told me to do something, and I did it.
It's been on fire today.
Yeah. 650, look at Aiyuk's playoff stats. That'll tell you why he's not going to get paid.
Okay.
I mean, he's played in 9 playoff games, Brandon Aiyuk. How many touchdowns does he have in 9 postseason games?
2?
Close.
How many?
1.
Ah.
How many 100-yard receiving games does he have?
Well, this I know the answer to.
Okay.
0.
Okay. How many 80-yard receiving games does he have?
0.
How many 78-yard
No, you're right. Yeah, he doesn't have a standout marquee playoff game. You know how many 100-yard games Deebo Samuel has receiving?
He's got 1.
He's played in 12 playoff games. He's had 1. It was against the Seahawks.
Who's been more of an impact player in the postseason for the Niners? Probably been Deebo because he carried him that one year, right?
Oh, the year that they got to the 2022 NFC Championship game?
The year they had to run him a lot.
See, that would surprise you, though. Yes, he had 10 for 72 in the first round against Dallas with a touchdown. But as far as receiving, he hasn't had a breakout game either.
No, he hasn't.
Like neither Deebo Samuel nor Brandon Aiyuk have had game-changing postseason performances, in my opinion.
Well, the numbers would tell you you're right.
Same with George Kittle. We're going there.
Oh, boy. Look up his. The hell's he done?
Well, he blocks.
Let's go to Jim and Martinez. Wants to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, Jim? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. It's pretty painful thinking about the Niners. I haven't been able to rewatch the game.
Oh.
Hey, no, I'm just thinking of McCaffrey going down and fumbling the ball to start. That just kind of turned the momentum, but I think we definitely want Aiyuk back. No question. I think maybe he hasn't quite proven himself, but I think that has more to do with like the offensive line. And if I'm playing the Niners in a playoff game, I'm trying to take that guy away because we know what that guy does. Whereas Deebo, it's harder because he does all these different things, and you got to try to stop the running game. But you know what Aiyuk is about. I say 100% we need that guy back. But the whole that clown who called in a minute ago about Shanahan, that was really good. Stein, we're putting Shanahan on notice. He's only been to 2 Super Bowls, and he only gets the NFC Championship like every other year. So, yeah, I don't think there's any other teams that would want that guy. You know what I'm saying? Good Lord.
Yeah, no. I appreciate the support, Jim.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, Brandon Aiyuk's best.
Well, so do you just not care about the regular season? It just doesn't matter?
Well, you know what's funny? And I don't know how it is in football.
You don't.
What?
I'm just assuming.
No, I think Aiyuk's a good receiver. I think he's probably in the 49ers' mind a $20 million receiver. I think once you get up to 25, you're talking about one of the top, 3 to 5 receivers in the NFL. Maybe they don't think he's that, elite of a receiver. But I also think the thing compounding this is that he is their best traditional receiver. Like he's their most representative of a number one. I mean, do you think he is a bona fide number one?
I think he'd be a number one on 85% of teams.
Okay, but using that theory,
he's the Niners' number one receiver.
But that doesn't mean he should be comparable to a number one receiver on another team.
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is if
like he had a better year than Stephon Diggs did.
Right. What I'm saying is
catching balls from Josh Allen.
If Tyreek Hill is the gold standard, he's the number one. He's the highest paid wide receiver. He's on the Chiefs. He's their number one.
Dolphins, yeah.
I'm sorry, Dolphins. Aiyuk can't 130, right?
No. Well,
so here's the way
I didn't suggest $30 million.
No, but what I'm saying is, let's say Tyreek Hill's the highest paid number one on a team. All right, just for kicks.
Yeah.
Who's the lowest paid number one on any team?
The lowest paid number one.
Let's say it's 12. Something. Let's say let's play the highest paid receiver on the team.
Usually that's in like the $20 million range, at least from what I can tell.
Okay.
You're looking at Mike Evans, $20 million. I guess, Amari Cooper, $20 million.
Do you think Aiyuk's better than Amari Cooper?
Yes.
Then I wonder why it's not, why it sounds like it's not a sure thing. Unless we're reading too much into it.
Well,
I don't know.
And possibly, but I just feel like the one reason that I guess I'm hesitant about Aiyuk is just because of what Lynch, I think, was referencing when he mentioned the previous years and wanted to get it done faster or earlier than sooner, because it clearly, the negotiations or extended summers clearly impacted the play of both Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. And both of them admitted that played a role. Bosa makes more sense because it was deeper into the offseason. But even Deebo, who signed in July, said that it impacted his season. He was not as good. So how is it going to affect Aiyuk? I think that's the biggest reason the Niners should either get this done before that point, or if you don't really feel that strongly about him, well, then Steiny, you should trade him tomorrow or by Thursday night.
Yeah.
Like you should, if you don't want to pay him $25 million, which I believe he has every right to demand, well, then you should trade him before the draft.
What if they want to pay him 20?
I don't think that's going to get it done. I'm sure they'd love to pay him $20 million. I don't think Aiyuk is signing for that much.
Here's the part that I think is interesting, because I feel like this has been an argument used in favor of paying Brandon Aiyuk. But on the other hand, I could look at it from the opposite way, and it's this way. Okay, 49ers they're in a Super Bowl window. All right, so let's pay Brandon Aiyuk because Brock Purdy is on the verge of a very important year. The 49ers have Super Bowl aspirations. You're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. Like, wouldn't you want to see what Brock Purdy's like without these unrealistic weapons that he's likely not to have moving forward with his new contract? If just work with me here on theory.
All right.
2 years from now, they're not going to be able to pay Purdy, McCaffrey, Deebo, Aiyuk, and let's just throw Kittle in there.
Yeah.
So if you can't pay all five of those, why would you create kind of another? I mean, I get go all in this year to try to win a Super Bowl, but don't you think next year the 49ers know they're going to have to lose one of their guys if they pay Purdy? And isn't anybody worried about how Purdy will play with maybe less talent around him?
Yeah, I mean, you're worried about any quarterback that is going to play with less weapons, but I don't know, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but like I'm not going to set up Brock Purdy to show me if he deserves to be paid. That almost sounds like sacrificing a season to find out if you have a quarterback. Like I don't think you can approach it that way.
No, what I'm saying is, let's say you pay Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, now Purdy comes back and they go 12-5, but they don't win a Super Bowl. Well, now what are you going to do? Now you have to pay Brock Purdy $40 million, but you have to lose some of his weapons. Like at that point, you're shot, aren't you? Not shot, but at that point I would ask, well, how are you ever going to get better once that happens?
I mean, not necessarily, though.
Like, how are you going to get better the minute you have to pay Brock Purdy?
Well, I think that's why having finally first-round picks is something that's valuable, because you are afforded the luxury of drafting for depth as opposed to drafting for necessity. The 49ers don't need to use their first-round pick or second-round pick or however many, I think it's like three multiple fourth-round picks. You don't have to use all those picks to fill starting positions. Your team is largely set. I mean, outside of Aiyuk, if Aiyuk's back, You have your wide receiver core. You know what your offensive line is pretty much going to be. You know your running back room. You know your linebackers, your D-line. Maybe there's a spot that it is competitive, but, I mean, the Niners are set. They were an overtime loss away from winning the Super Bowl. That's pretty damn close. And yes, on paper, you might not get better if you have to make Debo or Aiyuk walk. But Steiny, you're also the person that's told us multiple times that you don't have to make a choice before you actually have to make the choice.
No,
and I don't think the Niners have to make a choice this offseason, which is why I believe they pay Aiyuk. And then they kick the can down the road.
Well, that's what I would think they're going to do. But I guess, and maybe, and that's what I'm trying to gauge. I mean, if you're trying to kick the ball, kick the can down the road, shouldn't this be done already? Picking at 25. Okay, done. Let's move on. But we know we're going to have to address it next year. Probably one of these guys is like, I guess what I'm saying is if you know you can't have Aiyuk and Debo long term, would you really stickle, for lack of a better word, for like $5 million? If you know you're coming off one of them in a year anyway. And you know you have to have Aiyuk this year to reach your potential.
Well, maybe there's also a possibility that they maybe don't move off of both those guys because, I don't know, God forbid Christian McCaffrey gets hurt this year or your running backs are not as productive. Well, then maybe you might want Debo Samuel because he can also play running back. And then you need a number one wide receiver, and Aiyuk fills that slot. Like, I think the Niners keeping everything together is a wise choice because you've seen it work. And another year, I don't know, if chemistry or cohesion might be the difference in what gets them over the top, but I don't know. Like, I'm not moving off of one of those two guys before I have to, and unless they prove that they deserve to be moved off of, then I'm keeping them around. Like, I think Aiyuk is a very, very good wide receiver. Is he the best in his class? Is he the best in the league? No. But I also don't think the Niners operate optimally without him.
888-957-9570 is the number. NFL draft coming up on Thursday. 49ers have the 31st pick in the draft. But all the conversation yesterday at 49er headquarters as John Lynch greeted the media was pretty much about Brandon Aiyuk. And I want to take a listen to how specific John Lynch was about Aiyuk from yesterday.
I was just with Mike Tomlin and at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me.
That's actually from a while ago. This is the one I want from yesterday. Asked if he communicates with him.
Sure. We received calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
All right, so, and then here's the money one.
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
So what I'm trying to figure out is how serious this thing is in terms of looking at the timeline of when they got guys signed in the past. Knowing I'm a guy that doesn't like to worry. That it'll get done. I don't want to be guru and say, but Steiny, I'm worried, and then in 2 months they reach an agreement.
Sure.
But it does sound like this one's got some kind of mouse traps and some challenges in it that maybe we're not taking into consideration. Like, I'm starting to think the 49ers may not view Aiyuk as a $25 million. Like, that's the way I'm looking at it. If you're telling me he wants 25, are you telling me the Niners aren't at 25 right now, but that's a place they could get to? And if so, why? When are they going to get to it, and why?
Well, I mean, it's classic penny pinching. You don't pay anyone more than you have to, and as the player or the employee, you're trying to get every single last dime possible. So I think that's probably what it comes down to for me. But it's interesting though, because Ian Rappaport also earlier today said that one of the big factors in a potential trade is that there are other teams that would pay Aiyuk. As opposed to Debo Samuel 2 years ago, I think you could make much more of a case that Debo Samuel is a system player than Aiyuk because of how they use him, because of his versatile skill set. I think he's very important to the 49ers, But I don't know if they traded Deebo Samuel 2 summers ago. Is someone giving him, the 3 for 72 or 73 that he got? Perhaps. But I think Aiyuk is someone that a lot of teams can envision coming in and being the exact same. I mean, it's different surroundings. You don't have as much talent probably. But I don't know. Maybe there's a team with a young quarterback. Maybe, I guess Houston just went out and got Diggs, but I don't know, Jacksonville, if Trevor Lawrence believes and that front office believes that Aiyuk is a number one, in a way, I think Aiyuk's skill set is much more transferable to other teams than Deebo's. And so that might keep his value a little higher because they know that there are other teams out there that will give him that money.
Well, what about if I just looked at these receivers and said, in terms of explosiveness, he's not in Lamb's class. He's not in Jefferson's class. Like when you're talking about, and that's, who's the most explosive player on the Niners?
McCaffrey.
And then who's second?
Well, in terms of like straight line speed or?
I wanted you to say Deebo Samuel.
Oh.
And that's what I'm kind of getting at is, can a team that emphasizes the run, okay, and pays and has a running back on their that's can a team that's paying a running back as much as the 49ers are paying McCaffrey, and then as much as the 49ers are paying Deebo Samuel, and then as much as the 49ers know they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, if they don't want to kick the can down the road, maybe they think this is the easiest way to address it in terms of right now, we might be ready to do it with Aiyuk. You know what I mean? A couple years ago, Deebo was coming off that great offseason. They got paid. They went and they got McCaffrey, but now they're in a different spot. And I'm going to use the Warriors. Maybe now, guess what? Clay just happens to be kind of the guy who had the worst timing. We don't think we're a championship team anymore, and he's the guy who's up for a contract extension, and we're going to look to go in a different direction. Okay, the Niners, we paid Deebo Samuel. We acquired Christian McCaffrey. We know we're going to have to pay Purdy in a year or so. Guess what? We've got to bite the bullet on Brandon Aiyuk. Not his fault, just the way it is.
I feel like if you're going to bite the bullet, though, a $5 million difference or that kind of sum, I don't know if that would be the biggest.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Like why would that be the determining factor? So if Aiyuk says he's not signing for $20 million, he's gone. And if the Niners say we can't pay you $25 million, Aiyuk says get me out of here.
It sounds crazy, but $5
million is not insignificant, especially to the cap. But the one thing that they have to figure this out soon, because if they do not trade him by the draft, I think Aiyuk's going to be a 49er. But if you actually decide that, maybe you do want to bite the bullet, they have to make a choice about Brandon Aiyuk in the next 48 hours. And I think that's why we heard John Lynch saying, I'm not addressing this about whether he was allowed to ask for a trade or request one or not. We want to have him around. All of these things are he's speaking in vagaries, I think, because there is a tough choice that they're making right now, and they know they only have a certain amount of time to do it. Because if you are going to trade Aiyuk, then I would assume that you're taking someone in that draft, maybe not the first round, but you're taking somebody to be his replacement.
Here's more on John Lynch.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
See, this is how you know something's going on, because here was his answer to a regular draft question.
Okay.
No, I think the only, you're always thinking about that position, and to know we have an answer
quarterback
there, and a really good one, that's comforting, and it allows us just to go and build around him and make our team stronger. I think very highly of our roster, what we have. I think it's going to be hard for these, for young kids to come in and make a mark, but there's good players, and that's our job to find that, because you have to have that. As many of our players as we've paid, you have to rely on rookie contracts, and so we need to infuse all those things that I said earlier, and we need some players to come out of this draft, because they're going to be playing next year and into the future, and that opportunity's there.
Yeah, that was John Lynch talking about the draft as a whole, 49ers selecting it at 31. And, I mean, that's the other thing. They've won 25 games over the last 2 years in the regular season. How many of these guys are going to be factors? You look at the last 2 years of the 49er draft picks, and I don't know whether to be critical of them or whether to praise them, because it's been hard for their picks the last 2 years to get on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, it just has, and it's a function of them being as good as they are.
You can make a case Brock Purdy shouldn't have been on the field. He wasn't supposed to be his rookie season. They fell into that. I mean, a lot of times in football, players emerge because of injuries. For example, their top selection last year was in the 3rd round. Jair Brown probably doesn't play a whole lot last year if Talanoa Hufanga doesn't tear his ACL. So, right now, I think Lynch is talking about this draft class being important because if you're looking at the last 2, really the last 3, Hufanga and Purdy are the only hits.
Right.
And Hufanga is the only one that I think you can give them credit for identifying late and saying this is going to be our dude, because he was a bulldog from day one. Purdy was obviously talented, but they had to clear a runway for him via injury. So everyone else right now is just kind of a depth piece. Like, rookie contracts are important, but at some point you do need guys that are able to play or that you can envision helping you within a year or two.
Well, and if you look at their big boys, I mean, they've done a great job through the draft. I mean, you look at these guys for the last 5 years. They've drafted Purdy. They drafted Bosa. They drafted Deebo Samuel. They drafted Kittle.
Yep.
They drafted Aiyuk. They drafted Fred Warner. They drafted Dre Greenlaw. The only players they acquired through a trade are McCaffrey and Jimmy Garoppolo. And then free agent was Trent Williams, right? He was a free agent. Or did they trade for Trent Williams?
They traded for Trent.
They traded for Trent Williams, too. That's right. He was having trouble in
Hargrave was a free agent.
No, Hargrave was a free agent. He was the one guy on the list. So if you look at how they built, I mean, they built through the draft in a big way.
And then they pay those guys. That's what they do. And I think that's what generally good organizations, good franchises do. You draft well, you keep that talent, you groom that talent, and you use them to compete for as long and hard as you possibly can. And the Niners are going on, was the 8th year for Shanahan.
Yep.
But this is also going to be for this core. I mean, really since the 2019 season, it'll be their 6th year together. And if they're able to get back to where we all believe they can, which is at least the postseason, and I think the NFC Championship game is again the bar. I mean, I know they haven't won it yet, Steiny, but you can look at the front office and say you have done a very good job of building a contender. From the ground up, in fact.
They've done a great job of building a contender. There's no doubt about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. The one thing I want to get a sense of from 49er fans, so I'm asking for your help right here, Niner fans. The way we're all talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the way you hear John Lynch talking about Brandon Aiyuk when asked by the media, I mean, what is your sense of the gravity of this situation? Because I'm trying to figure out if this is one of those, to use a guru, nothing to see here. Look, there's nothing to see here. They'll extend Brandon Aiyuk at some point this summer. That's what they do. Or do you feel like there's some trouble brewing here with Brandon Aiyuk? Is there more here than just meets the eye, and you're worried about his future as a 49er? 888-957-9570. Is trouble brewing with Brandon Aiyuk, or are you assured and feel good that he's going to be a 49er and there's not a lot to see here? Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer, with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be. Right now, qualified commercial customers get
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
People on the YouTube chat, Xfinity Mobile text line, they like the idea of going to get the Pirate.
Huh?
They want to. Warrior fans are thinking maybe they could lure the Pirate from Philly.
Jake Sawinski?
Joel Embiid.
Oh, the Pirate.
Yeah, the Pirate. You know, Pirates have a peg leg.
How are we get? Okay.
Most Pirates have a peg leg.
You see what he still did on that peg leg, by the way?
How can I mean?
Like what he's doing at like 50%.
He's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that I could trade for him.
What? If you could trade for Joel Embiid, you would not do it?
Have you looked at the game? Like, he is, you know who he is? He's kind of Bill Walton. I mean, you just don't know if he's going to play a lot of games.
Yeah?
It depends on the team.
Well, I don't think you can count on him playing a full, 82-game season.
Well,
or
then,
like 75,
then he'd fit right in with Golden State.
Hey.
Actually, that's not true. Steph and Clay had full seasons. So shut up, Steinmetz.
Yeah.
And Draymond would have. And then we would have been a 4 seed. Let's go out to...
just like the older players, you can tell them to come off the bench, too. How about that?
Embiid would be the best center coming off the bench. You moved him
behind Trace Jackson Davis.
Drew and we got to get the young guys playing time.
Yeah.
Drew's in Sunnyvale. What's up, Drew? How you doing, man?
How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah,
awesome.
Great discussion. That's happening here, and I think like with regards to Aiyuk, I don't know if the Niners know what they're going to do with Aiyuk. I mean, I think Aiyuk is a trade chip, just like any of their other picks that they're going into draft day with. And, this draft is interesting because, a lot of quarterbacks are going in the top 10. A lot of wide receivers are going in the top 10. You're going to have a lot of non-quarterback, non-wide receiver talent drop into the teams. And, I look at the Jacksonville pick and I look at the Steelers pick. If the Niners really, really like a guy that drops there, like, I don't know, for like, they need to find a way to replace Trent Williams next year. It's going to be his last year, most probably next year, and so they're going to have to find a way to replace him. And there are a lot of offensive tackles that are going to be there in the team that they're going to have the opportunity to pick. And if a guy like Brock Bowers also drops into the team, that's another opportunity. So I don't think the Niners know what they're going to do, but I do think that they would only accept a first-round pick for Aiyuk. I think that's the price tag they have on him. And, yeah, if he doesn't get traded on Thursday, I don't think he gets traded.
Appreciate the call, Drew. I mean, here's the other rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco. Pest Control.
3 teams in the NFL ran more than passed last year, and the Niners were one of them. Like, do the math.
Who are the other 2, by the way?
I don't know. Dibley texted me those.
Okay.
So, Dibs, what are those other 2?
Cleveland, maybe?
So those other 2 teams. Grandy, you probably know off the top of your head. One is...
he's chewing.
One is Tennessee. I'm guessing
Titans?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing...
Pittsburgh?
I was going to say the Patriots.
Patriots. That's a good call.
While we wait for Grandy.
That's so wild, though. We just named 4 or 5 teams, and a couple of those threw more than they passed, even though they just have terrible quarterback situations.
I mean, you're telling me that a team that runs more than any other team in football, their 2 highest paid players will be receivers.
No.
Hold on. Who am I missing?
Well, Bosa.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think Trent also might be up there. Actually, no, I don't know if he's above 20.
Here comes Grandy with some... He's looking. He knows we've got him stumped. He knows.
The 49ers, the Ravens, and the Bears.
Oh, good call.
Why not? We should have known the Ravens.
Oh, Bears going to be back this year. They actually have 2 receivers that are making north of $20 million now.
The Bears do.
Yeah, DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
Huh? And that's
people are starting to lean more in on these top paid receivers, Tiny.
Well, listen, the question is, can you downgrade at receiver but upgrade the overall team?
I still can't get over the fact the Patriots threw more than they ran. That team was terrible. I guess they were down a lot.
I mean, I think Aiyuk's good. I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's all pro.
I don't think he's great. Well, God, I don't think he's one of the best 5 receivers in football.
But is he a top 10 receiver? I think so.
But can you have a top 10 receiver on a team that runs most of the time? In other words, could I say that do the Rams have 2 receivers better than Brandon Aiyuk?
The Rams?
Yes. Nakua and Kupp.
Kupp probably is. Yeah, no, Kupp is. He's a better receiver. But he's also, well, he's been hurt a lot. I think Nakua is a good receiver, but Aiyuk's got more of a track record than he. I'm curious too, because Aiyuk has statistically taken leaps each year. Do you think he can be better?
I think he's,
or can get the ball more, I guess.
See, I don't know. That's a philosophical thing with their team where Kyle Shanahan is going to run McCaffrey and he's going to throw to McCaffrey a lot. I just X out 25 touches for McCaffrey if he's healthy.
See, I view Aiyuk as the same guy as last season. I personally believe Brock Purdy's going to be a better quarterback next year, which makes Aiyuk a better receiver, which means, I don't know, inherently his numbers should go up, which means that maybe by the end of next year you are looking at him as a $25 million receiver. I just think with the guys that are in both his class, but okay, look, Michael Pittman's making 23. I think he's better than him. Calvin Ridley makes 23. I think he's better than him. Terry McLaurin, 22.7. I think he's better than him. T. Higgins, 21.8. I know that's a franchise tag, but I think he's better than him. I think he's better than DK Metcalf, who makes 24. So, I mean, it is, yes, I'm with you. Do I think that Brandon Aiyuk is a top 3 receiver? No, but he is a guy that can keep your offense at a level that we were talking about them in the 1994 49ers class, just with what they were doing. And yes, they run the ball more than they pass, but it doesn't mean you don't need top-flight receivers. In a way, Aiyuk and Debo can be featured more because there is so much emphasis on the run game, and I don't think that they're necessarily replaceable.
I know exactly what you're saying.
No, someone didn't like me saying he's better than Puka.
Somebody said Zuki Man. That's our guy, Zuki Man.
Yeah. Appreciate you.
Zuki Man says, I love me some Evan, but if you say Brandon Ayuk's better than Puka, I'm throwing my phone right now. Zuki Man, the phrase is you're throwing a brick through a window.
Yeah, or through my radio.
That's the one.
You got a fire, and I see a fire in Ayuk's eyes.
That's the one. That's the one Guru likes. Al's in Chico. What's up, Al? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, great, guys. Great show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, no problem.
So I got a sleeper wide receiver for the Niners to draft.
Okay.
I think it's a no-brainer, and I think it's going to star. Okay, when Brandon Rice, Jerry Rice's son, when you see highlights of Caleb Williams, all he's doing is throwing bomb touchdowns to Rice, left and right. And I think that it'd be just a fabulous fit. But that's my call.
Appreciate it, Al. And of course, he's talking about Brendan Rice.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice.
I thought he was going to go with another Nepo.
I thought he was talking about Brandon Wright, the old Warrior. Remember Brandon Wright, the lefty, a little bit skinny?
I rember he could hear well.
They traded Jason Richardson to draft him, Steiny.
He had some big ears.
He was involved in, there was some Kevin Garnett stuff going on back then.
Oh, my God.
And the Warriors were ready to make
the amount of comps to great players that particular Warriors, oh, my God. I don't want to go there. Those dark times.
I don't think that there's some... This is one of those things where I would be like, it does feel like something fishy's going on with Aiyuk.
Fishy from the standpoint of...
Well, I never had a doubt. Did anybody have a doubt that Bosa was going to be signed?
No.
I mean,
it was a matter of when, but no. He was going to be.
I completely agree. Deebo Samuel, to me, was the same way, even though there was... This one feels different, and it's kind of like the Warriors. It feels like the 49ers... they can kick it down the road, but for some reason it just doesn't feel like they prefer to. Like, to me, there's an easy path of least resistance, or it seems like there's an easy path of least resistance, and that is find a number for Aiyuk and bring him back. Well, maybe I'm starting to think finding a number is not easy.
It's interesting, though, because Deebo Samuel requested a trade. Aiyuk hasn't done that.
Right.
Now, you can make a case that Deebo handled the summer situation when he was negotiating worse than Aiyuk has, but for some reason there's more angst around Aiyuk. And maybe it is just because of what happened at the end of last year and you lose in the Super Bowl and you're trying to figure out stuff and you got a lot of top flight, top paid players. I don't know. I just think it's going to be business as usual. I could be wrong, but I think Aiyuk's going to be on the team and I think he's going to get paid handsomely.
Man, I would not bet against that. I couldn't bet against that. But to my way of thinking, I feel like it also has to do with the individual person.
Mm-hmm.
If you compare Deebo Samuel to Brandon Aiyuk, like I almost get the sense that when Deebo was going through his free agency and he requested a trade and he was doing those things, I think there was something with the 49ers that said, look, we know who Deebo is. They were, I don't want to say they were okay with his frustration or with his, I don't want to say anger, but with his uncertainty. I feel like when they looked at Deebo Samuel or processed Deebo Samuel, they envisioned that as part of the process. We're going to go through this process. You know, there may be some things where Deebo is going to feel like he's not getting the respect he deserves, but in the end, we'll earn that respect back, and he'll be fine. And that's who Deebo Samuel is. I get the sense that the Niners feel like Brandon Aiyuk's a little different. Like he is more of maybe a hard line type of guy, or that they're getting the impression now, or they've gotten it over the last couple weeks that, you know, this isn't going to be like Deebo Samuel. He's not crazy about a number that we're willing to pay him. He's wanting a number that we're not willing to pay him. And now it's just a matter of, we just got to wait and see if he'll ever come to us in the middle or, halfway. But I feel like the 49ers right now are more concerned with Brandon Aiyuk's future than they were with Deebo Samuel's future a few years back.
I mean, Deebo had a better season, the one he got paid. Like, he was a first-team player. He was pretty much their engine on offense. But I don't know if it's viewed the same. Like, I mean, I guess, Deebo was more of a priority then, but I don't think Aiyuk is less of a priority now. I mean, I want to keep this offense together as long as possible because they perform at a very high level when they have all their guys. And one thing that Deebo does differ from Aiyuk is in the durability category.
Right.
I mean, Deebo doesn't play as many games as Aiyuk does. Aiyuk has not had an extended absence, at least in the last 2 years. So I would feel more comfortable. And he might not be as dynamic and he might not be, as versatile as Deebo Samuel, but Brandon Aiyuk is a guy I'd feel much more comfortable paying for 3 years or 4 years than Deebo because I know he's going to be on the field for 90% of it.
What about, did you feel that way 2 years ago about Deebo, or you're feeling that way now about him?
Well, Deebo was someone I thought they had to pay at the time because I also didn't believe that you can't not reward maybe your most important offensive player. And that was the reason behind the Deebo extension. I also think Deebo needed to kind of cash in because you weren't sure if you're going to have another one of those seasons. I think Brandon Aiyuk can throw up another 1,307 touchdown season. I think he's got a couple more 1,000-yard years. I'm not sure how many Deebo has.
Yeah, I don't know either. It just feels to me like the tone with Deebo Samuel was a little bit different than it is with Brandon Aiyuk. I wish I could, it never felt to me, and maybe part of the reason that it never felt to me like Deebo Samuel was leaving was because He was their only weapon, essentially.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that he was before they traded for McCaffrey. He was before Aiyuk really established himself, and it was after that year, if I'm not mistaken, that he was spectacular in the postseason.
Oh, they also went and acquired McCaffrey, who is a large value or highest paid running back. They acquired him right after they gave Debo the money.
Right.
So, I mean, he was their most important player, and they said, okay, it's fine. We're going to give you your money, and you're going to take a back seat.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And I just want to gauge the 49er fans and your concern level about Brandon Aiyuk, because it feels a little more iffy than I guess I thought it was going to feel after the season, or it feels a little more iffy than I felt about Debo Samuel a few years back. And I want to know if 49er fans think there's anything to what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, or whether you're a 49er fan out there saying, geez, we do this every year. Relax, guys. There's no timetable. They'll get it done when they get it done, but Brandon Aiyuk's not going anywhere.
Well, and this is from the 650. Do you feel it's as iffy, more or less, than Klay Thompson and his future?
Yes. Well, I think Klay's more likely not to be back than Aiyuk.
Okay. So you feel more iffy about Klay than Aiyuk.
Correct.
I agree.
Because I think, yeah, and I mean, for a number of reasons. One is I think Klay might be, Klay, I think might be willing to leave. I think, two, the 49ers are in a different spot than the Warriors. The 49ers believe they're in a Super Bowl window. So they've got to be leaning toward bringing Aiyuk back right now. And the Warriors may be thinking they're not in a championship window anymore. So they're less likely to bring Klay Thompson back.
Well, now that I think about it more, in a way, Aiyuk's got more trade value than Klay does. I know he's a free agent, but you could move Klay via a sign and trade. Aiyuk's just got more value out there. So that would, I guess, be the reason I'd be hesitant to take Klay. Also, I think Klay's going to be back next year. So, but again, it's and this is why I think that the draft is fascinating in a way. It's kind of the ticking time bomb of Brandon Aiyuk, because is he still going to be on the team if they move him? I think it has to be before the draft. And are we going to hear anything between now and Thursday night from Aiyuk's camp? We've heard from John Lynch.
Right.
Says he wants him to retire in a 49ers uniform. He also said he anticipates him being on the team, but kind of left the door open. Are we going to hear from Aiyuk? Are we going to get some more emojis? Is it going to be on IG, Twitter? What? I mean, are we going to hear from his camp? I know his agent's been shooting down trade rumors, but is Aiyuk going to do it?
This is an interesting one from the 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Does the rest of the NFL think Brandon Aiyuk is a great receiver and a game changer? Or do they think he's just a good, solid receiver in a great system?
Probably a little both. But I guess I just wonder who people think is a great receiver, because I think there's very few of them. And I think there's a lot of players out there that make the kind of money in Aiyuk's range that may be better or worse in certain systems. But I think for what the Niners do, Aiyuk is, I think he is very important. Like, yeah, if you could swap Aiyuk with, I don't know, insert guy who makes $2 million less, is the production that different? Perhaps not. But that's also not what we're talking about. Like, if they don't get Aiyuk, or if they don't re-sign him, they're going to have to replace him with, in all probability, a rookie. That I do think is a drastic difference in terms of production.
It is. But sometimes football is, I don't think of it as a zero-sum game. You know what I mean? Like, if you find a receiver that's 80, and maybe you can't find somebody that's 80% of Brandon Aiyuk, but you find somebody that's 80% of Brandon Aiyuk that you don't have to pay $20 million. Now you don't have to make up all of Brandon Aiyuk. You just have to make up, what you lost with the player that's replacing him. That's why, maybe this isn't comparable, but I believe it's within the realm of possibility for the Golden State Warriors to move off of Klay Thompson and be better next year. I do. I'm not sure how, but one of the ways is you get much better at the defensive end of the floor for the guy who's taken his place, and then maybe you don't lose as much shooting as you think, and overall, you've got a better player and your team's better. Similarly with Brandon Aiyuk, is it possible that he's not on the team, but they have a receiver who's 80% of Brandon Aiyuk, but Debo is a little better, and Purdy is better, and McCaffrey has a great year, and the offensive line holds up more, and the next thing you know, you have a better team. I mean, I think we'd all acknowledge it's possible that could happen.
I think there's more of a. It's more probable that the Warriors would be better next year than the Niners being better next year without those two guys. Like the Warriors, I think, do have room to get better, possibly if Klay Thompson's not on the team. If the Niners lose Aiyuk, are they going to win the Super Bowl? Like that's what we're talking about here.
And my answer would be, I wouldn't rule it out. Believe it or not.
You think they have the same chances without Brandon Aiyuk?
Probably not.
Winning the Super Bowl?
Probably not. Probably not. But probably not.
And that's to me the reason why he needs to be here.
But there's also something going on where the Niners say, well, we don't need, like, let me tell you what the Niners are not apparently saying. Well, we can't win it without Brandon Aiyuk. Like, I don't think they're saying that either. Would it be easier? Would it, is he a great fit? Is he still developing a rapport with Purdy? All those kind of things. Yeah, but like, it's kind of one of the reasons that I was never crazy about the fact that the Warriors kept saying, well, we can never win a title without Draymond. Well, okay, well, then your hands are tied.
Yeah.
Again, guess what? Then if that's the way, and if the 49ers think that way about Brandon Aiyuk, then they'll find a number and he'll be back.
But even if, let's say, you could transform him into a better receiver from the 707, here's some great receivers. Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, however you slice them, whatever. If you swap Brandon Aiyuk and Devontae Adams, are the 49ers, do they win the Super Bowl last year? Are they going to win the Super Bowl this year? I mean, that's part of it too.
You're right.
I mean, how much better can you realistically get at that position? And is that the biggest difference? Yeah. If you're talking about a team that runs the ball first, well, then why all of a sudden, if I just drop Justin Jefferson into this offense, would you give him, a drastically more amount of targets or the percentage of receptions? Because he's better, yes, but your offense is still predicated on the run.
Yeah. And, I mean, the 49ers could tell you, if Brandon Aiyuk's like, Debo Samuel makes 24, you say, yeah, but he's making $6 million of that because he runs the football,
Brandon Aiyuk
58 times a year.
He blocks Steiny.
He does.
Can't put a price tag on that.
No, apparently you can't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings as Daryl, the Guru Johnson, takes care of some family business today. He'll be back tomorrow. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm just telling Evan something that really bothered me yesterday.
Well, there's probably a few things. You got to whittle that down.
Well, that bothers me. Yeah, yesterday.
Put it on the list.
I'll bring Lucas and Grandy in here.
Yeah.
So yesterday, we should go get Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns. Oh, Karl Anthony Towns. Towns. And I say, yeah, you know what? I tell you what, I think I might rather have Gobert. Oh, Gobert, he stinks. Oh, he stinks. Gobert stinks. Oh, he's terrible. No, Gobert. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he stinks. Yeah, he couldn't fundamentally change your entire defense just by getting acquired. I don't love Rudy Gobert either. But for all you people out there, every time a name gets mentioned, you say, he stinks. He stinks. Don't you get it? There ain't nobody out there that's going to help you if you think Rudy Gobert stinks. I think you stink. That's what I think.
Isn't he a finalist for DPOY again?
He's always a finalist for DPOY.
Yeah, like did it 4 of those things.
Didn't NBA players vote him the most overrated player in the league?
Yeah, get him, Grandy.
Oh, yeah, they know. And Steph Curry wanted Avery Bradley over Gary Payton II. NBA players don't know personnel.
Well, how's that work?
They think they know personnel, but they don't.
It's Avery Bradley up to.
And you know what? They just don't like Gobert because he's from France. It's pretty simple.
And can't close playoff games, but the France thing.
And also likes
how about this year?
Also likes to touch microphones, but
super spreader.
Let me tell you who's a super spreader. Draymond Green. Right, he's a super spreader of bad vibes. That's right.
3 more years, Steiny.
3 more years.
3 more years.
What was the other thing we're talking
Honestly,
about?
though, can you imagine like Rudy Gobert and Draymond in the same front court? That'd be scary.
I mean, would it come with some challenges? Yes. Would I take a swing at it? I think I might.
I think they might take a swing at each other.
No, they wouldn't. Listen, if we've learned one thing about Draymond, don't make me do this.
Could you imagine Gobert and Draymond on the same team offensively? Oh my God, that'd be terrible.
Right?
Yeah, because Trace Jackson Davis is stepping out hitting 18-footers.
That's a good point. That would have to be dealt with. But what I'm saying is, why do people think that Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert would get into a fist fight? No, they wouldn't. No.
You of all people don't want to put something past Draymond Green?
I'm telling you.
That was a joke. But
Rudy Gobert would be Draymond Green's best friend if he could protect the rim.
Might get him to learn French.
Anyway.
He's going to terrorize Paris.
Something else you were going to say.
What?
That's why Gobert's name came up, because you...
Oh, yeah.
What was the story?
Well, there's a story written by Tim McMahon about why so many players have beef with Rudy Gobert. And I feel like we've gotten into 3 or 4 different things. I don't know why particular players hate certain guys. I think part of it is jealousy. Like, yes, he does have, 3 or 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. Mm-hmm. People don't think he should, which is probably true, but I don't know. I mean, Steve Nash has 2 MVPs. Do people hate him because Kobe Bryant only has 1? Shaq has 1? Like, is there a jealousy factor there because of that players that achieve certain status or accolades, they feel like they don't deserve it?
Probably. But, I mean, say what you want about Gobert. I mean, guy can protect the rim. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, is he the best center in the league? No, but it's like Aiyuk. Is he the best wide receiver in the league? No. He's pretty damn good.
And keep this in mind, you people.
What do you mean, you people?
Rudy Gobert, his worst offensive year of the last 8 years, he averaged more points per game than Draymond his best year ever. I mean, Draymond, you think, who's going to score? He's going to score more than Draymond Green, Rudy Gobert. Gets you 14 a night. Draymond gets you 14 a night once a month.
Nah, Draymond's shooting 40% from 3. He's back.
I'm just saying. Go ahead and keep...
The Stifle Tower.
I've never... how do non-playoff fans feel good about making fun of players who are actually in the postseason?
Hey,
that was a nice dunk right there. Woo!
What are you watching?
Like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on that fast break.
Yeah, I wish he was a Warrior next year.
Well, see, that's the other thing.
What? Yeah, he's going to opt in. I get it. Or Denver's going to...
No, he's going to opt out.
He's going to opt out, and then they're going to re-sign him. Yeah. I want KCP. He's not good enough, right?
Not according to Warrior fans.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he's
no Moses Moody.
This is what I'm... Okay, so let me ask you a question. If, just hypothetically, if you let Klay Thompson walk and you say, Moses Moody, you're the starting two-guard next year, and we'll get somebody, somebody else will emerge. Do you think automatically you're worse next year? Because I don't. I don't. I'm not in love with Moses Moody. I certainly liked him more the second half of the season. I know he doesn't shoot it like Klay. I know he didn't shoot it well at all. But I think it's within the realm of possibility that Klay Thompson's not on the team next year, and they have Moody or somebody at 2, and it's a better fit. And the guy plays better defense, and the guy's scrappier, and the guy maybe makes some timely threes, and you're better. Is that out of the question? That's why I think they're going to that's why I don't think Klay's coming back. Because I do think there's an avenue to be better without Klay.
Maybe there's also a possibility that Moses Moody could start. Klay could come off the bench. And then, I don't know how you thread that needle, but...
Do you understand if I say, boy, that's a tough needle to thread?
Yes, but I also think that Klay Thompson showed us this year that he's at his best when he's the 6th man.
There's something about giving Steve Kerr
at this point in his career
these security blankets where we kind of know where he's going to lean every time push comes to shove.
Well, I think that's a different conversation.
And maybe that's the one to have at some point is it's going to be hard to move forward as long as those guys are on the roster.
Because he's going to naturally lean on them. They're just his crutches.
Yes. And I think it's going to be harder for Steve Kerr to say to Steph Curry, we're cutting your minutes down, or or Klay, we're not, he's got to finish with Klay because he finished the playoff game or the play-in game against Sacramento with Klay because that's kind of what he does. Yes, I do think there's two things. I think there's I think psychologically you can't move on from the big 3 if they're even on the roster. I don't, because they carry too much gravitas. You were saying you wanted some kind of empowerment of the young players, which I like that word. But I would say, that my cynical side would be, it's impossible as long as the big 3 are here. But that's okay. We could talk about that.
I also think that there's, in a way, the last 2 years, maybe the big 3 are also looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, we might have to take a step back. Curry might have evaluated his last 2 months and said, damn, I know I was out there and I was giving the team all I got, but I didn't shoot it the way I want to shoot it. What do I have to do to get back to my best? What does Klay Thompson have to do to get back to his best? What their best might be is not what it's previously been. And I don't think it's outlandish to see those guys, as wise as they are, as knowledgeable as they are about the game, also looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, maybe we can't be the ones that are just going to will this team the way we used to.
Hell, maybe they're kicking themselves for not being more open to young players 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, we got the crossover on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The Jeep Celebration event is going on right now with exceptional offers.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say you liked those games yesterday.
Of course it is.
What do you mean?
If you were a Laker fan or a Philly fan, do you have reason to gripe about the officiating?
But we're not.
Philly.
No,
everybody has a reason to gripe after a game every single game.
No, I just want to know if, as Warrior fans, you would have been crying had you lost like the Lakers lost or like the Sixers.
I would hope, and we're all homers. We're all biased in life. So, but I would hope that if the Warriors blew a 20-point lead, and then one of their best players went to Twitter to say that was a foul when you blew a 20-point lead, I would hope that we would have the stones and the hair on our chest to rip the player, not the refs.
We wouldn't.
You might be right.
I don't have much hair.
Dibs.
You might be right.
Well, it's different here because it would be Draymond. I don't think the chef would do that. He doesn't usually do that. He would talk about the blown 20-point lead.
Draymond would podcast about it. He wouldn't tweet about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Good call. And, Clay probably wouldn't have even noticed that they were up 20 and that there was a call that didn't go their way. Yep. Just worried about which way the tide is going for his trip home to the Tiburon.
Yeah, you guys need to focus on the present.
Yeah, we are giving D'Angelo Russell a lot of credit to start putting Steph, Clay, and Dre. That's it. It would feel like Wiggins, which would really be a story.
Right.
If he tweeted about the refs, that would be incredible. I would love that, actually. But you get what I'm saying.
Did you think Maxey got fouled?
Probably. But, considering what we are now calling in the association, no. No blood. No autopsy, no foul. That's where we are now in the league. So, no, it wasn't a foul.
Yeah, freaking mauled. Josh Hart just bowled over him. And I think they might even got a timeout. Well,
that ball was loose. Yeah.
I don't know. Don't you guys look at the fouls by the rim in the NBA, especially now? Feels kind of like screaming for holding after a play in the NFL.
I think
it's every play.
If
it's
the goal is to be consistent.
Yeah.
They have been consistent since they started the change,
and
I think.
And there's contact on every drive.
Yeah.
These are humongous human beings. There's contact on every drive. And so, yeah, sure, it was a foul. I mean, you lost.
You got to play through contact.
Yeah, there was a bunch. Level. There was a bunch of that was a fouls throughout every game, all game long. I just you blew leads, you blew big leads, and then you're circling one play at the end of the game.
And LeBron had a wide open three.
Yeah,
he had a wide open three,
and so did Austin Reeves, and they missed him. So,
and Denver scored on 7 consecutive possessions.
Yes, and then Jamal Murray cussed on TNT. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, LeBron cussed in the post at the podium.
There were 2 mic drops from Laker players.
Yeah,
that was the most.
Anthony Davis.
That for me, for my just viewing pleasure, that was the most fun non-Warrior game that I've seen all year long. That's how I'll label it. And yes, it's because the Lakers lost. Yes,
no doubt. No doubt.
Absolutely.
That's the cherry on top. It was a great game.
Sure.
And Denver, the champs, made huge winning plays down the stretch. And then you add that last little dollop of Lakers lose. Count me in. I'm with you.
And Anthony Davis tripping and falling into the celebration and getting engulfed by it. The whole thing was just fantastic.
Yeah.
I was just thoroughly amused by the whole thing. That was the best post-Giants viewing party I could have found. I'm like, Giants won, flipped over to the Lakers, and watched them collapse. It was absolutely beautiful.
I will say this. So last night they asked him what happened, and he said Jamal Murray made a shot, and then he dropped the microphone.
This is LeBron?
No, this is Anthony Davis.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Anthony Davis yesterday was asked what happened on that last play, and he gave the old Jamal Murray made a shot, and they won. And he just dropped the mic and left. And I thought, there's only one guy who's successfully pulled off that kind of answer, and it's the original. And it was when Taurean Prince was at Baylor. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. And they got out-rebounded by Princeton.
You're talking to the only guy who would say yes.
No,
do you remember what I'm talking about?
You'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah. A reporter says to Taurean Prince when he's at Baylor, they'd beaten Princeton, but they got out-rebounded. And he said, how'd you get out-rebounded by Princeton? Yeah. And Taurean Prince goes, well, the ball came off the rim, and when it comes off the rim, they got more of those than we've got. And so that means they got more rebound. But it was so deadpan.
He might even said he's like,
incredible.
When the shot misses, you grab the ball with two hands. That's called a rebound. They got more of those than we did.
I'm here for
it. It was so good.
I'm here for sarcastic press conferences. I'm here for them.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a really good game. Like, I was watching it at down in the Mission, and maybe it was because it was the Lakers blowing it too, but everyone was just so locked into that game because it felt inevitable to me. I mean, it was much about the Lakers blowing it as it was just the Nuggets are that team. Like, when they turn it on, there's a level that no one else can get to. And that 5 on the floor, even the broken plays, it kind of felt Warriors-ish. Like that 3 that Michael Porter Jr. hit, I felt like that's a Warriors of old play. Just broken play, somebody keeps it in, kicks it out. Dude takes a shot he has no business taking, makes it, tie game. From there, it's just rolling. And I don't know. It's the reason why I think they're going to go back to back, but also I just don't see another team anywhere that can get to that level, that can lock in that high. And that game was awesome.
I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but what I wonder, if it is Boston and Denver, I always try to look at you can't be as motivated as the person who doesn't have it. Right? The rich guy does not need that next meal the way someone who is eating ramen every day wants that next meal. And so, like, the Denver Nuggets do they have the best flow of anyone in the NBA? I agree with you. They're, as Charles Barkley said, well-oiled machine, acknowledged. But I wonder if those finals happen, if Boston is not just more motivated. Because that's the way it is to be a human being.
That's fair.
I would bet on Denver in that series.
Maybe.
I'd have to, because I do think, and I've seen them a few times this year, they do have this switch where they just lock in. They did it in, what quarter was it in the first game? They did it in the third, I think. In the third quarter. They were down 9, and the next thing you know, at the end of the third quarter, they were up 10. Like, to me, they can be good defensively. They can be good offensively.
Curious why they keep falling behind by so much, though, in their building.
It's a good question.
Like, what does this look like when it switches to LA?
It's a good question.
I don't think they're going to sweep.
Altitude?
I look at it as though
ban altitude.
Who said that?
That was Nick Wright. That was pretty funny. You got to ban altitude because by the second half, all the teams are gassed, so the Lakers just had nothing left. That's why they fell apart. Allegedly.
But less of an excuse in the second game that you play at altitude than in the first game. And, you had open shots from Olympians and the greatest player of all time. So if LeBron's not able to acclimate at this point in his career, then he's just using it as an excuse.
I mean, that shot is just ridiculous.
Well, they got... That's a good call. Okay. I would stop watching TV in here. You guys were talking about Brandon Aiyuk. We spent some time talking about him today, too. And my question to you guys is, how much is there to see here, as Guru would say?
Something. I listen to you guys talk about it a lot today.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, you kept saying, and I will acknowledge you're definitely right about this. Your feeling is that something's different about this than the Debo situation. Right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I still think that the betting favorite is that Brandon stays, but I personally, someone who wants him to stay, I'm going to be holding my breath through those first 20 picks on Thursday night. I do think that there is smoke there. I think that the favorite is that he stays, but it may not go that way. And if you ask yourself what's different, I don't think it's that they like Debo better than Brandon. I think that it's when Debo was in the process of doing this, the 49ers did not have a thought process of that we are a year away from having to break off someone over $40 million. Now they are. And that's all this is. I don't even think that they can't fit Brandon and Debo. I think they feel right now like they might not be able to fit Brandon and Debo and Brock.
Right, but I was listening to your show yesterday, and you don't have to pay them both.
You don't.
So... to me, the path of least resistance would be just pick a number for Aiyuk. I get it. If he wants 30 and they're only willing to give 20, we got a problem. But assuming you can pick a number and then you give yourselves one more shot at a Super Bowl. Then you see what happens. And then you make the decision on Purdy, probably that you're going to have to pay him, and then you make the hard decisions.
Well, the only problem there is
fly in that ointment.
The fly in that ointment is you would go another year and then you'd move off of Deebo Samuel, but moving off of Deebo would not net you the same return as moving off of Brandon Aiyuk would in the next couple of days. You would get a very good pick, probably a first-round pick. You may have to do a pick swap, but you send 31 this year to the Chargers as well as Brandon Aiyuk, and you move up to number 5. Now you can get the 5th best player in a draft, which you won't be able to do when you, quote, move off of Deebo. Deebo will be a cut, and you'll just cut him. You'll eat the $8 million on the dead cap number, and you'll get nothing back for him. And so for me, if you are thinking about moving off of one of them, it would be better to do it now and be able to recoup something for Aiyuk and get a rookie wide receiver in here, whether it's the first-round pick, and Marvin Harrison Jr. at 5, or maybe it's somebody later in the draft. If that's your mindset,
right.
For me, you get more out of it by making the hard choice now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I hate it.
No, you've hated it from the outset.
I hate the entire idea.
I don't like any of it.
If I'm running a team, here's something I'd almost never do unless forced: trade a player for a first-round pick. Because if a player is worth a first-round pick, that means he should be on your team. Think about it. You think you know what you're getting back. You don't. I don't want to hear about can't miss. But Marvin here, I don't want to hear it.
Oh, he's can't miss.
I don't want to hear it.
I like the player.
I don't want to hear it.
That I don't want to hear it.
The 49ers gave up 3 drafts for their can't miss, and he missed so bad, he hasn't even started 5 games in his career. I do not want to hear about your first-round pick. If you've got someone he's a bird in the hand, you know that he's a first-round pick. He was a first-round pick, and he performs like a first-round pick. I'll take that. I will take what I know rather than what I don't know, and I will pay for it.
I agree. I think also, but if you're factoring in the money, because I think it is just, do you want to pay him or not, or whatever the figure is that he wants to be paid. But you said something about factoring in the future salaries and the payroll. I know it's not as large as probably what Purdy's going to get, but I mean, they had to figure that Bosa was going to get a massive pay raise, and that was something that they're still willing to do, along with sign Hargrave. I mean, they knew that those things were coming in. So I just feel like the reason I believe Brandon Aiyuk's on the team is because they just don't have to make that choice yet, financially speaking. And when they do, then I don't know, maybe it is Deebo or Aiyuk. But I just don't. I think what they have right now is just too good to let go.
I agree, and I also think here's the other reason. If you really ask me why I think it's a betting favorite that he stays, the word I hear is that the 49ers are asking too much. They have had some conversations, but they're asking too much, and that's because they know what he's worth.
Yeah,
they really, really, really like him, and so they're not going to give him up unless they can get basically a top 20 pick, and not many people are going to do that for a receiver, especially when there are so many. At least teams think there are really good receivers in this draft, and so why would they use one of those picks on another receiver who they're going to immediately have to pay a truckload of money to? That's why I think it's a favorite that he stays. I just don't think there's a deal that fits, but I'd love for the 49ers to just talk to themselves about that. It's like, if you're grading him that way, that means you love him. You love what you see. You know what he offers beyond the stats. So what? That's who you keep.
So my question is, all right, so CeeDee Lamb's with the Cowboys, and he's going to just play under the 5th-year option. According to Evan, that's because he wants to. So Justin Jefferson's going to set the market this year at some point.
Yep.
And CeeDee Lamb is not going to sign this year because he wants to set the market next year. Well, why don't you just tell that to Aiyuk? You know what? Let Justin Jefferson set the market this year. You come back just like CeeDee Lamb.
Because they'll say no.
But what does no look like? Why is CeeDee Lamb playing the fifth year under his?
Well, he's not, and so far it looks like he will, but he's waiting. CeeDee Lamb's waiting for Jefferson, and then he's going to jump over Jefferson, and Jefferson's waiting for CeeDee Lamb. I don't think either of those two are going to play on the fifth-year option, and we asked TJ Hushmanzada yesterday, Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach. He's known him forever, and I actually asked him at the end of the interview, and I said, what do you think about Brandon, just coming back and playing on the fifth-year option? And he said, not going to happen.
Nope, not doing it.
Not going to do it. So
the 49ers won't do it?
No, Brandon Aiyuk will not play unless he has a new contract.
And he will, if this got really bad, you guys all know the rules. It's either week 7 or week 8 or whatever that they have to show up, or else you forfeit essentially the entire year. And so there's millions and millions of dollars at stake. But it can completely derail a season. It's a player who misses half the year, then they come in, then they have to get in shape, they're disgruntled, everybody's mad at each other, the whole thing goes sideways. So that's the 49ers have, you're right, Steiny, they've got plenty of leverage, but it's like, we kind of were talking about this almost like the way we would treat kids. It's like, yeah, I do the grocery shopping. I can totally stop you from, you don't get to eat if I say you don't get to eat. But do you want your family to work that way? Do you want everyone hating each other? Do you want everyone hungry? No. The Niners have that leverage. But you don't want to use it. It won't go well. You've got a season to go conduct, and he needs to be a big part of it. And I don't trust any other receiver who's an option right now to go play that role this year.
Well, and that's why I just don't understand how you are to get better without him. He could also be better this year than he was last year.
For sure he could.
I mean, he's improved every single season thus far. So if you're the Niners and you were on the cusp of a Super Bowl last year, I just don't know how you don't have him on the team next year. And everyone, because it's also, I think a little bit of it is a message to your team. It's like, well, what are we really doing then? Like, if Aiyuk's not going to be on the squad, he was one of our most important guys. Just for the locker room of wondering, like, how do you guys actually, believe in us? Like, we lost in overtime of the Super Bowl. We were that close to hoisting a Lombardi trophy. You're not going to bring this guy back, or you're going to trade him? Well, what about me next year? What about this guy?
Well, that's the hard reality of football. And next year it might be Trent Williams, and it might be George Kittle after that. And, Christian McCaffrey, I don't know what kind of a deal he's going to get when his contract is up. I don't think these guys have any false illusion about the business side of it. I do think it would send a signal to the locker room, though, if you got rid of one of your core 5 offensive pieces. That would tell them, look, we're trying to do something different, and maybe the other guys would have a better chance of signing. And the reality of Brock in the future is there. Would you be better this year with a rookie instead of Aiyuk? Of course not. But sometimes you got to take a step back to take a couple steps forward. And if Javon Kinlaw would have worked out, we wouldn't have been so critical of the DeForest Buckner maneuver.
Yeah, but it didn't. And
exactly.
And that's kind of the point. And all the guys that you just brought up about getting the next deal, they've all had their 30th birthday by the time they're up again.
Exactly.
So I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about your 26-year-old budding star who you drafted, who is a first-rounder who's playing like one. Like, I would much rather keep Brandon, and if this means George Kittle gets cut in 2 years, if this means Debo gets cut in another year, I think all of those things are way more replaceable than this year and Brandon Aiyuk. Like, this is a huge year. And
it's a big moment for them.
I am not stripping Brock Purdy of his top receiver before you go into this year. I think that's a last resort.
Would it be fair to ask Brandon, and you can do it, John Lynch can be very polite when he does it, just say, hey, can you make a catch or two in the postseason for us?
Well, here's an idea. How about my quarterback throws it to me when I'm open and alone in the end zone? And all the people, somebody called in and you highlighted 3 catches, and it made me cringe a little bit behind the wheel. Because
6 targets.
Watch the film. Okay?
No,
watch the damn film.
Results
Watch the
oriented.
damn tape and see how many times he was open and alone. And I heard Spadoni chime in with his, sticky coverage.
Very
he had a hard
sticky.
time against sticky coverage.
Spagnuolo.
No, he didn't.
Here's an idea.
It was very sticky.
Give your quarterback half a second to find him, and then maybe he would deliver the ball to him. Yeah, maybe.
Better quarterback. Yeah, that like Brandon Aiyuk. There was the
Raider
biggest,
fan sticky coverage.
The biggest play of the entire year. Brandon Aiyuk was literally the only human being in the end zone.
Wide open.
It's a team game, Mark.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and blame him for only 3 catches.
No, I didn't do that.
You sure did.
So let's draft some offensive linemen then.
Well, that's always a good...
You ran through the litany of his games where he didn't get 80 receiving yards.
78.
Exactly.
I'd agree with you. If he were dropping balls, we'd agree with you. But they don't throw the ball very much. They didn't throw the ball to him. Half the numbers you're talking about are with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback. No receiver ever put up numbers with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, come on.
Maybe that's why he wants out.
Come on. He doesn't want out. He doesn't want out.
He's sick of being the third option.
Yeah,
his role is not an issue. This is about money, and it's about nothing else.
Give me the ball.
It's about money.
Over the ball.
Not enough room for McCaffrey, Debo, and Aiyuk.
Don't forget about
there
Juwan.
would be this year.
These are team players.
There would be this year. Ayuk's number would go down.
These are team players.
I can't
They
understand.
block downfield.
The path of least resistance is to sign Aiyuk and to deal with it at the end of the year. Let's see if they do that. I know. There's also less of a deadline than we're creating. There's
the deadline is the deadline is Thursday. So if you don't move him by Thursday, then you're resigned to sign him. And how much do you want to make this drag into July and August and have it affect his year and by proxy your year?
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that's why I think something is more serious than we're thinking.
Agreed. Because Tim Kawakami had a great piece today in The Athletic, and he was basing it on his sources and also what John Lynch said yesterday, and there is a possibility that the two sides are further apart than what fans want to portray. TJ Hushmanzada, second mention, he threw out the number 27, which was his number. Didn't come from the Aiyuk camp.
Right.
But if he, if Brandon's like, he said that they had talked about
of his camp.
Or the ballpark. The camp's ballpark. And so if Brandon wants 27 as a ballpark and the team is, maybe in that 23-24 range, that's more significant than just, the small pittance of $3 million a year.
Well, the funny thing is, and TJ really opened my eyes to this. I didn't realize this. I know about NFL contracts and how on the back end of them they are funny money, but he had us dive into some of those top wide receiver deals. Look at Tyreek Hill's deal. Look at Devontae Adams' deal. He goes, Tyreek Hill's not making $30 million a year. That's the AAV if you play the whole thing out. But the last year is $43.5 million. And if the Dolphins want to walk away from it, they can. So the AAV is not as high as you actually think when it comes to what they're definitely going to get. And so if you want a 27 AAV, but it actually works out to be something like 22 and what's guaranteed for the first 3 years or what have you, do that. And I think that that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable for Brandon. I think it's reasonable for the 49ers. That's not a spot that I would play with if I were them.
All right, gentlemen, we have a great show today, and we will catch up with you tomorrow on 95.7 again.
Keaton Winn in about an hour.
Oh, there you go.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I guess you could call it a oversimplification sensation.
Cha-ching!
Coming in hot. I told you I was coming in hot today.
Cha-ching!
So you don't get to just, this isn't like playing quarters when you're in college. You don't get to just make rules. You have to stay fluid. You have to be ready for each situation as it comes. But I would come damn close to making a rule. if I were running a football team. I will not trade one of my young players for a first-round draft pick. Because if that's the valuation of your young player, I've got a better idea. Keep him. Keep him on the team. This is the hardest thing to have in sports. A drafted player at a high level, then he plays up to that level, the fan base gets engaged, and that player is a part on multiple levels of winning. That is the hardest thing to find in sports. That is what Steph Curry was, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, and George Kittle, and Fred Warner, and Brock Purdy, and Deebo Samuel. It's all of those people. It's Tim Lincecum and Madison Bumgarner. It's all of those people. And he has an opportunity to be one of those guys. Like hell, I'm letting him out the door.
Well, it's just not that simple in a hard cap league. And I know you know that. And you may have to get to a point where you make a hard choice about somebody. And maybe this is the time where you make the hard choice with Brandon Aiyuk, like you did with DeForest Buckner, where it came down to money, according to DeForest Buckner. And he didn't feel like they were making him an offer that was going to work. And so whatever the back channel communication was, the team decided at that point, let's trade him. They got the 13th pick. They moved back a spot, took Javon Kinlaw, and the net result was a loss. You ended up getting Javon Hargrave, and now you're paying him, and Armstead is gone, and don't know if all those things would have happened if they just would have stuck with Buckner and paid him what he was asking for. So now, because it didn't work the first time, it doesn't necessarily make it, in my opinion, to where you will never do that again. This situation may be similar. It may be totally dissimilar, and you've got a couple days to make a hard choice on, and I'm sure the phone's been ringing.
No
and
doubt.
I wonder,
he's admitted that.
I wonder how many teams are calling about Brandon Aiyuk because they know the situation.
Absolutely.
Listen, if I'm out there and we could go through every team and look at who actually would be hot after a good receiver, probably about half the league.
Here's another reason why, and this is just tea leaves now, but I think it was Ian Rappaport. And do we have the rap sheet thing? I bet we do, kicking around here somewhere, Grandy. Let me know where it is. Rap sheet, I heard him say earlier today that the Aiyuk camp believes, and if they believe this, it's true because the agent has been talking to everybody, that Brandon Aiyuk probably has a contractual offer from another team that's even better than what the 49ers would or could give him. But Brandon Aiyuk is still sitting here sending TJ Houshmandzadeh to 95.7 the game to tell everybody he wants to be a 49er. Brandon's behavior on the field, Brandon's behavior off the field has suggested that he's a winning player. He's a team player. This is not about numbers. This is not about throw me the damn ball. This is not about anything other than I want to be here, but I want to be given my worth. So in other words, he might even take a smidge less to stay with the 49ers. And that would be smart anyway because he's not a free agent. So it's not like he's got a choice. He can get into a huge fight or he can take something that is viewed as at least close to fair. But that to me is a feather in the cap of the player. He's sitting there going, I like here. I like this. I think we can win. You can win with me. Let's do this thing. And I am not messing around with that. I am fascinated by how many people, and I know that this is the draft and it's puzzle pieces, and we all like our fantasy teams pretend that we're GMs. Oh, you know what I would do, right? We can move up.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison, and there's this guy, and Rome Odunze, and stop.
I like the player.
Oh, my God. I like Brandon Aiyuk.
Good little player.
You know who I want with my first-round pick? Brandon Aiyuk.
You already got it with your first-round pick. Was that the last time they had a first-round pick?
Oh.
Because I know it's been a couple of years since they had a first-round pick.
It was Trey Lance.
Well, right.
My bad.
That was a bad. That was how the hell did that fly
Talk
over
about
our heads?
mental block. That one's been
okay, but
like half the people on my Twitter feed. That's blocked.
But other than Trey, no, because was
Nick Bosa and Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, Bosa and Debo were together.
Yep.
Debo was second round. And, Kinlaw, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Or was that they traded in, they had 2 first-round picks that year. Was that the same year as Kinlaw?
Yeah, it was. They traded back into the end of the first round and picked Aiyuk.
There it is. All right. So, yeah, in theory, outside of Trey Lance, that was the last time they picked someone in the first round.
Yeah, boy.
Keep him. Pay him. Pay that man his money.
It depends on how much it is. And it's not as easy as...
Everybody knows where this is going to end up. Like
financially?
Yeah.
Well, if Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet, is reporting that he may have another offer for another team, if they're out there sniffing around and that offer is significantly higher than what the Niners want to pay, then we are at a bit of an impasse.
Well, what does that mean, significantly higher? First of all, it can't be official offer. But
of course.
You know what we're talking
Maybe
about.
a team is sniffing, Pittsburgh is sniffing and saying, we'll give you 28. We'll give you 3 and 84 with 60 million guaranteed. Take that back to San Francisco.
I mean.
And Paraga's going, we can't do that. Our numbers, all of a sudden he became far under. Our numbers are not.
Paraga's like, he's not available.
Right.
He's under contract.
Well, and
he's under contract.
Fine, but.
So therefore, Brandon needs to potentially take a couple bucks less than whatever Pittsburgh or whoever's throwing out there, because that's your only choice. It doesn't mean that you let the team get over on you, because that's the other thing. Listen, I'm not a capologist, but the reason I said that, we know where this is going. We do. TJ said 27. Maybe it's 26. Maybe it's 25 and a half. Maybe it's 27 and a half. Whatever. Like, whatever that, like, find the spot where Brandon's a little ticked and so are you.
That's what TJ was saying,
and just do it. You know that this is not a wide gap. They're far apart. Not really. Like
we don't know.
No, but
we don't know.
It's not like Brandon's saying 35 and the Niners are saying 20. That's far apart.
Well, it's all relative.
You know where he is. He's a top 10 receiver. You know what the market is. Calvin Ridley just got 23. We go north from there. Debo makes 24. We go north from there. Tyreek makes 30. We go south from there.
Well, when
somewhere in there.
When Justin Jefferson gets his deal and it's more than Tyreek, and the top of the market gets up to 32 or 33.
But he's different.
Brandon's not going to settle for 25. He's going to want to be closer to that top of the market. So, and if they're projecting Justin Jefferson's getting 32, 33, and CeeDee Lamb is getting, I think those guys are getting more than Tyreek.
Justin should. He's the best receiver in the game.
CD's number 2 or number 3, in my opinion.
And Brandon's right behind him.
Yeah, Brandon's probably in that 6 or 7 spot, no matter how you want to slice it. But if you're Brandon, you don't want to be first unless the offer is really, really good.
Yeah, but I do, again, I know it's easy for me to be like, a few million bucks here or there. Like, there are ways. We're all just talking about AAV, and it's a fake number. It's about the guarantee.
Right.
It's about the way it's structured. It's about how much is pushed to the end versus the beginning. And so when we say, they're far apart, I don't think their conversations go the way we talk about them. They're not talking about AAV. They're talking about guarantee. And so that number could be as much as 10 to 15 to 20 million apart. And that's a large gap.
Yeah.
Here's what Ian Rappaport said earlier today.
I would say this pretty confidently. Whatever the 49ers will pay Brandon Aiyuk, who they really, really like as a player who they developed all the way through, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a team that's willing to pay him more. That's actually not really the question. The question really is, does Brandon Aiyuk want to stay in San Francisco with a team that's awesome and will probably be very good for a long time? Are they going to pay him the most in the NFL? Maybe not. They got a good team. They want to keep it together. But would it be enough to keep him? I'm kind of with you. I'm leaning more as of right now of him potentially staying, but this story has not yet been written fully.
And that's what everyone who's in the know is saying. This absolutely, and so just sit with this for a sec, this could go either way. This really could go either way, and it will happen in the next 55 hours.
Right, and when you get midway through the first round, as a Niner fan, you can start to breathe a little bit easier. If you get to pick 15, pick 16, and Brandon is still yet to move, I think it becomes less likely.
Yeah,
for me, I don't.
It more like 20 to 25.
I don't
but
think
I hear you.
There's a trade out there that would involve the Niners trading Aiyuk, keeping their pick at 31, and getting a first-round pick. Even if it's you trade Aiyuk to a team and you get the 20th overall and you keep 31, I don't see that necessarily happening.
No, but if you're giving Brandon Aiyuk and a second and a third, could that net you a first-round pick? It could.
It might.
It could.
Yeah.
By the way, there's no with that idea that you brought up, that Bill Barnwell brought up, I'm 1,000% out on that idea.
Too much.
Acquiring a first-round pick, but having your pick be in the deal. So Brandon and the 31 to simply move up in the first round and then gather an asset or two later in the draft. Yuck. Gross. I'm out. Terrible. I would be furious if the Niners take a deal like that.
Well,
and Rappaport says this is about whether or not Brandon wants to stay. Well, here's what his coach told us yesterday.
I mean, I talked to B.A. He don't want to leave San Francisco. He just wants to get paid. Just very simple. He just wants to be rewarded for the work that he's put in.
This is not a complicated conversation.
It is, because
I don't think it is. He wants to be here. He wants his money.
He wants to be paid.
Yes.
And by he wants to be paid means he wants to get what he feels like he's worth. And if the team, the Niners, doesn't feel like they want to give him what he thinks he's worth, then Houston, we've got ourselves a problem. Because Brandon clearly has an idea in his mind of what he's worth, as all these players do. And TJ told us yesterday about the nature of wide receivers, himself included.
Oh, God, yeah.
And we all know this. The word diva is unfair, but they are self-confident, self-assured, and they have a high self-value in terms of what they should be paid. And this is Brandon's time.
They're sports cars. Look at them. Look at them. Watch a wide receiver walk by you.
Yeah.
Look at them. They look like Lamborghinis.
Well, watch one run by you. It's like, man.
I don't really have a choice to do anything but watch them run by me.
Seriously.
Anyway, that's kind of that's the point. I get it. Yes, there's a nature of the beast, if you will, although I think that gets overplayed when it comes to money, because it's not like overweight left tackles are just letting you, well, you just pay me whatever you want because I'm a nice fat guy. Like, no, you got to pay that too. People want what they're worth in the world of I've achieved, I'm confident, and I know what I'm worth. You're gonna have to meet it. This is not a surprise, and I think we fail to sort of remember what every April sounds like. We did this 2 years ago with Debo.
Yep.
We didn't do it in April last year with Nick because the team coached us into it's going to be fine.
You're not trading DPOY.
You're not trading him, although what happened when he signed? His mom came on the show and was like, we thought we were out. We thought we were leaving. It got real, even though we didn't think it was going to get real, because Lynch was like, we budgeted for this. We're good. We're not doing anything with Nick Bosa. Next thing you know, we got a game against the Steelers, and everyone's like, is Nick here? So just like I said yesterday, you got to have the stomach for this. It's hard. It stinks. Feelings get hurt. I have no doubt that if he stays, there's going to be some ups and downs over the next few months. Then again, I'll argue this is only about money. It's not about desire.
Right.
And it's not like anybody is surprised about the numbers that are being thrown around. He's a very good receiver. We know what that costs.
But we don't know what the top of the market is going to be, and maybe they do. Maybe Brandon and his agent and maybe the 49ers are all aware of the neighborhood where CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson are going to land, because neither of those guys is playing their fifth-year option either. Both of them will get more than Brandon Aiyuk. Whoever signs first of those two is getting less than the other one, but those two are going to reset the market. And so Brandon, I'm sure, is looking at that going, if they reset it at 33 or 34 AAV, which I know is mostly meaningless, he wants to be up at 28 or 29, I bet.
We got all kinds of great stuff today. We got this Brandon Aiyuk conversation. We got Keaton Winn, last night's winning pitcher for the Giants, is coming on here in about 30 to 45 minutes. We got some other stuff we're working on, some insight on the Warriors offseason that we want to share, all of it. And you are invited, as always, to be a part of all of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, look at the first call at once. Willard is dreaming. I can't wait to have this conversation. Let's do that next on Willard and Dips. Hey, it's Willard for La Garza Summer Camps. No time for boredom this summer.
I think both parties realize they need each other, and it'll get done. It'll be ugly at times, but I think at the end he'll be a 49er.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, how do we just have a quick reflection on this? I don't want this to sound like we're bragging. There's a lot of people that go into doing what we did, but yesterday we had his college coach and his personal coach. That's pretty freaking awesome, I think.
Yeah.
And they're both two of the best talkers in the absolute business. So add that in. And both of them were as clear as day. They were as clear as day about what Brandon wants, about what the 49ers want, and about what this is going to feel like at times. And they both said the exact same thing. Brandon would like what he's worth. Brandon wants to be a 49er. 49ers want Brandon. Herm Edwards is talking to John Lynch all the time. TJ Houshmandzadeh is talking to Brandon Aiyuk all the time. Both of them said the same thing. Yo, get ready. This is going to hurt like hell. So my prediction is he's still a Niner by Thursday night when we go to bed, and the summer's going to suck.
Well,
there's going to be social media scrubbing. There's going to be emojis. There's going to be press conferences, pushing, shoving, cajoling, and a resolution at some point.
Probably in early August, unfortunately.
I hope. You hope.
Well, you hope it's before that.
You hope it's not early September.
You hope it's before they even go to camp. And, I don't mind the dance of all that. It doesn't really bother me. And I know if you get past Thursday, that likely means that this will get resolved. It's about a 95% chance. I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk would sit out. He might get into a spot where he signs a shorter-term deal with more guaranteed money. If he wants to make that big money, if he wants $30 million and he wants $25 guaranteed, and the team doesn't want to give him $75 million guaranteed over 3 years, maybe it's a shorter-term deal.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of these receiver deals come in at 3 years, and that's been the way that it's gone.
Not usually for the guys who are coming into their first deal, though. Not usually guys.
Pittman Jr., 3 years.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, I just how it is in the NFL. TJ was even talking about this, and it's why I always support NFL players when they're like, no, I need every dollar. Because, they're going to get hurt. They're going to get hurt. And you have to get every dollar that you can.
It's 100% injury rate, TJ
Absolutely.
said.
And so when you're on the open market, and by the way, again, he's not yet, but when you're negotiating, you have got to have that in the back of your mind. This next game that I play could be my last. So I'm not doing a short-term prove-it deal in the NFL. It's very different when Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger do it. Very, very different than if Brandon Aiyuk was going to do it. He's 26. He absolutely crushed it last year, over 1,300 yards. He's playing like a first rounder that he is, and it's extension time. And he knows it. His agent knows it. The Niners know it. And deadline spur action, and there is no deadline, unless, of course, we're talking about the Niners deciding that it's not going to work out. And if there is a deal to be made on Thursday. But there's two pieces to that. It's not just the Niners have to decide that we're too far apart, but the offer has to come in that makes them feel good about it. And I actually have heard that's the bigger stumbling block right now. It's not that the Niners are like, I think we can find common ground. I think they're worried about that, money-wise.
Yeah.
But the bigger issue is the Niners love Brandon so much that what's being offered potentially in a deal, they're like, no. That's not good value for Brandon Aiyuk. So that's the biggest stumbling block.
Yeah, and it depends on what you want to give up and what you want to potentially get back. If the Niners do want to move up to 5, which is where the LA Chargers are, and you look at the Jimmy Johnson draft pick value chart that, has been famous now for a couple of decades, and it is a resource that teams look at as far as what each pick is worth. If you take your 31st pick and Brandon Aiyuk, that's probably not enough to go up there and get the number 5 based on what the value is of number 5.
Yeah,
so
but
if you're talking about getting to where Pittsburgh is, Pittsburgh's drafting at 20. So could you trade Brandon Aiyuk and a second and get the 20th pick? So then you have 20 and 31.
Now you're starting to get a little bit more attractive if you ask me. Maybe it's the weight loss.
Thank you.
But no, I look at this circumstantially though. you can talk about value, and I go, okay, I get that, but how do we then factor for the Niners trying to win a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
Trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Don't go out there this week and make yourself worse. That's my goal for Thursday night. I know a lot of you got your draft crushes, and you think something's going on.
You've got yourself. We'll get into that.
I got my guy.
Yeah, you do.
I got my guy. I went into the lab, and I got my guy. I know you got your second-round sleeper from Virginia Tech. Good for you.
Yep.
My goal this weekend, don't get worse. Don't get worse. You're really good. Don't get worse.
Well, you're not automatically going to get worse if you trade Brandon Aiyuk.
Of course you are. No matter who the rookie's going to come in and go for $1,400.
Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Come on, brother.
You tell me, although the word on the street is he's not a huge fan of blocking, so that might not be might not be the player for this offense.
I'm out.
I love the player, but you definitely need a receiver who can block. You've got Juwan Jennings. You could slot him right in.
He's not Brandon Aiyuk.
Of course he's not.
He's not a downfield player. There's a reason his nickname is Third and Juwan. He's not going on a go route.
You drafted Danny Gray with his speed. What's he, a 4.3 40?
And how we doing?
Well, he didn't get a chance last year.
Here we go with the didn't get a chance.
He's Aiyuk blocked. He's blocked by Brandon.
He'd get a chance if he was awesome, but he's not awesome.
Chris Conley made some plays in the Super Bowl.
I mean, what are we doing right now?
What are we doing here? What are we talking about? Ronnie Bell? You used all this draft capital on receivers.
Trade him, you're worse.
Elevate one.
Trade him, you're worse. Period. There is no way around it.
How much worse? Just a little worse. Just a tiny little bit worse.
I'm not getting worse. You're not good enough now. Don't get worse.
Well, he wasn't the reason why you didn't win the Super Bowl.
No, he wasn't. But he might be the reason why you don't win the next one if he's on a different team. Let's go to Alan in Marin. Hey, Alan, what are you doing?
What's up, guys?
What's cooking?
I just love the conversation. And Willard, when I said that you were dreaming, you're not dreaming, brother. You're just triggered on certain words, and I knew you'd bump me to the front of the list if I said dreaming. So
there's a lot of people waiting.
With most.
Go ahead.
I get it, but I bet I wasn't the first one in line. That's all I got to say.
You got bumped up because you used the D word. Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, listen, and there's no shame in that. I'll be quick. I agree with almost everything you're saying, Mark, and most of what Dibs is saying as well. The thing you got to quit saying, though, is he's not under contract. He's not going to play this year under his fifth-year option. Just like you said, Jefferson won't. Just like you said, CD won't. That's basically putting the franchise tag on him, which wide receivers hate. And Dibs, wide receivers are divas. They are self-important people that can be temperamental at times. That is literally Webster's definition of that.
So wait, Alan, I'm mildly confused at what you're saying. I said I don't think he's playing on his fifth-year option. He might when it gets to week 8 because then guys show up where they forfeit their entire year of salary. And there's they're like nobody does that. Nobody does that. I think it was it Vincent Jackson? Rest in peace, by the way.
Damn.
Who with the San Diego? He did this with the San Diego Chargers. They were still San Diego. And he held out and he held out and he held out, and it was just a big standoff. And then he showed up. He showed up week 8 when he didn't want to because it was literally forfeiting millions of dollars. So
2010, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. So Alan, what will you recap for me? What is it I said about playing on the fifth-year option?
Vincent Jackson's a bad comp here just because San Diego's a historically terrible franchise in dealing with players and managing this. The Niners are not. The Niners have a great track record in drafting well, keeping well. What you keep saying is if the Niners aren't getting the offers they want, tell him he's under contract. Nobody's buying that he's under contract because they know he's not going to play in his fifth-year option.
It's interesting. I don't feel like I've been saying that at all. I'm not talking about hardline negotiations. What I'm telling you, though, when I hear a lot of people talk about the leverage that they think Brandon Aiyuk has, he does not have a ton of leverage. And that is why he would settle for probably a few bucks less to stay because he's under contract. And this can get into the season, and then everyone's going to hate each other, and that's awful. And nobody wants that. The Niners don't want it. Brandon doesn't want it. Us fans do not want it. But I don't know, Alan. I feel like you're misrepresenting my point a little bit.
No, I mean, listen, whether you meant it, what you said it, or whether you were trying to get across a different point, I mean, you literally said if they're not getting the offers they want, okay, he's not truly a free agent. He's not even under contract. He's under contract this year. So, I mean, you said that. That was literally the reason why I called. And I agree with you, though. I agree with you that that's the case. The problem is no team is going to take that as a bargaining position that, he's not under contract, so I'm just going to quit offering what I think he's worth.
Right.
He's under contract, so I'm going to quit offering what I think he's worth.
Alan, thank you for calling. Appreciate it. This is let me reboot something because I think the larger point got lost here. I don't want any offers for Brandon Aiyuk. I don't care what the hell anyone's offering me. My answer is no. No.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
No.
Yeah.
My answer's no, because the minute I trade him, I get worse, and I don't want to get worse. I don't want to get worse. Like, the only trade I'd be interested in, and I'm not even interested in this, is if you went player for player and gave me a different awesome receiver. You trade Brandon, who's starting at receiver for the Niners?
Marvin Harrison Jr. on his way to Canton.
Let's all take a knee and pray that he's good.
Well, you don't have to pray that he's good. You just watch the tape, Mark.
Oh.
I've watched every snap of him since high school.
The tape.
Watch the tape. I feel like I'm talking to Steiny again.
You want to talk about people are talking about what triggers me? This is what triggers me. Oh, the
people who watch tape.
Oh, the can't miss prospect. Oh, the can't miss prospect.
The Niners have never had an issue with wide receivers and can't miss prospects.
Good point. Good point.
Other than those 9 or 10 that they've taken.
Other than like every skill position player they've taken in the first 3 rounds in this entire era. Other than Debo.
You mean like Jalen Hurd and Dante Pettis, for example?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Want to say more?
Well, you're just nitpicking now.
Yeah. I don't want anyone on the team at that position not named Brandon Aiyuk. I hope that's as clear as day.
It's very clear.
Yeah, and so this isn't about the point that Alan's making about the negotiating position. If you're not getting the offer that you want, tell him that he's under contract. That's not really what I was getting at in any way, shape, or form. I don't want the 49ers taking offers right now. And the point about you being under contract is not to be said to other teams. It's to be said to Brandon. You're not available. You're not available. Now, unless again, I don't know what the conversations are. And if they truly feel like common ground is going to be too hard to find, then unfortunately you do have to start looking at options that you don't like. I am having the hardest time understanding why it would be better for the 49ers to save $10 million in guarantees, let's say, to Brandon Aiyuk. You would rather save that money and just huck a piece of toilet paper into the air on a windy day and hope that it lands as a starting receiver. What? I don't know, man. There's a lot of talk about this. I thought y'all went to win the Super Bowl this year. But it turns out that some of you sound more interested in playing fantasy football this Thursday night.
It may not be as convenient as, we can sign him. Maybe you are at a spot where it doesn't look like the deal is tenable. And I know it's only April, but you're in a spot where if you do want to make a pivot, you got to make the pivot before you get through Thursday in the first round of the draft, because after Thursday, it's not worth it to trade him and get back a resource that does not involve a first-round pick. So between now and Thursday, there's going to be a lot of posturing. There have been articles written from Tim Kawakami and Mike Silver, and Ian Rappaport weighed in, and Herm Edwards, his coach at Arizona State, and TJ Hushmanzada, his personal coach, who's known him for years, and everybody's got their opinion. John Lynch at the podium and his press conference. All of this is talk until you get through Thursday, where there either will be action or there's no action. And if there's no action, then we can put this thing to bed. For me, until you get to midsummer.
No doubt.
And whatever he wants to do, scrub his IG, skip voluntary workouts.
Doesn't matter.
Any of that stuff, none of it matters after you get past Thursday.
The other side to this, though, is don't get it twisted. It absolutely matters that Brandon Aiyuk is not a free agent. That is absolutely a relevant factor in this conversation. Don't take it from me. Take it from Herm Edwards.
He has to realize that, he's not a free agent. He has another year on his contract. So it's not like we can go into free agency. 49ers aren't going to trade him at this point. It doesn't look like it. And I think he wants to be a 49er, and hopefully it gets done.
Okay. So there's Herm.
At this point?
Yeah. Herm talks to Lynch a lot, and we caught that yesterday.
Yeah.
Niners not going to trade him. And then I think he went, I probably shouldn't say that. So then he threw in, at this point, it doesn't look like it. Brandon doesn't want to go anywhere else. And Brandon can't. Again.
Right. Right. By the letter of the law, you're right. He can't.
You can play the game and understand no one wins. No one wins if you play the holdout game. The Niners will be worse, and you will lose a ton of money.
Right.
And everybody then wants to break up.
As long as he plays 6 games, that was the Vincent Jackson maneuver.
Okay.
And he came back, and he had to sit 3 games, and then he played the 6 in order to get credit for the year, which would then make Brandon Aiyuk a free agent, unless the team chose to then
franchise tag,
which they wouldn't do because the Niners don't franchise anybody. The last guy they franchised was their kicker, Robbie Gould. And also, you wouldn't franchise a bad apple because if Brandon Aiyuk did that, he would be a bad apple, and you wouldn't want to franchise him.
Now, why? Why is he a bad apple right away? Just because?
Well, if he sits out and he decides he doesn't want to play football, I mean, from an organizational standpoint, you wouldn't want to then franchise that player, a guy who already showed a willingness to not play.
I don't know. That's pretty much what Washington did to Trent Williams. Do you call him a bad apple?
That was a different situation.
It's not a different situation.
That was a completely toxic environment, and the way they treated him was borderline inhumane.
Right, but that, again, that's how Brandon will feel if the Niners do that to him. I guess my point in asking that question is, if there's a holdout situation, why is it automatically the player that's the bad apple?
It's not. And I shouldn't have portrayed him as a bad apple. It's a bad situation.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that the team would then say, you know what, let's franchise this guy. You could transition tag him and then trade him. And when you trade him, then the other team has to give you 2 first-round picks back if you transition tag a guy and then trade him. So if you did that, you would basically be telling Brandon, oh, yeah, we'll try to trade you, but no team's going to offer up 2 firsts for Brandon Aiyuk if he sat out half a year.
Yeah, would not think so. So that's just what, my focus coming off of an overtime Super Bowl win solely on Thursday night. I will be just listening and hanging on every word from Grandy and Evan. Who else is on the show?
Sterling Bennett.
Sterling?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I'm going to be hanging on every word with one thought in mind. Get better. Get better. The Niners have to get better. That's what this week is all about. That's what this offseason is all about. And so I understand that you can't just remove the financial portion of this conversation from the sphere. I totally get that. But I am not going to be a fan of any move that I feel immediately makes the Niners worse. And I am failing at this moment to see the path where a trade of Brandon Aiyuk makes the 49ers a better football team for September.
Yeah, sometimes it's not solely about getting better in September. You do have to have an eye toward the future. And if, and everything that everybody's laid out about signing Brandon Aiyuk, the majority of the next statement is talking about getting off of Deebo Samuel in a year. And so that may be something that the organization doesn't want to do. And if you look at paying 2 wide receivers north of $24 million, having that position taking $50 million of your cap, that's about 20 to 25% of the cap for 2 wide receivers. It may be something that the bean counters up top, Parag Marathe and company, they think that they don't want to do that. And so you do what everyone wants, give Aiyuk all the money he needs, play out this year. You get to next year, well, we're going to get off of Deebo, so now Deebo gets cut, and you get nothing back for Deebo. And then next year, you're in the same situation that you put yourself in this year if you traded Aiyuk, because next year you would need a wide receiver.
Yeah, except for there's ways to start getting ready for that if you've got a year of information building up to it. I don't even know. It's not automatically one or the other. It's not automatic that it's either trade Aiyuk this year or cut Debo next year. Like you could have both of them on the team. You absolutely could do that. It is allowed. The Eagles are paying two receivers a truckload of money, and they're pretty good. Like that's allowed, and their quarterback's gotten paid. So I'm not taking that off the table. But you've made this comparison a couple times where it's like trade Aiyuk, you get something for him. You lose Debo, you don't get anything for him. You trade Aiyuk, you don't know if you're getting anything for him. You don't know what you're getting.
Well, you're getting a draft asset.
Yes, let's make a deal. Open up the door.
It's more than when you cut a guy.
Might be a box full of chickens. But
that's better than what you'd get for Debo.
But cutting veterans is part of the NFL. And you can start grooming that person like my draft crush. You could start grooming that person for a year so that they're actually ready to play, because even great rookie receivers usually don't look great right away. Even the great ones. Look at Aiyuk. 2 years in, he's in the doghouse.
Yeah.
Now we love him. I'm not drafting Marvin Harrison, who might be great 3 years from now.
Oh, he might be great week 1.
Very, very rare. Very rare.
I'll look at some numbers for rookie receivers. I think the good ones pop more often than your.
Give me the top receivers.
Nakua this year. Hello.
5th or 6th round pick.
Scoreboard. Rookie.
Exactly. And was not asked to be a 1. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking calls on this. We're also expecting Keaton Winn of the Giants coming up here shortly on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
95.7 The Game.
Here's another thing that is a real problem in talking this out. And I get it. I play fantasy as well. Lucas, who won the fantasy league?
Oh, God.
No. I forget. Who was it? Who won 95.7 The Game fantasy league this year?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Anyway.
Steiny? I think Steiny. He was in the championship.
Yeah. Puka Nakua.
So the guy who got the waiver wire rigged for him to get Nakua and the guy who got an extra 14 minutes for his first round pick, they met in the finals?
How's it rigged? How is it rigged?
Why do you get the first pick in the waiver?
Because I had the last pick.
It should be whoever's in last after week 1.
That's half the league.
On total points. Whoever lost and had the fewest number of points.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever
heard. That's the way you do it.
If that's happening, I'm purposefully tanking week 1.
Seriously, I'm going to sit all my people. All that
so the guy has the last pick, which, by the way, is not much of a hindrance. It's actually one of the better places to be in the draft. You get the wraparound pick.
Disagree.
You'd rather be there than 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12.
Certain years, but I don't.
Or 13 in a cockamamie 14-team league.
Yeah.
I don't Steiny gets an extra 15 minutes in the first round. I've already covered this.
Just let that go.
No,
it's time to let it go.
I've let it all go.
No, you really haven't.
I'm out.
Listen to you.
No.
You haven't.
You're sitting here boasting about it.
I am, but I was trying to make a point.
This guy is such a D.
What is that point you were trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that I, too, am just like you. I am a fantasy football freak. So let's stat it all up together. Yay! But in the real world,
yay!
Thank you. We're talking about actual football players who have a full resume, who do about 20 different things, and when it's perfect and it fits, don't fantasy football your way out of the Super Bowl. So whoever, and I know YouTube got my goat here during the break, we're all arguing a little bit.
Under your skin.
Oh, yeah. Under my skin.
Sing it.
Marvin Harrison Jr. apparently is the greatest receiver of all time because the can't-miss prospect out of college, that's never gone wrong, right?
Never.
But even if he is amazing, because I'm not against Marvin Harrison Jr., he's probably going to be really good. But two things before he's really good. A, is it going to happen week 1? Even the top receivers usually take at least a half year to really start to cook. And 2, what about all the other things you need to do? What about blocking downfield? What about understanding what I'm told is the most complicated scheme in all of the NFL? And we've had a line of the players who actually put the jersey on come on this show and tell us how flippin' hard it is as a rookie to succeed in Kyle Shanahan's system because there's so much going on. What about the connection with the quarterback that has now been established for 2 years running between Brock Purdy and Brandon Aiyuk? What about being the locker room guy that he's been? And as TJ put it to us, family guy, don't need to worry about it.
Not in the streets.
Good dude, like head screwed on straight. And all of you want to come out, not all of you, a lot of you want to go, but 1,300 yards. That's not the whole story. You got to understand what you're giving up if you're doing this. You are not just giving up an all-pro receiver, you're giving up a fit. You're giving up a perfect fit and acting like you can just walk over to Costco and get a 5-pack more for cheap.
You just need one. You don't need the 5-pack.
Yeah, and you got, if you're lucky, one shot at finding that guy. And even if you hit, like I said, not going to happen right away.
Well, you have more than one shot, and the Brock Purdy case study would tell you that because you blew it with Trey Lance, and yet you got Mr. Irrelevant, and so you had more than one shot.
That's a QB.
You've taken more shots, but you could look at that in any position. You've taken shots, and you've had guys late in the draft. You had George Kittle later in the draft succeed, and you've had first-round picks that were busts. You've had later picks that have turned out to be stars, so it's not as simple as you get one shot in the draft to replace him. And yes, replacing him would be difficult. Rookie receivers in other systems have stepped in and done pretty well. And I don't think that the Niner offense is so difficult that it would take a whole year for a guy to come in and be able to hit the ground running.
Of all the examples everyone's throwing at me right now, yes, you're allowed to come in and perform as a rookie. But a lot of you are acting like these guys just show up week one all seasoned. They don't. They don't. Justin Jefferson did not. Odell Beckham did not. Like give me all the great receivers in the game today. A.J. Brown.
Well, just look at last year and the rookies who had big years, great years. Rashee Rice had almost 1,000 yards.
And that took
a few weeks.
12 weeks before anyone even knew exactly who wide receiver one was.
It was not 12 weeks.
Yes, it was.
I had him on my team in about week 5. If I knew about him in week 5, then that's when he started
But
to
he
pop.
hadn't taken over as the dude. The whole Chiefs receiving core.
Kelsey was the dude throughout the whole year.
Chiefs receiving core for the first half of the season, that was a moving target as far as who people thought was going to eventually be wide receiver one.
Right.
And then it became Rashee. You're absolutely right. And he got his 1,000 yards. But that's
7 touchdowns.
But that's not what you want week one. That's not. He wasn't it yet. It takes
Jordan Addison, 9-11 as a rookie.
Same thing. Plus, in a case like Jordan Addison, he's walking into a situation where he's only asked to be complimentary to the greatest receiver in the game who's across from him.
Well, wasn't he out for most of the start of the year?
In the second half, yes. But when Jordan Addison starts the year, he is being asked to A, just be complimentary, and B, the defenses aren't even looking at him. They're not even looking at him because they're all targeting Justin Jefferson.
And the rookie for the Niners would be in the same situation. You have Kittle, you got McCaffrey, you've got Debo. These are going to be bigger targets for sure.
And none of them are downfield route runners. None of them. So, different situation. Debo is not Brandon is wide receiver one. Debo is not. Debo is, he sometimes is option one, but we know this. We watch the Niners, all of us. Debo is not your passing game option one. Brandon is option one. That is so much responsibility for any of you to think that any rookie can walk in, have chemistry with Brock Purdy, understand Kyle Shanahan's system, and then walk out there and be wide receiver one when the defense is looking at him. I'm sorry, I don't see it.
But that's what camp is for, and rookie mini camp and training camp. There's time to get on the same page as Brock Purdy. Now, will they be where Brandon Aiyuk and Brock are now? Probably not immediately, but your team is good enough to absorb some growing pains at the X receiver when you've got Kittle, who is very much target number one. McCaffrey's right there. If you look at overall catches and targets, they share the ball in this offense. You know that.
Absolutely.
You're not relying on Brandon Aiyuk to have 100 catches.
No, but
what do you have, 72 this year?
But you're relying on him for a lot. And I'd love everybody to use him as an example. And I just said this. Everybody's sitting here now going, oh, Aiyuk, this is a top 10 receiver in the game. How long did it take him to get there? How long?
It took him 4 years.
Exactly.
Well, maybe he's not as talented as Marvin Harrison Jr., who could be a top 10 receiver in a shorter amount of time.
Maybe he's not. But the idea that it will be September, I find wackadoodle. Literally crazy talk.
I don't think...
To think that a wide receiver is going to get drafted on Thursday night and walk in week 1, September, and just be like, this league is mine. I've got Shanahan's system, and Purdy's in my bag. That's so crazy to me. It doesn't work that way, ever.
Right, but you don't need him to be Justin Jefferson in week 1. You've got such a talented team. I think that you can absorb some of the growing pains over the course of the first couple of games as he gets his sea legs.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying the Niners would crater, but they're worse. And I'm just personally not interested in that this year.
And maybe they're better by November.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the player you get. And the hypothetical here is that they would trade up to number 5 and get Marvin Harrison Jr. Or, any receiver they would get would be a rookie, whoever they got in the draft. That's a big ask.
I dig a lot of these guys. I dig Harrison. Odunze is fantastic. I watched him all year. I thank you. I dig these dudes. I got nothing against these dudes, but I'm aware of the arc of a rookie in the league. And it takes at least a minute. And everybody's examples of the guys who only took half a year, they're rare even. They're rare. More likely, going to take a while, especially in this system, especially the way they do it. They don't force feed wide receivers.
Yeah.
They need you to run after the catch. They need you to block downfield. They need you to understand a very complex system, and they need you to walk in and be ready to win a Super Bowl. You are asking a lot if you try to replace Brandon Aiyuk this year. So I get there's the finances of it. Maybe then I trust the Niners. They're good at this. And so if they trade him, I'm sure they've got their reasons. But my gosh, I will shed a tear if they do, because they get worse Thursday night if they do.
It's a deep wide receiver draft. You get the right receiver, and you might be just the same team come week 6.
We're sponsored by the Order of Malta Clinic. Keaton Winn is going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Losing your health insurance is no reason to lose hope.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it's too easy, but it's also too easy. You texted this to me last night.
Right.
Grandy's playing it right now. We've probably all used the pun a time or two after Keaton Winn goes out and pitches, and I figure maybe he's heard it before.
Maybe once.
Yeah, Keaton Winn joins us now. Do you get that a lot? And by the way, like DJ BC Raw is not on the team anymore, but you guys should play that in the locker room after you win a game.
Yeah, I think that's in the mix.
Okay, perfect,
Nice.
perfect. And probably not a first, right? Have you done this before?
No, yeah, definitely not a first. That one's been around for a little bit.
Good. Keaton Winn joins us now. Hey, nice job last night.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, how would you sort of describe the way you're feeling about the way things are going for you to start the year?
Good. Definitely starting to trend up. After my last outing in Miami, things started just to, click. And so I think yesterday was a good building outing for it for sure.
Basically twin lines, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 1 homer yielded, just the 1 walk. Do you feel like you got all command of all your pitches right now?
Yeah, definitely. That's something I've been working on in between starts too.
Keaton, I was wondering, now you've come off TJ surgery before, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
so what's that like with a mind like someone like Robbie Ray? And I know it's obviously very prevalent around the bigs. What was that experience like, and what were the differences for you as a pitcher after versus before?
I mean, it was a grind. You got to really just stick to your plan and do everything right every day. I mean, you're going to be doing the same thing every day for a while. But before TJ, I think I had some deficiencies, so I was pretty weak. But then after TJ, just hammering out, getting strong in the weight room, working on the split, came out just a different pitcher for sure.
What's the weight work like when you have to really protect the elbow? Is it forearm? Is it shoulder? Is it all of the above? What do you actually go through when you're getting better like that?
It's kind of everything. You gotta build up from the bottom, so you gotta get your legs strong first, and then scaps, lats, shoulders, and then work out to the forearms at the end.
Keaton Winn with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Keaton, you're a young guy who was given a spot in the rotation. But I'm sure you're thinking at the beginning of the year, there's Alex Cobb. We just mentioned Robbie Ray. There's a lot of things that could unfold here. What's been your mindset in terms of what your role is going to be for the whole year?
I mean, honestly, I'm just going out there and I'm trying to pitch like every time I pitch. I'm just trying to get out there and give our team the best chance to win, not really try to think about or plan what could happen down the road, or I'm just trying to go out there and compete.
How do you keep the fighting for a job and every pitch matters mentality out of what you're trying to do so as to not distract from just throwing good pitches?
I don't know. Honestly, it's just something that I kind of was born with, I guess, or something I developed through TJ, is just that will to just keep competing every day.
Keaton, what's your thought on the way this season has opened up across the whole division? I'm a little surprised. Are you, right? Like everyone's just sitting around at about 500 right now.
Yeah, it's a good division, but yeah, definitely a little surprised.
Are you looking at the other teams yet, or at this point is it just kind of about you guys? And what is your assessment of you guys so far?
I'd say it's more just focused on us as a team. We're a bunch of grinders. I mean, I feel like we're hitting balls hard. Balls are starting to fall. And then as a staff, sometimes we get into bad luck or we pitch ourselves into some tough spots, but we're able to work out of it. So, I mean, things are going to be clicking here soon for sure.
Was last night a little bit of a relief for you knowing that you got some run support? I'm looking at the numbers and you've gotten 2.5 runs per outing so far. And last night the boys put up 5 for you. Does that change at all your approach?
Honestly, not really. I try and pitch like it's a 0-0 game for the most part. But it was nice to turn around and see, 4 runs or 5 runs. So it was definitely nice.
Tell us about pitching to Pete Alonso. It looked like you had a pitch that got him almost a little bit off balance, and he still put it over the fence.
Yeah. So he's a good hitter. His first debut, he took some, I would say, uncomfortable swings at the split, but then he must have went in there and looked at some video or something, because he just sat on it the next debut. I stuck a fastball in there, kind of looked at it, maybe a little flinch, and then the split, it was like, oh yeah, you were waiting for that, weren't you?
you slide devil. If your split is working like it was last night in the previous outing, where it's just diving down and guys are swinging and missing, is that when you know you have your best stuff? Is it off the split?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know I can kind of feel when it's the best, when I'm, floating it kind of on that bottom rail and getting swings and misses. That's when I know it's like, oh, okay, I can go below or just stay right there at the bottom rail.
Keaton, you were around quite a bit last year. How would you and a lot of changes, obviously, not just the staff, a lot of new players. How would you describe this year's clubhouse versus last year's?
I'd say we're focused more on the day-to-day. I wasn't really up here at the beginning of the season, so I can't really speak to what they were like at the beginning of the season, but it feels like we're pretty focused on the day-to-day this year.
Just from a pitching standpoint, does it feel like maybe you've got a little bit more leash to work your way out of mini jams as opposed to last year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing Bomel said early this year was he was going to let us go and kind of work through situations that we didn't really get the opportunity to last year. But I'm glad he's letting us do that.
Yeah. What is the goal in your mind when you're going out there? Do you have a number in mind?
No, honestly, it's just pitch as long as I can and give up as few runs as I can.
Okay, and then what was the marker you mentioned last night? I thought this was hilarious, and I want to share it with our listeners. Doval gets this light show when he comes in.
Yeah.
He comes into the game. What was it you said last night that you thought maybe could happen for starters?
Like if a starter, is throwing a no-hitter, has a really good game, and he comes out for the ninth, maybe to just black it out and have the spotlight right on him. That'd be so cool.
Super cool. Super cool. What do you make of just the lights in general? It's not a very traditional vibe, but it seems like around baseball, more teams are doing it and fans are enjoying it.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I'm right, but I think we're the only team with the spotlight. So that was really cool to see that last night.
Keaton Winn with us on Willard and Dibs. I'm not just follow me here. This will sound like a weird question at first, but Keaton, who's your bullpen catcher with the Giants?
My bullpen catcher?
Just the bullpen catcher. Who's down there warming up relievers during the game?
But that'd be Berge, Alex Berg.
Okay, is he okay? Because
I did see that video. I haven't seen him today, so I don't know yet.
Okay, well, yeah. Will you report back to us? And for our listeners who don't know, that light show started right as Doval was throwing his last warm-up pitch, and he's literally about to release the ball, and the whole stadium goes dark, and so we're all like, dude, what would it be like to have Doval throw 100 miles an hour at you, and then the lights go out?
Absolutely terrifying.
Right.
Maybe let that last one go,
too. Exactly. Yeah, you need to check on him for us.
Yeah, I definitely will. I'll check back in with you guys for that.
Appreciate it. And it's got to be fun for you having a good outing, leaving with the lead. You get a couple of good holds, and then you watch him come in with a spotlight throwing 99 or 100. It's got to feel pretty good knowing that, not that the win's in the bag, but it looks pretty good with a 3-run, 4-run lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and I came out of the game in the 7th with runners on, and then I see Ryan Walker coming out, and I have like all the faith in the world in that guy. He's got some nails. He's got me out of some stuff before, so I was like, all right, let's go walk. And then he came out and got all 3 outs.
Nice.
Keaton, I'm trying to remember your game log. Did you pitch in the Dodgers series? You did, didn't you?
Yeah, yes,
you did.
Yeah.
Okay, give us a little bit about facing that lineup.
I mean, the top half of that lineup is, everyone knows it. Those guys are a little bit different. But I mean, you just have to be able to make pitches. I mean, they're different, but they're not invincible. They have holes. You just have to be able to make some pitches.
Does it change the way you approach it with maybe the adrenaline when you look at the lineup and you realize it's all-star followed by all-star with maybe a couple of Hall of Famers sprinkled in?
Honestly, no, not really. I just try and, treat everyone the same when I'm on the mound.
Keaton, do you as a starting pitcher see the arc of the start of the season as maybe different than a reliever or certainly as a hitter? In other words, what's it like? Like, what do you need in order to get ready for a season? And I am asking because Blake Snell has had a hard time without spring training getting started here. So what's that like for a starter?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough not having a spring training, like in his case. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about it. The guy is disgusting. So, like, a little bit more time, and I'm sure everything will click for him.
You watch Logan tonight as he gets the ball in Game 2 of the series. What can you take by watching Logan and the way he utilizes what you called that bottom rail?
Yeah, I mean, Logan's just so good at, like, managing the game. Like, I don't know of any other people that can give up, sometimes he gives up a lot of hits because he's a ground ball guy, but I don't know a lot of people who can give up, like, 8+ hits and go 7 innings with 1 run. So, like, watching him work is just a pleasure. It's really fun to watch.
Speaking of fun to watch, as a ground ball pitcher, how are you feeling about the left side of your infield this year?
I mean, I feel amazing. Anytime a ball's hit on the ground on the left side, I don't even have to look most of the time.
Very, very good. Awesome. Keaton Winn with us here, Willard and Dibbs, by the way, for the second time, and we're honored that you remembered that we like to have a little fun at the end of these conversations with the big finish. You ready to do it again?
Yep, let's do it.
All right, here we go. Okay, Keaton Winn, 2 categories. You got to pick one. Do you want to do Name That Tune or Animal Planet?
Oh, let's go Animal Planet.
Animal Planet it is. Okay. Right. What is your favorite pet or your favorite pet that you've had in your life?
A dog.
Well, we're going to need to hear more about that than just a dog. Tell us about the dog.
It was my first dog. His name was Buddy. Just a great dog.
What kind of dog was he?
Oh, he was a mutt. He was an outside dog, going outside, playing with him all day, and then coming in and listening to him howl all night.
Oh, buddy.
Was this when you were a kid or as an adult?
No, this is when I was a kid.
Great.
How old were you when Buddy? No. But I know I got to know because I got a dog right now and I got kids. When Buddy was no longer with us, how old were you, Keaton?
Ooh, I probably would have been about 10 or 11.
Oof.
That's brutal.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that was a sad day in the Winn household for sure.
No doubt. And, ideally you'd want to be a little bit older to process or too young to remember, but darn it, 10's right in that sweet spot. R.I.P. Buddy. He sounds like a good boy. A question, too, for you, Keaton. What animal are you most afraid of?
Do spiders count? Is a spider an animal or is that a bug?
I mean...
I think they're in the animal kingdom.
Arachnid, yeah. I mean, we're all animals. Let's go with it.
Yeah, spiders for sure.
Okay, so are you one of these, like, do you kill the spiders or do you have someone else do it? Or what happens here?
No, I've got a wife for that.
Oh, wow.
So you go to the bullpen, you go to the missus, you bring in the righty.
I love it. Okay.
I'll take care of the snakes. You get the spiders.
What's her method of elimination? Does she go with the tissue and the smush? Does she go with the fly swatter?
The flip-flop?
Yeah.
Probably all of the above. I think her favorite is definitely the fly swatter.
Nice. She's not one of these catch and release people, though.
No, sadly not.
Okay.
Sadly not. Sadly for the spiders. Yeah. All right. Last one, Keaton. What animal would you love to see in action up close?
In action?
Yeah, like,
in the wild.
Safari style, like you on a van up close.
Oh, it's got to be a cheetah. I'd love to see a cheetah chase down a gazelle.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm with
Definitely.
you.
That's like watching Patty Bailey throw out a base runner, am I right?
Yeah. Inevitable.
Keaton, we do have a producer bonus question.
Ooh,
our guy Lucas really wants his own question, so he wanted to throw this out there. And this is how we're going to get to know a little something about you now. Okay, we're going to get into your mind. If you had to live out the rest of your life as one animal in the wild, what would you choose?
Probably have to be a big old grizzly bear.
A big old grizzly bear.
Wow. I'm glad you didn't say gazelle because we know how that ends.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
Although why? Why does that speak to you?
I don't know. Freaking apex predator out there doing whatever it wants.
Incredible. Just slapping salmon out of the stream for a snack.
Yeah.
Hey, Keaton, tell our listeners you're a starting pitcher, and you're not playing again until this weekend. What the hell are you doing during the game tonight?
Oh, I'll be out there watching the game, but today probably just going to get a workout and get some treatment in.
Okay. All right, man. Hey, great job last night.
Yep.
Thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Right on, Keaton.
There it is.
Appreciate
Keaton
it.
Winn, who from now on, I'm going to call Grizzly Bear.
That's right.
There it is.
Grizzly Bear.
Anytime, especially if he pitches well.
Yeah.
That's my Grizzly Bear right there.
And I feel bad that I never got a chance to meet Buddy because he sounds like a good boy. And he's been gone now for 16 years.
That might have been my fault.
Well,
I mean,
I was thinking the same
Lucas
thing.
is over. He's like, what are you doing?
Willard out here turning into the grief eater.
Ask him about his dog, and my mind immediately went to, so when did he die?
Tell me about your pain.
Yeah.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
When did he die, and what did you do? How did it feel? I went Oprah on him.
Completely.
I was like the Animal Planet Oprah.
Man, were you at angry, school? Jeff?
That's awesome.
Were you at school when your mom called you? I mean, did you get back to the farm in Council Bluffs, Iowa?
Remember your favorite thing ever? Yeah, remember when you didn't have it anymore?
Remember when it left you? Remember when it unexpectedly left you without your permission?
Oh, you were 10?
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Buddy, did we lose you? And 10, by the way, is about the worst.
Brutal age.
Because if you're 5, it's like, oh, man. Can we have ice cream?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're 17, you can understand a little bit more of the Hakuna Matata and the circle of life.
As you know, Jude is 10 right now.
Correct.
If Penny left us,
dude,
holy hell, call the rest of the year off.
Yeah.
Call it off. We're done.
That's it. We're not doing the rest of the year.
We're not going to school. We're not doing anything. We're just going to sit there and be sad.
Right.
Period.
Yeah.
I tried to, and I don't even know if I really thought about this, but I did after the fact when I finally broke down and got the dog, because kids are asking for a dog pretty much every day of their lives.
Yeah.
That's just the way that works. When I finally broke down and did it, yes, it was because we had been through a year of the pandemic, and I was like, so I think we're supposed to get a dog. That's what you do. And so we go to get the dog, and then I started thinking about it, and if she is blessed with good health, I think we may get Penny through to when all the kids go to college.
Okay.
Which I've decided is the way you should do it.
Because Penny's 3, right?
Penny is 3 and Jude is 10.
So you're dealing with 8 more.
So he's got 8 more.
Can we get Penny to 11?
Can we get Penny to 11? And I like her chances.
Your chances.
She's a healthy dog.
Yeah. I
take good care of her. I like her chances. Anything could happen, obviously.
What kind of dog is Penny?
Penny is a shepherd mix.
And
I have not done the animal 23andMe thing.
Right.
Everybody does that. I'd like to do it. I don't know if it matters, but she's a mix. We met her mom. Her mom was
How I Met Your Mother? Dog version.
Penny's like, don't talk about my mom. No, but
it's my mom.
We met her mom. Her mom was like a lab mix.
Okay.
And her dad must have been a Belgian Malinois, which I didn't even know what the hell that was, except for everybody when they see Penny goes, she a Belgian Malinois? And I'm like, I don't know what you're saying to me.
Right.
And now, now I've learned what it is, and so that must be what her dad is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Lucas, are you looking up like life expectancy for, okay.
10 to 14 years.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so
there you go.
I think we've got a shot to get it to where they're all gone.
Yeah.
And then I'll just deal with it myself.
Yeah, and that's That's
right?
what you're going to have to do.
That's the goal.
We're in an interesting spot with the dog across the street, Winston, my daughter, who's 20 months old.
All he does is Winston, no matter what.
He'll Winston in the bushes, and he'll Winston on the lawn.
Granny didn't like that one. Sorry,
Not one bit.
Just shaking his head before I was even done with it.
My daughter loves this dog, but the dog is 14.
Oh, God.
But, so the bad news is,
that's going to be a no from him,
yeah, he doesn't have a ton of time left, but the good part is she's only 20 months old, so, she'll get over it rather quickly when he eventually does go.
Unless she's 3.
Then it could be tough.
Or 4. Winston might have a little bit of time left.
She likes to look through the hole in the fence, the knothole gang. And
the dog or your daughter?
My daughter. Okay. Well, then he'll poke his nose through.
Oh.
And so they have this whole through the fence vibe going.
They kiss through the fence.
Well, he'll give her the sniff. He can't quite get the tongue to get in there, but he'll give her the good solid sniff through the hole. Yeah. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
We probably
I don't even know what's happening.
Should abort this conversation.
Shout out Winston. He's 14. We'll just leave it at that. I never had the guts to get a dog, Mark. I didn't have the courage.
You're gutless.
Completely.
What do you mean?
Being a dog owner it's
a responsibility.
It's thankless, and it's just setting you up for eventual tragedy.
I very much disagree about the thankless part. Like, nobody thanks you more than a dog. My God, the dog thanks me 20 times more often than all 3
Maybe
kids
thankless
combined.
it's not the right way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's just it's a ticking time bomb of emotion and of expense.
You feed the dog, take the dog out twice a day. When you come home, the dog is like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me, that you're here. You come home to the kids who you feed and literally, give life to. And you're lucky if you get a hello or a thank you.
Yeah. But the dog is jumping up on you.
It ain't thankless. That dog follows you everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's what he'd be saying if he could. Anyway.
Shout out, buddy. R.I.P.
Get Mila a dog.
Nah, she's not getting a dog.
Why not?
Because I don't have the heart for it. From the moment you get the dog,
time it. Get her a dog when she's 7.
Yeah, I'm good on a dog. I'm working. I denied my first kids a dog, so I can't give the new kid a dog.
Sure you
that
can.
wouldn't be right.
Yeah, sure you can.
I'll get her on the same cockamamie scheme that I duped the other kids with. The pet alphabet. I'll tell you about that sometime.
Well, wait a minute. Before we boogie on out of here, Jim in Woodacre's got a dog point to make. Hi, Jim. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm sitting here listening to your conversation, and I'm a little amused because, I appreciate you sound like a bunch of suburban guys trying to protect your children. The most healthy people are people who live on a farm because they see life and death all the time. And if a pet dies, it's good. It's a great learning experience rather than such a traumatic one that it seems that we're projecting it to be.
Well, Jim, we don't live on a farm.
No.
And I don't have data that is the healthiest way to live. It sounds like that was your way to live. But listen, Willard and Dibbs are a couple of criers. And when the dog dies, we're going to struggle for a little while. That's just the way it is.
Am I still on?
Yes, you are, Jim.
Yeah, Jim.
You're still on.
Okay, no, I wasn't saying we should be living on a farm. I said, like a suburban, there's a tendency to try to shield the children from traumatic experiences.
I see.
But,
I see.
Jim, we got to run, Jim. We're up
you're right.
against it.
No, you're right. You're right.
No, he is right.
I do try to shield my kids from traumatic experiences.
My kid's goldfish died, and I ran out and got him a replacement. That fish died 4 days later.
They always do.
Always do.
The replacements. That was a movie one time. It never works. It never, ever works. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. There's much more to discuss on the Brandon Aiyuk situation, but also, a little nugget about the Warriors offseason that I read this morning that we should share and we should discuss. So that's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
It's a nugget, and if it were a goal.
terrifying.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want to know what's terrifying?
You know, it's terrible. My partner.
Me?
You're literally chewing as we come back on the air.
No,
I'm over
not.
here with fruit salad.
I'm going to eat it. No, my mouth is clean.
Yeah, it is.
I already washed it down. I'm not chewing. I would never chew on the air. I wouldn't do that.
You actually do have an ability to take a bite with about 10 seconds left on the break and then still be ready to roll.
I did it with my lips closed. There you go.
Granny has so many of those.
You got to do different things with your tongue in order to get this thing done.
It's feeling like a Friday in here.
Anyway, if there is a hell, then I'm pretty sure it looks exactly like what you're going through today. Oh my
it's
gosh.
tough.
You're literally on a weight loss journey.
Correct. Week 5.
And your work won't stop filling the kitchen with all kinds of things that you can't eat, getting more tantalizing by the day.
And it's my favorite things. These are a few of my favorite things. I walk in today and there's not one, not two, there are 10 boxes of pizza.
Right.
In the common area.
But one of them.
Oh my God.
But one of them.
That's it.
Right.
Disguised as a pizza box, you open it up and it's face-sized chocolate chip cookies.
Oh my God. Literally my favorite thing.
Oh my God.
And then I come into our prep area. And there are 8 bagels with copious amounts of cream cheese.
Plenty of cream cheese still available. Yeah.
The pre-abundantlifeweightloss.com Dibley has a bagel straight away, 3 cookies, and probably 5 pieces of pizza. And that same guy has to make an emergency run down the hall at about 5:25.
Yeah, and then you didn't mention the worst part of it all, is that your partner has been trolling you with the food the entire day.
Yes, and my other 2 teammates, although Grandy hasn't yet stuffed his face full of pizza, but Lucas has gone at least once.
The pizza's really good.
Yeah.
I haven't had
I've had 4 pieces.
Yeah, it's really good pizza.
One of the pizzas has mandarins on it. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
Mandarins?
Pineapple, mandarin, and ham.
I love pineapple on pizza. I'm that guy.
Controversial.
Yeah, Luke took one. It's been sitting right here for the last hour.
Did you try it?
No.
I am emotionally opposed.
Me too.
Yeah, like
fruit on pizza.
Yeah, I'm
non-tomato,
especially
fruit.
mandarin.
I'm not saying it's not good. Like I might be wrong. I'm like Mike Dunleavy. I could be wrong, but maybe it's delicious. I just have a thing. I got a thing. I can't wrap my head around take that stuff off of the pizza.
I am in the minority. When it comes to pineapple on pizza, I would say it runs probably 80-20 against, maybe 85-15 against.
Yep.
I'm one of those people who not only enjoys it, but I would order it. Before I started eating meat again, my go-to would be tomato and pineapple. Boom.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's even more controversial. That's 2 fruits that don't fit together.
They actually do. Yeah.
And a tomato is a fruit, right?
Correct. It's got seeds. And I also...
thank you.
It's
beautiful. These chocolate chip cookies.
Don't even bring that near me, please.
You brought him a
I'm
little
so
bite.
pissed right
This
now.
is like one chocolate chip.
Yeah, just put it next to my abundantlifeweightloss.com read.
Don't worry.
You're such a jerk.
I'll eat your bite. Don't worry.
I cannot do the show with this next to me.
So bad.
Whatever, Lucas.
Anyway. Yeah. Here, put it over here. I'll eat that too. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, I just got to think. I won't say I don't like vegetables on pizza because half that stuff is vegetables. But even that, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
I just don't do this whole sometimes the fancy pizza places, they bother me a little bit. It's pizza.
It's called artisan pizza.
You don't come in here and they're it's fresh, large bites of cauliflower.
Broccoli for sure.
Just chill.
It's got broccoli and Gouda with little potato slices.
I love broccoli and cauliflower. Put it on the side and give me a serving of broccoli and cauliflower and zucchini. You don't need to put it on the pizza and act all snooty about it. Okay.
Some of the pizzas are a little snooty.
Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. We're in real danger land right now because you're about to give me the giggles and it's not even 4 o'clock.
And it's only Tuesday.
So just chill.
Let's get into some serious hardcore Warrior off-season talk.
I got a hardcore thing to say.
Please do, because I've got a couple things that I need to get out.
Okay. Here's first and foremost, and this is a reaction to the day, openly. Okay. Scott Osler wrote about this. The Morning Roast had Scott on. They've talked about it. So let me just give a quick reaction. This won't take long. Okay? I can sum this up in one sentence for you. 3, 2, 1. I would rather lose than trade Steph Curry. That's the end of that. So I don't think they're thinking about it. I don't think they would think about it. I don't think he's thinking about it. I think it's something that comes up because the Warriors are A, in a tough spot, and B, their fans are bored earlier than we thought we would be. But I would rather lose than trade Steph Curry.
Let me try my hand at this because you and I are not far apart. In fact, we're probably next door neighbors. The Warriors are not trading Steph Curry. So we can have this conversation, and I love Scott Osler, 13-time California Sports Writer of the Year award winner.
Tremendous.
He is one of the people, when I first met him, when I got in the business, I was nervous and excited and thrilled that he knew me just from the radio. Bruce Jenkins would be another one. It's like you grew up reading these people. You get to meet them, and it's like, oh, my God, they're awesome. They're even nicer and cooler, funnier than I ever would have imagined. But on this one, Scott, ne'er the twain shall meet. I think it's Luda. I think it's a completely ludicrous idea for a number of different reasons. I don't begrudge people who want to debate it or discuss it.
Not at all.
But I knew going in that you and I would be of like mind as far as the viability or even what we would want as Warrior fans. Go ahead and take the valuation of your franchise and lop off $1 billion. So the Warriors are now worth $6 billion because you traded Steph Curry.
Well, I get it. Sometimes you can tell right away what makes people tick as fans. And in fact, I think this would be a great spot to hear from a lot of you. 888-957-9570. I'm not saying one or the other is wrong. I just know how I am as a fan. I am not hell-bent on winning the ring every year. And I find value that is still totally prevalent simply in the joy of going on the journey with a team. Like, if I asked you right now, how you doing with Giants season so far? We're 24 games in. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like, it's okay, but right. I haven't blown it off. I'm not giving up.
No.
What are they, 2 games out of first place?
Right. And they're 1/8 of the way through the year.
Right.
So if they were an NFL team, they'd be 1-1. And if they were an NBA team at this portion of the year, they'd probably be, 8-9.
Yeah, something like that.
6-7. So it's,
and so it doesn't mean, and I get this a lot. I get this a lot from just discussions I have about sports with people. Oh, Willard, they're not winning it this year. My brain doesn't work like that. And I can be different than you, and that's great. My brain doesn't work in, well, here we are, we're 24 games in, and I've already decided how this is going to end. I don't know how it's going to end. I don't want to know how it's going to end until it does end. And my brain works in an anything is possible sort of way. They could be, I don't think they will be, but they could be last place or they could be first place. And I don't dismiss either as impossible, though both are very, very unlikely. So I can bob and weave with this, and I will take that opinion and then take it over to Steph Curry, for example. Like, to me, that is such an incredible non-starter. If you told me right now the Warriors could trade Steph Curry this year, and it would mean that they would potentially be viable for a title within the next 7 years. Or, door number 2, Steph finishes his career with the Warriors, but it automatically means no more rings for a decade. Sign me up. No more rings for a decade. Fine with it. I'm okay. That's how much he means to me, the fan, in this jersey, and the entertainment value he provides even when not winning a ring.
Right.
So I am totally there with regard to that particular subject, at least.
I would agree, and it's because they've already given me, and I know they didn't do it for me, but it felt like it at times, 4 championships. And the memories that I have from those 4 championships, I don't have to ever give back. And yes, I always want that. I want that every year. I've been in 2 parades, and I broadcasted and walked a third and of the 4, and those are some of the greatest days of my working life, being on the 95.7 The Game float. Those are some awesome memories in front of 1 million people in downtown Oakland. So there are things that I've experienced that all of us have as fans that are incredible. And yes, you want it again, but I also want to see Steph Curry finish his career as a Golden State Warrior. And I don't think that even if you traded him, and you could concoct any trade you want under the sun, and you send Steph out and you bring a player in, you're still not going to win a championship. This team, in my opinion, needs about 3 or 4 different players here alongside Steph Curry.
Right. So, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. I say that because sometimes I do like to, and all the time, listen to sort of other perspectives that are based on fans who do it a different way. So, like, I hopped in the car this morning, and Shasky was in the process of laying out a scenario. And it wasn't even about trading Steph Curry. It was about going to Steph and sitting him down and explaining that it's time for a youth movement and you got to build this thing back up. And then he goes, you look at Steph and you sit him down and you say, 3 years from now, you can be the 6th man and you can come off of the bench and be a part of something that could be really, really good. And I started to laugh, not at the point he was making, but that was the way it hit my sports sensibilities. The idea that, and I get it because Shasky, right? It's like immediately, let's jump into how we can rebuild this thing with younger players in a new direction right away. And if that means, like, we already know this. He wanted Draymond gone a year ago, and he's fully willing for Clay to be gone right now. Let's Kuminga this thing. Let's Moody it. Let's Pajemski it. And let's see if we can be good in 3 years. I feel like Steph would not even wait until the end of the conversation if you tried to have that with him. I don't even think he would stay in the room. So, Steph, here's my plan. We're just going to get rid of all the good veterans. We're going to youth this thing up. You got to trust us. We think we could be good, and when we are, you'll be 40 and on the bench.
Right.
Who's with me? I'm thinking not him.
Right.
But I appreciate the perspective of where you're coming from when you feel that way about this Warrior team, which is, yo, bleep it, turn the page, rip the Band-Aid off, and just blow the whole thing up. I don't see it that way. I don't think the Warriors see it that way. I get it, though. I get it, and I enjoy sort of hearing. I want to hear where Warrior fans are on the whole philosophy.
Right. On what course should you take? Now, for me, I think that you can youth it up and still try to compete for being a good team. I don't think that you're constructed under any circumstance to be a championship team again, short of getting some sort of a miracle signing for a guy who's going to play for no money, like a LeBron James, and you turn Kuminga and Wiggins into Giannis, and so now you've got Clay and Draymond and Steph and LeBron and Giannis. Okay, then maybe you could be a championship team next year, but none of that's going to happen. There's nothing realistic that you can do between now and the end of 2 years, I think. It's a long shot to find a way to get good. You don't have a first-round pick this year unless you happen to win the lottery. I think you're in a tight spot. So which course would I chart? I don't love Draymond Green. I've had it with Draymond Green. But I also realize that you're probably not going to be able to trade Draymond Green and get much back because there's only 4 or 5 teams that Draymond would be even open to going to, and none of those teams is going to give you a good player back. So to your point about the Aiyuk trade scenario, you're not going to get better. So is Steph going to really be thrilled about losing his right-hand man for a $25 million a year guy who's not very good?
What did he say to Draymond right after the loss on Tuesday night last week? What did he say to Draymond?
He said, we're still doing this.
We ain't done.
Right.
That's how Steph feels.
Now, Klay's interesting because there's a number where Klay can come back and you can still maybe add somebody on the mid-level, and you could maybe get a tiny bit incrementally better. You could trade Wiggins for something somewhat useful, and then you could maybe get a little bit better, but still you're not going to get a better enough, in my opinion, to be better than that Denver team we saw last night. Oh, baby.
Good article by John Hollinger in The Athletic about this, and it helps shape something for me a little bit, because I think everybody, if you're a Warrior fan, you get it. We've been talking about it. You've been thinking about it. The money is an issue. The money is an issue. Sure, that's all true. I think we overstate it, overrate it, because it's not our money. I don't care what they pay Klay. I'm even open to Klay not being on the team. But whenever we say this stuff, there's 2 things that I think are important here. Number one, people talk about, well, trade Draymond and trade Wiggins. Let Klay walk. Okay, in favor of what? We never complete the sentence.
Yeah.
What is it you are I'm not here to tell you got to keep Klay. What I'm here to ask is, what do you want to do with that money if not Klay? What do you want to do with that money if not Klay? Or and then repeat that question with all of this. Trade Wiggins for who? Trade Draymond for who? What is it you want to fill out the roster with? And then ask yourself this question. Forget whether those people you get, whether it's Klay, Draymond, and Wiggins or replacements, forget how good they can make the Warriors next year. And instead, simply think about what's their contract. I'm going back to something Ramona said to us 2 weeks ago. The Golden State Warriors do not have any albatross contracts. We know they want to get under the second apron. So here's the deal. This is an unaggressive but opportunistic offseason for the Warriors, and it might be the exact same next year. So this may sound boring, but my thought is that in the absence of any great things that you can do with these people, and you can't get a great player for Andrew, Draymond, you let Klay walk, okay, you're spending that on someone else that's only a $22 million player,
right,
which is fine, but you can't do a whole lot. So you may simply, I know we go, it's a big offseason. It might be the most boring offseason of all time. I am prepared for the Warriors to go into the offseason, let Chris Paul go, sign a new backup point guard, and re-sign Klay Thompson. And that's it. And that sounds boring and ineffective, and it is. You're right. And they won't be good next year.
You'll be the 10 seed again. If you're lucky.
They'll be fine.
Because the West is better than you are going to be next year.
It well could be. And so you could be a 40-win team. You could be a 50-win team. Somewhere in between. We'll see. That's one possibility. What's more important, I think, to the Warriors right now is maintaining their flexibility. Keeping those contracts. In other words, trade Wiggins. Are you getting a 5-year deal in return? Are you getting a 1-year deal in return?
Right. That would be the kind of flexibility that you'd be looking to get.
Keep the flexibility, because what I think the only way that there is any sort of a quick fix for the Warriors is that they remain prepared for whenever and whoever that dude is who becomes available, because they've got a truck full of future first-round draft picks and a few young pieces that would be very attractive when said star becomes disgruntled or falls out of favor. They have to be ready to acquire that guy. So you can't mess that flexibility up by trying to go from the 10 seed to the 7 seed next year.
And that's why you can't be in on Karl Anthony Towns, because his contract is massive.
Well, no, but he'd be that dude.
Yes.
He'd be that dude.
Yeah, but I don't think that you would want to part with your assets at this point, certainly. And you
would if you think you can get that dude.
Yeah, I don't think that he's that dude.
And that's fine.
For the price, he's going to be making more than Steph, and his contract is long, like you're talking about.
Fair opinion.
I'd be more interested in a Wiggins and Moody for Markkanen, even if I had to part with a first-round pick in that deal. Because Wiggins, his contract's not huge, but it's still 3 years. And the idea of 3 more years of that is something that I'd rather not sign up for. I would rather get Lauri Markkanen for a year, bring him in, and see if it works. 7-footer. And you get to the deadline next year, and if things aren't popping off, then at that point you can maybe make a move and you could do something different.
I don't hate that either, but I just think like I'm starting to let my mind stop the whole like who's the player and start thinking what's the contract. Because I think that's really key for a team that's trying to save money, trying to get under the apron, trying to not spend $400 million on a non-playoff team, but even more importantly, stay flexible, be ready. Does Joel Embiid get ticked? Or whatever. Does Giannis get ticked? And each one of those is probably not going to happen. But it's what the Lakers did for a few years, and then Anthony Davis was like, I want to be a Laker. And then they went, okay, now we're ready. And we've got the assets to do this.
And that's ultimately how they got Kevin Durant, is because they had that flexibility, right?
But that was free agent dollars.
Right, but it was still to what you're talking about, flexibility.
Yes, but this would be more like the Warriors, more so than I think their fans give them credit for, are in a position to make a good offer for a star when said star, Dame Lillard, is like, I'm ready to get out of here. When that happens, the Warriors can be involved. But if they're running the rat race because they're trying to placate their fans to be like really good next year, and I think that there is that possibility. I don't know who's going to become disgruntled, who's going to get knocked out in the first round that wasn't supposed to. I don't know any of those things yet. So it's possible, but if it's not there, don't go for it and be willing to, unfortunately, be surprisingly boring this offseason.
And especially if you can do that while being below the second apron and maybe being under the tax or at the tax. That way your penalties reset as well. And even if it's a year again of chasing the 10 seed, you would be poised at the end of next year, going into Steph's last year, to maybe make one more swing at it.
Like, I think Wiggins, we've all decided Wiggins is getting traded this offseason. Probably. But maybe not till the deadline next year.
Right.
Maybe then.
Well,
try to let him build up some value.
That's hilarious. 5 of 12, 4 rebounds. Well, go ahead and book it for the opener.
No, instead we booked Doc Pandia.
Strong.
Cleared to play coming up next. Alex Cobb and some of the NBA injuries. We'll get into all of that. And David Lombardi on the Aiyuk situation, week of the draft. 49er stuff being discussed. We'll get back to that. Lombardi joins us in a half hour. And your calls next, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Flowing Water Plumbing at Dre brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise to the Bay Area. Whether it's service plumbing or new construction, residential.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It is a great question, except for we didn't ask it a few minutes ago. We got so hot and heavy that Doc was kind enough to hang out until we were ready to chat with him, and now we are. Time for Clear to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, on Willard and Dibs yet again. Hey, Doc.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good. Who doesn't play basketball tonight?
Too soon.
She is. Yeah, there's a lot. I know.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You know who doesn't pitch tonight? Alex Cobb. Not anytime soon either. Everything in the offseason said trending in a better than expected form, and he's going to be back. And then he felt a little something, and now he's on the 60-day DL. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think one of the things, what kind of set this all off was that he was having some hip flexor tightness. I think that was the initial report. And it's very common after hip surgery that can happen. The hip flexor really helps to stabilize the hip. And if you have a little weakness, that can happen. It sounds like with that hip flexor tightness, then suddenly came shoulder and elbow issues as well, too. Your hip flexor's off. You start kind of changing your mechanics a little bit. So it sounds like they're being more cautious. I think anytime you have an older pitcher, you start getting that kind of soreness, a little bit of kind of change in your mechanics can lead that to kind of come on. So I think it's a safe thing. They're trying to make sure that he's not going to get a bigger injury. Now it seems like he'll just be back at the time that everyone expected him to be back, which was kind of in May. So obviously there was a little bit of hope for an early return, but I think it's better to be safe, particularly with an older pitcher who could be integral to your rotation later on in the year.
It's a good breakdown and good news for Keaton Winn, our guest from earlier. Looks like he's going to get some more starts before he might get squeezed out. Well, all the talk around the playoffs in the NBA, Doc, is all these injuries, including Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is doubtful for Game 2 with that calf injury. How concerned should Bucks fans be about the Greek Freak?
I think they should be pretty concerned. I think as we saw with Durant a couple of years ago, anytime you have a calf and kind of an explosive player, you do worry, is there going to be potentially an Achilles injury or something that's a little bit more serious? And particularly the way he plays, he's very explosive. He's a big guy, a lot of force across that calf muscle. So the fact that already it sounds like he's going to be out for Game 2, he hasn't really been seen doing much explosive activity. I think you're obviously concerned, and really then the decision comes down to, do the Bucks feel if they are a viable contender, and is it worth them taking the risk of him playing with a potentially compromised calf? And what does that mean potentially for a more longer-term injury? So I think it's going to be some tough decisions for the Bucks. Hopefully the outcome of the game may impact how quickly he comes back. But anytime a player that big has a calf injury, you worry about it spreading down to the Achilles and becoming something more major.
Doc, the most recent stuff everyone's talking about with Joel Embiid is his eye, but I don't know if his knee is all the way back. What do you see when you watch him play?
I definitely see some issues with the knee. You see him kind of starting pretty well, and then he'll have an awkward landing or tries to do an alley-oop off the backward. He'll land, kind of awkwardly in that knee. I think it really does show that when people have a meniscus injury and they get, quote-unquote, the meniscus shaving, obviously the degree or amount of meniscus that's taken out and also your size really impacts how you play. So, yes, you can be back playing 4 to 6 weeks later to be out in the court, but there's a tremendous amount of force across that knee. So someone that big constantly pounding on the knee's going to get irritated, even though there may not be a structural issue going on. So even though you're quote unquote cleared, it could be hard to kind of produce for quarter 3, quarter 4. So obviously I'm concerned. He looks like he's banged up. He's clearly amazing, the fact that he can still produce points, but you do worry this game goes Game 5, Game 6, Game 7. Is he going to be able to hold off? And then what does it mean for the next round if they make it? Although the Knicks look pretty good right now.
Yeah, just a gutsy performance last night and a thriller of a playoff game. Looks like Kawhi probably not going to play. He's listed as questionable with right knee inflammation. And Doc, it's an inflammation sensation for Kawhi Leonard. Thank you. I'll pay the $1. How serious is this that Kawhi Leonard continues to be unavailable for the Clips?
I think it's really a reflection of all the issues he's had with that knee. Obviously, he had the ACL surgery on that. Then he had the meniscus injury on that. So anytime you're getting inflammation in the context of having multiple prior injuries and you're older, you worry about, is this something that's going to continue to flare up? Is there some degree of degeneration in the knee? So absolutely, it's a concern. Is he going to have a good 3 games and then it's going to get irritated again? And I think we're so conditioned to think you get an ACL surgery, you should be absolutely back. It's still a devastating injury. It causes cartilage damage. And as you get older, this is what happens coming off this surgery. So obviously a point of concern, and Kawhi's kind of had this off and on. kind of roller coaster with his knees over the years. I think this is a reflection of how bad his knee actually is and kind of what does it mean for him long term.
Crazy, Doc. Crazy that you joined us a week when the Warriors are fully healthy.
No one on the injury report. Everyone's ready to go. Everyone's ready to go.
There you go. Don't get that often, but here we are. Doc, thank you as always.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, there he is. Doc Pandian. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I worry about that man.
Why?
Because he builds his entire weeks around those Warriors games.
Yeah.
And there aren't any right now.
Correct. Yeah. And I think that he's in on the Giants, though. I think I saw one of his social posts that he was either out there or he had mentioned that someone was playing baseball. I think he's trying to assimilate into another sport, but
he's trying. That's what people say when they enter Oracle Park. We're trying.
Well, think about every 49er fan where after the Super Bowl, we spent a week or 2 weeks on this very station fielding the same phone call of, if Kyle only knew the overtime rules and who cares about the third possession and, who's that guy who didn't block and Aiyuk was open and Brock missed throws and what if Greenlaw didn't tear his Achilles running onto the field and the kicker, he missed a PAT, he's got to go. And then after those 2 weeks, it was like people didn't want to talk about anything. It was, and still 49er fans, that one is one that you may never get over.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
I have some NBA breaking news, and it has to do with an injury that we were just talking about with Doc Pandia. From Jared Greenberg on NBA TV, the belief within the building from speaking with multiple people, Kawhi Leonard will make his 2020 debut tonight, playoff debut tonight in Game 2.
All right, there you have it. It's very exciting, Lucas.
Yeah. Whoa. Looks like they got the inflammation under control.
Yeah, that's great. I'll believe it when I see it. Kawhi Leonard doesn't play basketball anymore.
Yeah,
that sounded like an April Fool's joke. But there you have it. Kawhi is back, although they looked phenomenal without him the other day.
They sure did.
Yeah, I know a lot of people had the campy little pick of the Dallas Mavericks going to the finals, which, it's only been one game. But without Kawhi in there, they got boat raced.
Yeah, the Clippers were my pick back in February.
Yes.
I never really doubled down on it.
Are they still?
Sure.
Yeah, the Thunder were my pick, and that's going to be wrong too. But.
Well, in the interest of not picking Denver.
Exactly.
Denver and Boston, Denver versus Boston or the field, you have to think about it because Boston sure looks to be dominant in the East and Denver looks to be the best in the West. So the likelihood of Denver versus Boston is greater than any other matchup, but you probably would take the field, hoping for just one other team, non-Denver or non-Boston, to make it.
I don't know right now that I would. Just
take the field,
based on the week of playoff basketball that I've now watched.
Small sample size, Steve, as you call it.
Very small sample size, though. The Nuggets are up 2-0. That's like the Nuggets are going to move on. The Lakers are not going to win 4 out of 5 from the Denver Nuggets. But, just also looking at the way it's all sort of falling, I think there's a couple things out there that grab your attention. The OKC Thunder are the 1 seed. It's only been 1 game, but they looked exactly like you might fear that they were going to look. They looked young. They looked inexperienced. The East, who's going to challenge Boston? It feels like people are getting hurt right and left. Embiid, Giannis, Butler, all of that. It just feels right now, long way to go, but it feels like things are setting up that way, and I'm having a hard time picking the team in either conference that's going to beat either one of those squads.
Right. And it's a long way to go, and crazy things can happen, as we saw with the Warriors and the Toronto Raptors in the NBA Finals so many years ago, where the Warriors lost not 1 but 2 star players, and Toronto was a handful anyway. You never know if they would have still won the series. I don't think so. So you get all the way through 16 wins. It's a hard thing to do over 2 months in the NBA playoffs, but I did say months ago that the Clippers were my pick, so I'll stick with it just for the sake of conversation here on the radio. I'm not betting it.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot cooler if I did and they won.
It ain't happening, but yeah.
It sure looked good in game 1.
Stick with it.
The beard was getting loose and Westbrook diving to the rim.
Come on.
Zubats.
Harden and Westbrook in the finals.
It's happened before.
Gag.
It's happened.
It has, with Kevin Durant on the team and a lot more youth.
I'll tell you, they look better than Phoenix does.
Yeah.
That thing Watching Phoenix,
it didn't work.
They play hate ball.
What does that mean?
That means I hate you. I'm not throwing it to you. No, they play like they take turns.
Yeah.
This is Booker's turn to try and score. And now it's KD's turn to try to score. And, here comes Bradley Beal. Let me get the ball. Let me try and score. It's called hate ball. They hate each other.
Well, I wonder what KD would privately say about it, because it is very it's very much the opposite of what made things work when he was here. Sure, they had all the good players and they were all in their prime, so I understand that was the main reason. But also, they're all very, very intuitive and smart with the way they played basketball. And just because you have great players doesn't mean you're going to get great shots. But if you have players like that and you're unselfish and the ball is moving the way that it did with the Warriors back then, you're going to have unbelievable results. The Suns are the opposite. And they are the head-scratcher team of the year, for sure, even more so than the Warriors, in my opinion. I know they snuck in to the 6th seed with a 1-point win in Sacramento over the final weekend and a Pelicans loss against the Lakers at home. But by the same token, it didn't work. I look at the Suns very much like I look at the Warriors, which is their front office at some point probably 2 months ago went, this ain't it. This ain't it. The only difference there is they're going to have to recalibrate on the fly because their number one, if you will, their star player is still very, very young. And you would think that he's going to have some options as far as how to fit things around him so that they can get better, because they have been good. They've been good for a number of years now, just not quite good enough.
Not quite good enough. And you look around the West, and it feels like it's Denver's party, and everyone's chasing Denver. So how do you get good enough to compete with them? Well, you got Nurkic to take on Jokic. See how that works out for you.
Probably not well. Let's go to Paulie in the city here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Paulie, what are you doing?
Hi. I wanted to call because to answer a question that you asked about things that the Warriors could possibly do. And, I was thinking there are some moves we could make. For example,
Paulie, did we lose you?
Paulie, did we lose you?
That was a weird one. Like, it sounds like he's still there.
Yeah.
But he's not.
Well, I'm sure he's still there, but his phone is not.
Oh, I don't think he passed away or anything like that. Yeah, I'm sure he's still there.
He might have fallen into a manhole. That's like an old, vaudeville. And here I am, an old guy again.
Oh, God.
They leave that manhole open in the street, and you're just walking around, and shoop.
Did you just reference vaudeville?
I sure did, yeah.
Oh, God, this show's getting older by the second.
You're coming up on a big number. Yeah, I deserve that one.
I've used every fiber in my being not to make a big deal of the fact that Pearl Jam released an album last week, the same night that Taylor Swift did. I'm trying not to make a big deal out of it because, what do you got? 49-year-old white guy talking about Pearl Jam and Taylor Swift. That's not going to go anywhere good.
How do you like it?
It just isn't.
It's good?
It's phenomenal.
Okay, good.
It's absolutely fantastic.
I'm glad you like it. How's the Pearl Jam? Thank you. I'll be here all week. A few more days.
Actually, the only thing I've heard about the Taylor Swift album is that she's got one song where she really takes aim at Kim Kardashian.
Oh.
Like a diss track.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Has anybody heard this? Grandy, I know you've listened to it a couple times.
Oh, yeah, every night. Yeah.
Lucas,
every night.
No one's got any info on this?
Is Travis featured on it?
The lovely Christy, who has 2 teen daughters, has explained to me that there is a Kim Kardashian and Does Not Hold Back diss track on the new Taylor album. And then there's also one about Travis.
Of course.
Yeah.
Mushy gushy, I'm sure.
Sure. Love you, 87.
You're my favorite tight end.
Lot of different things rhyme with touchdown.
Oh.
I'm just going to say that.
All right.
Yeah. So, anyway. But yeah, great album.
Yeah.
It's really good. I didn't really connect that much with number 2. But outside of that, it's really good.
Track number 2? Or
yeah, track.
Okay. I didn't know yet. I didn't know if you were talking about the second album, because, you like the second album that they had.
Yes.
But anyway.
All right. Anyway.
So you want to trade Steph Curry, I hear.
Yeah, exactly. No. So, in fact, and I think even before Paulie fell in that manhole, he was going to suggest a signing that is going to potentially, you could look at, this is what I mean. You're going to have some signings out there or some ideas where you're like, yeah, that'd be good. That would make sense. it's going to do a sum total of nothing. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to make the Warriors become a top 4 seed. That's not what's out there. So I'm prepping myself for this offseason to not be as crazy as we've sort of coached ourselves to think that it's going to be. It is a huge offseason because we think it's going to be like philosophical. We think there's going to be a shift. You got to declare. Are you for the big three or are you against them? And the feeling is they're going to be for the big three because they said as much. And then they'll go do it and they'll gussy the fan base up with some other little moves around it and go, that's right, Kuminga's going to take a big step and Moody's going to get his role. And we think we can contend because last year, 46 wins, we're right there. Draymond doesn't get suspended.
Right.
And
blah, blah, blah.
Well, has anyone else noticed this with the Warriors the last couple of years?
I haven't heard it from Joe Lacob.
They tell you all year that they're contending for a championship until they're not. And they're like, yeah, that wasn't going to be a championship. So, I'm ready for that now. But stay flexible, stay ready. And I think that's the game they're playing. If and when said big name becomes available, Warriors will be on the phone. Until then, let's save some money.
Well, you can't do anything till the end of June anyway, until you get like June 24th or whatever is the Chris Paul deadline and June 30th. So
let's see who's upset.
Well, exactly. So between now and then, you're scoreboard watching, and I wonder if we asked Steve Kerr, if we had a chance to talk to him again, as he puts his feet in the ocean down there in San Diego, if he is still scoreboard watching, and if the organization is like, all right, if we can get Minnesota out, maybe the cat becomes unhappy and he springs free, and Milwaukee, if Milwaukee can slide, and they beat Indiana, and Giannis is hurt, but not hurt enough for now, if he can be hurt, but not really hurt, and then be disgruntled, maybe he would want to go somewhere else. And if we get LeBron away from L.A., maybe we can find a way to get him in here.
I don't think it's going to feel like that. I don't think they're doing the if, but they're monitoring all because that's what all NBA teams do.
Of course.
Do.
So you're rooting against the Clippers because Paul George.
Well, I guess. I mean, Paul's going to be expensive.
He's a free agent.
Yeah, that's a free agent. I don't think that free agency is going to be the way that this can work for the Warriors this year. I think that they're monitoring all, and if the right thing and when the right thing becomes available, the Warriors will be ready to make a phone call and a very, very substantial offer and try to pounce. But outside of that, I've reached a point where I believe them. They would like to be below the second apron, and I believe them. And I think they will be if said big-time star does not get mad and become available.
Yeah, and so I don't think a big-time star will become available. So then you look at your plan B, which for me, plan B is not bring everybody back and hope that some guys get better, because I saw Joe Lacob's face when you got run out of Golden One and the beam got lit before he was even at the exit. I don't think that Joe Lacob is going to look at this situation and say, yeah, we're going to bring everyone back. We're going to get Clay at a workable number. We'll be below the second apron. We'll hope Andrew decides to try more frequently and that Draymond doesn't get thrown out and all the rest of it. I think that no matter what, they're going to make at least one big move in the offseason, and I think it's going to be a Wiggins and Moody trade. I can't see Wiggins still being on the team, and Moody to me feels like a guy you'd naturally throw in.
I think you're translating the angry look on Joe's face maybe to be something that it's not. I don't think it's just this hell-bent on winning thing. I think it's we missed the playoffs for $400 million.
Yeah.
It's not just we missed the playoffs, so I'm mad. We missed the playoffs, and it cost me $400 million. So I don't think that look on his face is nearly as angry if this exact same team misses the playoffs for a lot less than $400 million. Because
so you and I disagree.
Yeah, the moves may not be available. I'm telling you right now, and the Warriors told you as well. Like option A, the only things that you can really count on this year in the offseason, you're going to let Chris Paul go, and you're going to try to keep Klay Thompson. Anything else is a maybe at best. Like trading Andrew Wiggins to who? For what? Like
to anyone for anything.
Well, but first of all, I don't think they view it that way.
I'm being a little bit cynical.
Right, but why? Like, why for just anything? And it's not, I understand the frustration with Andrew, but it's not to the level of like, just get him off.
It's not to the level of James Wiseman.
Get him off my team right now.
You got 5 second-round picks for James Wiseman.
Yeah.
This is not quite that. You're not going to take 5 seconds for Wiggins, but you would rather get a player in here who is more consistent and I think more productive for your team than Andrew Wiggins. And there might be a guy out there who you could find, a team who's looking to get rid of. Maybe it's a guy who's on a 1-year deal.
No, I'm with you, but that's a might. That's a might.
Oh, for sure.
Like the only thing that I feel confident, and I might be wrong, but I feel confident that the Warriors are going to do, let Chris go and try to keep Clay.
Yeah, try. Yeah. I mean, let Chris go is 100%.
But they're going to make him an offer. There's not going to be we talked to Clay and we never even gave him an offer. They're going to make him an offer. They're absolutely going to make him an offer.
They already made him an offer and he turned it down.
They're going to make it again.
And I wonder if the offer they make again is lower than the offer they previously made.
I think that the offer will actually probably be a touch higher, provided that there isn't somewhere else for that money to go. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, they're going to make it sound like it's option A, but it's because they know it's probably the only option that's available to them. But believe you me, if Karl Anthony Towns or Lauri Markkanen become available, I believe absolutely that the Warriors will let Clay walk. I absolutely believe that. If they feel like they can upgrade right now in some sort of a trade. But if that's not there, and it probably won't be, then say out loud, yeah, we're gonna do everything we can to try to bring Clay back.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to trade for Karl Anthony Towns, you'd have to trade Wiggins, Kuminga, and Moody just to get the money even close to that much.
No, the draft picks is what it's likely going to be all about.
Right, but you need to match salary.
Not necessarily. Not with draft picks have a value.
Right, but
I don't think Andrew Wiggins is getting traded to Minnesota.
Yeah, that'd be a long shot.
That'd be weird.
Yeah. Well, it'd be weird if any team reached out and said, "Yeah, let me get that player. Let me get that guy who's shown a significant regression in his game."
Yeah.
And it's questionable as to how much he actually wants to be out there and compete.
Right, but you have to remember that if these players are going to go, it's because they're telling their team that they've got to go. Like Portland traded Damian Lillard. What'd they get? Exactly.
I can't remember.
Exactly. You get nothing for these people when this happens.
Malcolm Brogdon?
But you get my point. Like Malcolm
Robert
Brogdon.
Williams?
Yeah. You call that a return for Damian Lillard?
You just asked about who they got.
I know, but okay, so Grandy, you've got sure, you studied it. That's not the point.
Talk to me in 2030.
The point is that it's not going to match. When a star goes, it doesn't match.
This isn't a star.
You get
Andrew Wiggins.
No, I'm talking about who would be coming.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about if Embiid or if Giannis or Towns or somebody like that wants out, you're not going to get the return that you want at all. You want assets. They need to either be young or draft picks. And all I'm telling you is that every conversation I have with the people who do this for a living, they're like, the Warriors have the package. They have the package that would be attractive to a team that's got a reboot. It's how Oklahoma City did it.
Right.
It's the opposite of F them picks. Bring me them picks over and over again. All right. David Lombardi next. Your phone calls coming up as well. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, and this is Dan Dibley.
given permission to his side to go?
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it feels different. There's no two ways about it. There's Debo, there's Bosa, now there's Aiyuk, and this feels different. I still think that it's likelier than not that he stays, but this one feels like there's some up in the air to it all as we approach the draft. But opportunity to check in with someone who knows a little bit more about it than we do.
You think?
That's for sure. First off, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs in the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, do it for our other shows as well. Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo. The Roast this morning got into the idea of the Warriors trading Steph Curry, talked to Scott Osler about it, so you can check that out for sure. David Lombardi, The Athletic, all over the 49ers. Been a minute since we've been able to check in, but today is the day. Hey, David, how we doing?
Great. How are you doing?
We're doing fantastic. Put a number on it. What are the chances Brandon Aiyuk is still on the team when we go to bed Thursday night?
Well, I think it has to be over 80%. It's a matter of value for the 49ers right now, and they never closed the door on this. The only time they've ever closed the door on a trade possibility in one of these situations was with Bosa last year. At the very start of it, they said he's untouchable. And John Lynch went out of his way to say that Bosa's untouchable. He never went out of his way to say that Debo's untouchable, that Brandon Aiyuk is untouchable. So they've obviously been fielding interest, but you just have to look at what is the value play for the 49ers moving forward. And this is one of the best receivers in football that is fresh off of leading the number one offense in the NFL in receiving production. And it's a team that's trying to get better now to win a Super Bowl. So, and they have him under contract too for this next season. But without a new deal, he's already under contract. So you think about that dynamic moving forward. The 49ers obviously want to get better. They at least want to stay the same. How would that happen without Brandon Aiyuk on the team? The only way that could potentially happen, and I say potential because it wouldn't be surefire, would be if you picked up a massive haul in return for Brandon Aiyuk, something in the draft this week that would allow you to significantly improve a position that is lacking right now. So say offensive line, or I don't even know if cornerback is that lacking anymore after what they did in free agency. So the chances that the 49ers are moved off of their position, I don't think are that big, but they do exist. And deadline pressure, such as the draft, which is an inflection point, can get a desperate team or an overzealous team to offer something that the 49ers might like. So I think that's why John Lynch answered the way that he did yesterday. Somebody asked the same question to John Lynch. Is there a chance that Brandon Aiyuk is not on the roster at the end of Thursday? And he said, I wouldn't anticipate that. I'll say the same thing. I wouldn't anticipate that, but I won't give you a hard no, because the only time that we've been given a hard no in situations like this is with Nick Bosa last season.
Is part of what could motivate the move the thought that the two sides are far apart on what that contract might entail for Brandon Aiyuk?
I mean, that's at the heart of it, right? That's right now, Brandon Aiyuk is probably, his camp is coming in with a certain number, and the 49ers have a certain number in mind. The 49ers' numbers might have gotten stricter and stricter over the years because they're paying more and more star players, and also they have the Brock Purdy contract looming next year, so they have to make sure that they're very disciplined with where they come in. And Brandon Aiyuk, based on how good he's been, especially this past season, has every right to ask for a lot of money. There's a reason why all of these deals, George Kittle in 2020, Fred Warner in 2021, Deebo Samuel in 2022, and Nick Bosa in 2023, all of these deals have taken at least until late July to get hammered out. And right now we're in what? We're in April right now. So we're still 3 months away from the average time when a contract like this gets done. And it's because negotiations typically start with the player and the team far apart. And it takes that summer and the deadline pressure of the looming season to get the job done. Now, in this case, John Lynch has indicated that the 49ers might have a little less patience for this stretching into training camp because they don't like what the Bosa and what the Samuel negotiations did to both of those players' seasons, or at least the start of their seasons. They thought that those guys were slow out of the gate. They thought that, okay, maybe we're better off if this wraps up sooner. So that could add a little bit more value to the 49ers trying to get this resolved sooner this time around.
David Lombardi, The Athletic, with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. You mentioned earlier in that answer about the Brock Purdy contract looming. What kind of an effect does that have on everything right now that's contractual related to all the players?
Well, the salary cap is like a sink, and you're constantly filling the sink with water, and that's the new expenditures that you pour into your team. And then there's a drain at the bottom of the sink that is letting some water go. That's players that you cut, contracts that expire, so on and so forth. When the sink overflows, that means that you have no choice but to cut players, kind of scrap your roster. We've actually seen teams hit that kind of problem, which we like to call cap hell. The Rams hit that. The Saints have hit that. I think the Dolphins have hit it a little bit too. So the 49ers are actively trying to drain enough from the sink while they continue pouring new water in to avoid cap hell. And so far, they've kind of surfed that wave, to use another water analogy. They've surfed the wave really effectively. But the biggest deposit into the sink, the biggest pour of water from the faucet yet is projected to be the Brock Purdy contract. So you've got to make sure that you're shuffling everything correctly. And some of it is, every season is a new sink, right? So, and you could drain water from a previous season and move that water into another season. That's what restructuring contract does. That's what signing bonuses do, because you can amortize them. So it's all complicated. I like to call it financial Tetris. But all you need to know from a larger picture standpoint is that there's going to be a tremendous amount of money, tremendous amount of water pouring into the sink if Brock Purdy signs a new contract. And because of that, you better have all of the deck chairs straightened out before that time comes. So that's why they want to negotiate the best possible deal with Brandon Aiyuk.
And I love the sink analogy, by the way. You've used it before, and I want to thank you for that, because it's a perfect way to envision it in your mind. But it made me think about where Debo is in the sink. If you sign Brandon Aiyuk, does he get closer to the drain than ever before?
Well, they built a real out in Deebo Samuel's contract that's relatively financially efficient after this next season. So I don't think this is anything that they've decided right now. I think right now it's not financially efficient to let go of Deebo Samuel. So they're in a position where he's almost certainly going to be on the team next year. But you can revisit this in 2024. And that's the thing. You can't make 2024's or 2025. We're already in 2024. Time flies. You can't make 2025 decisions in 2024. That's like making a play call for midway through the fourth quarter when you're in the second quarter. You don't know what the game situation is going to be. You don't know if it's going to be 2nd and 6 or 3rd and 1 or 4th and 8. You just don't have that information yet. So this next season is going to give the 49ers a whole heck of a lot of information. I would even say that they don't have the full information on Brandon Aiyuk yet for what they might do this weekend, because they don't know what those trade offers are going to be. They don't know if somebody's going to try to sweeten the pot to try to move them off their current position, which is obviously to keep Brandon Aiyuk around.
David, I think I know the answer to this. I'd love to hear how you answer it, though. We spend so much time talking about whether or not the 49ers want to keep Aiyuk. What do you know about Aiyuk's desires to stay with the 49ers?
He wants to stay with the 49ers. He's clearly said it on a podcast a couple weeks ago. He was on with, is Chad Johnson's last name Ochocinco or Johnson? I'm not sure if he reverted back. But anyway,
both.
Yeah. So it's both. So Chad Ochocinco Johnson had Brandon Aiyuk on a podcast, and Brandon Aiyuk said that I hope that professionals on both sides can work out a deal. So he said that means that he wants to stay with the 49ers. He hopes that a deal is worked out, but there's an asterisk there. He obviously wants a deal at a certain price.
Well, so I think the nature of the question is have you seen anything in the last couple of years that would suggest that Brandon Aiyuk wants to be on a team that throws the ball more, for example?
I think that I mean, that's always. I know where you're coming from with this question because I think there was some frustration that people sensed with his target share coming out of the Super Bowl. But I think at the end of the day, I still remember how emotional Brandon Aiyuk got the 2 days after that Super Bowl at his locker when he was talking about what he'll remember about the 2023 team. And he said just going to work with his brothers, fighting for that common goal. I think at the end of the day, he is a team player at the core. And the way that he blocks on the field is a really, really good example of that. I still remember the double block, I called it, on that McCaffrey 65-yard touchdown run in Pittsburgh where he chip blocked the defensive end, Alex Highsmith, before he took out DeMonte Casey 15 yards downfield. I mean, he executed that in a way that probably, you might be able to say no other receiver in football would have been able to execute that double block as well as he did. Anyway, that kind of stuff is all over his tape. And, just getting to know him and getting to know some of the answers, getting to know that situation that I just told you about when he did get emotional over what the 49ers did collectively. I think winning is ultimately what makes Brandon Aiyuk tick out on the football field. I think that he really is a guy that likes that. In the off season right now, I mean, you've got to negotiate for every dollar. I think it's your responsibility. You got to go out and support your family and get paid your worth. And so I think both of those things are going on, but I don't see him as being a guy that would leave just because his target share would be a little bit bigger elsewhere. I think that ultimately he enjoys being part of an efficient offense. He enjoys winning, and he's got to take care of his business off the field now.
We're talking to David Lombardi, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
David, how motivated are the Niners to get this deal done before the likely fifth-year option extension avoidance of Lamb and Jefferson? Won't those reset the market and make Aiyuk's number higher if he goes after them?
And not necessarily. They'll reset the market. Yes, I would think that Justin Jefferson's would. But I would argue, and I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, is arguing this right now, that Aiyuk has a chance to reset the market himself. He doesn't have to wait for those guys. I mean, you look at just how damn good he was last year. He dominated in every single efficiency stat when you compare it to the other guys that are up for a contract. They just didn't throw to him at quite the volume of the other ones, but yards per catch, like 18 yards per catch. The yards per route run was off the chart. The only player that had better in that category was Tyreek Hill. So, I mean, Aiyuk was sensationally good. I put up this graph several times online where they plot on an XY axis his receiving grade and then his YAC grade, and he's a complete outlier. He's all the way up there in the upper right. So I think that Brandon Aiyuk has made quite the case that he's one of the elite guys in football, deserves to be paid as such. And now it's a matter of, okay, well, the 49ers have a certain budget. They have a certain, they have to look at this in the bigger picture. Can they find commonality with Brandon Aiyuk in that budget? Or if they can't, are they going to decide to play a level of hardball? And the level of hardball relies on the fact that they still have contractual control here. They don't have to pay him. They could say, hey, you can play on the fifth-year option, and obviously Aiyuk can hold out, but then he wouldn't get paid in that situation.
I'd like to follow up on your comment that maybe even Aiyuk could reset the market and just find out exactly what you mean by that. You don't mean he's going potentially north of $30 million a year, do you?
The $30 million number, that's funny money. That doesn't mean anything.
So are you talking guarantee then?
Yeah. So fully guaranteed money would be something to keep a eye for. But Tyreek Hill his agent negotiated some ridiculous non-guaranteed number. It was like $43 million for the final season just to get up to 30. So nobody really cares about that. Oh, maybe there may be some guys care about the vanity number. I get it. But as far as agents, the number that you need to look at is fully guaranteed money, not injury guaranteed money, fully guaranteed money. Tyreek Hill's got $52.7 million or $52.5 million of fully guaranteed money. And I think Aiyuk has missed one game since his rookie year. I think that he has every right to ask for more than $50 million in fully guaranteed money. 49ers have every right to take exception to that because they might not be able to fit that into their realistic budget. And if he's going to stay with the 49ers happy for a long time, then they're going to have to find acceptable middle ground and agree to that.
And that is probably where the sticking point lies, because if you've got Deebo Samuel already under contract for roughly 24, and if Brandon wants a big guarantee at that level, that's when you get back to your sink, David, and maybe there becomes too much water for them to have both guys for beyond next year.
But that's also where being a cash-rich team benefits the 49ers, because it's the salary cap is set up so that if you pay stuff in big bonuses, that bonus is actually spread out over 5 years against the salary cap. So to get to $50 million fully guaranteed, they usually divvy it up into a couple bonuses. They had 3 separate ones for Nick Bosa. That kind of staggers the cap it even more. But just to simplify things, say that you gave a guy a $50 million signing bonus. I'm not saying they're going to give him that. I think they would divvy it up. But say you gave him a $50 million signing bonus, only $10 million of that counts against the cap in the first year over a 5-year proration, right? So you'd spread it out like an accordion. So if you're willing to give out a ton of guaranteed money now, you can actually duck under the salary cap and count on the salary cap to rise in the future. And we've seen the 49ers do this with every single one of their big deals since they re-signed George Kittle. They've backloaded these deals by giving out really big signing bonuses. So that could be another tool that they use to satisfy the many different demands that are coming from different angles in this Brandon Aiyuk negotiation.
David, this is just for fun, because you said already you can't make 2025 decisions in 2024, and you're right. But if Brock Purdy were negotiating an extension right now, what do you think he'd get?
Ooh, that's a really interesting one. I'll start with this. If he delivers the same type of year that he delivered this year, he should be one of the top 3 paid quarterbacks in football next year. He'll be over $50 million. If he's an MVP finalist 2 years in a row, no question. The problem right now is still, when we're talking about that kind of money, there's still a sample size problem right now. So if he negotiated something right now, you could do something incentive-based that before the incentives would be worth probably $35 to $40 million a year. And but could be expandable to $50 million a year, because you still need that. I think you really do need one more season of the type of play that we saw to consider him a top 3 money guy, and that's why there's so much pressure here on everybody in 2024.
So at the end of next year, if he has another fantastic year and he's in the same spot as Brandon Aiyuk, ready for an extension, does he then have more leverage than Aiyuk just because he would be an elite quarterback and just a plain quarterback?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, the quarterback, you could say it's the most important position in all of sports. I think Jed York himself said that at the owners' meeting. So you could live without Brandon Aiyuk. You couldn't live without Brock Purdy if you were the 49ers moving forward. Now, it's not just a matter of living and surviving. This is a team trying to win a Super Bowl, so that gives Brandon Aiyuk a sense of leverage here as well. But when you look forward to the Brock Purdy negotiations, those are going to be monstrous, and that's why the 49ers, assuming that he continues playing as well as he has, that's why they have to make sure they carve out as much room as possible moving into 2025.
Yeah, David Lombardi, The Athletic, just to put a bow on the Aiyuk thing, because of what you just said, the 49ers are trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Do you see any way, shape, or form that the 49ers could trade Aiyuk on Thursday and still be as good of a team in September?
Somebody would have to be desperate. You would have to get that inflection point, the deadline pressure, to encourage a team to send something to the 49ers to where they could get a immediate impact player with that pick.
Yep.
That would bolster their offensive line right away. I think that's because when I look at this team, I see like one real statistical weakness, and it was the pass protection, namely on the right side. So you would have to, I think, bolster the right tackle spot very specifically. But nothing would be guaranteed. I mean, even if they were able to somehow trade up into the top half of the first round, I mean, to me, it's remarkable that in 2020 they were able to get a top half of the first round pick for DeForest Buckner. They obviously didn't spend it right. I mean, Javon Kinlaw, that never lived up to what they needed from that pick, but the value that they got for DeForest Buckner in that trade was to me remarkable, especially in retrospect now that we see what these players are going for. So say that they got something similar for Brandon Aiyuk, and then they nailed the pick, and that guy turned into Tristan Wirfs. Tristan Wirfs was the good example from 2020. In that case, they could theoretically be better, right? Because their pass protection, the biggest weakness, will have been improved.
Right, but who would play receiver next to Deebo Samuel?
That's maybe you draft somebody, maybe you could add somebody. You probably lose a little bit at that receiver. You definitely lose something at that receiver spot because, like I said, Brandon Aiyuk is an elite receiver, but you would hope that what you gained in pass protection would be greater than what you lost at that receiver spot.
David, great stuff, man. We're really looking forward to the weekend. I know we'll be talking to you again soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, David Lombardi, The Athletic, put it at over 80%. The chances of Brandon Aiyuk still being on the team Thursday night when we go night-night.
And I'm so glad that we had a chance to speak to him because the way he breaks it down, and forget my love for his sink analogy, although I do think it's really good.
Strong.
And you can picture the filling and the draining and all the rest of it, but the way a cash flush team like the Niners can kind of skirt the salary cap by paying a lot of the cash up front because you have the cash and you can pay the cash, and then that bonus you give is prorated, so the cap hit is like an accordion, and so it's not as preventive. It's good for the player, cash in hand, guaranteed money. It's also good for the team because you can spread that baby out.
Yep.
It's a great breakdown.
Therefore, ...
I like their chances of keeping him.
Sign Brandon Aiyuk.
When I'm looking at the guaranteed numbers right now, guaranteed at signing, it is Tyreek at 52.5.
Where are you guys seeing that, by the way? Because I'm looking
Spot Track.
Well, but Spot Track is telling me 72.2 guaranteed.
That's the practical guarantee. The practical guarantee.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, I'd have to look at the difference.
I like being practical. What's wrong with the practical guarantee?
I think the practical...
What guarantee are you talking about?
I'm talking about the actual guarantee that's no matter what. The practical guarantee...
So this is including the injury guarantee.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
And
all right.
So, and I think that if he plays throughout every year, then you hit the practical guarantee.
Correct.
But the actual guarantee... That's the base number.
You could have an injury settlement.
You're getting it.
Right.
He's getting 52.535. Yep. That's the number that you're going to get. That's like the baseball contract. You know, you sign it, you get it, no matter what.
What did okay, so
Calvin Ridley's at 46.9.
Guaranteed.
Yes.
Yes, because he got, what did he get? He got 4 years, 92.
That sounds about right.
The funny money contract.
Right.
4 years, 92. That's at 23 a year, correct?
Exactly.
For the Tennessee Titans.
And his practical guarantee is only $50 million. So the majority of his guarantee, he's going to get that. And then DJ Moore, and then Debo's fourth, tied with Jerry Jeudy and Michael Pittman Jr.
So Tyreek is still setting the market for guarantees at 52.5, and Calvin Ridley is only $3 million behind him.
He's 5.6 behind.
I thought you said 49.
46.9.
46.9.
Yeah, a lot of numbers here. A lot of numbers, my friends.
Well, then David's right. David's right, and we should sit with that for a second. If I'm Brandon, and maybe this helps us understand, and I hope this isn't getting too far in the weeds, because if you're sitting out there going like, I don't know, the practical guarantee and the real guarantee and the AAV and it sounds like a Good Morning Vietnam sketch. I'm with you. I'm not sitting here saying I understand how the whole thing works, like an accordion, as you say, cash up front, all this. It gets really complex, especially on the radio. But maybe this gives us a window into why the 49ers are uncomfortable right now with where the conversation is. And that's how I would describe it to someone. Oh, what's going on with the Brandon Aiyuk contract? Like, why don't you just sign him? He's good. Right. So why is it uncomfortable? Because the Niners are at least uncomfortable enough that behind the scenes, they're not telling people we're for sure not trading him. They're not doing that. And there are GMs, rival GMs around the league that are whispering to reporters that Aiyuk is available.
Unnamed executives.
And even David, when David said, why is he not going to be traded? Because the price is not right. Not because the 49ers are like, hell no, we're not doing it.
Right.
The price is not right. So this is why the 49ers are uncomfortable. I would bet that Ryan Williams, the agent, is saying, time to reset the market. We want that guarantee to be north of 52.5. And quite frankly, it's not crazy. You'll sit there and go, he's not Tyreek Hill. You're right. Not asking for $30 million a year. Funny money, what have you.
Right.
But if I asked you, is he $7 million better over 4 years than Calvin Ridley? Well, you bet your ass he is.
Yeah.
Of course he is. So I'm sure Ryan is asking for that, demanding that. We're going north of 52.5. And the Niners are like, can't do that. Can't do that. And so when we hear them say they're far apart, I do think we're probably having, it's not wrong, but we're probably having a simplistic conversation.
Exactly.
When we go, even TJ Houshmandzadeh, we're like, what's the numbers? Like 27. But that it has, he's talking about AAV. We're talking about, I don't think the Niners or Brandon are worried about the AAV. Like the conversation we had earlier, it's going to be north of 24 and it's going to be south of 30. How hard is this? Well, it probably is more like Brandon and his agent going, we'll take 60. And the Niners are like, we'll do 47. And that is a lot. That's a lot.
Guaranteed money.
Yes. That's a big gap. And so, yeah, going to be an uncomfortable summer.
Well, and also a lot of it is that second number, which is the practical guarantee. Not to get too deep in the weeds, but a lot of times those guarantees come in your third year of your contract. So, and that's where the Tyreek Hill funny money conversation goes, because after 2 years, and TJ Houshmandzadeh said this yesterday, that contract that he has, he's going to play 2 years, and then they're probably going to rework it because the team doesn't want to pay him whatever that number is in year 4. It's like $48 million or something obscene.
43.9.
They don't want to pay that.
Right.
So after 2 years, Tyreek, you're good. We like you. We're going to, work this contract over again, give you some more of that good old guaranteed money that you want, and then spread it out a little bit again so that the Dolphins can avoid that cap hell. So I do think that second number is part of it as well, Mark.
Yep.
The practical guarantee. If he does get 4 and 27, that's a 4-year, $108 million contract. But how much of that is fully guaranteed?
There you go.
And I think you're right. That would be where the team is kind of blushing. If he wants 60 of that guaranteed, and the team is saying, we'll give you 48 of it guaranteed. That's $12 million real dollars.
And that's a big gap. Like, I think that it's really kind of interesting. I'd suggest this for every NFL fan, and Spot Track is one place to do it.
Yeah.
But dive into these deals and understand them a little better. We're all cruising around with Tyreek Hill makes $30 million a year.
Right.
You want to know what he's making next year? He's actually making $19 million next year. He's not even making 20. And the world's running around going, he makes $30 million a year.
Right.
No, he's not. The article will tell you 4 years, $120 million. I can do math. That's $30 million a year. Well, nope. He's going to make 19 this year. And as far as a base salary, you want to know what he made last year? Barely more than Brock Purdy.
Right. 1.165.
1.1, but there's a signing bonus that's spread out over the whole deal.
Which is what David was talking about.
That's an extra $5 million each year. Like, this money comes in like 8 different ways. It's kind of like my bank account, actually. Just way smaller. Way smaller. So I think important to understand that if you do want to dive into conversations like this about a Brandon Aiyuk, because it's not about $30 million a year, because no receiver's making $30 million a year. And you're right, Tyreek Hill's going to play this year at 19. But he's going to play the following year at 21.8. And then the Dolphins are going to call his agent. And they're going to say, yeah, before we do 43.9 for 2026, let's take a look at how Tyreek's been doing the last couple of years.
Exactly.
And maybe we let's either work something out, let's do a new deal, or Tyreek go bye-bye.
Right.
And that's how it'll work.
And then the dead cap for them is only 11 as opposed to right now, which is 54.
Exactly.
So a lot of this is contract mumbo jumbo, but it is interesting when you want to have the conversation, because this is why it's not as easy as we're at 24, they're at 27. Let's get this thing done. Let's meet in the middle. 25-5, and we'll see you, Brandon, in July at camp.
Right.
It just doesn't work like that.
And all the guys want guarantees. Like all those other guys in the locker room want their guarantees.
And the team wants to keep good players, but they also don't want to give Brandon $60 million guaranteed, because then whoever's next and in the on-deck circle is your quarterback. He's going to look at that and go, all right, look at you handing out guaranteed money. I want some of that.
Our station has been talking about, since the moment John Lynch spoke yesterday, we've all been listening to the sound and sort of like trying to unpack it emotionally and in terms of words. For example,
a couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. As such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today.
So you can sense, it's not that he said anything that's earth-shattering there, it's just a feeling. There's a sense that feels very different. When he talked about Debo 2 years ago, I can't imagine not wanting Debo on this team. Then he talked about Bosa last year, and he's like, y'all can move on to the next question. Nick flipping Bosa, we have budgeted for this, and we're ready. Nick Bosa. You ask him about Brandon, he's like, yeah, so really want him here. And don't want to put his business out in the public, and having good talks. It's all good words. It's just a feeling. The feeling is there is some discomfort. And I think that is the only way I can say it. It's genuine. I think there's some discomfort. I think that there is some discomfort on both sides. And so that's why the 49ers and the league, they're all aware that they're like, oh, there's phone calls being made. He admitted that, right? Like, yeah, anybody, has anybody called you?
Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
Okay, and what about permission for other teams?
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Okay, so again, it's all good words, but you can sense the lack of confidence in this situation that he displayed in the last two.
Right, and the last one was a slam dunk where you have the best player in football defensively at the time, and you weren't going to let him go, and it was just a case of how much do you have to come up, and Nick eventually got $88 million guaranteed. So we're talking about Brandon looking to reset the market at wide receiver. Nick Bosa reset the market at edge rusher, defensive end, at $88 million. Brian Burns is at 76, and nobody else is even close to 50. So you look at this offseason with Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Aiyuk, and David Lombardi made a very interesting case as to why Brandon thinks they should be the ones to reset the market. And it's, the yak yards and the total yards and yards per catch and all the metrics we talked about yesterday where he's top 2 across the board. So
sometimes top 1.
Yes.
There's deeper efficiency analytics that if you look at Brandon Aiyuk, you can actually, if I'm his agent, I've got all kinds of documents I can put in front of the 49ers tomorrow that are like, he's the best receiver in football.
Yeah.
Tell me he's not. Look at this piece of paper. He's the best receiver in football last year. There's a lot of metrics that suggest that. So it's a really good point that he and you are bringing up. Let's go to the phones, except for there's a huge old super chat.
I see that.
Okay, so got to read this because I also got to shape the point a little bit. 300 IQ Gaming, first of all, thank you for being here. $19.99 to say, just catching up, but saying you would keep a player and continue to lose means you're more of a fan of the player than a fan of the team. I would love Steph, but if it's going to set our franchise back, then I'm out.
Cash me out one time.
I'm glad you're saying that you're just catching up, because if you had heard it live, I think your take would be a little bit different. I did not, and I know you did not, Dibs, suggest that the Warriors should do anything that would set their franchise back. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, and the comment was, I would rather lose than trade Steph Curry. Part of that is because no good return for a trade even exists.
Right.
But secondarily, you can say that makes me a fan of the player more than the team. I would disagree. Steph Curry is the team. He built this place. He built that arena. He built these jerseys. He built those the statues that haven't even been built yet. And so to me, a franchise for which you root is about so much more than wins and losses. So I would argue back with you a little bit there. I get where you're coming from, but where I'm coming from is I actually sort of feel bad for fans who only look at wins and losses. And that's all we're doing here. That's way too mathematical. It's way too unemotional for me. I don't even understand. Like, why don't you just pick a different team to root for then every year? If you've got no emotional attachment to a
Denver
team,
fan.
There you go. And I'll take Boston. All right, there's our teams. If that's all we're doing, if we don't care who's on the team and we're just going to root for wins and losses every year, then A, pick a new team every year, and B, what was the problem all you Giants fans had with the team the last 2 years? Stop telling us that there's no jersey to go by. But that matters to people. The emotional attachment is too great. You cannot trade Steph Curry. You can't even talk about it.
You were laying out a hypothetical anyway about them. If it was a choice between keeping the core and losing and not having a championship for 7 years,
it was just Steph.
Yeah,
it was just Steph. It was, and the
or
two
blowing it up, and it was just a hypothetical. And your greater point was, you'd rather keep Steph and watch this end as opposed to blow it up and maybe have the chance, a promise of something in 10 to 15 years.
Which, and that's the other thing. There is no promise.
No, and I do think that you can now serve both masters, knowing that you're not a team probably chasing a championship. So you can give Pods and TJD and Kuminga and Moody if he's still here, and whoever you get in the second round in the upcoming draft, and whatever free agents you get, you can give them a little bit more leash because you don't want to play your older guys that much anyway.
Right.
And you're probably not chasing a 58-win season.
Like, I mean, if you want to do math, and this hurts. Like, I want to know how you'd answer this, and then we'll go back. We see the Niner calls. We'll go back
to the phones.
No, but how would you answer this? What are the chances the Warriors win a title over the next decade?
I would say it is 5%.
Yeah, and you might be high.
Well, not anymore. It's been a long time since that was true. This guy's calling me out. A couple years late there, bucko.
I don't know. You're
How
losing.
high are you?
You're losing all. Only reason I know you're not high is because you're losing weight, so you ain't got those munchies. But
I was expecting for Philmo Mike there. Dib smokes Kush. But maybe later. Granted.
Anyway.
Dibs smokes Kush.
Yes,
Willard smokes Beatty.
There you go.
Shout out Philmo.
That was actually the name of my college roommate. That was his last name.
Beatty?
Beatty.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was true then. But anyway, go ahead.
Former Giants pitcher.
Correct.
Tyler Beatty.
Yeah, not him.
No, okay.
He's a good dude, though, too. He went and pitched overseas for a while. I think he's back now.
Okay.
Is he pitching for Cleveland? Don't shrug your shoulders at me, Grandy, who knows everything.
I know he was a Pirate at some point.
Yeah, I think he's on the Guardians. If he's on the Guardians, then you got to give me a point.
Yeah.
When you did that whole Robert Williams, Damian Lillard
Tyler
thing.
Beatty is American professional baseball pitcher for the Cleveland Guardians.
That's right. Score one for this side of the room.
Attaboy.
All right. Anyway.
That's strong.
Yeah. I think.
Anyway, you were calling me high.
You are.
Because I said 5%.
Like, if y'all think that
And you said 10 years.
Right, because if you all think that this era, this is what everyone keeps telling me, is over, but that's going to take 2 or 3 years at least to play out. Now that gives you 7 more years. And how hard is it in the NBA to build a champion?
It's very difficult.
I mean, like,
think about how the Warriors did it.
Right.
You hit on 3 draft picks, and then you got Andre Iguodala, you got Andrew Bogut, and then you went on a run and you got it done. And forget the KD thing, because that was even more remarkable.
Next, yeah.
But to even get the first championship, you needed to hit on Steph, Clay, and Draymond. You needed to turn Monte Ellis into Andrew Bogut, and then you needed to get Andre Iguodala.
Yeah.
All that to win a championship. And now, are you going to win one with Steph, Clay, and Dre in the last 3 to 5 of their career? And if not,
it would seem unlikely.
Okay, so if that's not likely, can you do it with your current core? Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD. Is that going to graduate into a spot where they're going to be championship caliber in the next 5 to 10.
You look at all the stars, and this is true every year, who are running around like rats on a wheel in the NBA. Well, rats can be on a wheel, can't they? I mean,
a lot less cute.
Yeah, well, I like the big guys. Anyway, they're running around trying to find a championship. It happens every year. Okay? Chris Paul, James Harden, Paul George at one point was that. Kyrie Irving, I know he has one in the back pocket already. Kevin Durant has been doing it for the last couple of years. Joel Embiid is it going to stay there? All of these players who are either available or not, they're running around the league looking for a ring, and a lot of them, Dame Lillard, will never get there. A lot of them will absolutely never. It is next to impossible.
Yeah.
So that's why when you say 5% chance over the next decade, yes, sir, you might be high.
Yeah, there you have it. 7 teams have won a title in the last 10 years.
Okay.
7 different franchises.
Teams. Okay.
Yeah.
Rich and Fremont, back to the Niners. Hey, Rich, what's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Look, I think really that it's absurd that we're even having the conversation about Brandon Aiyuk getting traded. It's just absurd. I mean, I look at the NFL, been watching for a while. I look at what he did this last season. Look, if I'm the brain trust of San Francisco and I trade Brandon Aiyuk, and as a fan, I have no faith in the brain trust of San Francisco anymore. Okay, if they do that. Okay, it's just ludicrous to even consider doing it. Okay, you look. Okay, yeah, they had to open their wallet for Nick Bosa. They had to open their wallet for Debo. And guess what? When you did that, look where it put you. It put you inside the Super Bowl. So as far as I'm concerned, you're not going to stop opening that wallet now. Okay, because you're ready to go back to the Super Bowl with the core you got now. You let go of Brandon Aiyuk, guess what? Brock Purdy's ability to deliver the football to a good receiver is going to change dramatically. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Yep, Rich, thanks. I mean, I tend to agree. I do think it's a little bit more complex than that. It's not just about open up the wallet because you're dealing with a hard cap league. And so, yes, there are constraints. I think they get overplayed sometimes by the team because I do believe largely in cap schmap. I do. Like, we've watched it. I'll never forget the offseason, 2 off seasons ago.
Yeah.
When the 49ers were like, yep, every expert's like they've got no cap room and they've got 6 free agents that they want to keep and $0 on the cap. This is when Trent Williams needed a new deal. Okay? They kept them all. The thing is so able to be manipulated.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
It's a manipulation sensation.
It's a manipulation sensation.
Granny's busy, so I'll just do it for him.
Yeah, it's fine.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Lucas, good hustle.
So I do think there does need to be, and Brandon and his agent know this, there needs to be some accountability with the organization. You do need to hold their feet to the fire and say, no, I'm not letting you kind of lowball me. But we do have to acknowledge it's not just open season. You can't just go like, yeah, you, everybody get paid. Brock Purdy, you step up, $50 million for you. Yeah, there are cap casualties every year for every team.
Yes, but the way David Lombardi laid it out, he from The Athletic, is you can do cash if you're a team that has cash, and this ownership does have it. You can pay a lot of cash up front. You can prorate the bonus out, lessening the cap hit year over year, and you can kind of do what they've done to so many players, and that's restructure. If you get into a spot where you don't like the contract anymore with the player, but you want to keep the player, you restructure. You give them more cash up front, and if you have cash on hand, you can do that, and you spread the money out even further, and you continue to kick the can down the road. And they've done that with Kittle. They did it with, Fred Warner. They did it with so many players where you have them come in and you restructure. They get more of their money now.
Yep.
And, they spread it out over multiple years.
I just think there would be 2 things that I find very, very disappointing if Aiyuk were to be traded on Thursday night. 2 of them. And one of them is that a characteristic of the Niners kind of falls apart. And Lombardi, who joined us earlier, has been really good through the recent years in talking about something that is a 49er philosophy. And I like it to be a philosophy with all sports teams, which is that when you draft a player, you develop a player, and that player becomes really good, you keep that player, especially when they're in their prime. When they're in their mid-20s, you keep that player. That's an unthinkable idea. Imagine if Brandon Aiyuk were a baseball or a basketball player. Imagine it, okay? At age 26, that player is like contract time. Can you imagine your baseball or basketball team just being like, not interested. Let's move on. What are we doing? This is as good as it gets. It doesn't get any better than that in sports. You draft, you develop, they become really good, you keep. If you let them go in that moment, you know who you are? You're the Las Vegas A's.
I thought you were going to go Los Angeles Clippers.
That's what the A's do. That's the characteristic of the A's. Draft, develop, get good, trade. Yuck.
Yeah.
So that would be really disappointing to me. And then secondarily, the second part that would be so disappointing is I think so many of you look at this and the business puzzle pieces are interesting. So we're like, ooh, what if we got the number 11 pick? Okay, that's exciting. Just imagine week 1 and tell me who's lining up opposite Debo. I would feel a tremendous hole in the 49ers offensive game plan if that person is someone other than Brandon Aiyuk. We are like free agency is done.
Yeah, but David with a good counterpoint to that in saying if you find a way to get a right tackle and you get that much better at pass protection, it does offset a lot of the loss in what you'd suffer from Brandon Aiyuk to whoever you would have at wide receiver. Because that is something that he said statistically is their biggest weakness right now, which is pass protection on the right side of their offensive line. And I thought that was an interesting way because you and I went back and forth on that about replacing him with a rookie, a highly drafted rookie at receiver.
It's a good answer. It still doesn't tell me who's catching the ball. Who do the 49ers have that can run more than 15 yards down the field on a pass play?
They got a couple guys.
Who?
Danny Gray.
Come on,
Speed
man.
burner.
Come on,
Put some
man.
respect on that man.
That's exactly my point.
Give him a chance, Mark. You're like Steve Kerr. You don't like the young people.
Not when I'm about to win a Super Bowl. You're damn right.
Well,
I ain't handing the rock.
4-3-3 in the 40.
Oh, exciting.
Let Danny cook.
Do you know that every receiver who goes to the combine runs a 4.3 or a 4.4? All of them. And every year we're back to go, oh, we got to draft that guy. He runs a 4.4. They all do.
They drafted him.
It doesn't mean they're going to be good.
The third round pick. Give him a chance.
It doesn't mean they're going to be good.
Draft.
I like that pick.
I love the player. Draft, develop, keep. You just said it.
Right.
They've drafted him.
And it's already been done.
They haven't developed him.
No, you don't get to do it with everybody. My point is, when
you don't get to pick and choose.
No, yes. You're misunderstanding my point. My point is when it works. There's nothing better in sports than drafting a player, you develop him, and it works. And then he's really good. Top of the league type player. It's unthinkable to let someone like that go. I just find
it's not unthinkable. They've done it.
When?
They got a top half pick back for DeForest Buckner.
Right.
And drafted, developed, and didn't keep.
Right. And it blew up in their face, number one.
Well, the player they picked turned out to not be the guy.
Oh, so you're saying the surefire pick to replace the guy sometimes doesn't work.
You're saying that because it didn't work once, it can never work again.
No, I'm not saying it can never work again. I'm saying every single day of the week, it's a bad bet. It is a bad, unnecessary bet. It didn't work last time. Lombardi straight told you that he was shocked they got to pick that high and won't this time around. So you can just blow off your whole idea of a top 15 pick for Brandon, unless you're talking about a pick swap, which is, to me, even worse. It's even worse because you don't have needs like that going into the top 15 in the draft, and you're taking a complete chance that whoever you get stinks or is just mid. Not good enough.
Could be the next Jerry Rice. 6'4", 205.
I mean,
you take 31 and Brandon Aiyuk, you move up, you take Marvin Harrison Jr., and you ride the rookie to the Super Bowl.
How are you getting Marvin? I love that you. How are you getting Marvin Harrison Jr.
at number 5? That's how. You trade 31 and Aiyuk.
So Barnwell.
You move up to 5. Yeah, I love Barnwell.
And didn't you?
Damn genius.
Didn't you lose a pick in the late rounds too?
It's a swap.
Of what? Like a third for a sixth?
You got thirds coming out of your ears. You got more thirds than you know what to do with. Take a big swing.
Listen.
Take a chance for once in your life.
I hope they do it. You want to know why? Because you and I would have a great show Friday.
Yeah.
Because I will come in here and Homer Willard would torch the living hell out of the 49ers if they were to do Bill Barnwell's fantasy trade soiree.
Let me ask you one thing.
A homer?
Let me ask you one thing.
Terrible idea.
What do you tell everybody at 5:56 each and every day on this program?
I say, shoot your shot. I can't complete the sentence so then the show ends.
But you know what it is.
I do.
And that's all that John's going to do.
No.
John's
this is the opposite of shooting your shot.
This is exactly what it is.
That's taking a flyer on someone who's never played before.
Guy's on his way to Canton.
Shoot your shot is pay Brandon and let's go win the ball next year. Please.
You're saying no to a guy who's a surefire Hall of Famer. He's already halfway to Canton.
No, I'm saying yes to a guy who's already good in the NFL. That's what I'm saying. All right. We got more calls to get to, and we will. Oh, I did go in the lab and get my draft crush.
Oh, I love this.
You want to hear my draft crush?
Tease it.
All right.
I'm into it.
Willard and Dibs.
Have you tried Farmer's Brewing yet? If not, it's time you put your lips on a Farmer. From sunup till sundown, we're working hard to create beers from our own farm-grown ingredients. Farmer's Brewing is 100% family-owned with 5 generations of experiences with incorporation of
Absolutely terrifying. The guy is disgusting. Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Draft crush.
You got one?
Yeah.
I'm anxious to hear it.
Available in the second round.
Really? You got him at a second round grade?
I do.
Okay.
I listed out all my grades.
I love it.
No, he has to have like a number 1 overall grade that's going to be there in the second round.
No, he's going to be available in the second round, and I grade him as elite first.
Huge.
Yeah. Value pick.
At 63.
More importantly, this man can learn for a year, and then when the 49ers cut Deebo Samuel next year,
oh God,
he can be ready to take over the role. Much younger, cheaper, but the same thick legs.
This got awkward. Do you have the draft chime before he reveals the pick so we can all get excited that the pick is in?
Yeah. Wow, that was brutal, Lucas.
Sounds like we were at the vet and the cat's got like the stomach flu.
That was brutal.
Yeah,
you don't have that thingamabob?
He's too busy eating. Everyone's eating.
I definitely had it at the old building, but I don't know.
I just tried to do it, and I sounded like the news was about to be delivered at the top of the hour.
Go again.
Do, 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 do.
I like mine better.
Yeah, no, yours was really unsettling.
Meow, 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 meow. That's what yours was. Thank you.
That was perfect. With the 63rd pick in the NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Malachi Corley, wide receiver, Western Kentucky. Yeah, Malachi Corley. Malachi Corley. He is a...
Who are you?
He's a Yak King. They call him the Yak King, Lucas. He knows how to run a route and then take off with the ball and break a tackle.
It's a good pick.
And he likes to do things closer to the line of scrimmage. He's built like a running back, but he runs like a wide receiver.
5'11", 215 with an arm length of 32 and an eighth, Mark.
I love his arm length. I love his mom and dad.
I like the player.
He's a great family. I like the pick. Malachi Corley.
First team All-Conference USA, led the team with 79 grabs, 11 receiving touchdowns. Set the school record with 259 career receptions.
Is this the guy they're saying is the next Debo?
Dibbs, you can't tackle him with one person. You need two. You're going to need two people to tackle him.
Sturdy build allows him to take on play aggression and a heavy workload.
That's right.
Runs routes with leverage. Has late, twitchy hands to snatch throws suddenly.
I do love the twitchy hands.
And he's got a flexible torso. Allows for full rotation. He creates chunk plays through vision and cutbacks.
Sounds like somebody you might like to take to prom, let alone draft.
Stick power to break
right.
tackles.
Truck stick.
And punish perimeter defenders.
Malachi Corley.
He told Kay Adams this morning that the only player whose tape he watches is Deebo Samuel.
Yeah! That's my guy. That's my draft crush right there.
He has a tendency to struggle with contested catches.
It's okay.
He allows defenders to play through him and disturb his catch space.
Kyle Shanahan will scheme him open, so he does not need to do things.
Here's one for you
that are contested.
He needs to become a more stationary target when squatting in zones. He's not good at squatting, Grandy.
In the squat.
Got to be better at squatting in zones. I mean, that's obvious.
We'll introduce him to Mike Krukow, and he'll learn how to do the squat.
Lacking desired ball skills to win the 50-50 balls downfield.
Desired ball skills?
He doesn't have ball skills, and he can't squat.
I don't agree with that at all. I think he's a sleeper and a sneaky pick.
Here's one from an NFC scout, an unnamed NFC scout.
Unnamed.
Quote,
yeah.
Teams will see him as a perimeter running back since he basically had so many lateral handoffs in their passing game. I think he could be more than that if you ask him to do more. Sounds Debo-esque to me.
And all you have to do is ask.
Would you mind being like Debo in the lateral running game, the perimeter running game?
Sir, could I have a word with you? We were wondering, would you be interested in being better at football than you currently are and making more money?
All of that breakdown was courtesy NFL.com. I want to give credit where credit's due. That was Chad Reeder with the full breakdown.
Malachi Corley, wide receiver, Western Kentucky.
All right. The pick is in.
That's my guy right there.
I like it.
That's my dog.
The guy is disgusting.
Yeah, it's going to be a yes from me, dog.
I like the player.
All right. Let's go to Telmo on 280. Telmo, what are you doing?
Well, I'm no longer on 280. I have since parked.
Oh, where'd you park?
Snowy Valley, by my restaurant.
Oh, okay. Oh, what's your restaurant?
Yeah.
It's a Portuguese restaurant called Uma Casa on Church Street.
Is it good?
I like to think so. I own it.
Yeah, can we come eat there sometime?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys, get my number off there or something. I'd love to have you guys in. If you've never tried Portuguese food, come on in.
I just went to NFL.com and there's a scouting report on your restaurant. Would you like to hear it? Lovely ambiance.
It probably says could do more if asked.
Lovely ambiance, epic cocktails, great service, and cozy location. Great for formal and informal, as well as family dining.
Nice uptick.
Thank you.
Okay, there it is.
It's the official scouting report.
Telmo. What? No, I want everybody. We're going to send everybody your way. What's the name one more time?
Uma Casa.
Uma Casa, UMACASA, San Francisco's only Portuguese restaurant. And actually this week happens, we're in the middle of California-wide thing. It's Portuguese Restaurant Week, so we have a special menu going on with some of the more traditional and classic Portuguese dishes.
Okay.
Nice. Full of chock full of value. It's a value pick.
Perfect. All right.
I like the pick.
All right. Now
I like the pick.
You have to send us like $1,000 now, but other than that,
sorry about that.
You have some sports takes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go.
That's what I was on hold for. So all the nonsense about trading Stephen Curry, stop it. It's ridiculous. You sound silly. I know everybody wants clicks and reads and views, and that's just hot take garbage. The guy, look, you have one of the most rarest birds in the world in your hand, one of the most valuable birds, the rarest cockatoo ever, and you're willing to trade it for 3 in some bush somewhere that might end up being cool. It's silly. It goes beyond. He averaged one more point this year than his career average. He's in the running for clutch player of the year. He played part of the season without Draymond, which we all know his stats are better with him. He had so much value in terms of viewership and filling seats in the arena. Just stop it with all that. In terms of Brandon Aiyuk, which is the topic du jour, here's the thing about Brandon Aiyuk. And you guys can, off the air, tell me what's the last 49ers player that got their big contract and then went on to have a better season or seasons than the seasons prior to their contract, which led them to get paid. Because Brandon Aiyuk, if he has it in his head that he wants to be the top paid receiver, because every wide receiver is a diva and they all think they're the best, well, that's just not in the cards, and he doesn't have the leverage to do that. So the thing is there a part of Shanahan or John Lynch that remembers the Brandon Aiyuk of 2 or 3 years ago that was in the doghouse, that was unreliable, that had drops, and maybe there's a little voice in the back of their head saying, hey, if we give this guy all this money, is he going to go back to being that guy? You guys have kids. You know how it is. They want the cookie, and if you say, okay, if you behave, I'm going to give you the cookie, and then you give them the cookie, and half an hour later, they're back to being a little demon.
Oh.
Is there a little voice in the back of Shanahan and Lynch's head that says, hey, if we pay this guy, is he going to go back to that guy that gave us headaches in these other seasons?
So this is
thanks, Telmo. We're up against it, Telmo.
Well, hang on. No, that Lucas had an extra question for Telmo.
Oh, wow.
What do you want to ask him, Lucas?
Well, I'm just trying to cross-reference a couple things Telmo told us. Going back to his restaurant, looks great, and thanks for calling in. Great takes on the stuff you talked about.
Oh,
I'm stuck on the Portuguese restaurant part of this.
Is this a question for him, or am I supposed to let him go?
No, you can keep him around. Okay. It's a question. You say you're the only Portuguese restaurant in the city, but also it's Portuguese Restaurant Week in the city? What's going on here?
No, it's Portuguese. So the Portuguese consulate here in San Francisco, it's Portuguese Restaurant Week in all of California. Last year was only Bay Area restaurants. There's some in Sonoma, some in San Jose. We're the only one in San Francisco, and this year there's a few more in Southern California, in LA, the Valley, and I think one in San Diego. But we're all participating. We all have special menus. For us, we have a special prefix 3-course menu that really offers a good value on a lot of the traditional dishes for people to familiarize themselves with Portuguese.
So you really got the market covered here in San Francisco. Good stuff, Telmo.
Telmo, I tell you what, I love that you had an answer. Thank you, Telmo.
Too long
you had an answer.
though.
No, but it's your fault.
Terrible question.
You tried to pin him.
Question.
You tried to pin him.
I'm not with you on this one, Luke.
You tried to pin him. You thought you were fact-checking him, and he checked you back.
Ooh, chickadee check.
Well, number one, I didn't believe that we only have one Portuguese restaurant in San Francisco. Number two, I didn't believe there was a Portuguese restaurant week. Such a thing
calling
as that.
Telmo a liar, and you were wrong. You should apologize to Telmo.
He knows I'm.
And to answer his question, I don't think Brandon Aiyuk was that big of a problem 2 years ago, number one. And number two, if the 49ers were worried about him, they wouldn't be like asking for a top 15 pick in order to trade him. But it's time to go. Grandy, what do you got?
We're gonna hear Bonte and Shasky talk about maybe trading Steph.
Oh.
Yeah, and then maybe you guys responding to it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds salacious and wonderful. I would stay tuned. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Full hour best of the game. That's our guy, Grandy. And that's what's coming up. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. It was fun today.
Okay. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be. Right now, qualified commercial customers get $3,000